You are listening to the story of Manga Explained 2, where your eye will always be respected. Hope you enjoy listening to the story. Summary. He is known as the deadliest mercenary, forged through the most brutal training as a child. He has carried out countless dangerous operations, rescuing hostages and eliminating villains, and his family believed he had died there after a plane crash. But now, after all that, he finally returns to his homeland to end up in high school, a place where rich brats bully anyone less fortunate. They surely will try their hand at our MC, but it's gonna be their problem. This story starts in a school, where the entire class is being introduced to this new handsome fella, who has just transferred into this school. The teacher mentions that he's been living overseas for a long time, and asks everyone to be friendly and help him settle in. All the girls in the class can't help but blush at how hot he is. Even the bullies in the room can't resist sneering, while the other students with average looks feel a pang of jealousy at the new guy's good looks. The teacher directs him to an empty seat at the back of the room, and he makes his way over, ready to get settled in his new spot. As the new guy walks to his seat, we spot a redhead guy named Jae-hyung, and we can tell that he is feeling absolutely annoyed. Let's face it, he's just jealous that this new guy is stealing the spotlight with his looks. The big guy seated behind Jae-hyung gives a subtle signal. Jae-hyung quickly catches on to what his friend is trying to say, and decides to take action. He extends his foot out, aiming to trip the new guy as he walks by. But Jae-hyung's plan doesn't go as smoothly as he'd hoped, because this new guy quickly halts, leaving Jae-hyung gritting his teeth in frustration. He had timed his foot extension perfectly, but it still didn't work at all. Meanwhile, the new guy, who goes by the name Jin by the way, just gives Jae-hyung a death glare for his pathetic attempt, though he does not say a word. The scene then flashes back to Jin's past, where we see a blonde guy advising Jin to avoid getting into fights once he returns to Korea. Jin lets out a sigh and responds that he's already aware of this much. The senior perks up to hear this, and curiously asks about how Jin knows. Jin then explains that he wouldn't enter any combat situation without having enough intel about his surroundings. Well, it looks like Jin's response isn't exactly what the senior was expecting to hear, because it sounds way too hardcore. But Jin continues, sharing his wisdom from years of experience. He explains that making a rash decision could cost him his life, and such a mistake would be a rookie move. This makes the senior even more uncomfortable, and our boy goes on to remind his senior that he has survived plenty of battlefields over the past 10 years, because he knows his stuff. Suddenly, Major Kang, the senior, tells Jin to stop and clarifies that he wasn't referring to all this strategic nonsense, but rather, he does not want our boy to engage in fights because he wants to prevent the poor offender from getting beaten up badly. In the present moment, Major's advice lingers in our boy's mind, so he does not say anything to the bully in order to avoid fighting. The teacher then notices Jin standing there idly and asks if everything's okay. Jin simply flashes a pleasant smile, saying he is good, and continues past Jae-hyung, ignoring him. Jae-hyung snickers once again, thinking Jin is just a wimp afraid of getting picked on. Even the guy who tried to trip him earlier smiles, pleased with Jin's reaction. Once Jin reaches his seat, the teacher tells one of the students to help him get ready for the first class. With that, the teacher leaves after wishing Jin a good time studying. The student sitting next to Jin quickly introduces himself as Youngchan Park, and our boy returns the gesture, introducing himself as Ijin Yu. Youngchan then nervously glances over his shoulder to make sure no one's watching, and leans in to whisper to our boy that he saw what Jae-hyung was trying to do. He explains that Jae-hyung Lee is a troublemaker, but there's also another bully to watch out for, which is Hyokjin Ju, who's just as bad. Jin takes a closer look at both of the troublemakers, while Youngchan further reveals that the next class is math. Jin thanks his new friend for the heads up, and Youngchan is relieved to see that our boy isn't just another bully. He tells our boy to feel free to ask him anything, and he'll do his best to help out. The math teacher arrives and instructs everyone to open their textbooks. He starts solving math problems on the board. Some students are busy taking notes, while others look utterly bored. Jin takes in the scene, noticing that Youngchan is diligently paying attention, while some students are dozing off or messing around on their smartphones. He also glances out the window and sees a group of students playing in the playground. Jin's mind drifts back to his days as a mercenary. He remembers the heavy rain, feeling utterly exhausted and battered. The chaos of his past life, the constant roar of guns and explosions, seems to have left a permanent mark on his mind. Yet, in the present moment, as he closes his eyes, there's no unpleasant noise. Everything feels unexpectedly peaceful and serene. As dawn approaches, students start heading home. Among them is Daeon, who spots her brother standing nearby. She's momentarily startled and asks if he's been waiting for her. He replies that yes, he was hoping to walk her home. However, he adds that if she has other plans, she's welcome to go on her own. Daeon quickly glances around and insists she has no other plans, but we can tell that she is still really anxious about walking with our boy. Jin then states that if she doesn't have anything pressing, they'll walk home together. Eventually, the girl agrees. Later on the street, the siblings walk side by side, both clearly feeling awkward. Jin tries to break the ice, and asks if she's feeling awkward too. Daeon is startled to hear this, and quickly insists she's not awkward at all, but Jin reassures her that it's okay, as he's feeling pretty awkward himself. Thankfully, this remark finally makes our girl relaxed a bit. Jin then reveals that he was only 9 at the time of the accident, so he doesn't remember much about his remaining family, including his sister. He points out that it must be pretty strange for her too, since she was only 7, and probably doesn't remember much either. Daeon stays silent, because this is in fact true. Just then, she suddenly hears some familiar voices around the corner, and her feet suddenly come to a halt. When Daeon looks at the source of the voice, she spots one of the girls who bullied her in class. She is apparently the friend of that blonde girl who slapped Daeon in the school today. The bully girl immediately notices Daeon and calls her out. Daeon breaks into a sweat, feeling uncertain about how she is going to handle the situation. One of the guys sitting with the bully girl asks who Daeon is. The bully girl reveals that Daeon is the girl Huijin dislikes, and Huijin is the same blonde girl who slapped her earlier. The bully girl also spots her brother walking along with Daeon and starts teasing her, asking if she's out with her boyfriend. She adds some colorful remarks, saying she didn't know bitches could date as well. Our girl quickly gets timid, and frantically tries to reassure her that Jin is just her brother. Well, this comes as a surprise to the bully girl, who didn't know Daeon had a brother. After hearing the rude comments, Jin asks Daeon if this girl is a friend of hers. Daeon timidly agrees, and admits they know each other from their homeroom. But the cocky girl doesn't let up, calling Daeon a bitch again and asks since when they became friends. Daeon trembles as the bully continues her rant. Jin then gives the girl a cold stare, one that's enough to freeze the hell itself. The guy sitting next to the bully girl doesn't appreciate Jin's sharp glare. He gets annoyed and warns Jin to watch himself if he doesn't want to get his ass yanked. Jin continues to glare, which only annoys the fatty more. The bully girl starts egging him on and provokes him to pick a fight with Jin. Eventually, the fatty's patience wears thin and he strides over to our boy, and Jin quickly shoves Daeon back and gets face to face with this stupid head. The fatty demands to know if Jin is trying to act tough in front of his sister. Jin notices how defenseless the fatty is, standing so close that all his vital points are wide open for attack. What's even more amusing is that the fatty isn't carrying any weapons. All he has is this giant ass of his. Jin can't help but feel that this guy is being rash and leaving himself wide open. But then, Major Kang's words echo in his mind once again, which reminds him to not pick fights with anyone. Jin lets out a sigh, averts his gaze, and decides to walk away quietly. But Fatty isn't letting Jin off the hook so easily. He grabs Jin by the collar and raises his hand, ready to deliver a sharp slap to Jin's face. Before he can make contact, Daeon rushes to intervene. She quickly bows down her head and explains to the bully that Jin has been living overseas for most of his life and isn't used to the way things work in Korea. On the other hand, the bully girl snickers to see her begging, while Daeon continues to tremble with fear. The fatty, however, snaps at Daeon, saying he doesn't care if Jin was living overseas or not. Seeing his sister so terrified and shaking in fear boils Jin's blood. Fueled by anger, he grabs Fatty's wrist and yanks it. Fatty squirms in pain, even though Jin hasn't done anything particularly aggressive. Jin throws his bag down and takes off his school coat. Calmly, he tells his sister to wait for him and covers her face with the coat, assuring her it won't take more than a minute. Just then, the rowdy thug charges at him from behind. Jin effortlessly twirls around and delivers a solid slap to the thug's face. The single slap sends the thug staggering, blood spilling from his mouth as he stumbles backward and crashes to the ground like a sack of potatoes. The cocky girl and the other goon feel a chill run down their spines, and I can tell they are about to crap their pants if our boy continues like this. Meanwhile, Jin lets out a sigh of disappointment, knowing he's broken his promise to Major Kang. But, I guess this is not his fault entirely, as this fatty bastard had this coming. The other goon is so terrified that he has started to reconsider making any move against our boy. The next scene takes us to the countryside, where military soldiers are training tirelessly. Among them is Major Kang, overseeing the rigorous exercises. A fellow soldier approaches from behind and reminds Kang that today is Jin's first day at school. Hearing this, Major Kang gets concerned that despite 6 months of lessons on leading a normal life, Jin might struggle to adapt to his normal school life after so many years as a mercenary. But still, Kang feels a sense of pride, and he's confident that the lessons he imparted to Jin will help him thrive in his new life. Well, it turns out Major Kang's teachings didn't quite do the trick, because Jin is making these bullies look like yesterday's trash. The other bullies watch in shock as the injured fatty lies unconscious, eyes rolled back. The bully girl and her sidekick are shaking with fear as Jin strides toward them. In a flash, Jin lunges and lands a devastating punch right in the gut of the other thug, sending him flying and crashing to the ground. The cocky girl's jaw drops in disbelief. When Jin turns his attention to her, his death glare makes her tremble with fear. Daeon pulls the coat off her face, her hands trembling as she takes in the sight of the two thugs down for the count. Even though it's only been a minute since she was covered, Jin notices his sister watching him and, after giving the cocky girl one last intimidating look, he walks away from her. He turns to Daeon and apologizes for covering her face so abruptly. The apology only makes Dayan feel more awkward, so Jin tries to lighten the mood by suggesting they grab some snacks from her favorite store. Dayan stammers that it's okay and they don't need to, so Jin decides they should just head home. As Dayan and Jin cozy up, the bully girl is left terrified to see this. She's completely blown away by how this guy who was so terrifying with just a glare is now acting like a sweet, caring brother. As the siblings walk off together, Dayan gives her one last friendly wave before they head out, leaving the bully girl standing there, face frozen in terror. As they walk home, Dayan asks Jin if he was the one who knocked out those two guys earlier. Jin confirms it, and this only makes her curious about her brother, since he doesn't seem like the type to pick fights. She then explains that in Korea, staring at people like he did can be considered rude, and might lead to uncomfortable situations. Jin agrees, adding that meeting someone's gaze can be risky depending on who you're staring at, which is similar to where he's from. Confused, Dayan asks why he stared at those thugs earlier. Jin simply replies that he noticed she was scared, and he wanted to protect his sister. Dayan is startled by these unexpected responses, and she simply bows her head down while blushing. An awkward silence falls between them as they continue walking. It looks like Dayan will need to get used to having a caring brother around to look out for her. When they get back to the apartment, we see Grandpa is a bundle of nerves. He frantically tells Jin to just chill and enjoy some fruit, but our boy insists on taking care of the dishes himself. Grandpa's not sure how to handle this, so he eventually lets Jin take over. As Jin washes up the dishes with a steady hand, Grandpa asks if the dinner was okay, admitting he's not exactly a master chef. Jin, keeping it casual, tells Grandpa not to sweat it. He says the food has been great and he's loved every meal. The old man looks visibly relieved to hear that Jin enjoyed the food. You can even see the glimmer of satisfaction on his face. Grandpa then turns to Dayan, asking if she liked the food as well. She nods and agrees. Next, Grandpa shifts gears and asks Jin about his first day of school, and he is curious to know if anything interesting happened. Jin hesitates for a moment, looking a bit anxious about answering. Dayan also feels a bit uneasy, reflecting on how eventful the day has been. But after a moment of pause, Jin admits that it was a good day. Grandpa's face lights up with genuine pleasure at hearing this, clearly relieved and happy. Once everyone hits the bed for the night, we find our guy still wide awake. His mind flashes back to when his grandpa first saw him, and he can almost feel how grateful his old man was to have him around. Jin's cold heart has slowly started to warm up after living with his grandpa and sister for a while. Then, his thoughts drift to the time he was stuck on that airplane before it crashed. Passengers were in a panic, and the emergency oxygen masks had popped out of the compartments. As everyone scrambled to put on their masks, Jin's parents focused on making sure their son could breathe safely. It was a terrifying day for him. Just as the plane began its downward plunge, Jin jolts awake in the present, leaping out of bed in shock and breathing heavily from this nightmare. His heart is racing, and he finally realizes it was just a dream. He glances at his clock and sees that morning has arrived. As he sits there alone, he hears rattling noises coming from the living room. He stands up and goes out, only to find his sister preparing breakfast for the day. He looks around and asks where Grandpa went. She tells him that Grandpa left for work at dawn. She explains that Grandpa took time off to be home when Jin arrived, but now his paid holidays are over, so he's back to work. She also puts on her uniform, and once she's done, she decides to leave for the day. She tells Jin that breakfast is laid out on the table and reminds him to make sure he eats. With that, she heads out, and Jin glances back at the spread of food left for him. Back at school, we see the same bully girl and the blonde girl, Huijin. It turns out Huijin has discovered that the transfer student from yesterday is Dayan's brother. The bully girl anxiously confirms this. Her mind flashes back to their previous encounter with Jin, and she feels devastated remembering how he knocked out two of her friends with just one punch. Huijin tries to ask why the bully girl is so scared, but the bully girl remains frozen in fear, unable to speak. I have grown tired of calling her a bully girl, so let's just give her an appropriate name, and let's call her Chicken Shake from this point onward. Huijin continues to press Chicken Shake about what happened. Finally, Chicken Shake swallows her fear and says they should stop picking on Dayan from now on. The glare Jin gave her is still burned into her mind and she can't shake it off. Despite her fear, she tries to reassure herself that everything will be fine because Huijin and her brother are basically the top dogs, and everyone at school bows down to them. After a while, we see Dayan again. As usual, she gets brutally smacked on the head. When she turns around, she sees Huijin and Chicken Shake together, once again there to bully her. Dayan quickly asks what they both want now, to which Huijin tells her to come with her for a second. Our girl asks where they are going. The cocky blonde is clearly ticked off, and snaps at Dayan, telling her not to get too big for her boots and to follow orders if she doesn't want to get beaten down. She adds that having a brother isn't going to change a thing. A little while later, we find ourselves at the school's recycling station, where Dayan is getting absolutely pummeled by the cocky blonde. After a few solid kicks, the blonde tells Dayan to keep her head down. Dayan, trying to catch her breath, asks why she's getting beaten up in the first place. That's when Huijin reminds her about her brother. She tells Dayan that her brother doesn't have to act like a tough guy and warns her to explain to her brother to stop getting so full of himself. She further makes it clear that they won't be responsible for Daeon's brother anymore because he's in for one hell of a ride. Daeon, still clueless, asks if that means they're targeting her brother from now on. Huijin quickly confirms, reminding her that the two bullies our boy took down were friends of her brother. Since Daeon and her brother dared to mess with them, they're not going to get off easy. It's like poking a lion and expecting not to get mauled. Daeon's face goes absolutely pale upon hearing this. She yells at the two thugs, demanding to know what they're planning to do with her brother. But all she gets in response is a solid slap across the face for speaking out of turn. The slap leaves a bruise on her cheek, but the sting of the physical pain is nothing compared to the ache she feels knowing her brother is in serious trouble. Daeon clenches her jaw, steels herself, and bolts out of the recycling station, leaving the two thug women behind. The scene cuts back to third year class 2. The atmosphere is thick with anxiety. Even the two average bullies in the class are unusually quiet. Everyone's on edge because the school's biggest bully is strolling into the classroom with his entourage, and it looks like the drama with Jin is about to kick off big time. But Jin just sits there cool as a cucumber. The two bullies who got knocked down yesterday are also strolling down with their boss. Behind them, the biggest bully of all, the top dog, looms large. Right on cue, Daeon bursts into the room like a tornado. She's panting heavily, her face is bruised, and her uniform is smeared with dirt. Jin abruptly stands up from his seat, and his eyes widening in shock as he takes in the sight of his sister's battered face and filthy uniform. The bully boss starts up with some banter, teasing how Jin's sister is worried sick about her brother. He points out how his own sister, Huijin, all she does is whine and nag at him to do things for her. Huijin also strolls into the scene, and reminds her brother that she will only feel sorry when her brother actually gets his ass handed to him by someone. Meanwhile, Jin is left visibly petrified seeing his sister so bruised up. But before we can see his reaction, the scene cuts back a little to the past, when students were just starting to gather in the classroom early in the morning. We see the terrified face of Youngchan taking hits to the head from two rowdy individuals who are using his face for target practice. Jae-hyung is feeling pretty cocky about his direct headshot and brags to his friend about it. Hyokjin then gets ticked off and demands this nearby student to hand over his eraser. Once the timid student offers his eraser, Hyokjin quickly takes it. He swings his hand with all his might and delivers a precise headshot to Youngchan. He breaks into a happy dance after landing the perfect hit, but Jae-hyung tries to downplay it, saying this was just a lucky shot. The two friends go back and forth, trying to outdo each other with their headshot skills. Jae-hyung decides to take another shot, swinging his hand violently and throwing the eraser down at the poor Youngchan. But surprisingly, Jin steps in, and the eraser hits him in the waist instead. The two bullies are annoyed by this sudden interruption, and the eraser falls to the ground. Jin then takes his seat right next to the terrified Youngchan. The redhead is visibly ticked off, feeling Jin is finally getting on his nerves. Hyokjin decides to talk some sense into Jin for stepping in, and the redhead quickly agrees. Meanwhile, our boy simply puts his bag on the desk and asks Youngchan if he's alright. The poor fella mutters that he is fine, but we can tell by his pale face he is not fine at all. Youngchan simply leans toward our boy for avoiding any eye contact with those bullies, and asks our boy if they should hang out after school. Jin reveals that he has to walk home with his sister, so he can't hang out. The timid boy perks up at this, and asks if his sister transferred here with him. Jin shakes his head, saying she was already studying here before he arrived. When Youngchan asks her name, Jin tells him it's Daeon. Youngchan is startled to hear this, and Jin notices his sudden reaction, so he asks his friend if he knows her. At first, Youngchan feels reluctant to say anything, but admits that Daeon isn't having the best time at school lately. He explains that she was quite popular back in middle school for being smart and pretty, which attracted a lot of attention from the guys. But then a blonde girl named Huijin, who was jealous, started bullying her. Jin asks if no one stopped them from bullying Daeon. Youngchan reveals that the girl who used to bully her, Huijin, has a brother named Gisu Kim, who's one of the worst troublemakers at their school. What's even worse is that Daeon is stuck in the same homeroom as Huijin, and she gets bullied to the point where every student is amazed that she still has the courage to come to school. Jin puts two and two together and realizes that Huijin started bullying his sister just because someone liked Daeon, and that's the only reason she's being targeted. But Youngchan somberly reveals that this is just an excuse, because Huijin simply wanted a reason to bully someone. Jin's mind flashes back to several days before, when his grandpa hoped that Jin would have an easier time adjusting to his new school after living overseas for so long. The grandpa then turns to his granddaughter and asks if she's doing well in school too. At that time, little Daeon charmingly assures her grandpa that she's doing absolutely fine, and never shows a hint of the grievances she faces at school on a daily basis. Her grandpa praises her, noting that Daeon is always a brilliant student, and even her teachers speak highly of her. In the present moment, Jin realizes that his sister was just putting on a brave face and hiding her struggles to keep their grandfather from worrying. Then, one of the rowdy bullies kicks the door open, and the entire gang of school bullies saunters into the classroom. Hyokjin quickly asks these rowdy bunch what they're doing in their class. Gisu Kim, one of the top dogs of the entire school, just says he's there to handle some business. Hyokjin's surprised to see Gisu and is not sure what to do. You see, Hyokjin is a small fry. While he can deal with the other bullies pretty fine, but he doesn't want to get tangled up with Gisu Kim. Meanwhile, Gisu's lackeys inform him about Jin. When Gisu sees Jin, he starts shouting at his lackeys, furious that they got their butts kicked by a scrawny little punk. He dismisses his lackeys and provocatively flicks his finger at Jin, telling him to come over. Jin stands up immediately, while the redhead and Hyokjin look totally confused about what Jin did to tick off Gisu, and they're pretty sure he is pretty much screwed now. Meanwhile, Jin stands his ground defiantly and asks if Gisu is actually the big shot here. Gisu sneers, and he finds it fascinating that our boy took his sweet time to figure out who is in charge here. He turns to his lackey and tells him not to just stand there like an idiot and to make a move. But we can clearly tell that the lackey is absolutely scared, but he eventually steps forward towards Jin. But before the showdown starts, Daeon also bursts into the classroom, breathing heavily. In the current time, this is how Jin finds himself looking at his bruised-up sister. Tears well up in Daeon's eyes as she starts apologizing to Jin for putting him into trouble. Meanwhile, Huijin scoffs after seeing those tears, and calls her the biggest drama queen ever. Jin, however, tells his sister she has nothing to apologize for. Before she can say another word, he loses it, and slaps this lackey across the face with such force that he hits the ground, knocked out cold. The other bullies, who already know how hard Jin can hit, start to tremble. With one lackey down, Jin turns to his sister and says that these bullies are the ones who should be apologizing. The fatty charges at Jin with a clenched fist, but Jin effortlessly pushes his hand away. When he spots the exposed throat, Jin delivers a brutal, precise smack to it, like a ninja, leaving the bully spitting and coughing before collapsing to the floor. The other lackey, shaking with fear, tries to land a hit on Jin. Jin responds with a crushing blow to his ribs, and with lightning-fast reflexes, sends the lackey tumbling to the ground. Meanwhile, Gisu's confidence has finally started to fade away, as he sees our boy effortlessly taking down his bullies like they're nothing. The local lackeys of this class, who are still in their beta stage, stand there wide-eyed and expressionless. Even Huijin and Chicken Shake are freaking out, completely losing their composure. After taking down the last two bullies, Jin turns to Gisu and makes it clear that his sister has been suffering because of these thugs, and he's not about to stand for it. Gisu finally decides to speak, sneering as he admits that Jin is not a pushover after all. With a smirk, Gisu swings his leg with lightning speed toward Jin's face, but Jin effortlessly blocks the kick, leaving Gisu absolutely stunned, because he did not expect our boy to react so fast. Nonetheless, Gisu quickly swings his other leg, which is also blocked by Jin quite easily. Jin seizes Gisu's leg, pulls him closer, and delivers a brutal punch to his face. The punch sends blood spraying everywhere as Gisu crashes to the ground like a rag doll. His nose and mouth are bleeding, and he looks up in horror at Jin, who towers above him like a goddamn Death Reaper. Without hesitation, Jin swings his leg again, striking the bastard in the face with a powerful kick that sends more blood splattering. The guy, who was once cocky and full of himself, finally hits the ground, defeated and humiliated. The entire class falls silent, eyes wide in shock as they watch Jin take down one of the biggest bullies in one fell swoop. The two beta bullies are slack-jawed as well, unable to believe that our boy just took down a major player like Gisu so effortlessly. The girls are equally horrified, with the blonde especially stunned, unable to fathom if Jin is really this formidable. Jin starts walking towards Huijin, who is feeling terrified because she does not want to get slapped and face the same brutal treatment. But before anything else can happen, Daeon rushes to stop her brother, pleading with him not to do anything anymore. Jin reminds her that Huijin and her crew have been bullying her for a long time, and he also knows that she was targeted by them yesterday as well. Daeon's face falls as she realizes her brother has uncovered the truth, and she bows her head in silence. She then suddenly realizes that Jin is fighting for her sake, so she quickly forces a smile, telling her brother that she's fine and he should stop. Her brother hesitates at first, but eventually agrees, deciding to walk her to class. As they leave, the students in the room erupt into murmurs, unable to believe that Gisu, the top dog, was taken down by a single boy. Even the beta bullies admit that Jin is hardcore, and they are feeling a wave of relief that they didn't try to take him on earlier. As the chatter continues, the blonde girl trembles in a mix of fear and humiliation, unable to process her defeat. Meanwhile, as Jin and Daeon walk together, she expresses her shock at how good her brother is at fighting, but then starts apologizing again. Confused, Jin asks what she's apologizing for. Daeon explains that it was her fault he got dragged into this mess. She feels responsible for the fights he had to endure, both yesterday and today. Jin gives Daeon a reassuring smile, telling her she doesn't need to apologize for anything, because this is what families are for, to protect each other. He then begins to explain that back where he used to live, everyone only looked out for themselves. They didn't care what happened to others as long as they weren't the ones suffering. But even those people would act differently when their own families were involved. That is when the scene cuts down into the memory lane, to a chaotic battlefield, with smoke and explosions tearing through the area. Gunfire and bombardments echo from both sides. In the middle of the madness, we see a younger Jin, caught in the mayhem. Among the carnage, he spots one of the opposing soldiers desperately trying to save his little daughter, shielding her from a man who is holding his gun right over their faces. Even in the middle of the violence, the sight of that soldier risking everything for his child left a deep impression on Jin. It made him question what family truly meant and why it was so important. In the current moment, Diane points out that he barely remembers her, so why is he still going out of his way to help? The boy agrees, admitting it's true he doesn't remember her, but insists that doesn't change the fact that they're family. The girl just stands there in silence, but just as our boy's words sink inside her mind, she starts to feel a bit embarrassed. She quickly tells him she's fine and that he should head back to his class. She points out that they're already at her homeroom, so she waves a final goodbye and vanishes, leaving the boy with a faint smile on his face. Back in his room, Jin is still the hot topic of conversation, and he's feeling a bit awkward with all the attention he is getting. The beta bullies then flash him a thumbs up, cheerfully asking what kind of lessons he got overseas because he took those noobs down like they were yesterday's leftovers. They keep showering him with praise, but the boy just sinks into his seat, looking a bit overwhelmed. Even his friend Young Chun chimes in, saying he was actually pretty awesome, which brings a subtle smile to Jin's face. Meanwhile, we shift to the defeated goons, who are feeling pretty anxious after their embarrassing loss. Their boss, in particular, is still fuming, grumbling that there's something different about our boy, because he doesn't fight like your average third-rate thug. His sister tries to cheer him up, reminding him to stop sulking and pointing out that their loss was just a fluke, and Jin just caught them off guard, so she suggests they should try to catch him later. But the bullies stay silent, because they've learned the hard way that our boy is a powerhouse not to be messed with. Still, the blondie reminds her that he's just one guy, and they shouldn't let some dude take us down like this. Her brother finally shuts her up, telling her if she's itching for a fight, she can go take on the boy herself if she thinks it's so easy. Of course, Huijin doesn't like the way her brother's talking to her, so she snaps back that he shouldn't take his frustration out on her just because he got his butt handed to him by some random guy. Her brother is absolutely furious, and it's clear Huijin's words hit him hard. He is seething in anger because we all know that she is speaking some uncomfortable truth. Huijin glares at him one last time, her eyes welling up with tears from the frustration of seeing her brother act like this. Quietly, she turns around and slams the door behind her as she leaves. As she stomps down the corridor, Chicken Shake catches up with her from behind. Meanwhile, Blondie is absolutely fuming. It's incredibly frustrating for her that all those bullies couldn't handle just one guy. She slams the door open as she storms into the classroom, and when she sees Daeon sitting in the classroom, she asks our girl that she must be feeling pretty lucky to have a brother now. She reminds her how she now can go to school without a care in the world, and can just run to her big brother if she gets into trouble. Daeon doesn't say a word in response, which only makes Huijin more annoyed. She thinks Daeon is giving her the cold shoulder just because she has her brother around. She grits her teeth in frustration and makes it clear that she won't let Daeon do whatever she wants just because she has a brother. As dusk starts to settle, students begin heading home, and among the crowd is our girl, looking pretty dejected. She's lost in thought, recalling the scene where her brother stood up for her and fought those thugs. She remembers him saying they're a family, and wonders if this means she can finally go to school without worrying about getting bullied. Her mind drifts back to her miserable days under Huijin's rule, where she was constantly bossed around and obeyed every command like a faithful dog. Whenever she tried to speak up for herself, she'd get slapped down. Suddenly, her brother appears behind her and asks if something's bothering her. She is startled by this sudden call, but our boy reminds her that he'd called her a few times already, but she did not respond. The sister quickly says sorry, explaining she didn't hear him, and then asks if he was waiting for her again. The boy nods, saying he was because he still doesn't know his way back home. So, they start walking together, talking about how they should grab some groceries on the way, since Grandpa always gets super hungry when he's home late. As they walk side by side, that rowdy bitch stands behind them. She's looking utterly mad, and just can't handle seeing the smile on our girl's face. This bitch is biding her time, waiting for the perfect moment to make Daeon forget how to smile. In the next scene, we see our duo is shopping around the store. The girl seems to be having a tough time choosing what to get, while people around the store are looking at our duo. Girls in the store can't seem to take their eyes off our boy, and Daeon can't help but notice how much attention he's drawing from the ladies. She knew he was popular at school, but it seems he stands out even outside of it. Out of curiosity, Daeon finally asks her brother if he's ever had a girlfriend back when he was overseas. The sudden question takes him by surprise, and he looks like he's never even heard of the term girlfriend before. Seeing his confusion, Daeon clarifies, saying she means a girl he might be dating. He simply replies that he hasn't had any, which prompts his sister to suggest that he should consider having a girlfriend, especially since he's always attracting girls like a magnet wherever he goes. The boy stays silent for a moment before saying that he's always been too busy to have time for a girlfriend. Daeon understands where he's coming from, especially since he's been busy adjusting to a new country. That's when the boy turns the question back on her, asking if she's ever had a boyfriend. The question catches her off guard, and she quickly replies that she hasn't had one either. When he asks why not, she just says she's been busy as well. When they finally get home, we see our boy has been gifted a Samsung Galaxy phone by his grandpa. He's a bit disappointed because he wanted an iPhone instead. Grandpa quickly educates his grandson that iPhones have lousy battery life, so it's better to use a Samsung instead, especially since all the kids nowadays have iPhones. It's kind of a funny jab, suggesting that having a Samsung might actually make him stand out. Daeon, on the other hand, is pretty excited because she wanted a Galaxy phone for herself, and she can tell it's the latest model. The boy starts playing around with the phone, while Grandpa reveals that he's already saved Daeon's and his own number in it. Daeon is surprised to find out that Grandpa saved the phone numbers himself since she usually helps with stuff like that. Grandpa quickly clears it up, saying he got some help from the salesperson. He adds with a grin that he's heard how the younger crowd loves to unbox new things themselves, so he hoped our boy wouldn't mind that he opened the box to save their numbers. In response, Jin quickly says he's totally fine with it. Grandpa then apologizes to Daeon, saying the store only had one of those phones, so he couldn't get one for her too. Daeon reassures him it's no big deal, and they end up having a great dinner, chatting and enjoying their family time. Later that night, the boy is still playing around with his new phone, and he is really digging into the Galaxy experience. He starts to think maybe Samsung phones aren't so bad after all, and could be even better than iPhones. The scene cuts to Major Kang, who's busy working at his computer when his phone rings. He picks it up and sees it's Jin, who lets his senior know that he's got a new phone and this is his new number from now on. The senior is a bit surprised by this news, and even the junior standing behind him asks if Major Kang didn't already give Jin a phone. Major Kang confirms that he did. That's when the senior gets tomato red with anger, pointing out that he had given Jin the most expensive iPhone they had, so he is kind of furious that Jin has changed his phone already. The next morning arrives, and Jin comes out of a cozy shower and notices his sister rushing out in her uniform. Before she leaves, Jin asks why she's heading out so early. She tells him she's actually running late and bolts out without wasting any time. She also reminds him that dinner is already set up, so all he has to do is put the dishes in the sink. As she's rushing down the street, she glances at her phone and is relieved to see that she'll make it on time. She had gotten delayed because she wanted to make a delicious soup for Grandpa, and seeing him smile after eating it made it all worth it. She's just happy to do something nice for him. Her moment of happiness is abruptly cut short when she gets a solid kick to her ribs and crashes to the ground. Standing over her are three girls, all decked out in hoodies and masks to hide their identities. The one at the front tells Daeon to watch where she's running and accuses her of nearly breaking her ankle. It's clear these girls are just looking for trouble and making excuses to pick a fight. They demand that Daeon apologize for her so-called blunder. The poor girl quickly nods and says she's really sorry, but the rowdy leader isn't satisfied and slaps Daeon across the face and insists she apologize like a whimpering dog. That's when one of the girls with a ponytail suggests they all head to a karaoke spot to blow off some steam. Another girl quickly agrees, saying that they definitely need to relax and have some fun. The ponytail girl crouches down to meet Daeon at eye level. With a smug grin, she invites our girl to join them in their karaoke session, and she is sure that they are going to have a blast there. The second Daeon hears that voice, she instantly recognizes that this is Huijin Kim, and she is definitely here to make our girl's life miserable. Before she knows it, they're all at a dingy karaoke place. The manager, catching sight of these shady-looking girls, can't help but feel uneasy. A while later, we see the manager again, who is pacing nervously toward the room where those girls had their karaoke session. He mutters to himself about how rowdy kids have gotten these days, and wonders what kind of mess those ladies might have left behind, because in their entire karaoke session, all he heard was loud screaming noises. The manager turns the lever and opens the door, only to find Daeon sprawled on the floor, clearly beaten up. Thankfully, she's conscious, and starts to slowly get up. She fumbles with her things, her hands shaking as she gathers her stuff. The manager is utterly confused to see this unexpected sight and decides to call an ambulance, but Daeon flatly refuses and stumbles out the door. Meanwhile, back in the classroom, the teacher is taking attendance and notices that Daeon is still missing. When the students confirm she's not there, everyone is confused since Daeon wouldn't just skip school without letting anyone know. In the background, Huijin Kim is smirking, clearly pleased with herself. Chicken Shake turns to her friend and asks if she thinks Daeon will be okay. In response, Huijin simply tells her friend not to panic. She reminds her that Daeon missing school has nothing to do with them. Chicken Shake nervously agrees, playing along and affirming that it's indeed true and has nothing to do with them. Finally, the school bell rings, signaling the end of the day. As usual, the boy waits outside for his sister, but he can't seem to spot her in the crowd of students. The crowd begins to thin out, and soon there's hardly anyone around, but his sister is still nowhere in sight. He waits for a bit, then pulls out his phone and tries calling her, wondering if she might have gone home already. Meanwhile, she's already back home, and her phone rings endlessly as her brother keeps calling, but she doesn't bother to answer and lets it ring. Eventually, the boy heads back home. His eyes immediately spot the sneakers she wears sitting over the doorstep. He pulls off his bag from over his shoulder and goes to her door, giving it a gentle knock and asking if she's inside. The girl quickly responds, and the brother feels a wave of relief knowing she's indeed there. Daeon quickly asks if Jin waited outside the school today too. Jin no Diaz and mentions that he even tried calling her, but she didn't answer. The girl apologizes heartily, saying she must have been asleep. Jin picks up on the odd tone in her voice and asks if he can come in for a second. Daeyeon quickly comes up with an excuse, saying she's in bed because she's not feeling well. Worried, Jin asks if it's something serious. She reassures him that it's just a slight fever and that she'll be fine after some rest. Jin tells her to call him if she needs anything and decides to head out, planning to grab some medicine for her. But Jin suddenly stops at the door and notices that her sneakers are stained with blood. It doesn't take him long to realize something serious must have happened, since blood on her shoes isn't something you see every day. Once he pieces it together, he grabs the first aid kit and heads into her room to tend to her injuries. She winces as he applies bandages to her bruised face. It seems Jin still doesn't know the full story. Daeyeon tells him she fell down the stairs while trying to dodge a bicycle. However, Jin points out that her injuries seem quite severe for a simple accident and asks if she doesn't want to see a doctor. She hesitates for a moment before insisting she's totally fine. I guess her hesitation to visit the doctor is understandable, because if she goes to the hospital, they'll discover the bruises aren't from a fall down the stairs. The scene then cuts to Daeyeon's past, where we find ourselves in the principal's office. Daeyeon is telling the principal that she was beaten up by Huijin. However, Huijin flatly denies the accusations. The police are also involved in the case, and Daeyeon insists that Huijin was the one who beat her up. She explains that Huijin was wearing a mask and hat, but she recognized her voice and is certain it was her. Besides, Huijin has a history of bullying her at school. But then Huijin, with a sly smirk, asks how Daeyeon can accuse her when she didn't even see her face. The principal questions Daeyeon if she saw the face of the person who assaulted her. Daeyeon responds once again that the assailant's face was covered, but she's sure it was Huijin. At this point, Huijin's mother bursts with anger. She angrily accuses Daeyeon of calling the police and treating her daughter like a criminal over a ridiculous accusation. The principal tries to calm the furious mother down, but she refuses to listen and makes it clear that she won't calm down. Meanwhile, Huijin's confidence crumbles as she realizes that no one seems to believe her, despite her certainty that Huijin was the culprit. Even the police officers are skeptical. The mother demands that Daeyeon apologize to her daughter immediately for the accusation, but our girl stands her ground and tells the woman that it was indeed her daughter who assaulted her. The arrogant mother is infuriated by this and decides she will take the matter up with Daeyeon's parents. She demands our girl to bring her parents to the school right away. This just breaks Daeyeon's heart. She feels tears streaming down her face involuntarily, while the villain who assaulted her laughs and walks away unpunished. In the present, she feels trapped in the same situation she faced in the past. She believes that raising her voice without solid proof is futile and is determined not to offend her grandfather, who has always been a supportive figure for her. Suddenly, Jin notices her tense expression and puts his hand on her forehead, asking if she's really okay. The girl responds, albeit weakly, that she's fine. Jin points out that while her bones aren't broken, the bruises are pretty severe and will hurt for a few days. She nods, and finds it surprising that he's actually quite good at this patching up stuff, because she can tell the bandages are perfectly placed. She then becomes somber, remembering their grandfather. She's worried he might get upset about all this, especially since he has a weak heart. This news comes as a surprise to Jin, and the girl further reveals that their grandfather takes pills to regulate his heart health. In response, Jin promises her that he'll make sure their grandfather won't catch whiff of this predicament, and tells her to just get some sleep. As he begins to walk away, she calls out to him from behind. With a pleasant smile, she thanks him for all his help, and Jin reciprocates with the same warm smile. But once he's gone, her smile fades. She wonders if she did the right thing by not telling him everything. She feels that there's nothing a couple of teenagers like her and her brother can really do about the situation. However, we all know that Jin isn't an ordinary teenager, and I wouldn't be surprised if he already knows who was behind her injuries. Later, we find ourselves in a club where the high-energy music is blasting and people are buzzing. In the middle of it all, we spot the boss bully, Gi-soo Kim. He's gritting his teeth as he drinks and laughs with his boys. They're all discussing Jin and wondering how a single brat could manage to mess things up for everyone. One thug speaks up, reminding everyone that their downfall was due to underestimating Jin. He insists that they can take him out easily if they plan ahead. Another goon agrees, emphasizing that they can't just let him get away with this. A third adds that Jin won't stand a chance against all of them. Despite their enthusiasm, their boss knows that taking Jin down won't be a walk in the park. He's still seething from the humiliating defeat, but doesn't want to let it slide. He puts his glass down in frustration and reluctantly agrees with his lackeys. He makes it clear that going one-on-one isn't their style, so they might think of a strategic plan to take our boy down with numbers. The lackeys grin like Cheshire cats, clearly excited about their plan. This rowdy bunch may think they've got it all figured out, but they're nothing more than a pack of hyenas destined to get their comeuppance from Jin sooner or later. Just as they're planning their next move, Gi-soo's phone rings. The caller ID shows it's from someone labeled Little Bitch. It turns out to be his little sister, and it seems like even Gi-soo agrees with us that she indeed is a bitch. Anyway, she starts yelling at him, asking why he's just sitting around at the club. Gi-soo tells her to either say what she wants or he's hanging up. The girl insists that he owes her big time. Gi-soo confusingly asks what she's talking about. She then reveals that he roughed up Daeyeon earlier today. She tells him they can't let the siblings get away with it, or they'll lose their authority in the whole school. Her brother, feeling a bit proud of his sister, tells her she did a good job. He reveals that they're also planning to get payback on Jin. Just then, someone walks into the club. As the bullies turn to see who it is, they realize it's Jin. He appears to be there to settle some business. Jisoo gets absolutely furious at the sight of Jin casually walking into his turf, but Jin just walks toward their table with a calm demeanor. Jisoo then feels somewhat relieved that they don't have to hunt Jin down anymore to get their revenge. However, Jin isn't there for a friendly chat either, and without wasting any time, he grabs one of the lackeys by the face and slams him down hard against the edge of the table. Another lackey charges at him, but Jin's hand moves so fast that his single punch shatters all the ribs of the attacker. The bully leader and his lackeys grit their teeth seeing their goons go down. The rest of the crew charges at Jin, but my guy just stays cool as a cucumber. As they get close, he kicks one of them down effortlessly, like a true Sigma male. Next, he grabs this purple head and slams him down on the table with a brutal thud. While this purple head is cowering for his life, Jin doesn't stop there and slams this dude against the wall like a rag doll. Then he balls up his fist and delivers a devastating blow to the fatty's face. One of the thugs grabs a glass bottle and swings it at Jin, but my guy casually knocks the bottle from his hand and follows up with a brutal whack to his face, which leaves the thug bleeding his mouth out. Another bully charges from behind, but Jin ducks down, grabs his hand, twists it painfully, and then delivers a hard slap across his face. Jin throws the thug aside and then grabs another lackey by the face. He smashes the guy's ugly mug right into his knee, breaking the thug's nose with a sickening crunch. With all the thugs down for the count, Jisoo is left speechless, unable to process what's happening. Meanwhile, his sister is still on the line, and she quickly asks what's going on, because she has been hearing the loud commotion and chaos. Jin turns to Jisoo with a chill in his voice, making Jisoo shiver. He asks if he needs to repeat himself, because as far as Jin remembers, he's already told Jisoo to stay away from his sister. Jisoo is absolutely boggled out of his mind to see how the tables have turned. It's kind of ironic that they tried to gang up on Jin, only to end up getting their own gang banged. Jin fought like a pro, and wiped the floor with everyone in just a few seconds. Meanwhile, Jin continues to question Jisoo, asking what his sister ever did to him. Jisoo plays dumb, pretending he knows nothing, while secretly reaching for a glass on the table. He throws the glass at Jin with lightning speed, but Jin just steps back casually, letting the glass shatter against the wall. As he stands there nonchalantly, Jisoo grabs a bottle and swings it at him. Our boy steps back once again, avoiding the hit, but when Jisoo swings the bottle once more, Jin knocks it out of his hand and counters with a punch, sending the contents of the bottle splattering everywhere. Jisoo tries to swing his fist this time, but my guy responds with another brutal smack to the bastard's face, leaving his nose bleeding like crazy. Jisoo stumbles backward, gasping for air after the hit, while Jin remains cool and composed, not even breaking a sweat. Jin then asks this bastard what twisted pleasure he gets from harassing a helpless girl. In a desperate move, Jisoo grabs a bottle, shatters it, and aims the sharp pieces at Jin's chest. But our boy shows no fear, and he quickly slaps Jisoo's hand hard, making the bottle drop. Then he grabs Jisoo by the throat and squeezes, causing him to struggle for breath. Jisoo's feet trip over themselves as he struggles helplessly, and Jin forcefully drives him to the ground. The bastard writhes and squirms, desperately trying to break free from Jin's iron grip, but my guy doesn't let up. His hand pressed firmly on Jisoo's throat, ensuring the once cocky bully knows exactly who's in control now. Jin then leans in and asks Jisoo what he should do with him. Jisoo, barely clinging to consciousness after the brutal beating, can't muster a response. Jin delivers his final warning, making it clear this is the last time he'll spare him. He warns him to stay away from his sister and to keep Hui-jin, who is Jisoo's sister, in check as well. He emphasizes that if he hears even a rumor about Jisoo or Hui-jin bothering his sister again, he'll be back to finish what he started. To drive his point home, Jin tightens his grip on the bastard's throat even further, pushing him to the brink of unconsciousness. The bully is now desperate and on the edge, starts squirming and apologizing profusely. After that, Jin finally releases his grip, leaving Jisoo gasping for air and coughing violently as Jin walks away. As Jin walks out of the club, the staff inside exchange nervous glances, unsure of what just went down. Meanwhile, Hui-jin and her friend Chicken Shake are strolling down the street. Hui-jin has got a bad vibe and starts worrying that her brother might be in trouble. When they reach the club, they hear footsteps coming up the stairs, and it's Jin, casually making his exit. Hui-jin is caught off guard and isn't sure what to do. She shouts for Jin to stop, thinking she can still play it cool because no one can pin the blame of what she did to Daeon. But Jin doesn't even slow down. Hui-jin, now really nervous, starts backing away, trips and falls hard on her butt. While she's rubbing her sore shoulder, Jin's phone rings. He checks it and sees it's his grandpa calling. After a quick chat, he simply turns around and just heads home quietly, leaving them curious about what he is even thinking. When Hui-jin enters the clubroom, the scene is a mess. Her brother and his lackeys are all battered and bruised. She immediately starts shouting at him, demanding to know how he got whooped by Jin again. But her brother, too exhausted to argue, cuts her off and tells her to stay the hell away from Daeon from now on. Huijin, not grasping the seriousness of the situation, keeps pushing back, asking what the hell he's talking about. Her brother, visibly frustrated, finally loses it. He grits his teeth and yells at her to leave our boy's sister the fuck alone. But Huijin doesn't back down and keeps shouting, questioning why he's so afraid of that bastard. That's the breaking point, and her brother snaps with his eyes blazing with anger. He makes it crystal clear that if she doesn't steer clear of Daeyeon, he'll make sure to mess her up himself. Yikes, these siblings have a seriously twisted way of dealing with each other. It's wild how casually they talk about screwing each other over. Huijin is shaken by her brother's outburst, and she begins to tear up. We're back with our boy, who spots the grandfather once again. They sit down on a bench in the park. First off, Grandpa apologizes for pulling our boy away while he was having fun with his friends, but our boy says it's all good. The old man then gets a bit sad, mentioning that Daeyeon got injured, and our boy was the one who treated his injuries. Our boy confirms it, and the old man explains that her injuries are pretty serious, but she refuses to go to the hospital. He shares how tough it's been raising Daeyeon on his own. He never really knew how to raise a young girl and was always working hard to put food on the table, and he is just grateful she's come this far on her own. Grandpa reflects on all those years and says that looking back, Daeyeon has given him so much more than he's ever been able to give her. He lost everything in that accident, and Daeyeon was the only thing that kept him going after the plane crash took everything away from him. It breaks his heart to see her so hurt, and not even tell him the real reason behind it. He wonders if she thinks he's too old to understand. He mentions a saying about how kids become distant from their parents as they grow older, so it must be even harder for her to reach out to an old grandpa. But our boy quickly reassures the old man that he's just overthinking. He points out that it's clear how much Grandpa loves Daeyeon, and he's sure Daeyeon loves him just as much. He tells Grandpa to stop worrying so much and promises that he'll look out for her at school. Hearing this, the old man is finally a bit relieved and genuinely happy that Daeyeon has a brother-like figure in her life. The next scene shifts to Omnia Medical Examination Center. Inside, we see Gisu with his injuries finally patched up. He's getting an earful from his father, who's clearly disappointed in him. His dad doesn't hold back, making it clear that Gisu deserves every one of those injuries because, as he puts it, if you're going to play stupid games, you're going to win stupid prizes. The arrogant mother starts yelling at her husband, clearly outraged. She reminds him that their son is in the hospital, and this is all he has to say? She tells him to go find the brute who did this and yell at him instead. She also points out that the same brute busted Huijin's arm too. Honestly, it's a real mess. Huijin is a bitch to the point that she even pinned the blame of her own mishap on our boy. We all know that she tripped and banged up her shoulder, but instead of taking responsibility, she's blaming him for everything. The angry father finally calms down and lets out a deep sigh. The concerned mother tells her son to just focus on resting and recovering. As they start to leave, the mother grumbles about making the kid who hurt their son pay if she ever gets her hands on him. Once they're gone, Gisu finally asks his sister why she had to tell their parents everything. He explains that by doing so, she's just made things worse for him. He feels humiliated that people will think he ran to their parents like a whining brat after getting beaten up. His sister then asks how she was supposed to hide the fact that her brother was in the hospital and that her arm was broken. Gisu gets pretty ticked off and demands to know if Jin was the one who did this to her arm. She remembers how she tripped and fell, but she doesn't mention that to him. Instead, she just says that Jin was responsible. It's messed up how she's shifting the blame so shamelessly. She then quickly stands up and tells him to just stay here and get better. She says she'll make sure they realize once and for all who they're dealing with. Gisu sits there, unsure if they should mess with our boy again. Meanwhile, we're back with their parents. The woman reveals that she's just spoken to Mr. Cha, but her husband asks why she's complicating things and tells her to let the school handle it. The woman responds that it's Saturday already, and she doesn't want to sit back and twiddle her thumbs waiting for them. She starts yelling, pointing out that the school won't deliver real justice for what was done to their kids, and they'll likely only settle for a suspension or expulsion at best. The husband continues to argue, saying she has no business going to Mr. Cha to handle this personally. The woman reveals that she already knows Mr. Cha and that he's been handling his dirty work for years. Meanwhile, Huijin is eavesdropping and feeling pretty smug about her mother contacting Mr. Cha. She knows that Mr. Cha is the scary gangster who works for her father, and she's sure this will put an end to those troublemakers once and for all. The scene shifts to a rundown place where a man is fidgeting with his lighter, clearly on edge. Two goons walk by, looking pretty disappointed. They grumble about being ordered by their boss to handle some teenage drama, and none of them are thrilled about it. Even the boss himself isn't thrilled about dealing with this kid's squabble. But hey, a job's a job, even if it means wading through a mess of teenage nonsense. The scene flashes back to a time where a luxury Mercedes is zooming down the road. Inside the car, Mr. Cha, the mafia boss, takes a call from the woman. She fills him in on how her daughter's hand got fractured, and her son got beaten up by some teenager. She's insisting that he needs to handle it. Cutting back to the present, Mr. Cha is puffing out smoke from his cigarette, clearly fuming. He's beyond frustrated that he has to deal with this kind of nonsense as well. The scene transitions back to the quarters, where our boy is sitting before his computer, still lost in thought about his encounter with the Gisu. He's wondering if these guys are really going to let it go. Suddenly the doorbell rings. He hears his grandpa arguing with someone at the door. It turns out that the people at their doorstep want to see Jin. The intimidating man outside claims they just want to talk to Jin for a bit. Grandpa, concerned about the late hour, questions what could be so urgent. Our boy steps out of his room, telling his grandpa that he'll be back soon after he hears what they want. Despite Grandpa's reluctance and even his sister's protests, Jin flashes a pleasant smile. He reassures them that he knows these guys and that it's just a quick chat, nothing to worry about. With that, our boy leaves his concerned grandpa behind. The goons take him to an abandoned construction site, and he wonders who they might be taking him to meet. When they finally arrive, the lackeys report to their boss that they've brought the guy in question. The boss remains silent, puffing on his cigarette. The bald lackey reveals that the kid caught on quickly, didn't make a fuss, and just came along. The boss, a bit surprised and pleased, decides to make it quick. He snaps his fingers, and the lackeys immediately grab their iron bats. One lackey tells his friend to hold our boy's arm, as he'll be the one to dish out the beating. Meanwhile, the boss sighs and decides to text the mother, letting her know that he's taken care of the job. While the boss scrolls through his phone looking for that mother's number, the lackeys ask him why our boy had to mess with the kids of Kim family. As soon as our boy hears the mention of kids, he realizes this must be about Gisu Kim. The boss, feeling frustrated and annoyed, pauses his scrolling, deciding he shouldn't call her while our boy is present. However, he looks over at our boy and is intrigued by how unfazed and emotionless he appears. Just as the lackeys charge at him, Jin suddenly uses his ninja-like speed. He grabs the bald lackey's hand before he can swing at him and pushes the man toward him, delivering a brutal shoulder smash right to the lackey's face. The boss watches this with his wide-eyed eyes, as he witnesses this flawless execution of the move. Meanwhile, the other lackey, bat in hand, swings at our boy. He ducks, letting the bat swoosh harmlessly over his head. But the lackey tries another swing, but our boy charges at the bat as if it's no big deal, leaving the mafia boss utterly bewildered. With lightning speed, our boy locks the baseball bat in his arm and delivers a brutal punch right under the lackey's chin. Not stopping there, he follows up with a devastating blow to the lackey's chest. Then, with a fierce grip, he grabs the lackey by the neck and throws him down onto the bricks below. The boss watches in shock, clearly impressed and flabbergasted by the sheer skill and audacity of our boy's moves. The bald lackey grabs our boy from behind, threatening him with death. But our boy quickly jabs his shoulder into the lackey's ribs, and then delivers a solid shoulder smash to his face, sending him crashing to the ground. Mr. Cha realizes that this kid is no average teenager, because his combat skills are exceptional. He finally decides to step in himself. As he strolls forward, he scratches his head, snickering and commenting that he never thought he'd be fighting teenagers at his age. Meanwhile, our boy can tell that even though this man is a mafia boss, he still is a weak sauce, because my guy can clearly spot all of the weak spots of this man. As the boss swings a powerful fist at him, Jin effortlessly sidesteps it. The boss then starts a barrage of punches, but our boy dodges each one with ease, making it look like a walk in the park. As they continue their back and forth, our boy quickly sidesteps, but another punch comes straight at him. He blocks the hit, though the heavy force makes him skid backward. The mafia boss sneers, impressed that he managed to block that one as well. Meanwhile, Jin checks his wrist where he took the punch and his hand winces from the aching pain. He realizes that the mafia boss predicted his movements and delivered the punch with precision. On the other hand, the mafia boss's curiosity has finally piqued, and he asks Jin who he really is. Jin casually replies that he's just a high school student. The boss isn't buying it. In his mind, he figures this kid must have some serious skill and experience to fight like this. Jin takes his stance. With a grin, the boss says he's up for sparring further, and balls up his fist to deliver a blow to our boy. Our boy quickly deflects an incoming punch and tries to throw one of his own, but the mafia boss sidesteps it effortlessly. The boss then attempts to attack, but our boy grabs his hand and swings a punch towards his gut. The mafia boss reacts again, causing our boy to end up landing a hit right to his face instead. Mr. Cha is absolutely annoyed after taking that hit right over his face and tries to swing another punch at our boy. Once again, our boy deflects the attack and, locking eyes with his opponent, delivers a brutal blow to his face. He follows this up with a series of powerful punches, knocking Mr. Cha to the ground, leaving him feeling utterly humiliated by a teenager. It's surprising to see a mafia boss who relies more on his fists than on guns. Anyway, once Mr. Cha is defeated, he grins, noticing that our boy doesn't seem rattled at all by the fight. He doesn't know where this kid came from, but he's sure that the Kim family definitely messed with the wrong person. The scene transitions to this agency, known as National Assembly Member In by Kim. Inside the building, 2 guards are stationed outside an office. Inside the office, we see Mrs. Kim and Mr. Kim. The woman asks her husband why Mr. Cha hasn't responded yet. She is growing impatient with every passing second, tells him to call Mr. Cha. Mr. Kim responds that she should just wait, as Mr. Cha will call back once he is done dealing with our boy. On the other hand, we also see their daughter, who lets out a sigh, and just then, the telephone begins to beep. The impatient lady quickly tells her husband to put the call on speaker so she can hear the news herself. Mr. Kim begins by apologizing to Mr. Cha, saying he's sorry for the ridiculous favor his wife asked him to fulfill. But the women, however, continue to argue loudly, insisting that their kids were attacked, so she doesn't understand how it can be called ridiculous. To everyone's surprise, Mr. Cha says that he's the one who should apologize. Mr. Kim asks for an explanation, and Mr. Cha reveals that it seems their children have meddled with the wrong person, because Cha himself also had been defeated by our boy. This news rattles Mr. Kim to the core. As far as he knows, Mr. Cha is the best enforcer in the business, and it's unfathomable that he lost to a high school kid. Just then, the office door starts rattling as someone tries to force it open. Both Mr. and Mrs. Kim look anxiously at the door. When it finally creaks open, they see soldiers sprawled on the ground, leaving the husband and wife utterly anxious and alarmed. Even their bratty daughter jumps out of her seat when they see Jin strolling into the room. The door behind him slams shut, leaving their unconscious bodyguards on the other side. Mr. Cha, still on the phone, quickly realizes that Jin has made it into their place. He leans back, letting out a defeated sigh. He's still trying to wrap his head around the fact that he got beaten by a single high school kid. He's now anxious about how to deal with this mess. Inside the room, Hui-jin jumps up from her seat as Mrs. Kim starts yelling at Jin, demanding to know if he's the kid who beat up her children. On the other side, the man at the desk demands to know how Jin managed to get into his office. That is when the stupid woman begins to grit her teeth in frustration, because she is pissed that her husband is not overreacting like her. The husband remains calm and composed, and asks again, more insistently, how Jin got past the security. Jin just shrugs and casually replies that he simply passed the guards blocking the entrance. Mr. Kim is even more shocked and confused, not understanding how Jin managed to beat Mr. Cha and all the security guards. What bothers him even more is how Jin even found out that he's living here. That shithead woman starts yelling again, telling Jin to stop giving them attitude. She quickly begins dialing the emergency hotline to report Jin for assaulting her kids and breaking into the office. Meanwhile, Hui-jin feels a sense of pride in her mother's actions. She believes that involving the police is a good move, thinking that even if Jin has impressive fighting skills, the law will take care of him. The arrogant mother tries to intimidate Jin with her threats, claiming she'll call the police or even the district attorney because she thinks Jin has no idea who he's dealing with. Jin, however, remains calm and responds that he has a pretty good idea. He points out that her husband is a second-term assembly member currently running for office. The woman scoffs, asking Jin if he knows so much about their status, then why did he assault her kids? On the other hand, Hui-jin smugly sneers, feeling satisfied that they've cornered Jin, and faintly tells him that it's game over. The authorities pick up the call, and the lady starts yelling into the phone, demanding that the officers reach Kim's office right away. But before she can say anything more, she falls silent when she hears something unexpected. Apparently, Jin plays the full footage of the karaoke room where Hui-jin and her lackeys assaulted her sister. The undeniable evidence leaves Hui-jin speechless, her eyes widening in shock as if they might pop out of their sockets. Mr. Kim stays silent, feeling utterly devastated. The screams of Daeon begging for forgiveness echo through the room, as the trashy ladies continue to beat her to a pulp. Seeing the concrete evidence, Mrs. Kim's jaw drops, and she quickly hangs up the hotline, saying she'll call them back later. On the other hand, Hui-jin starts yelling at Jin, demanding to know how he got those files. Jin remains silent for a moment, and then the scene flashes back to the outside of the Kim's residence. Inside one of the rooms, Jin is seen sneaking around the house. He opens a laptop and copies all of the data onto a pen drive. In the present, Mr. Kim grits his teeth in frustration, feeling that his kids are a total disappointment. But Hui-jin quickly tries to reassure her father, explaining that she had a good reason for everything. Mr. Kim, however, angrily tells her to shut up. Jin then reveals that he also has files involving Gisu Kim. He explains to the Kims that their children always save videos of their conquests. He states that he has dozens of clips showing their violent behavior, beating up kids at school, extorting money and valuables from their victims, and even the latest clip of his sister being assaulted by a group of girls at karaoke. Hui-jin is shaking like a leaf with all these truth bombs exploding around her, but her mother quickly jumps in to defend her daughter, claiming that our boy is just trying to threaten them and that he won't get away with it. But Jin reminds her that he didn't start this mess, and what he's doing now is hardly a threat compared to hiring a bunch of gangsters to attack him, and makes it clear that he has recorded all of it too. The father facepalms in utter disappointment, and asks our boy if he did all this just because his kids assaulted his sister first. Jin responds that, as a parent, they have the right to take their children's side at all costs, so as a brother, he will do whatever it takes to protect his sister as well. The man understands where he's coming from, and points out that they'll cover her treatment and offer a hefty settlement to make amends. But our boy makes it clear that this isn't necessary. The father is puzzled and asks what he means by that. He then inquires if Jin would like his kids to apologize to his sister. Hearing her father, Hui-jin grits her teeth and thinks to herself that she'd rather bite her tongue and bleed to death than apologize. On the other hand, our boy makes it clear that an apology won't undo the time his sister spent in fear and pain. so he insists that if they really want to compensate him, he wants his sister to never have to see Jisoo or Huijin Kim again. This demand rattles Huijin's nerves, but her father quickly agrees, stating that he'll have his kids transfer schools or perhaps even send them abroad to study. Naturally, the mother and daughter let out a piercing scream in protest, but the father quickly shuts them down and turns his attention back to our boy, asking if this would be enough to satisfy him. Our boy states that he wants them gone from the school starting tomorrow. In response, the father says he'll inform the school, and once that's settled, Huijin begins to cry, and her tears flow out involuntarily. Just as our boy starts to leave, the father quickly stops him and reminds him that, since he agreed to the demands, he'd like our boy to delete all of the videos he found. Our boy shoots the old man a death glare, and the father can tell from the intensity of his eyes that this kind of deadly glare doesn't belong to a high schooler. Jin makes it clear that he's not a fool, and then begins to walk away, slamming the office door behind him with a resounding thud. Once outside, he finally heads home. His grandpa rushes to open the door and asks if he's okay, while Daeon is seen crying in the background. Jin is startled to see them so worried about him, but he smiles and reassures them that no one hurt him. As he begins to enter the house, the old man points out that the people they encountered seemed dangerous. Jin replies that they just stopped by to talk, nothing more. The sister then mentions that something about those people didn't feel right, and that she and Grandpa were very worried. Jin quickly tells her not to worry about anything other than getting better. Jin then hints to his sister that, from now on, she'll never have to walk down the stairs again because he's taken care of it. Of course, this doesn't make much sense to her at the moment, but she'll likely figure out what he meant soon enough. The next morning, they head to the school. Once inside, they part ways to go to their respective classes. As Daeon enters her classroom, she tries to avoid making eye contact with Huijin. However, her steps falter when she hears students talking about how Huijin won't be coming to school anymore. The entire class buzzes with curiosity about what happened, and one of the girls explains that Huijin and her brother are both going to study abroad. This news hits Daeon like a thunderbolt out of blue, because her biggest obstacle is finally quitting school. The words Jin had said about taking care of the stairs she had fallen down replay in her mind. She quickly realizes that he must have known about Huijin's transfer all along. Daeon rushes out of the classroom in order to talk to him about this. When she finds him and calls out to him, he turns around, but as soon as she tries to speak, she's at a loss for words and remains silent. Jin simply smiles and says, "See you later," leaving Daeon to tear up. She manages to reciprocate with a soft, "See you later," before she breaks down, her emotions overwhelming her. A while later, we find ourselves in an apartment where a blonde girl is asking her friends if it's true that Huijin is moving overseas. One of the other girls confirms that it's true, saying she was shocked when she first heard but has no idea why they're leaving suddenly, as Huijin never mentioned anything about moving abroad. The blonde girl then turns to Chicken Shake, who is sitting silently and seems too preoccupied with herself to respond. One of the girls snaps her out of her reverie and asks if she has nothing to say about it. This rattles the timid girl to her core, and the blonde girl asks her directly if Huijin is really moving overseas, figuring that since they're in the same class, Chicken Shake might know more about it. Timidly and nervously, the girl confirms that it's true, and that their teacher announced it to the class earlier. The blonde girl then asks if she tried reaching Huijin directly. Chicken Shake admits she did, but Huijin didn't pick up the call. Hearing this, all the girls start to believe it might be true. Meanwhile, Chicken Shake nervously checks her phone, biting her nails in anxiety. The last message she got from Huijin was that her mother was going to take care of our boy, and ever since, Chicken Shake has been freaking out, wondering if Huijin's sudden move has anything to do with him. Just then, Huijin herself arrives in the room, looking absolutely furious. The girls are shocked to see her, and Huijin just takes a seat on the sofa, grumbling about how she barely managed to sneak out of the house. The girls ask Huijin if she's really moving overseas. Frustrated, Huijin grabs her head and says it just happened, but she explains she'll be back after one semester. We then flash back into the past, where her dad told her to spend a semester abroad, promising he'd sort everything out by the time she gets back, because he doesn't want those videos going public either. She keeps this part to herself though, and the other girls just laugh and tease her, saying she's going to enjoy her vacation. The blonde sneers, clearly annoyed by their attitude. Another girl asks why the sudden move, and if Gisu is going too. Huijin simply says it's a family matter, and she doesn't need to go into details. The redhead girl then asks about Daeyeon and her brother, curious about how things went and if Gisu managed to beat our boy or not. Huijin tells them not to ask, insisting that Gisu probably has handled the situation already. However, we all know that she just doesn't want to admit that her brother and his lackeys got thoroughly defeated by our boy, as it would be too humiliating. She grows even more agitated thinking about how pleased Daeon will be to see her leaving the school. This irritation sparks an idea in her mind, and she decides to mess with Daeon one last time, asking her friends to help with her plan. Her friends question whether it's really necessary, and even Chicken Shake jumps in shock and expresses her reluctance. But Huijin insists they should consider how cocky Daeon will be without anyone to bully her. She plans to deal with Daeon before she leaves Korea, wanting to make sure she gets her revenge. Chicken Shake grows increasingly anxious and terrified as Huijin continues to reveal her twisted plan. Huijin gets cocky, boasting that Daeun's grandpa is a security guard somewhere, and she plans to have her mom get him fired. She believes this will teach Daeun a lesson not to mess with anyone from the Kim family. This is seriously messed up. Daeun is just an innocent girl, and Huijin's plotting is enough to make anyone sick. But before this trash woman can act on her disturbing thoughts, her face goes pale when she sees a figure standing before her, cloaked in a hoodie with a mask over their face. It doesn't take long for her to recognize that it must be Jin. However, Jin pulls a classic Uno card move and asks her who Jin is, questioning how she can be so sure when he's wearing a mask and she can't see his face. He casually explains that he's just here to check if everyone's having a good time, and is quite pleased to see that everyone from the karaoke room video is present. One of the girls starts trembling and asks what he's talking about. That's when the boy reminds them he's referring to the place where they all filmed his sister getting beaten up. Huijin's face turns ashen as she realizes he might have been there waiting all along just to mess with her. Chicken Shake is visibly sweating and trembling, clearly aware of what might come next. The other two girls just sit there, utterly silent. The boy starts to shut the door, asking why no one's singing, since he thought everyone here loved to scream along to loud music. With that, he slams the door shut, leaving us with no clue about what he might do next. The scene takes us to the hospital, where the Kim family is gathered. The father, In-by Kim, is clearly annoyed, asking where Huijin went. Her brother explains that she stepped out to say goodbye to her friends. In-by's irritation grows as he asks why she left when she was supposed to stay put until they had everything sorted out. Just then, a guy bursts into the room, quickly turning on the TV and telling his master he needs to see what's going on. On the screen, it's clear that our boy has already made the videos of what Huijin did go viral. The footage is spreading fast, and the situation is quickly becoming a public spectacle. The entire Kim family falls silent as they watch the news. The reporter continues to drop bombshells, revealing that there are dozens of violent videos circulating, with many more incidents likely unrecorded. Civic groups and politicians are now proposing a special bill to bring the culprits to justice. Gisu starts to lose his composure, and the reporter adds that the nation is especially appalled by the revelation that the culprits are the children of candidate In-by Kim. It's clear that the father is in deep trouble, and it's all thanks to his outrageous wife who pushed everything to this point. Given Huijin's plan to make our grandpa jobless, it seems they're getting exactly what they deserve. We cut back to our boy being grilled by Mr. Cha, who demands to know why he went ahead with his plan when he had already come to terms with the Kim family. Our boy's mind flashes back to the past, where we find him learning all about the Kim family's deep political connections. He reveals that it was highly unlikely everything would have gone smoothly, so he did what he felt had to be done. In the present, he admits he did not honor the agreement they had. Mr. Cha questions whether he really thinks the Kim family would just let him walk away. Our boy confidently asserts that he's probably the last thing on their minds right now. It seems our boy might be right. The reporter continues to drop more bombshells, revealing recent evidence of In-by Kim's involvement in money laundering, bribery, and election fraud. The evidence is so damning that even his fellow party members are calling for a strict investigation, with everyone trying to cut ties to avoid any damage to their party. As soon as Mr. Kim hears this, he slumps down on the bed like a lifeless doll. Back with Mr. Cha, he seems to suspect that our boy has dug up some data about his past as well, and Cha does not want to get exposed to the law just like the Kim family. So he quickly asks who our MC really is. Our boy responds simply, saying he's just an average teenager. Mr. Cha smirks at this ridiculous remark, noting that nothing about Jin is average. The scene shifts to the classroom, where the girls are feeling anxious and blushing as they see Jin. They whisper among themselves, trying to muster the courage to approach him and ask him something, but everyone remains too shy to make a move. As Jin sits lost in thought, his phone rings. It's Daeun, letting him know that she can walk home by herself today and telling him to take a break and hang out with his friends. Jin is puzzled by the concept of hanging out and wonders how to go about it. Just then, one of his friends, Young-chan, pops up and greets him. As Young-chan sits down, he asks if he is busy today. Our boy remains silent, which prompts Young-chan to remember that Jin always walks his little sister home, so he must be busy after school. But not surprisingly, Jin tells his friend that he's actually free today. Young-chan's face lights up with happiness, and they plan to hang out after school. However, Young-chan's enthusiasm quickly fades when he hears an unpleasant voice. As the scene zooms out, we see these two beta bullies of the class step forward. They both reveal that they've heard the news and know that Jin is the reason Gisu Kim is moving abroad. Young-chan is totally shocked by the news, and the other students lounging around are equally caught off guard. The bullies spill the beans that even though Gisu and his sister were all set to move abroad, they're stuck now because their whole family's in hot water after the info leak. Our boy jumps in to set things straight, telling the bullies they've got it all wrong. But Jae-hyung chimes in, saying there's no need for modesty because everyone knows our boy trashed Gisu and his crew at their hideout a couple of days ago. Hyokjin backs him up, explaining that Jin took them all out by himself, and now everyone's saying Gisu is too embarrassed to show his face at school. He's itching to hear just how badly our boy must have beaten Gisu to make him leave the country altogether. Young-chan is finally convinced that Jin is actually a skilled fighter, and that his performance that day wasn't just luck. Hyokjin leans in and says, now that they won't have to deal with that jerk anymore, he's itching to throw a party, so he invites our boy to celebrate after school today. Jaehyung agrees, adding that they've been in the class for days without really spending time together, and he suggests they show our boy around the area, but our guy flatly turns them down, saying he already has plans for today. Naturally, the bullies are puzzled and ask what he's up to. With a pleasant smile, Jin replies that he's planning to hang out with Yongchan. That's when Jaehyung starts creeping in with his disgusting grin, leaning toward Yongchan and saying he'll join their hangout. Hyokjin also leans closer to the terrified guy and expresses his desire to join in as well. After forcefully making Yongchan agree, they start to walk away, saying they'll meet up later. Our boy quickly asks his friend if he really wants to let these goons join in, and the poor guy stutters a positive response with a pale face. The teacher finally arrives in the classroom, and she's brought along 2 transfer students. One of them is a plain-looking guy, but the real standout is a stunning beauty with striking black hair. Yongchan's eyes immediately light up at the sight of her, and our boy quickly asks if he knows who they are. Yongchan explains that everyone knows this girl. She's Yeona Sin, and her grandpa owns SW Corporation, the biggest company in Korea. The guy next to her is Seokju Ko, and there are rumors that he's been with her since they were kids and is seen as her associate and bodyguard. The teacher notes that since everyone's familiar with these two, she won't waste time on introductions. She reveals that both of them have been studying in the US for the past 2 years and will be joining the class starting today. The beta lackeys don't seem too thrilled about these 2 newcomers in the classroom. With just Jin before, their chances to rule the classroom were slim to none, but now, with these 2 around, they're not so sure they can even think about bullying anyone. Meanwhile, Yongchan was curious about the 2 extra desks in the class, but it's clear now who they're for. He can't help but think Yeona looks even more stunning than he remembered. Even the students in the class can't keep their eyes off her. As Seokju behind the lady walks forward, he could not help but notice our boy, and their eyes lock for a moment. Yeona too can't resist but glances at him while she is walking past him. Once both of the newcomers take their seats, Seokju tells Yeona that our boy wasn't in the evaluation report he received a week ago, and he wants to double-check. Yeona is intrigued and glances at our boy once more, and we can tell she is clearly curious about him. Our boy notices Yeona glancing at him, and when he looks back, he finds her smiling. However, he just turns his gaze away again, which seems to irritate her since she didn't get a reciprocating smile. Meanwhile, Yongchan continues their conversation and asks if he has any particular place he wants to go. Jin says he's okay with anywhere, so Yongchan suggests hitting the game room. Well, it seems like the word gaming room triggers some memories for our boy, while his friends explain that it's nearby and just upgraded their PCs. That's when we flash back to the past, where we hear the authoritative tone of a senior telling a group of soldiers that they will begin today's portion of their practical life training program. He explains that there's one thing every Korean teenager must know, and that's the gaming room. This is the first time our boy has heard about the gaming room. The senior further explains that gaming rooms offer personal computers for a fee, and both students and adults can use them. Curious, our boy asks what people do there. The senior explains that while some users browse the internet or watch X-rated videos, most people are there to play games. For the average high school student, over 90% are playing some kind of computer game. The senior then introduces some of the most common games. First up is Legends of League, followed by Battle Royale. Back in the present, our boy reflects on how he can finally make use of the Major's intel. Meanwhile, Yongchan adds that they'll also grab some ramen at the game room and maybe check out Koinka afterward. Well, it seems like Koinka is yet another term our boy picked up during his military days while learning about practical life. The senior explains to him that high schoolers frequently visit coin karaoke, also known as Koinka. These establishments basically allow for sing-alongs with just a few coins. Major Kang tells our boy that he should prepare a few songs to sing in case he ends up going to one, and promises to send him a list of popular songs for kids his age to learn. As our guy starts brainstorming ideas and trying to remember some songs, his friend sits nervously nearby, wondering why Jin suddenly looks so serious. Once the bell rings, the students head out for the day, and that's when we see this hottie once again. And as usual, she is with her lackey. Apparently, they're discussing our boy, and discover that he transferred just a few days ago, is 18 years old, and happens to be Daeon Yu's older brother. Yeona is surprised to learn that Daeon has a brother because she thought her only family was her grandpa. Seokju Ko agrees and explains that Daeon has been living with her paternal grandfather since her parents and brother died in a plane crash. Yeona then asks how she still has a brother. Seokju Ko replies that it's hard to believe, but apparently, her deceased brother has suddenly come back to life just before they transferred to school. He suggests they should dig a little deeper into our boy's past. Meanwhile, it's gotten pretty late already, and we find our boy strolling alone. His phone keeps ringing with notifications from his friends, showing they had a blast at the gaming center. We flash back to the gaming club, where we see Hyokjin, our boy, Jaehyung, and Yongchan all hanging out. Everyone is amazed by how Yongchan carried them through the game. Jaehyung even asks about his rank, guessing it must be Diamond or Master. Their jaws drop when Yongchan timidly reveals that he's actually at Challenger rank. From that moment, their attitude toward Yongchan shifts completely. In the present moment, even our boy finds this sudden change odd as they keep chatting excitedly about Yongchan's impressive rank. As he's looking at his phone, his sister arrives. He quickly asks her what she's doing here. She explains that they ran out of garbage bags at home, so she went to get some, and she also picked up a few snacks. Our boy offers to carry the bags, but his sweet sister insists it's not necessary. She then asks if he was hanging out with his friends, and he confirms that he was. She feels a warm sense of relief, glad to see that he's made friends and that people aren't avoiding him because of the fight. When she asks where he went, he bluntly replies that he went to the game room. Well, it seems like this isn't exactly what she expected to hear, as she thought he might have developed different interests after living overseas for so long. Curious about her own experiences at school, he asks how things have been for her. She pauses for a moment before responding that school hasn't been this fun in years. She then asks if he also had something to eat. He nods, saying they had a blast at the game room, where every kind of snack was available. He then asks her about her plans, and she mentions that she's waiting for Grandpa to come home so they can eat together. Our boy then asks if he can join them, which confuses her since she thought he'd already eaten. He awkwardly admits that he's still a bit hungry. We already know that our boy just wants to have some quality family time. When they get home, there's a spread of delicious food laid out on the table, and they all seem to be having a great time eating together. It does seem odd that Grandpa only works a security job, yet they have such a variety of food every day. It's a bit of a mystery how they manage that. As they're having a good time eating together, our boy's thoughts drift back to his mercenary days. After a moment, he shakes off the nostalgia and is back to smiling. Just then his phone rings. It's Major Kang calling. The Major reminds him that he should just call him bro instead of using his rank. The Major asks how things are going, and our boy says he's doing well. But when the Major probes about his school life, there's an awkward silence on the line in response. Getting a bit anxious, the Major quickly asks if our boy has killed someone. Jin quickly says no, but admits he did run into some trouble that was quickly sorted out. The senior lets out a sigh of relief, and our boy reassures him that everything is fine now, and there's nothing to worry about. Kang is relieved and reminds our boy that they're always there for him. In response, Jin promises he won't forget that. The next day at school, we see the trio in class, but our boy is noticeably missing, and Youngchan seems a bit awkward among the two bullies. Jaehyung starts asking odd questions. Curiously, he asks who they think would win in a fight between Jin and Seokju-ko. Hyokjin points out that while Jin is good, he probably couldn't beat Seokju-ko, who's been training in combat since he was a kid. To him, our boy seems like an amateur in comparison. Jaehyung agrees, adding that Seokju-ko is one tough motherfudger. Youngchan then asks if it's true that Seokju-ko fought against 20 dudes and won. Blonde quickly corrects him, saying it was actually 30 guys. The number leaves Youngchan momentarily stunned. He even forget to breathe for a second. Brownhead explains that when a group of street thugs was harassing Yeona-sin, Seokju-ko took them all out. He says it started with 10 guys, but they kept coming. By the time 30 guys showed up, Seokju was still going strong. He walked off without a scratch while the 30 thugs were left unconscious on the street, like discarded toys. The timid boy then asks about the rumors he heard, about Seokju catching the kidnappers who took Yeona. He's heard that the people behind it were all retired soldiers. The blonde quickly confirms that the story about Seokju-ko catching the kidnappers is probably true as well. He insists that Jin doesn't stand a chance against Seokju because he is on a whole other level. It's sometimes hilarious to think that teenagers in these Korean manhwa are taking down entire gangs single-handedly, making the government and all those intelligence and law enforcement departments look like they're just wasting taxpayer money. In the meantime, our boy suddenly stops in the corridor when he comes face to face with Seokju. Without wasting any time, Seokju asks him straightforwardly what he's doing here. Confused, our boy makes it clear that he doesn't understand what he is getting at. Seokju simplifies his approach and asks why he is lying about his identity. He mentions that he's heard our boy had a hand in Gisu and Huijin Kim moving away. Jin clarifies that he did have some beef with Gisu, but he had nothing to do with their departure. That is when Seokju points out that he checked with the school our boy supposedly attended overseas, and they've never heard of him. Things seem to be heating up, but before we get our boy's response to Seokju, the scene shifts to Daeyeon. She's approached by Yeona, the stunning girl from earlier. After a while, the two ladies are catching up, and Daeyeon mentions she didn't know Yeona was back in Korea. Yeona explains that she just started school the day before and is actually in her brother's homeroom class. Daeyeon perks up in surprise. Yeona then points out that she doesn't remember Daeyeon mentioning having a brother before. Daeyeon explains that everyone thought her brother had died in the crash with her parents 10 years ago, but he survived. They only found out about his survival about 6 months ago. The scene flashes back to the past again. Daeyeon has just returned home and finds her grandfather frozen in place while holding the telephone receiver. Tears are streaming down his face as he reveals the shocking news that Jin is alive. This revelation leaves Daeyeon stunned, and it's how she learns about her brother's survival. Back in the present, Yona asks why no one didn't know about her brother all these years if he was alive but didn't reach out. Daeon explains that Jin lost his memory in the crash, and it was only recently that he started to regain some of it, and someone helped them locate and reconnect with him. Yona, clearly skeptical, finds it hard to believe. Daeon confirms that Jin only has faint memories of having a grandfather and a younger sister. After the interrogation, Yona flashes a pleasant smile and comments that their grandfather must have been overjoyed to get his grandson back. Yona comments that their grandfather is indeed overjoyed, explaining that after receiving the call, he cried for hours and then took time off work to enroll in cooking classes. He wanted to improve his Korean cooking skills, thinking that Jin might not have had much of that growing up. Yona comments that their grandpa must really love his grandkids, and Daeon smiles, agreeing that he definitely does. But then Yona throws a serious question her way, asking, is she absolutely sure Jin is her brother? Daeon looks a bit surprised but quickly gives a positive response, saying Jin is definitely her brother, and they even took a DNA test to be sure. Our girl then asks why Yona is so interested in her brother. This question clearly catches Yona off guard. Since she is not sure what to say, she quickly asks, almost frantically, if her brother has a girlfriend. We then cut back to our boy, who asks Seokju what the hell he's talking about. Seokju repeats his question, asking what's so important about this school that our boy had to forge his records just to be here. Jin responds by asking if he's being accused of having fake records. Seokju confirms this, saying they must be fake because, according to his research, Jin never lived in that city, and the school he claims to have attended doesn't even have a record of him. Our boy then asks about the proof, and reminds Seokju that if he's claiming the records are fake, there must be some evidence to back up the claim. Seokju is momentarily at a loss for how to counter this question. He discovered the discrepancy by digging around and talking to people connected to the school overseas, but he has no tangible proof. He's amazed at how Jin handles the situation without flinching or showing any sign of being startled. Then, our boy finally asks why Seokju is running a background check on him. In response, the blackhead explains that he can't just sit around and watch a suspicious kid who might pose a threat to his mistress. A silence falls between them for a moment, but then our boy finally answers, saying he came back home. Seokju is baffled by this vague response, so our boy clarifies that he was asked what he came here for, and his answer is simply that he returned from overseas for his family. With that, our boy starts to leave. Seokju stares after him with skeptical eyes, thinking that since he already suspects our boy has forged his records, it won't be long before he figures out his true identity. Once the class begins, we see Jaehyung quietly immersed in playing video games, while the blondie scrolls through his phone idly. Our boy Jin notices that both Seokju and Yeona are absent from class. He's intrigued by how quickly these two, having just transferred yesterday, managed to gather so much information about him in less than a day. When the bell rings, the beta bullies approach Youngchan, inviting him to play games and push ranks. They also invite Jin, but he declines, mentioning it's his grandpa's birthday today. The bullies decide to hang out themselves, and Youngchan is on board with that plan. Meanwhile, we're back with the Black Beauty, where Seokju is filling her in on the situation. He's convinced that Jin has definitely forged all his records and even questions the authenticity of the DNA test. Seokju further mentions that his research dug up some pretty rough stuff about his sister, Daeyeon. Apparently, she's been getting seriously bullied by Gisu Kim and his sister for the past 2 years. When Yona asks just how bad it was, Seokju says it's enough to make anyone wonder how she endured the bullying all these years. He explains that the videos of her assault weren't exactly publicized, but he is pretty sure that the assault she faced was just as serious. Yona's pretty blown away and can't help but think about how messed up kids these days can be. Seokju adds that Jin's already knocked out Gisu Kim and his crew twice, and saved her sister from the bullying. Yona chuckles to herself, thinking it's kinda sweet that her long-lost brother comes back from the dead and takes out her bullies, while Yona's own siblings only ever seem to want to get rid of her. Yona's curiosity gets the best of her as she starts piecing things together. She points out that if Jin had really come to school with the intent to target her, it doesn't make sense that he'd be so upfront about it. A smart person would have stayed under the radar. Seokju agrees, noting that someone with a real plan would have kept a low profile. Yona's mind starts racing once again, and she asks if Jin might have some kind of ulterior motive related to Daeyeon's family. She brings up the insurance money from the plane crash. Seokju then reveals that the grandpa received it but hasn't used it, making it grow over the years. Furthermore, grandpa returned the share of money which he got for Jin's death, since he was alive. But there's still a substantial amount left, so there is still a possibility that he might be after the money. Yona connects the dots and highlights that if Jin might actually be after the money, then it could mean Daeyeon is in danger from her own brother. The scene shifts back to the grocery store where our duo can be seen shopping, and as usual, Jin is drawing a lot of attention from the girls around. While they browse for items, Daeyeon takes a deep breath and admits she hesitates to ask, but her curiosity is overwhelming, so she desperately wants to know what his life was like after the crash. Our boy remains quiet for a moment, and the girl starts apologizing frantically, saying he doesn't have to answer if it's uncomfortable. But he just smiles and reassures her that it's okay. He begins his story, explaining that he was deeply traumatized and could barely think straight. He did whatever he could to survive in a place where he didn't even speak the language, staying constantly busy just to get by. The girl falls silent, absorbing this heavy revelation. Then she starts to chuckle and asks if he was too busy to have a girlfriend during that time. He nods, agreeing with a laugh. She then reveals that she was surprised to learn he's in the same homeroom as Yeona, something Yeona herself had mentioned to her. Jin is surprised to hear this, and quickly asks her if she knows her. Daeon explains that Yeona was really nice to her before she moved to the US, and she had missed her a lot. So, when she saw her again today, it was a happy reunion. Then, with a playful grin, Daeon reveals that Yeona even asked her if he has a girlfriend. And of course our boy just gives a somewhat typical reaction upon hearing this. Later, back at home, the birthday celebrations are in full swing. The siblings present their grandpa with a gift. As he unwraps it, he discovers a high-quality wallet inside, and his face lights up with joy. He's genuinely touched and feels a bit guilty for the low pocket money they have, thinking they must have spent more than they could afford. But his granddaughter just smiles warmly, and reassures him that they had more than enough to get him a gift, and besides, it wasn't too expensive. The old man's hands tremble with happiness as he holds the wallet. With his voice thick with emotion, he tells them that the biggest gift he could ever ask for was already given to him when Jin came back home safe and sound. Nothing could ever top that. Suddenly, the sound of a phone ringing grabs everyone's attention. Daeon rushes to her room to answer it. While she's chatting on the phone, Jin tries to eavesdrop quietly. That's when he hears the girl mention she's heading out to the convenience store for a bit. The old man questions why she's going out at this late hour, and it turns out she is heading out because Yeona stopped by for a quick chat. Well, we can tell that Jin definitely senses something is off. Later that night, Jin is digging into his computer, trying to uncover all he can about SW Corporation, which Yeona's family owns. He's curious why Yeona seems so interested in him, and why they're running a background check on a random transfer student like him. Jin reflects on his conversation with Seokju when suddenly he hears a call from his grandfather. When he steps into the living room, his grandpa mentions he's heading out for a bit too. Our boy asks if he's going after Daeon, and the old man kinda agrees. He adds that he just needs some fresh air. Jin smiles and tells his grandpa to stay put, and he'll go check on her instead. But the old man insists on going out by himself. Jin then reminds him about the early job he has in the morning. And finally, our boy decides to head out on his own. Later, we see both girls chatting away about their studies and other topics. Yeona shares her experiences studying abroad and suggests that Daeon consider studying outside as well. In response, Daeon admits she never really thought about it before. When Yeona asks why, Daeon explains that it costs a lot, and she'd need to be away for several years, which means she wouldn't get to be with her grandpa for a while. Yeona finds this a bit strange, so Daeon further elaborates, explaining that she doesn't want her grandpa to be alone, especially since he's not in the best of health these days. However, she's grateful that her brother is always around, as his presence really helps her feel better. Meanwhile, Yeona's having a hard time bringing up the real reason she came over, since Daeon seems to really trust her brother. She's not sure how to bring it up without causing problems. We then flash back a bit, where Seokju tells Yeona that someone from the supposed overseas school confirmed that Daeon's brother never attended there. They even looked at his photo and verified he was never a student. Plus, the current resident at his false address gave solid proof that he never lived there. Seokju's also checking out some other leads, so Yeona decides she needs to meet with Daeon to discuss what they've found. But Seokju reminds her that while they have proof the records were forged, they can't yet prove that he isn't Daeon's real brother. Yeona's concerned because the records from the decade he was missing are basically fake. Since she's now living with him, it's a big deal that can't be ignored. She thinks Daeon deserves to know the truth about the records and wants to at least fill her in on what they've found so far. In the present, Yeona is struggling to bring up the main topic she came here to discuss, even though it's her primary reason for visiting. Just as Daeon expresses how happy she is to be chatting like this after a long time, we also see our boy making his way toward the both of the girls. However, Seokju steps in front of him, but Jin simply tries to walk past him, but the newcomer quickly tells him to stay put. In Seokju's mind, he's sure Jin must be here because he's worried they're going to share everything with Daeon. So he quickly blocks our boy's path and tells him that the both girls are just catching up and asks him to give them some time alone. Suddenly, a high-speed Volkswagen comes barreling toward them. Before anyone can react, the car slams into both of the boys, knocking them down like bowling pins. They hit the ground, as the Volkswagen screeches to a halt right where the two girls are sitting. Jin tries to stand up, but it's clear he's severely injured, especially around his head. As he struggles to focus, his groggy eyes catch sight of some shady people from the van trying to abduct both of the girls. Without wasting a second, Jin starts sprinting like a madman. But his efforts are in vain. The kidnappers have already taken the girls, and there's no way he can outrun a car, so they're left behind, helpless. The both of them quickly look at each other and, in their anger, grab each other by the collars. But after exchanging a few heated words, they realize neither of them is behind the abduction, so they let go. The black-haired guy immediately pulls out his phone and calls the security team at SW Corporation, urgently reporting that Yona has been kidnapped. He tells them to track her down using the security footage. Meanwhile, Jin starts walking off, and the black-haired guy quickly asks him where he's going and if he's actually not behind all this. Jin simply replies that he doesn't have time to argue with anyone. Seokju points out that SW Corporation security is already on it and will find the girl soon. Until then, Jin will need to stick with him so they can confirm his identity. But our boy makes it clear that he's going to find his sister, and if Seokju wants to follow him, he can gladly do so. Seokju starts to get the sense that Jin might not be involved after all. But then our boy suddenly stops and humorously asks Seokju if he brought his car with him. The scene shifts to the bustling heart of the city's entertainment district. Inside one of the pubs, Mr. Cha is sitting back, puffing on a cigarette and enjoying his laid-back time. Just then, his lackey informs him that someone is here to see him. When Mr. Cha turns around, he sees Jin standing there. The scene then shifts to Saw Corporation, where we see a regal-looking lady sitting in her chair. I can tell she's definitely Yeona's sister because she looks just as gorgeous, with her flowing black hair. Suddenly, an assistant bursts into the room. The woman looks a bit annoyed at this sudden intrusion, and wants to know why he didn't bother to ask for permission before barging in. The assistant quickly reports that Yona has been kidnapped. The news surprises the lady, but surprisingly, she doesn't seem too troubled by it. In fact, she starts to smile faintly and seems to think that the rumors must be true after all. Not entirely sure what she's referring to, but let's roll with it. She then asks if their grandfather is still planning to go after the company. The assistant states that he is not sure, so she leans back, hoping that if he continues to pursue them without backing down, Yuna will eventually die. It's definitely something she's looking forward to. The scene transitions back to the pub, where we pick up the story with our main character meeting with Cha, and Seokju is also tagging along with him. Seokju already seems to know about Cha as he recognizes him from their database, and is curious about how our boy knows this gangster. Cha starts by asking what our boy wants. In response, Jin simply says he needs some intel. Cha lights up another cigarette and scoffs, asking why he would bother to help him. Our boy cuts to the chase, revealing that the granddaughter of Saw Corporation has been kidnapped. Well, that is something Cha definitely was not expecting to hear. However, he quickly brushes it off, saying it's not their problem and that they don't deal with such issues because it would be incredibly risky to mess with Saw Corporation. Our boy asks if Cha has any leads to offer, but the mafia boss makes it clear that there's no reason for him to share anything, especially since he's already in a difficult situation thanks to our boy. That's when our boy reveals that his younger sister was also taken along with Saw's granddaughter. Cha finally realizes he's in a tough spot now, as messing with our boy's sister is like messing with John Wick's dog. Both are equally dangerous. So he then starts explaining, and mentions that some people speaking broken Korean were asking around for untraceable warehouses, as well as for burners, cars, and a few extra hands. The offer was tempting, but he turned them down because dealing with this kind of trouble isn't something you can easily wash off. He adds that he's heard another crew took the job, and all he knows is they're working out of Incheon. That's all the info he's got. It wouldn't be surprising if Seokju had already figured out who's behind this mess. Meanwhile, our boy starts to walk away after giving a final thanks. But then, the mafia boss tosses his phone to our boy and tells him to save his number. Jin cluelessly looks at him, puzzled about why he'd need his number. The mafia boss gets a bit agitated and clarifies that he'll need it to contact him once he digs into the warehouse for more info. With that, our boy starts entering his digits. He also asks if the bike outside the door belongs to him. Cha knows exactly what our boy is planning to do with it, so he feels hesitant to respond. But eventually, my guy takes the heavy bike, and before leaving, he tells Seokju figure his own way out to get there, because he's taking the bike. Seokju questions whether he is going to trust this shady half-baked info, and going to chase those kidnappers based on that. Our boy explains that he doesn't have time to waste, because Yeona will probably be safe until the kidnappers get what they want, but there's no telling what they might do with Daeon. Seokju gets the logic behind Jin's reasoning and stays quiet, and he can tell that he is a quick and sharp thinker. Seokju then tells him that he's already passed the info to his security team and will follow him in his car. Jin just gives a cold response, saying Seokju can do whatever he wants. With that, he puts on his helmet, revs up the gas pedal, and speeds off through the streets. The scene then switches back to the girls, where we see Daeon waking up with a headache and, as she becomes aware of her surroundings, Yeona quickly apologizes, saying it's probably her fault that Daeon got dragged into this. Daeon's mind starts to recall the recent event, and she is shocked to remember that they have been kidnapped, and Yeona sadly confirms it, adding that she didn't expect this to happen so soon after returning to Korea. Just then, the kidnappers arrive, and Yeona coldly asks them why they had been abducted. One of the kidnappers snaps at her to shut up and stay quiet, and it'll be over soon enough. Of course, it does not take her long to realize that these filthy people must be planning to use her as leverage against her grandfather. One of the lackeys then asks the boss what they should do with Daeon, who was kidnapped simply because she was with Yona. Unsurprisingly, the boss decides she is useless to them and orders his lackeys to get rid of her. But Yona immediately speaks up, insisting she won't let them harm Daeon. The boss asks what she can possibly do, and Yona threatens that she'll bite her tongue and bleed to death, making it impossible for them to use her as a bargaining chip. The mafia boss finds it hilarious that she's willing to risk her life for someone she barely knows. He further taunts her, urging her to go ahead and try biting her tongue. Well, the mafia boss should have been more careful with his words because Yona doesn't hesitate and bites her tongue, leaving blood pouring from her mouth. The boss yells in surprise, while the other lackey watches in silence, clearly startled to see her steel-like guts. The boss quickly stands up and tells her that her guts have bought her some time. The lackeys ask what the next order is. The boss tells them to get rid of Daeon later and instructs them to stuff her mouth shut so she can't make any noise. The scene then flashes back to our boy and Seokju. It looks like they've arrived at the location Mr. Cha mentioned. Seokju points out that the location seems legit because SW security tracked the minivan footage to this area. As our boy starts to move forward, Seokju tells him to stop and wait for backup, since he sent their coordinates to SW security and they should arrive soon. But our boy reminds him that Daeon doesn't have much time left, so he gotta make it quick. There's no room for argument, so they proceed forward and spot a bunch of goons patrolling the area. Suddenly, our boy leaps over one of the goons, grabs him by the throat, and starts choking him out. The lackey eventually loses consciousness, and our boy quietly drags him into the shadows, adding him to a pile of other goons he's already taken down. Seokju is also helping out, and he's blown away by Jin's ability to take down opponents silently. He's so impressed that he asks Jin who the heck he is. Jin just casually replies that he's an average student at the same school. The scene shifts to SW Corporation, where we finally meet the big boss, the grandpa of the company. He's getting a report from the black-suited guy about the kidnappers' demands. The guy explains that the kidnappers want SW Corp to cancel their recent contract. If SW Corp doesn't respond within an hour or refuses to comply, they'll kill Miss Yona. The old man asks about the security details, and the black-suited guy says that SW security will reach the location where Yona is being held within 50 minutes. Back at the shady location, we hear two lackeys chatting. They're curious about their client and why they're making them do this kidnapping. One of them says their boss has already made it clear that it's none of their business and they should just follow orders. Just then, one of the lackeys gets a smack right on the head and crumples to the ground. He turns around, wincing, to see Jin, who's already taken out the other guy. After they're done with the goons, Jin asks his fellow how many he's knocked out. Seokju says the guy he left behind makes it 5 in total. Jin then does a quick mental tally and realizes they've taken down 14 guys, meaning the enemy have got plenty of muscle and resources. Seokju is blown away that Jin managed to take down 9 guys while he struggled with just 5. Finally, Jin asks the blackhead who's pulling the strings. The guy lets out a heavy sigh and says they don't really know. Apparently, these kinds of incidents pop up now and then. This kind of thing also happened when they were in America. He never thought it would happen again so soon after coming back to Korea, and feels like he should have been more on the ball. Jin points out that the real mastermind must be with Yona right now, so he decides to push deeper into the location. Before he moves on, Jin asks Seokju if he'll be okay. Seokju looks puzzled and asks, "Okay? About what?" Jin explains that he was pretty banged up when that van ran over him. The blackhead just shrugs it off, saying our boy should focus on his own injured leg instead. Suddenly, someone starts shouting, asking where all the lookouts went. Another one jokes that maybe everyone went to take a dump. But then another questions why they'd all need to take a dump together. As they walk forward, they finally spot their guys lying unconscious. Before the confused goons can figure out what's happening, Jin delivers a brutal knee smash to one's face. Jin then turns to the thin-mustached goon, grabs his hand, and delivers a savage kick to his leg, followed by a brutal smack to his head. With that, both goons are out cold. Jin decides to split up, but before they part ways, Seokju calls out to him. When our boy turns around, Seokju says that once they're out of this mess, he owes Jin an official apology. Back with the boss, he's hearing the commotion outside and tells his lackeys to check it out. We see our ladies with their faces covered in clothes to keep them from screaming. As Jin walks down, he runs into the lackeys. The guy in the mask points out that he has seen Seokju in pictures, so he can confirm that this brat definitely is not him. He then questions our boy how he came inside. Jin stays silent in response, and he quickly figures out these are the guys behind the kidnapping. Meanwhile, the masked guy orders his lackeys to just get rid of this brat. Just before we see Jin take out the goons, the scene cuts to Seokju, who's hiding in the storeroom, looking around cautiously. There, he finds both ladies tied up, and thankfully, no one else is around, so he figures they must all be out looking for Jin. He sneaks over to the girls, quickly pulls the mask off Yona's face, and she asks if the security team has arrived. Seokju tells her they're on their way. Yona is shocked to hear this and asks how he found them out here. That's when the mafia boss chimes in, and he is thoroughly pleased to hear that the security team won't be arriving anytime soon. The boss then says he must be Seokju from SW Corporation, and he's heard a lot about him. He adds that this brat has been quite the pain, always lurking around Yona and ruining their plans. The mafia boss makes it clear he has no clue how Seokju found their hideout, but he's certain it wasn't smart to come here alone without backup. One of the lackeys suddenly lunges at Seokju, but my guy sidesteps the attack and throws a punch of his own. However, this lackey isn't a pushover. He dodges the punch and quickly retaliates. Seokju realizes this guy is tougher than the goons they took down outside, and he's having a hard time keeping up. But then, Seokju lands a brutal whack and follows up with a devastating punch to the lackey's gut, leaving him doubled over in pain. To finish things off, Seokju delivers a powerful leg swing, and the lackey finally looks like he's down for the count. Just when we think it's over, the thug tries to swing back in retaliation, but Seokju meets him with a devastating knee smash to the back, and the guy quickly starts to crumble. The scar-faced boss notes that he knew Seokju had been trained from a young age, but he didn't realize he was this impressive. Even the two girls are shocked by what they're witnessing. But the mafia boss isn't here for a duel of pride. With those words, the lackey pulls out a blade and starts slashing at Seokju, landing several brutal cuts across his body. The boss grins under his mask, saying he didn't expect this brat to fight empty-handed, which makes dealing with him a lot easier. The lackey charges at Seokju again with the dagger and begins swinging left and right like a madman. Seokju does his best to dodge, but he's still taking deep, painful cuts that leave him struggling to move. The boss pulls out his own dagger and starts juggling it in the air, clearly enjoying himself as he eyes the girls. As soon as Seokju sees this, he immediately knows Daeon is in serious trouble. The poor girl is already terrified, just imagining what's about to happen. Before Seokju can react, the bastard throws his dagger straight at her, aiming to end her life. But at the last second, Yona leaps in front of Daeon, and just as the dagger is about to hit, Seokju jumps in front of both girls, taking the blade straight into his back. The mafia boss scoffs at Seokju, mocking him as a pitiful bastard who's only good for the empty praises people give him. He then orders his lackeys to leave Yona alone and kill the other two. The lackeys quickly agree, and begin to walk forward to carry out the order. Suddenly, everyone hears the door creak open, and all eyes turn to see Jin making a badass entrance after taking down the goons and leaving them sprawled on the ground. Back at the club, Gangster Cha is there with his lackeys. They fill him in with the latest info, reporting that the Goshung cartel is behind the abduction. Cha is stunned by the ridiculous mistake the Goshung cartel made by getting involved with both Jin and SW Corporation. It was bound to backfire, considering how the cartel never digs into their clients before taking a job. One of the lackeys then asks Cha why he helped Jin. He further points out that Jin is the one who put them in a tight spot, and he's the one who exposed all the dirt on the Kim family they'd been keeping under wraps for years. Cha lets out a big sigh, saying he had no choice. He points out that he's just an old man who couldn't possibly take on a kid like Jin, and they can't just take revenge on him, especially since it was the Kim family who messed with him first. The lackeys then remarks that they don't have to help Jin either. Cha falls silent for a moment, then chuckles to himself, and further states that he had no choice but to help him since his sister was kidnapped. Back at the hideout, Jin makes his grand entrance. The lackey leader asks who this guy is, while Yona is stunned to see him. Daeon is also shocked to see her brother, and when she mentions this out loud, the mafia boss overhears and realizes Jin is her brother. The boss bursts into laughter, nearly losing his breath. He finds it hilarious that he kidnapped a girl, and now her adorable brother is here trying to save her. He finds the whole situation quite amusing. Meanwhile, Jin turns to his sister and asks if she's okay. Daeon starts to cry, her tears streaming down as she begs her brother to just get out of here. Meanwhile, Yona is heartbroken seeing these two siblings dragged into this mess because of her. She shouts at the lackey leader and offers to cooperate and tells them to let everyone else go in exchange for her cooperation. The mafia boss snaps back, asking why he should do her any favors. Yona falls silent, realizing she doesn't have much leverage. Seokju, battered and bruised on the ground, watches Jin with a mix of admiration and amazement. Despite the tense situation they are in, Jin doesn't seem to flinch. Finally, the lackey leader orders his goons to take Jin down. He says they've already given him enough time and it's time to finish this. The lackey steps forward, dagger in hand, ready to take down Jin. But before he can make a move, Jin quickly deflects the attack, grabs the lackey's wrist, and drives the dagger into the lackey's own chest. The mafia boss is utterly stunned by this turn of events, and Seokju watches in shock as well. Daeon is also blown away by the sight of her brother's skill, and her brother quickly tells her to close her eyes. The girls quickly comply, shutting their eyes tightly. Jin then slashes the lackey, leaving deep, bloody gashes across his body. Blood splatters everywhere as the lackey collapses to the ground, covered in his own blood. Yona is still trying to process what just happened, because it's all too overwhelming for her. Meanwhile, Seokju is left in absolute awe, realizing Jin isn't just swinging his knife around aimlessly. Instead, he has expertly severed the lackey's muscles and ligaments to neutralize him. The mafia boss is also quite amazed to see this, and comments that he doesn't seem like a brother at all, but more like a bodyguard. Jin keeps advancing toward him, and the boss retracts his previous statement quickly. He admits that Jin must be more than just a bodyguard because no ordinary kid could wield a knife like that and maintain such a cold gaze. He then brushes it off, saying it doesn't really matter because he's still planning to kill Jin anyway. He swings his dagger at him, but my guy quickly ducks down with Godspeed, and the boss keeps on swinging his dagger left and right. As the mafia boss lunges at Jin with his dagger, Jin easily blocks the attack with one hand and swings his own dagger at the boss. The boss, quick on his feet, steps back just in time to avoid the brutal hit. The two engage in a deadly dance of blades, each strike more vicious than the last. But this time, Jin's blade finds its mark, slicing through the boss's hand, leaving it temporarily useless. The mafia boss, now in pain and disbelief, demands to know who Jin really is, but my guy remains silent, his expression unreadable as he prepares for the next round. Without hesitation, the mafia boss charges at Jin again. This time, Jin effortlessly grabs his wrist, and with a quick motion, slashes through the boss's other hand. After delivering a few brutal cuts, Jin follows up with a crushing punch to the lackey's face, leaving him staggering backward with a bloodied nose. The mafia boss, now enraged and desperate, grabs a gun and aims it directly at Jin. But before he can pull the trigger, Jin throws his dagger with deadly accuracy. It embeds itself in the boss's shoulder, causing him to wince in pain. Seizing the moment, Jin launches himself at the boss with lightning speed. He delivers a devastating slap under the boss's chin, sending him crashing backward like a sack of potatoes. The mafia leader, now thoroughly beaten, collapses to the ground, his pride and power shattered. The others watch in stunned silence as Jin stands tall like a total badass, his presence alone making Yona and Seokju tremble slightly. Jin steps forward, gently telling his sister to open her eyes. When she does, she sees him standing right there, a reassuring smile on his battered face. Without missing a beat, he tells her he's here to take her home. Yona is momentarily shocked by his injured appearance and places her hand over his wounds, asking if he's okay. Jin, with a warm smile, reassures her that he's fine, despite the injuries. His calm behavior and comforting words make her emotions overflow, and she starts to cry uncontrollably. Jin does his best to comfort her, his own heart aching to see her so upset. Yona is deeply moved by the compassion Jin shows for his sister, observing them with admiration. The next day, we are at SW Seoul Medical Center. Jin sits quietly in the corridor, his handsome face drawing the attention of passing nurses. His phone buzzes with a message from Jae-hyung, who's curious why Jin isn't at school. Jin replies that he's got an errand, and as he checks his messages, he sees his friends excitedly discussing their hangout and teasing him for missing out. Jin smiles as he reads his friends' messages, feeling a warm connection despite missing out. He leans back in his seat, letting his gaze drift around the corridor. His eyes fall on the room across from him, marked with a sign that reads, Psychiatry Department. The scene transitions to later that night. After Jin's intense battle with those Goonies, the police and authorities arrive at the scene. They round up all the criminals present, and doctors begin tending to Jin's sister. Yona approaches Jin and tells him that he should take his sister to the hospital, and promises to take care of the bill. Jin looks puzzled and asks why, given that his sister seems to be unharmed. Yona explains that even though Daeyeon doesn't appear injured at the moment, she may have sustained unseen injuries. The trauma of the situation is significant, and she emphasizes that it's crucial to ensure Daeyeon gets thorough medical attention. She also mentions that she recently discovered Gi-soo and Huijin Kim had been harassing Daeyeon, and while she's relieved they've been penalized, the resolution for the victims is still incomplete. She further explains that speaking with a counselor could be beneficial for Daeyeon after the traumatic experience. This is why we are waiting outside a psychiatrist's office rather than an emergency ward. As Daeyeon exits the room, she approaches Jin and asks if he's been waiting long. Jin reassures her that he just came here a few minutes ago. He then inquires about what the doctor said. In response, she explains that there's nothing serious to worry about. She will need to attend sessions once a week for a while, but overall, she's fine. Jin also shares that his own injuries are minor, just a few light bruises. The girl also let out a sigh of relief. She is relieved that he's okay. Jin's mind drifts back to how she was so emotional after being bullied, a tough reminder of everything she went through. She calls out to him, and he flashes her a smile, asking what's up. She just smiles back and says she forgot for a moment what she was going to ask. But inside her head, we can tell she's hesitant to bring up her question. The scene shifts back to earlier when the doctor was checking on her well-being. In the background, She overhears soldiers talking, completely amazed that a kid took down most of the kidnappers on his own. It just doesn't make sense to them. At that moment, Daeon is just as stunned by what the soldiers are saying. She's curious about how Jin can fight so well and what his life was like before coming back to Korea, but she can't make herself ask her any of these questions. As they walk down the corridor, they run into Yeona. The moment Daeon spots her, she lights up with happiness. Upon seeing each other, Yeona quickly asks her about how the therapy went. Daeon says it went well and mentions she heard Yeona covered the bill for her treatment, so she tells her she really didn't have to do that. Yeona waves it off, saying it's no big deal, and reminds her friend that she's the one who got her into this mess. She then apologizes to her sincerely. Daeon laughs it off, saying she's already apologized plenty. Besides, Yeona herself was a victim too. That's when Jin notices a massive bodyguard standing behind Yeona with a seriously intimidating look on his face. Despite the intense stare he is giving our boy, Jin remains totally unfazed. Yeona then turns to Jin and asks if he's had his checkup. Our boy quickly says yes, and Daeon chimes in, saying she had to drag him there. He only agreed to go after she threatened not to go to the hospital herself if he didn't. Daeon then asks about Seokju, and Yeona confirms he's in the same hospital. Daeon appears really eager to see him, and decides they should stop by before leaving. Even though she is excited about the visit, we can tell Jin's feelings are less clear. Still, they end up visiting Seokju, and Daeon makes sure to thank him for saving her from the blade. Seokju is a bit startled by her sudden gratitude and stutters, saying it's no big deal. She then asks Seokju if he's feeling better, and he replies that he's indeed feeling much better now. Meanwhile, Jin isn't too happy seeing his sister getting cozy with Seokju. He just stands there in silence, clearly uncomfortable. Even Yeona and her bodyguard notice that Jin seems to be troubled. Daeon then hopes Seokju recovers quickly. With that, they decide to leave. Yeona waves them goodbye, and they walk away through the main door. Once they're gone, the bodyguard is deep in thought, remarking how hard it is to believe that someone like this seemingly scrawny kid could take down a bunch of people at once. It's just unbelievable. Yeona chuckles and admits she's pretty amazed herself, but she isn't sure if it's something that would even surprise a pro like the bodyguard. The bodyguard shrugs and says it's not just about the kid beating up a group of guys, because there appears to be something way deeper about our boy. The bodyguard explains that our boy quickly and quietly neutralized over 10 guards, which is no easy feat. Even a trained pro would struggle to do that without some kind of backup. What's even more mind-blowing is that he didn't kill any of them. He just made them unfit for combat. And judging by the cuts on the 2 men found in the cargo container, his knife skills are insanely advanced, especially considering those guys were retired soldiers, not just a bunch of common thugs. He wraps it up by saying that, based on Seokju's report and the state of those thugs, it's pretty clear that Jin Yu is a highly trained pro with a ton of combat experience. Both Seokju and Daeon are completely blown away by this. A while later, we catch up with Daeon and Jin. Daeon quickly apologizes, feeling really ashamed that she always seems to need his help. Jin tells her she doesn't need to apologize at all, and that he should be the one thanking her. Daeon is startled to hear this, and Jin continues, saying he understands what it feels like to have a family now. You see, it is for the first time in his life he put someone else's safety above his own without any calculations, something he'd never experienced before coming to this country. So, he's starting to get what family really means. We then see the same woman with short black hair again, and I will say it once again, she's likely Yeona's sister, and she looks utterly distraught that Yeona was rescued safely. The reporter details that there is suspicious rumor going around. He elaborates that while Seokju played a key role in the rescue, the exploits of another student who accompanied him were even more extraordinary. She asks how that's possible, and the reporter responds that even the chairman has taken an interest in this student, and we already know that this student is our boy, of course. The woman is shocked and wonders if these rumors might actually be true. We see Jin once again doing some hardcore pull-ups. As he works out, his mind flashes with images of the people he fought that day. Just as he's lost in the intensity of the exercise, Daeon knocks on the door and mentions that she's brought some fruit. While Daeon munches on the delicious fruit, Jin arrives and quickly asks his sister how she's feeling. She responds that she's already answered that question 1,000 times, and she's fine. Once Jin sits down, he notices something on Daeon's mind, so he asks her what's up. That is when she assures him that she does not hate him just because she saw him fighting and beating those guys brutally. She claims that it doesn't change how she views him. After all, he did all this just to save her, and she won't ask him about his past either. Daeon then gets somber, saying she was never able to tell Grandpa about any of the bad things that happened at school. She just wasn't ready to share it with him. But now, she feels more relaxed, as if she can open up about anything. Suddenly her phone rings. It's Yeona on the call, so she grabs the phone and heads to her room while still on the call. A while later, we see Yeona sitting in front of Jin, who quickly tells him to take a seat as well. Jin sits down and asks why she wanted to see him. Yona explains that she wanted to apologize for putting Daeon in such a dangerous situation. Even though she's already apologized before, she wanted to say it to him personally. She explains that Seokju will also come to apologize in person once he's better. She also wants to thank Jin for saving her as well. Jin makes it clear that he only went to rescue Daeon, not Yona. She shrugs, saying that it doesn't change the fact that she was saved thanks to his intervention. Once she's finished, Jin asks if there's anything else she wanted to say. Yona admits that she also wanted to let him know that they will stop investigating his background, so she is hoping that he is not too mad that they tried to dig into his past. She then lets out a sigh, and explains that she couldn't ignore the fact that all of his documents were forged. After a recent kidnapping attempt in America, it raised some red flags for her. She's been in many tough situations since she was little because of who she is. She says that although they never figured out the truth behind his fake records, she won't be investigating it further. Jin starts to leave, saying if there's nothing else, he'll be on his way. Yona looks startled and asks if he could spare a couple of hours because her grandpa wants to meet him and thank him in person. While Jin is heading back, he replies that there's no need for that since he wasn't there to rescue her in the first place. Yona falls silent, and Jin heads home, walking down the dimly lit, gloomy alleys late at night. As he walks, we see a familiar person over that street. As the scene zooms in, we see that this is one of Mr. Cha's lackey, who has been brutally shot in the gut, and it does not take long for our boy to recognize who this man is. The man is barely holding on to his life, but makes sure to start berating Jin, blaming him for putting his gang in danger. He explains that they were already struggling after Jin exposed the Kim family. Then, their boss also helped our boy by tipping off the location of the Goseong cartel, which stirred up trouble between the Goseong cartel and their gang. Mr. Cha's turf is now under attack. His friends and lackeys have already been killed, and the Goseong cartel leader made sure to personally visit Dushik Cha. When Goseong finally faces off with Cha, he throws a verbal jab, asking why he doesn't just give up before making a fool of himself in front of his men. Cha responds with a jab of his own, pointing out that he's already sent most of the crew on a weekend off. Yet Goseong brought his entire platoon of lackeys. Then another guy in a coat chimes in and tells Cha that he really shouldn't have stirred up trouble by messing with the Kim family. And when it was not enough, he tipped off Goseong and his men recently. Our gangster throws another brutal jab, and this time, Goseong himself loses his cool, and he is going absolutely bonkers to what just Cha said. He furiously orders all his lackeys to charge at Cha, and the gang rushes at Cha like a pack of wild dogs, ready for a fight. But our beloved gangster isn't just any weakling. He deftly ducks, letting a punch zoom past over his face, and retaliates with a devastating blow that leaves his attacker reeling. Another lackey tries to swing at him, but ends up taking a brutal hit right under the chin, crashing to the ground in a pool of blood. Goseong grits his teeth in frustration while Cha continues to drop lackeys as if they're mere flies. Suddenly, Cha takes a brutal jab with a stick from behind. He groans in pain but quickly recovers, throwing a punch in return that sends his assailant crashing down for the count. Even though Cha manages to take out a bunch of guys, the sheer number of lackeys is overwhelming. It's clear that despite his skill, he won't be able to take them all down like this. Our beloved gangster takes his stance, knowing he's up against copious amounts of people, and is furious that Goseong brought so many guys when he knew Cha does not have most of the men in the club. He can't help but smirk when he thinks about our boy, and wonders if he has saved his little sister by now. With the speak of the devil, Jin arrives outside the club. The lackeys standing guard tell him to get lost, but Jin isn't about to take orders. He delivers a brutal kick to one of them, sending him crashing to the ground and leaving the other two speechless at Jin's audacity. He then dismounts from his bike, and the two remaining lackeys try to take a swing at him. But Jin effortlessly grabs one's hand and delivers a devastating smash to his face, leaving blood splattering everywhere. The remaining lackey tenses up at the sight and ends up taking a heavy kick to his gut. With both goons taken care of, he moves further into the club, only to find a brutal scene of dead bodies. As he advances, a group of arrogant thugs orders him to leave. But our boy remains unfazed and keeps walking toward them. One of the thugs steps up, yammering some nonsense, but my guy quickly silences him with a single blow, sending him crashing to the ground and leaving the others utterly terrified. Despite their fear, the thugs recklessly charge at him, and our boy begins to deliver blows, taking them down one after another. The scene switches back to Gangster Cha, who is now exhausted after knocking out a bunch of thugs. Goseong is absolutely livid, unable to believe that Cha is holding his own for so long by himself. On the other hand, Goseong's assistant feels a sense of relief that they only attacked Cha while he was alone. Otherwise, it would have been a massacre. More lackeys charge at our gangster, but he quickly takes out the one in front of him. Before he can fully move around, he receives a devastating punch to the face. Cha responds in kind, delivering a powerful punch back with equal force. At this point, Cha is barely hanging on. Even Goseong reluctantly admits that he is a tough nut to crack and deserves praise for his efforts. However, he makes it clear that Cha looks like he's at the end of his rope and should just give up now. They'll make it worth his while. Cha spits out a mouthful of blood and asks why he should do that. Wiping the blood off his face, he decides he's going to finish what he started, no matter what. We can tell that the big cheese is not impressed by Cha's gutsy display, and the swarm of lackeys surrounding the place are visibly shaking to hear his bold statement. Suddenly, there's a commotion at the entrance, with the lackeys screaming their heads off. Gosheng, bewildered, asks what the hell is going on and why his men are screeching like dogs. They turn around, initially seeing nothing, but then they hear footsteps. Out steps Jin, and the entire crowd of lackeys is stunned to see a kid in their midst. Cha is equally shocked to see him, and quickly asks what the hell he is doing there. To which Jin casually responds that he's just there to return the motorcycle he borrowed. Well, Cha was literally not expecting to hear this kind of crap while they are surrounded by death itself. Meanwhile, Gosheng's assistant sneers once he realizes that Cha knows this kid, so he promptly orders his lackeys to take Jin down as well. The lackey proudly complies, and begins to walk toward our boy as if he is about to scold the toddler. Cha then tells them that it would be better if they just leave him alone. But the assistant insists they can't just let Jin go since he's seen everything. Cha snaps back once again, saying they should pray to God that Jin feels generous enough to let them go, not the other way around. The assistant has no clue what this stupid head is yammering about, but he soon gets a wake-up call when Jin takes down one of his guys with a single punch. Our boy then follows up with a kick that cracks another lackey's leg and a headbutt to another, sending him sprawling. One of the thugs tries to swing a bat at Jin from behind, but Jin quickly grabs his hand and delivers a brutal smash to his face, leaving him bloodied. The bat clatters to the ground. Gosheng is completely blown away by Jin's display, and Cha just smirks, saying it's their fault for not listening earlier. He adds that even though Cha himself is tough, he wouldn't stand a chance against this kid. The big cheese simply commands his lackeys to take Jin down, and they quickly charge at him. But as usual, Jin effortlessly takes them down, making them look like amateurs in the process. Growing impatient, the big cheese shouts at his lackeys to stop letting a little punk beat them. But just as he's about to make another command, he suddenly falls silent when he sees Cha charging at him. At this point, Gosheng is pretty sure things are about to get even messier for him. Shortly after, the big cheese and his lackeys are all on the ground, looking like they've kissed the dirt, while Cha slumps back, utterly exhausted. Jin strides over to him, and when Cha looks up, he sees the wreckage of the fight, people scattered around like discarded wrappers, with Jin standing triumphantly. Jin starts heading out, casually saying that Cha has now paid his dues. Cha is shocked and still trying to wrap his head around how this kid is so fixated on the same bullcrap after all this. He then asks if Jin saved his sister. Jin calmly replies that he did, and it's all thanks to Cha. The next scene shifts to a hospital room where one of Cha's lackeys suddenly jolts awake. As he looks around, he spots Cha on the other side of the room, all patched up, but clearly still in rough shape. The lackey is stunned to see his boss there, and Cha quickly tells him to stop calling him boss while they're in the hospital. Confused, the junior asks how his boss ended up here. Cha casually mentions he got roughed up and just took a cab to get treated. The lackey then inquires about Goseong and the rest of the lackeys. Cha, with a nonchalant shrug, says he took care of them all. The junior simply can't believe it and calls this BS, prompting the senior to get a bit annoyed and asks why his junior thinks he'd lie. The lackey suggests it's probably because he is too embarrassed to admit he got beaten by Goseong. Cha then asks if he happened to have met Jin yesterday. The junior perks up and confirms that he did indeed meet him. He further explains that he got ambushed by the enemy team while he was heading out of the club, and after getting brutally wounded, he found our boy and yelled at him. He charged at Jin out of anger, but after receiving the first hit, he fainted and doesn't remember anything else. The boss explains that Jin probably knocked him out to get him to the hospital. Cha then continues, saying that inside the club, he was overwhelmed by the sheer number of enemies. That's when Jin showed up, took them all out in seconds, and then told him he'd paid his dues before simply walking out. The lackey finds this absolutely admirable and thinks it's really badass, to say the least. The senior agrees, acknowledging that Jin is indeed quite impressive. The lackey then asks his boss if he has any clue who this kid really is. The senior points out that Jin claims to be just an average teenager, so he figures they'll have to take his word for it. In the next scene, we see a football heading straight toward Jin, and he catches it effortlessly. The referee immediately announces it as a handball, leaving everyone on the playground absolutely shocked. His friend, visibly annoyed, reminds him that he's not supposed to grab the ball because he's not a goalkeeper. Jin is confused about why he's getting an earful, apologizes anyway. Suddenly the bell rings, and Jin's friends call out to him, asking if he has time to hang out since today is the only day Youngchan doesn't have lessons after school, and they're planning to do some gaming together. Jin tells them to go ahead, and that he'll meet them at the location later, because he needs to walk his sister home first. His friends are a bit bewildered and ask if he's started to babysit his sister again. Jin explains that she's not feeling well lately. Blondie decides to save a spot for Jin, and meanwhile, Daeon is preparing to leave her class. She's thinking about making kimchi stew for Jin because he loved it the last time. However, she's unsure if he can handle spicy food, so she's considering making a milder soybean paste stew instead. Suddenly she hears a buzz of excitement from the other girls in her class. They're all gathered by the window, swooning over Jin. Some find him hot, while others are hoping he'll become their boyfriend. The girls even turn to Daeon and ask if her brother is dating anyone. Daeon is caught off guard by their dripping enthusiasm about her brother, so she hesitates, and then reluctantly says that he mentioned he's not dating anyone. As the ladies dash back over the window, Daeon smiles faintly, clearly pleased that her brother is well known among the girls. Walking outside the school, she wonders why Jin doesn't have a girlfriend, and if he might not be interested in girls at all. Suddenly she hears some voices nearby and discovers that it's Jin with his friends. Startled, she quickly tries to greet them as politely as possible. One of the more bashful lackeys blushes at her cuteness, and just waves in response to her greeting. The boys decide to head off to the game room, hoping Jin will meet them there. Once they're gone, Daeon asks if Jin is hanging out with his friends. He confirms that he is, but adds that he'll stop at home first. When she asks if it's because of her, Jin explains that he just left something at home. But she still insists that she can walk home on her own since it's still bright outside. However, Jin claims that he really needs to pick up something he left at home. She then points out that he doesn't need to go out of his way for her, just like she told Yona when she offered to have security escort her. All she wants is to lead a normal life. Jin stays quiet but agrees to her request, saying he'll do as she says, though he suggests they still walk home together from time to time. Daeon pouts, saying he worries too much, but Jin explains he's not just worried, he actually enjoys their walks. In the end, she finally agrees to keep walking with him. As they're walking, Jin suddenly stops when he spots that same woman with black hair which we suspect to be Yona's sister. Anyway, she greets Jin, but he doesn't bother to respond to her greetings. Meanwhile, Daeon is just as clueless about the woman with the black hair. The woman then pretends to notice Daeon for the first time, puts on an exaggeratedly concerned look and says she must be the one who went through so much because of Yeona's abduction. Daeon is seriously confused by now and asks who she is. The woman introduces herself as Yeona's cousin and says she's here to thank Daeon for helping Yeona, and offers to treat her to dinner if she has some time. Jin flatly refuses, explaining that Yeona already thanked him personally, so there's no need for this stranger to go out of her way. The woman is bewildered by his bluntness but tries to continue the conversation, saying she also has a proposition that could benefit both of them. Once again, Jin firmly declines, saying he's not interested. He then just starts to walk away, leaving this arrogant woman absolutely fuming. But before he's completely out of sight, Daeon makes sure to bow her head and give her one last polite nod. Meanwhile, the lady is seething with rage, and her guard asks if he should bring him back forcefully, but the lady says no. It seems her ego's been bruised more than we thought, and she's practically boiling over with anger. Next up, we're in the gaming room where everyone's glued to their TV screens. While they're all deeply immersed in their game, Youngchan decides it's time to take a dump. As he's heading down the hall, he accidentally bumps into a cocky punk. This guy immediately starts threatening Youngchan, barking at him to watch where he's going. Youngchan, poor guy, is practically shaking and stumbles out an apology. But Mr. Cocky isn't done. He's about to slap Youngchan across the face. Just in the nick of time, Jae-hyung bursts onto the scene and saves his friend from getting slapped. Jae-hyung strides over cockily, telling the cocky punk to get over it, because there's no need to make a scene over a little shoulder bump. He quickly spits out the lollipop he was sucking and locks eyes with the punk, and tells him to not take them for a bunch of goddamn scaredy cats. The punk's nerves are clearly rattled by Jae-hyung's deadly glare, and my guy continues to stare him down and demands this crazy punk why the hell he is staring. Once the punk is thoroughly intimidated, he finally walks off with whatever pride he has left. Jae-hyung lets out a puff of air through his nostrils, looking pretty pleased with himself. On the other hand, Youngchan still appears to be in shock, watching his friend and reflecting on the turn of events. It's a bit of a shock to him, considering Jae-hyung used to be the one bullying him, and now he's the one coming to his rescue. Orange Head tells them they'd better hurry, or Hyokjin will start giving them grief for being late. So, they head toward the toilet, while Youngchan still can't believe his eyes that this dude saved him. When they finally return, Hyokjin asks why taking a dump took so long. Orange Head explains there was some idiot trying to mess with Youngchan. Hyokjin's interest peaks and he quickly asks who it was. Orange Head says the guy was wearing a Gosok Tech uniform. Blondie then turns to Youngchan, checking if he's okay. The timid fella simply replies that he's fine, because nothing had happened since Jae-hyung interrupted just in time. Orange Head decides it's time to just dive into the game. But then, a bunch of rowdy people burst into the gaming room. It's the same guy Jae-hyung bumped into earlier, and he's brought his lackeys to get revenge for the humiliation. Hyokjin is completely absorbed in his game, and doesn't notice the people standing over his left shoulder. When he finally looks up, he sees a bunch of goons towering over him, and the leader of the gang quickly tells him to step outside. Both Hyukjin and Jaehyung realize that shit is about to get real, and Youngchan is shaking, terrified just thinking about what's coming next. Once they head outside, Youngchan is trembling with fear, feeling utterly terrified because they've gotten into this mess because of him. The cocky guy from before starts bragging about how Orangehead was all talk and no action, claiming it'll be easy to take down him and his other friend. But our Orangehead doesn't back down. He mocks the cocky guy, pointing out how he was scared and walked off quietly earlier, only to come back with his lackeys. The cocky guy doesn't appreciate the jab and gets furious. He tries to land a punch on Orangehead, but Jaehyung quickly ducks and delivers a brutal punch to the cocky guy's face, showing him who's boss. The cocky leader staggers backward, and Youngchan, on the other hand, is practically panicking, convinced it's all his fault they're caught up in this mess. That's when Jaehyung speaks up, telling his terrified friend that he doesn't need to feel guilty about anything, because these bastards are the ones who should be sorry. Those words absolutely melt Youngchan's heart, because seeing his friend looking so badass while saying that is almost overwhelming. But then, Hyukjin chimes in, pointing out that it's the exact same line Jin used a while back, and even the way Jaehyung said it had the same energy. He jokes that he basically copied Jin, and now he feels like he needs to bleach his eyes after seeing his copycat friend in action. Orangehead starts blushing, feeling totally embarrassed, and admits that Jin looked so cool when he said those words that they stuck in his head, and he couldn't help but repeat them. While the trio is caught up in their own back and forth, they momentarily forget they're actually facing off against a gang, and they are too distracted to pay much attention to the goons. But soon enough, the lackeys charge at them, because they are not here just to be simply ignored in the middle of the fight. The Orangehead stands his ground. As soon as one of the thugs reaches him, he delivers a powerful kick to the guy's gut, sending him stumbling backward. Another goon tries to swing at him, but Orangehead responds with a brutal whack, taking him down. Youngchan, who's not exactly a fighter, is more or less panicking on the sidelines, unsure of what to do. Hyukjin, however, is in full battle mode, taking down goons left and right. He turns to Youngchan and tells him to stay back and just watch from behind. Orangehead agrees, pointing out that while Youngchan might be a pro gamer, he is out of his element in this fight, so they have got things under control. Youngchan is completely blown away by this. He can't believe they're fighting because of him, and yet they're telling him to stay back. The goons are squirming and quivering on the ground after taking a serious beating. Our boys, on the other hand, are starting to struggle a bit, exhausted from the fight and outnumbered. Eventually, Jaehyung takes a solid hit to the gut and feels the pain. He's sure that he is screwed because the cocky guy is about to land a punch right on his face, but before the punch can connect, Youngchan jumps onto the cocky guy, grabbing him tightly like he's found his brother from another mother. They both crash to the ground, and the cocky guy starts shoving Youngchan aside. But Youngchan holds on tightly despite the fear. That's when Orangehead takes his chance and swings his leg, delivering a devastating blow to the cocky guy's head. The impact leaves Youngchan a bit teary-eyed from the sheer brutality he's just witnessed, something he's never experienced before. Orangehead stands tall, looking like a boss after giving the cocky guy the final kick. He glances at the guy who's clearly down for the count. Hyukjin can't help but jab at Orangehead, noting how Youngchan had to step in to save the day. Orangehead quickly gets embarrassed and defensive, saying he was just about to take the guy down himself. They turn to Youngchan, who's on the verge of tears. Orangehead immediately asks if he's okay. The timid fella quickly reassures him that he's fine and apologizes for causing all this trouble. The scene shifts to our boy finally making it to the game room, only to find it empty. He tries calling his friends, but no one picks up. Just then, he hears someone calling his name. He turns around to see his friends, who eagerly tell him he missed all the action. The beta bullies start bragging about how they just whooped some Goseok Tech guys. They head inside, and as they climb the stairs, they point out to Jin that while he might not be familiar with the Goseok Tech guys, they're pretty tough, but not a match for them. As they head into the gaming room, they're shocked to find a bunch of people lying unconscious on the ground. The beta lackeys are blown away by the sight and quickly ask who took down all these Goseok Tech guys. Our boy casually points out that he came looking for everyone and was jumped by these guys when they saw his uniform. The three of them are absolutely stunned to realize that our boy took out all these men single-handedly. After their mindless fun at the arcade, the group heads out to grab some grub. The beta bullies have brought the same delicious food Youngchan usually eats, but Orangehead forgets to grab drinks and decides to go get some as soon as possible. Youngchan decides to go with him, but Orangehead opts to go himself. As they start eating, Hyukjin feels proud and laughs about how they took down the Goseok Tech goons. Orangehead agrees, saying the goons came in trying to act tough but ended up getting beaten like dogs. Meanwhile, our boy looks at the tuna mayo food with no clue how to proceed. He watches as Jaehyung tears off the seal and pops the snack out of its wrapper. He mimics Jaehyung and starts to take a bite. While eating, He asks his friends who started the fight. Jae-hyung explains that one of the goons was messing with Young-chan outside the game room, which triggered the whole scene. Our boy checks in on his timid friend, asking if he's alright. The friend says he's good, because Jae-hyung showed up to rescue him just in time. Orange Head then shares some advice, telling Young-chan that in situations like this, he should never back down. Young-chan looks a bit confused to hear this, so Orange Head explains that you shouldn't flinch in front of a bully. You need to make it clear you're ready for anything, or they'll just take advantage if they think you're scared. Hyuk-chan agrees, saying you've got to show you won't take any crap, or they'll just walk all over you. Young-chan asks what if they end up hitting him. Orange Head just shrugs and says they're going to try to hit him even if he's scared, but Young-chan worries they might hit him harder. Orange Head agrees, but he points out that if you don't stand up for yourself, you'll just be seen as a pushover, and that's worse than getting beaten up. Hyuk-chan also adds his 2 cents, saying he's seen this trick work before because no one wants to deal with trouble. Bullies usually pick on the quiet ones who never speak up. Young-chan stays quiet, probably realizing that he's always been picked on because he didn't stand up for himself. As they chat, our boy keeps munching on his delicious food. The scene then drifts to his past, where instead of fancy food, he was stuck with some mediocre curry and a piece of dry bread. At that time, he had no choice but to eat it. What made it worse was that there were always strong guys around him, bullying the weak and taking their food. One day, a cocky guy demanded our boy hand over his food, but Jin wasn't having any of it, so he fought back and left a gruesome mess behind. His memory makes him reflect on how the same pattern of the strong preying on the weak seems to repeat itself, both in his past and present situations. That's when Young-chan finally musters up his courage and says out loud that he doesn't like either of the beta bullies. The 2 bullies choke on their food, their breath caught in their throats at hearing this. Young-chan continues, saying he hates them because they bullied kids in class, including him. Orange Head looks curious and asks when they even bullied anyone. He points out that they only joked around sometimes, nothing more. The blondie also agrees, saying that they never physically hurt anyone in class or made anyone do their dirty work. Compared to some of the other guys, like Gisu Kim, they're practically saints. But Young-chan stands firm, saying that even though they might just be joking or playing rough, it's still a form of violence to others. The beta bullies are stunned, because they are not sure what to think of it. Young-chan further continues, explaining that it's the same kind of violence no matter how big or small. He resents them for being so cruel without a shred of guilt. Once he is done speaking, he points out that since beta bullies told him to stand up for himself, he spilled everything he had in his mind to try it out. The beta bullies are completely thrown off by Young-chan's words. The blonde one is at a loss and says no one's ever told him anything like that before. He didn't realize people could see their actions that way and thought they were just joking around. The other bully also agrees, saying they figured it was okay since they weren't as bad as some of the others. Young-chan, still feeling nervous, explains that he was surprised by how nice the beta bullies seemed when he hung out with them. He guessed they didn't realize that what they were doing was a form of bullying. Feeling guilty, Orange Head quickly apologizes. The blonde also says sorry, admitting they're not sure how to fix things but at least want to offer an apology. On the other hand, our boy is still messing with his food. When he takes off the shell of his rice ball, it drops to the ground, and he's totally bummed out to see his meal ruined. His friends don't really know how to react, and they end up yelling at him when he tries to eat the rice ball after picking it up. In the bustling heart of the city, we find ourselves back at SW Corporation. There, we see that same woman who claimed to be Yona's cousin is sitting at her desk. Suddenly, Yona storms into the room, clearly fuming, and she yells this woman's name, Jie. The sassy lady looks up and smiles at Yona, but before she can say much, Yona cuts her off with a sharp tone, demanding to know if she met Jin recently. Jie tries to play it cool and reminds Yona that it was actually Yona who was tracking Jin's background because she was suspicious of him. Yona frustratingly admits that she did investigate Jin, but had promised him she wouldn't pursue it further. Now she is also telling Jie to stop nagging our boy as well. Jie raises an eyebrow and reminds her that she shouldn't forget the kind of world they live in, especially given the recent kidnapping event. So, she makes it clear that they are not taking any chances, and our boy's background is a major concern. Yona insists that Jin wasn't involved in any of the recent trouble, but Jie quickly interrupts, saying that just because Jin helped with a rescue doesn't make him trustworthy. Jie's manager also chimes in, pointing out that Jin's identity is a significant issue for the school. They emphasize that a school affiliated with SW Corporation shouldn't have accepted a student with fake records, and they make it clear that they won't overlook this matter. Yona frustratingly grits her teeth, while Jie just smiles with a hint of satisfaction. She explains that they might receive some good news soon. Curious, Yona asks what kind of news she is talking about. Jie's manager explains that Jin's records were restricted, so they had to consult higher-ups in their network to obtain more information. Jie looks at Yona with a challenging smile, asking if she's not curious about Jin's true identity. Yona firmly states that she doesn't care, emphasizing that Jin saved her, which is more than enough for her. Just then, the telephone rings, grabbing everyone's attention. Jie's smirk widens as she says it's time for them to hear the news together. She answers the call, and the caller announces that they have news to deliver. As Yeona waits anxiously, Jie expresses hope that the caller will reveal information about Jin's identity. The caller responds that the higher-ups have decided that SW Corporation should refrain from any further inquiries into Jin's background. The announcement leaves Jie visibly pale, and the guards stunned as well. Her frustration boils over, and she starts yelling at the caller, demanding to know how they can simply let the matter slide. The caller makes it clear that, given the enduring relationship between SW Corporation and the government, they have decided to overlook the matter. The caller explains that Jin is estranged from his family due to an unfortunate plane crash and is essentially a young man who has found his way back home. They emphasize that it would be best to let him live his life without further scrutiny. The next day at school, Yeona walks in with her escort, catching everyone's attention, including our boys who are curious to see them back after such a long time. Yeona suddenly starts looking at them with a direct gaze, which makes Youngchan feel uneasy. She approaches him and simply asks if Jin isn't in school today. Youngchan, looking around for Jin, explains that he was just here, but Jaehyung explains that he just got called to the office a few minutes ago. As Yeona and her escort, Seokju, settle into their seats, her escort reveals that the chairman is at the school right now. Yeona is surprised to hear that her grandfather is at the school, and wonders why he didn't inform her of his visit, and if Jin might have gone to meet him in the office. In the office, we finally meet the old man we've been hearing so much about. He's thrilled to finally meet our boy in person, especially since our boy had previously turned down a meeting, so he came by himself to thank him for saving Yeona. Our boy responds that there's no need for thanks. He was just trying to rescue his sister, and Yeona happened to be there too. The old man acknowledges that he knows, but he still wanted to express his gratitude for saving his granddaughter and apologize for involving his sister. Our boy clears things up again, letting the old man know that he doesn't need to worry about that since Yeona has already apologized. The old man stays silent after hearing this, and our boy starts to head into the classroom. That's when Grandpa finally asks if he will become Yeona's bodyguard. Not surprisingly, he flatly refuses and makes it clear that this isn't something an average teenager like him can handle. The old man reminds our boy that an average teenager couldn't really handle a unit of kidnappers made up of former Special Forces soldiers either. Jin then points out that Yeona already has an internal security team guarding her 24/7. The old man agrees but says that a security team can't be with her at school. And besides, she wouldn't be able to live normally with a team trailing her all the time. He explains that Seokju was in charge of her security, but the recent incident made him realize he isn't the right person to protect her, so he's thinking of giving the job to our boy. Jin starts to walk away again, saying he can't help. The old man goes quiet for a moment, and then says he wasn't just here to thank him for saving Yeona. He also wanted to thank him for what he did 3 years ago. As soon as our boy hears this, he freezes and quickly turns back toward the old man. The old man keeps going with his thanks, saying he's wanted to express his gratitude for a long time, because without our boy's efforts, he wouldn't have had the chance to see his son before he passed away. It's clear that Jin remembers what the old man is talking about, but he stays nonchalant, saying it was just another job. The old man insists it was a dangerous job that no one else would take on. Thanks to our boy's success in the mission, he was able to see his son again, and his son spoke about Jin often. The old man reveals that his son was worried, and asked him to find out why our boy had become a mercenary. So, the old man tried to track him down but couldn't find any leads. Now, as fate would have it, they're face to face, and he adds that Yeona is his daughter. Jin's mind quickly flashes back to the past, recalling the man mentioning that he had a daughter around his age. Still, Jin makes it clear that he can't be Yeona's bodyguard. However, he adds that he won't turn a blind eye if something happens to her. The old man is a bit taken aback but then smiles and says that would be more than enough. He then adds that there's one more thing he'd like to request. He points out that he would like to hear Jin's thoughts on the security team at SW. Jin asks what he means, and the old man explains that SW's security team is part of a long-standing and proud tradition, maybe too proud for their own good. They believe that Yeona's recent kidnapping would have been contained even without Jin's help. However, as SW continues to expand, the threats are growing, and their security division is lacking in innovation. The old man wants Jin's honest assessment of their skills, and it will be a paid assignment, of course. Jin lets out a sigh, feeling like all of this is just a drag. He then finally heads back into his classroom. As soon as he enters, Yeona greets him, but he clearly ignores her and walks to his seat as the teacher starts the class for the day. Jin sits quietly in his chair, thinking about the old man's words. He realizes that Yeona's father must have died since the old man mentioned he'd seen his son before he passed away. The scene then cuts back to the past. We see Jin as a mercenary, with all the site workers gathered around eating. Jin is munching on some kind of food bar when a voice calls out to him, asking how a kid like him ended up working as a mercenary. It's clear this man is Yeona's father, and after he sees our boy's face, he comments that he didn't realize Jin was so young. Jin quickly covers his face and starts to walk away, but the man offers him his platter full of delicious and appetizing food. He tells Jin to throw away his trash and eat this instead, saying that what he eats really matters at his age. Meanwhile, the other mercenaries chat about how their new client seems really wealthy and explain how they're building roads, a school, and a clinic in the town they're all stationed in. As they chat, Jin listens quietly. While he's on guard duty, the man walks up to him again, offering him a chocolate bar. Jin just looks away. Later that night, the man offers him food once more, but Jin turns away again. On a particularly rainy day, the man brings an umbrella and coat, but Jin refuses them as well. One day, as Jin is packing up his stuff to leave, the same man approaches him again. He says he'll miss having Jin around and invites him to stop by if he can since they'll be there for at least another month. The man then tosses a bag to Jin, explaining that he's packed some snacks and basic medical supplies inside. Finally, Jin speaks up and asks why he's giving him all this. The question catches the man off guard, and he's surprised to hear Jin speak Korean. He adds that he tried speaking in Jin's native language and in English before, but didn't get a response. The man explains that he's giving these things because he has a daughter around Jin's age, and he reminds him of her, so he can't help but worry. Later, we found ourselves in a rundown place where conflict is ongoing. We then see Jin with his fellow mercenary. His fellow informs him that the town where Jin was stationed as a guard has been taken over by a resistance group. He explains that they were waiting for the foreigners to finish their construction so they could take over the buildings, and most of the people at the site had been killed. Jin is jolted out of his flashback by the sudden ringing of the bell, and he notices Yona calling out to him, asking if he's free right now. A while later, they're in the lounging area, where Seokju is bowing his head in respect and offering a late apology in person. Jin tells him there's no need for that, as he understands the reason behind his actions. Yona then says she's pretty sure Jin will deny it, and explains that Grandpa asked her to invite him on his behalf. Jin agrees without hesitation, leaving Yona quite puzzled to see that he actually agrees without protest for the first time. The scene then shifts to Jie, who is gritting her teeth in frustration. She's fuming mad that the higher-ups aren't releasing Jin's true identity. Just then, her manager enters and mentions that the same student has arrived, which shocks Jie a little. In the SW Corporation's men's locker room, Jin is getting suited up in the company's dress code. Seokju asks how Jin ended up landing a job with SW Corporation. The scene transitions to the past, where Jin is reviewing the records of all the security personnel working for SW Corporation. The old man had told him to spend a few days with the team and share his thoughts since arrangements had been made to accommodate him. It should be fairly easy for Jin to get a sense of the program. Back in the present, Jin tells Seokju that he simply wanted to experience what being in the security team is like, so ended up here with a job. Seokju wonders if that means Jin wants to be a bodyguard. Jin then asks if Seokju isn't joining the training. In response, Seokju explains that today's session is for Team 2, and he is part of Team 3. He adds that Team 3 escorts Yona exclusively, while Team 2 escorts Ms. Jie and her parents. The scene transitions to a training hall where all the personnel are sitting on the ground. One of the instructors introduces Jin to everyone, explaining that Jin will be joining them for the next few days. He's in the same class as Seokju, and the chairman has allowed him to participate in their program to learn about their field. One of the men raises his hand and asks if Jin is the one who handled the kidnapping situation with Seokju. The senior confirms that he is indeed the same person. Jin introduces himself and thanks everyone for letting him participate. As the students begin their training, we see Yeona standing above, observing our boy. Seokju reveals to her that our boy is here because he wanted to experience what it's like to be a bodyguard, or at least that is what Jin told him. Meanwhile, the guards are running down the halls, engaged in their training. As Yeona watches our boy, she also notices someone else in the hall, and it's Jie along with her guard. Yeona curiously wonders what she is doing there. Meanwhile, Jin is running across the hall with the other soldiers. The senior leading the pack takes a quick look back and sees that Jin is keeping up well, so he decides to pick up the pace, running even more intensely. After several rounds, all the soldiers are completely out of breath, and the senior looks utterly exhausted, as if he might faint any moment. Jin, however, looks as if nothing has happened, taking just a simple, casual breath. The senior reveals to us that they've run enough to make anyone faint, but Jin kept up the whole time and even looks like he could handle 20 more laps. They move on to other intense exercises, and Jin excels at those as well. From the sidelines, Yeona is absolutely blown away by how Jin outperforms everyone, leaving them struggling to keep up. Meanwhile, Jie just sneers, saying it's just basic training, and still Team 2 is falling way behind this kid. As our boy stands there, the senior is wondering where in the hell they found this kid. He's questioning if he's been trained somewhere before because he's just too good. Then the senior notices Jie standing nearby, and his face goes pale as soon as he makes eye contact with her bodyguard. He realizes he's going to catch flack from Jie and her bodyguard later for falling behind compared to a high schooler. Suddenly, one of the juniors raises his hand and points out that he's heard this student played a critical role in Miss Yona's rescue, so he wants to test the kid's skills himself. The senior gets angry and asks if he really wants to spar with a high school kid, yelling at his junior for being out of his mind. But the senior finds himself completely blown away when the kid himself volunteers to fight and says he doesn't really mind. The senior, completely at a loss for words, scratches his head in frustration and reluctantly agrees. He tells his juniors to get the protective gear for our boy. Before long, our boy is decked out in his gear, and the other guy facing him gets suited up too. Yona wonders if this will be okay, and Seokju points out that it's hard to say, given how tough the other guys are. Even Jai thinks it would be pretty hilarious if this high school kid actually won. She mentions she's heard the kid has extraordinary fighting skills, but her bodyguard assures her that he's still no match for his men, because these guys have been highly trained in all sorts of combat, long before they started working at SW. The senior tells both of them to just take it easy, especially telling his junior to go a bit easy on the kid, and the junior agrees. The senior then tells them to get ready, so the junior takes his stance and reminds our boy that he's not against those chumps he has beaten before, so he better be careful. Our boy doesn't even flinch at the jab and simply takes his own stance. As soon as the senior signals the start of the fight, the junior lunges at our boy with an incredible burst of speed and swings a punch right at his face. But our boy quickly steps back. The junior swings again with full force, but Jin dodges effortlessly once more. Yona, growing anxious, points out that the soldier wasn't supposed to go that hard during a sparring match. But the soldier, however, keeps coming at Jin, swinging his fists left and right. Jin continues to dodge every attack effortlessly. Then, Jin quickly kicks the junior's leg, causing him to stagger. Seizing the moment, our boy balls up his fist and throws a brutal punch. But the soldier quickly raises his hands to block, avoiding a direct hit. The fatty mocks our boy for his futile attack and gets ready to hit him with a punch of his own. But Jin quickly deflects the incoming fist and counters with a brutal blow right to the bastard's face. That display of power leaves Yona breathless, and even her guard finds it pretty impressive that Jin struck precisely where the fatty's face was exposed. As the fatty writhes in pain, Jin grabs him by the head and delivers a vicious knee smash to his face, leaving him bloody and beginning to collapse to the ground. GA is absolutely blown away by what just happened, while Jin stands there as the clear winner, with his opponent slumped unconscious on the ground. He removes the protective gear from his head, and both the senior and the other soldiers are stunned by the turn of events. Seokju notes that they were clearly instructed to take it easy, but this was just too intense. GA speaks up again, questioning if this kid is really the 19-year-old they claimed he was. Meanwhile, her bodyguard is fuming at the top of his head, as Team 2 is part of his crew, and he is not at all happy to see one of his soldiers going down like flies after being beaten by a teenager. The other soldiers drag their incapacitated buddy off the ground, while Jin remains the center of attention. By now, the senior has no doubt about Jin's role in saving Yeona from the kidnappers. Meanwhile, GA's bodyguard is giving his soldiers death glares. They're all panicking, especially the senior, who's sweating bullets because he's sure he's in big trouble. Then, another soldier, Beomseok Choi, raises his hand and volunteers to spar with Jin too. The senior reminds him that they've already lost to a kid once and doesn't want to look foolish by losing again. But Beomseok, brimming with confidence, says he's really itching to fight Jin after seeing his impressive skills. The senior points out that they can't all just rush at Jin, but Jin says he's totally fine and not exhausted at all. He even adds that he hasn't moved around enough to be tired. This freaks everyone out a bit because after taking down one of their top soldiers, he's practically saying he hasn't even broken a sweat. Seokju lets out a sigh, clearly not surprised by our boy's antics. Beomseok finally steps into the ring, face to face with Jin. While stretching his muscles, he casually asks our boy where he learned to fight like that. Jin then asks if Beomseok isn't going to wear his headgear, to which the soldier confidently replies that he doesn't need it. He tells Jin to go ahead and use one if he wants to. But Jin was only asking for the guy's sake. He doesn't care about headgear either, so he just tosses it aside, surprising Beomseok and even Yeona. That's when Beomseok starts getting cocky, calling Jin a punk and saying he likes his spirit. Jie then curiously asks her bodyguard what he thinks will happen this time. In response, he admits they made the mistake of underestimating Jin earlier, but he's confident they can take him down now. He takes major pride in his men, who train tirelessly every single day. Not to mention, our boy is about to face the ace of the team this time. Jie cracks a smile, eagerly anticipating how Beomseok will handle Jin. Meanwhile, Yona's bodyguard is starting to think Jin might actually lose this round. In a weapon-free fight like this, it all boils down to physical strength, and Beomseok Choi is a jacked-up dude. There's no telling what kind of rigorous training Jin has had, but nothing can make up for the raw strength Beomseok is rocking. As the fight begins, Beomseok, full of bravado, takes his stance and swings at Jin, but our boy casually sidesteps the punch with ease. Jin tries to land a punch on Beomseok, but this dude isn't here to mess around. He dodges Jin's attack quickly and counters with a punch of his own. Jin also tilts to the side to save him and throws another punch, but Beomseok grabs Jin's fist and smirks. He acknowledges that Jin's punch is stronger than he expected based on his appearance. But Jin isn't interested in mid-fight chit-chat. He throws another punch, but Beomseok blocks it effortlessly. He gives Jin props for his great timing, but smirks and scoffs that no one can break his guard with pesky blows like that. But that's where he's dead wrong. Jin quickly swings his leg and lands a solid kick to Beomseok's thigh. The cocky guy is now totally stunned, and the senior's jaw practically hits the floor to see our boy making a hardcore comeback. Then Jin follows up with another brutal kick to Beomseok's leg. By now, Beomseok is absolutely fuming and throws a punch in a fit of frustration. But Jin calmly takes his stance and lands a nasty whack to Beomseok's chin, followed by a few more blows that leave the cocky guy clenching his teeth in frustration. Beomseok tries to swing at Jin again, but our boy deflects it with some slick ninja-like moves. Then, he delivers a solid slap to Beomseok's throat, making him cough up and spit. With a heavy thud, the once muscular guy drops to his knees. The first shocked face we see is Yeona's, quickly followed by Jie and her bodyguard. Meanwhile, Jin just stands there while the muscular guy coughs violently on the ground. Yeona's bodyguard is blown away by how strategically Jin broke Beomseok's upper guard. By striking his knee and then immediately going for the neck, he effectively narrowed the gap in their physical strength. Further attacks on vital points would have completely neutralized Beomseok's advantages. Jin then asks if anyone else is itching for a throwdown, but it's clear no one's eager to step forward. That's when the senior chimes in, telling Jin he shouldn't go for the neck or knees when sparring. Jin, looking genuinely puzzled, asks if there are rules to sparring and apologizes if he broke any since he wasn't aware. The senior quickly clarifies that there aren't really any specific rules, but it's just something he felt like mentioning. Well, deep down, the senior feels like he is just trying to save his sorry face after getting his butt handed over by a high schooler. After witnessing the entire battle, Jie is absolutely certain that it wasn't just a stroke of luck that Jin was able to rescue Yeona, and she wants her bodyguard's take on the matter. The man, clearly pissed off after seeing his soldiers drop like flies, reluctantly admits that from basic training to serious combat, Jin excels in every aspect. Jie smiles thoroughly at this, and then quickly tells everyone to move on to the next course. Everyone is startled, especially Yeona, who has no clue what Jie even means by that. Jie then walks over to Jin and reminds him that since he's here to experience real security duties, it's finally time to see what it's like to be a real bodyguard. Jin listens intently as she explains that since he's paired with Team 2, he'll be escorting her, and she's looking forward to his service. Yeona, however, can tell from a mile away that this woman is cooking up something shady. The next scene takes us into one of the offices inside SW Corp, where we meet the grandpa, who's with a suited guy. This suited guy is amazed that Jin is in the same class as Yeona. He explains that he learned about Jin's background during their research, but it's still a shock to see that codename Jin is actually this young kid. The suited guy adds that Jin's name only came to light a few years ago, which means he was even younger when he first gained recognition. He just can't wrap his head around how this kid could be the same ruthless individual he's heard about. The scene then shifts back to the locker room, where Jin is finally suited up in a real bodyguard outfit, and he looks seriously badass. Evening has arrived, and we find Diane and her grandpa together. The old man asks her if Jin is still out with friends. In response, she explains that Jin had to take care of something and said he'd be a little late. The grandpa is concerned, saying Jin shouldn't stay out too late. He's sure Jin will be fine, but if he runs into any trouble with hooligans late at night, it could be a problem. The next scene shows the two defeated soldiers who were getting pretty cocky before fighting Jin. They're now getting an earful from their superior, and everyone is feeling ashamed after getting their butts kicked by Jin. The senior is so livid his veins are practically bulging, and he makes it crystal clear that they're about to face training like they've never seen before. The soldiers' faces fall when they hear this, and the senior lets out a sigh of relief that they didn't get chewed out by their boss today. Meanwhile, Yeona is absolutely blown away when she sees Jin stepping out in his bodyguard uniform, looking like he's about to hit the town for a date. Even Jie is really pleased to see him, and those defeated soldiers can't help but feel a bit jealous of our boy. As we head outside the building, Jin and two other guards are escorting Jie. There are several other guards as well, making sure she gets into her luxurious Bentley without any issues. Once she's inside, the guards follow, while Jin stands outside until the senior bodyguard tells him to just get in the car. With that command, Jin takes a seat in the back alongside Yeona. Once inside, he notices how two guards are always at Jie's side. Out of the blue, Jie asks our boy if he's ever thought about singing or acting as a career. She explains that one of the SW subsidiaries she runs is an entertainment agency, which is where they're headed right now. Jin, however, simply states that he's not interested. She then asks him why he's interested in becoming a bodyguard, As soon as our guy hears this, he realizes these folks probably don't know the real reason behind his involvement, so he just goes with the flow and says he wanted to experience life as a bodyguard. She then gives him props, saying he's pretty good at this job. Judging by how well he did in training today and how easily he beat the guards in Team 2, she's impressed. But when his bodyguard hears about his Team 2's defeat, he's absolutely livid, turning red with anger. He's embarrassed to get reminded that his team got trounced by a high schooler. On the other hand, Jin points out that he only won because Team 2 let their guard down. They had to hold back because he's just an inexperienced kid, so he had a greater advantage from the start. If they had taken him seriously as a real opponent, he's pretty sure he would have lost both duels. The woman acknowledges the situation, but deep down, she thought Jin would be more boastful about beating working guards. Turns out he's not like that at all. Meanwhile, the bodyguard is blown away by how our boy has thought through everything so well. A while later, they finally reach their destination. In that other SW Corporation building, we see she's sitting in her office, while our boy and the senior bodyguard are standing outside. The senior is amazed that after standing there for an hour, our boy hasn't even flinched. So out of curiosity, he asks where he received such intense training. Our boy simply looks at him and stays silent. The senior asks again where he picked up those moves from the sparring session, because this isn't something you can just pull off by luck. In response, Jin just says he learned on the streets where he grew up. This vague answer really ruffles the senior bodyguard's feathers, who wasn't expecting such a brush-off. Well, his answer wasn't too far from the truth. The scene then transitions to his past, showing how he really did learn these skills on the streets. We see him running alongside his buddy, while a hail of bullets rains down from behind. He's climbing ropes to reach the treetops in harsh weather and facing off against highly trained soldiers and killers. But he never flinches. Once they head out again, their car zooms down the highway. Jie asks if he's feeling alright since it's been a long day. He says he's fine, and she finds it odd because it's his first day on the job for this line of work. But he confirms once again that this is indeed his first time. Meanwhile, the senior bodyguard reflects on how this is typical of our boy. He hasn't asked a single question since they started the route, and hasn't shown any signs of being affected, even when they deliberately skipped dinner to test him. It's as if he's fully aware that these things can happen in security work. He never budged from his position until he was instructed to do so. Suddenly, Jin notices something serious up ahead. There's a truck coming, and the driver inside looks either drunk or sleepy. It's hard to tell. What is clear is that the truck veers out of its lane and heads straight for the car Jin and Jie are in. The truck skids across the road and crashes into their car. Once the car comes to a stop, the bodyguards from the other car rushes over. The airbags have deployed, and the senior bodyguard quickly checks the back seat, asking if Jie is all right, and what he sees there blows his mind. Jin has managed to hold Jie close, saving her just in time to avoid the worst of the crash. The bodyguard is amazed that Jin could react so quickly and protect her in that split second before impact. But then Jie yanks herself away from Jin and creates some distance. The other bodyguard rushes to her, asking if she's okay. The other guards quickly gather around to discuss what just happened. One of them reports that the truck driver was definitely drunk. The junior guard adds that the driver appears unconscious, and they're currently pulling him out of the vehicle. The senior guard tells everyone to call an ambulance, secure the driver, and make sure to get to the bottom of this incident. Meanwhile, inside the car, Jie looks at Jin, who's sitting quietly. She's startled and asks if he's okay. Jin simply nods in affirmation. But Jie points out that he might have been hurt and suggests he should come with them to the hospital to get checked out. Instead of responding to this, Jin reminds her that she should always wear her seatbelt, even when sitting in the back seat. Seems like this is not what she was expecting to hear at such a critical moment, so she has no clue how to respond to this brutal truth bomb. Back at home, Daeon is busy preparing some delicious food, and Jin also walks into the living room and asks if she's making lunch. She responds that she's cooking for Grandpa and will save some for him to have later too. Jin reminds her that Grandpa is already at work. Daeon explains she plans to take it to his workplace, just like she used to visit him there often, but hasn't ever since our boy came back home. Jin decides to tag along with her and seals the deal with a warm smile. Later, in the bustling city, we find Grandpa happily chatting with his fellow officer. The officer is teasing him, asking if he won the lottery or something, since he looks so cheerful since returning from vacation. Grandpa looks puzzled and asks what he means. The officer points out that he just looks unusually happy lately. Grandpa is confused by the teasing, and his friend further reveals that apartment 703 just gave them some snacks to share. He's told to drop by to grab him after his shift. Grandpa replies that he'll come by after he finishes sorting out the recycling. As the old man starts shoving down the trash into the bins, he reflects that he might have let himself get too excited about Jin's return, to the point where others have started to notice his happiness. Suddenly, Grandpa hears some commotion. He sees a thug slam on the brakes in the middle of the road and get out of his car. Another person behind him tells him to move his car instead of blocking the road. But this cocky guy just gets out of his sports car, holding 2 disposable glasses. With a smug attitude, he uses every name in the book to tell the other guy to shut up, saying he'll be back in a minute after tossing these glasses. The man in the car is visibly scared by the thug's attitude. The thug strides over to Grandpa and drops the 2 disposable glasses into the dustbin, but he's so careless that they just fall to the ground instead of making it into the bin, leaving Grandpa with extra work. The old promptly picks up the scattered trash. Meanwhile, the thug's girlfriend, who's still in the car, tells her boyfriend to throw this bag of trash as well. Reluctantly, he grabs the trash bag and throws it from a distance, not bothering to walk over to the bin. As expected, Grandpa ends up picking up the mess left behind by the inconsiderate duo. The thug zooms out of the place in his car, and just as Grandpa is busy putting the garbage to its rightful place, he hears a familiar voice and turns to find his children arriving to visit him. Although Grandpa is thrilled to see his children, he still asks what they're doing there. They reveal they brought lunch for him, but he insists they shouldn't have gone to the trouble. He can just buy something nearby. Daeon looks around and notices Grandpa is sorting out the recycling. He agrees, saying it's better to take care of it before it piles up and gets out of hand. The charming girl offers to help with the job, but Grandpa quickly tells her she doesn't need to get her clothes dirty. Daeon, however, has already made up her mind and brushes off his concern, saying she'll just wash them later. So they start sorting out the trash, with our hero quietly standing behind, beaming with happiness to be with the family. After a while, we see the girls blushing while looking in a certain direction. It wouldn't be surprising if they're admiring our boy's handsome face. In the background, we catch sight of Mr. Cha and his lackey, who have finally been discharged from the hospital and have been walking out from his apartment. Suddenly, Mr. Cha perks up when his eyes wanders at front and spots our boy sorting out some trash, and he has no clue what the hell he is doing there. Cha's lackey recognizes the old man and realizes he's the grandpa they saw when they went to get the kid. Hearing this, Cha quickly pieces it together and figures out that the girl must be our boy's sister. Seeing our boy smiling so warmly, Cha finds it fascinating that he knows how to smile after all, and he can finally see that he really does look like an average teenager. The lackey suggests they go over and say hello, but Cha decides against it, saying guys like them usually just end up ruining moments like that. Instead, he decides they should grab a bite to eat. We then see the sweet family having their lunch in the park. The 3 of them are enjoying themselves, eating and chatting away. Once they're done, Daeon waves goodbye, and they decide to head out. Once the evening strikes, the old grandpa is also done with his duty, and walks to his home while smiling pleasantly. Then, he notices that same Corvette he had seen in the noon when that thug came to throw that trash. The old man approaches the thug and reminds him that parking there isn't allowed because it blocks the entry and creates a hazard for children, so he suggests parking in the lot instead. The thug sneers and asks why he should listen to an old guy like him, making it clear he'll park his damn car wherever he wants. The old man tries to reason with him, but the blonde woman beside the thug threatens him, saying he's just a guard and wonders if he's trying to get fired. The old man keeps his smile and calmly explains that he knows he's paid by the residents, which is why he's asking them to park elsewhere to avoid causing trouble for others. The thug scoffs and says he won't park in the tiny parking lot because if another car scratches his, who's going to reimburse him for the damages? Grandpa is left without an answer, and the blonde woman sneers, doubting that Grandpa could cover the cost of the car. That's when Mr. Cha's lackey grabs the thug by the neck from behind. With a terrifying tone, he asks if this thug has no manners when speaking to his elders. The stupid head groans in pain and demands to know who's behind him. Cha's lackey leans in with a face that could scare ghosts and simply asks why he wants to know. The thug is absolutely terrified by the look Cha's lackey is giving him. The lackey yanks the thug away and tells him to shut up and move his car. He makes it clear that if he ever catches him giving this gentleman trouble again, he's going to make sure both of them get a serious beatdown. The disgusting couple quickly hops into their car and speeds away. Cha's lackey then smiles at the old man and asks if he's all right. Grandpa, unsure how to respond, simply says, "Thank you." The man then reminds Grandpa that Jin is his friend, and that he saw Jin working with the old man earlier today. Grandpa's mind perks up and remembers that this man is the same guy who came to their home one day to meet Jin. The scene cuts to Mr. Cha's turf, where the lackey meets up with his boss. Cha's in good spirits despite his fractured hand, glad he can still enjoy a drink with his other hand. The lackey mentions that if he hadn't stepped in, Grandpa would have had even more trouble from that little punk. Cha chuckles and gives his friend a nod for his solid work, noting how disrespectful punks can be these days. Suddenly Jin barges in abruptly and he looks quite terrifying at first glance. Cha immediately starts sweating to see our guy this serious, because Jin is the last person he would want to mess with. He asks Jin why he's giving them this insane look. By the way, we've been referring to this man as Cha's lackey for a while now. Since we don't know his name yet, let's give him one and call him Muscle Man. Jin pulls out his phone and shows a selfie of Muscle Man with Grandpa. Grandpa also had told our boy that one of his friends lives in the apartment where he works. Muscleman starts blushing, feeling pretty pleased as well as embarrassed with himself. Meanwhile, Jin looks absolutely furious and asks Muscleman if this is some kind of threat. Cha and his lackey are terrified that Jin is taking this the wrong way, and they definitely don't want to get on the bad side of our MC. As our boy's anger boils over, Muscleman starts to stagger and quickly tries to explain that it's just a gesture of goodwill, begging Jin to listen before taking any action. The scene then shifts to SW Corporation, where GA is asking her guard how the kid is doing. The guard remains silent for a moment, but then points out that the kid should be finishing up his training session with Team 3. GA then asks if Jin was taken to the hospital to get checked out and what the doctor said. The bodyguard reports that Jin had a few bruises but nothing serious to worry about. GA reflects on how Jin saved her just in time, and we can tell that she has a soft spot in her heart for him. She tells her bodyguard to check in on Jin just in case, as you never know what symptoms might develop after a car accident. She's concerned that if the media finds out the crash was staged and Jin gets hurt, it could create a real problem. Well, I already had a hunch from the start that the accident was staged because they just wanted to assess Jin's caliber. We then see Jin again, donning his school uniform back. Seokju asks him what's going on, noting that Jin seemed to be holding back compared to his last session. Jin points out that he does not want to get on the bad side of everyone. He then asks Seokju why he's still hanging out with the security team, since he initially thought Seokju had already finished his security training and moved on. Seokju sighs and explains that, contrary to what Jin might have heard, he was never an official guard. He only started because of his family and because he grew up with Yeona. Since he was good at being a bodyguard, he stuck with it. He admits that after seeing how Jin rescued Yeona from kidnappers, he realized he's not as skilled as he thought he was and felt he needed to improve. Seokju mentions that he got all his training from SW but is curious about where Jin learned his moves, because he seems like a trained professional. Jin simply responds that he learned it on the streets where he used to live. Seokju senses that Jin isn't telling the full truth, but decides not to press him further. After they finish preparing in the men's locker room and head out, they find Yeona standing outside, eavesdropping. Jin doesn't bother to engage with her and continues walking, but Yeona quickly speaks up, asking if he's not planning to try more field work today. Jin looks confused, and Yeona blushes as she explains that she thinks it would be a good opportunity to hang out, and it won't take too long. Jin remains silent, and both her guard and Seokju stay quiet as well after hearing her odd wish. Later, a bunch of guards are stationed outside while Yeona and Jin stop by a stall to grab some food. Yeona excitedly explains that she missed cup noodles and triangle kimbaps so much while she was in the US. As Jin looks at his triangle kimbaps, he has a flashback to an unpleasant memory where his food fell out of the wrapper and hit the ground. Seokju looks a bit bewildered by the rundown spot they've chosen for eating. Yeona notices and asks Jin if he's not going to eat anything. Our boy then replies that he doesn't think he should eat with her since he's supposed to be guarding her. Yeona is startled by this, and Seokju quickly explains that Team 3 is responsible for escorting Yeona right now, and their job is to blend in as her companions while guarding her from close by. Yeona charmingly agrees and tells everyone to just dig into the food. Meanwhile, Seokju reflects on how Yeona picked the convenience store near his home on purpose because she knew he would decline if she took him somewhere nicer. Yeona then brings up the accident that happened while Jin was escorting Jaye and asks if he's okay. Jin replies that he's fine, all while staring at his triangle kimbaps inside the packaging. Yeona then asks if Jie gave him a hard time, noting that Jie is known for being super demanding and harsh. In response, Jin simply says everything went smoothly. Yeona finds this hard to believe, as it doesn't sound like Jie at all. She comments that Jie only smiles when she's insulting others. As they chat, Jin looks at Yeona's pleasant personality and finds himself drifting back into his memories. He remembers her father, utterly exhausted and injured, with Jin himself panting heavily, gun in hand, scanning for enemies. Her father tells him to leave him behind, saying that at least one of them should survive. He adds that he doesn't have much time left, and even if he's saved today, he won't live much longer. He reassures Jin not to feel bad about abandoning an injured man because he's just glad that Jin stayed to help when everyone else refused. The father's only regret is not being able to see his daughter's face one last time before he dies. Jin tells him to stop being sad about it and insists that since he is still alive, he should just stand up and go see his daughter. The father's face lights up at Jin's words, feeling a glimmer of hope even in this despairing situation. And as the flashback fades, Jin turns to Yeona and asks if they can talk alone for a moment. The girl is startled to hear this, and repeats his question, asking if he means just the two of them. Jin responds positively, so Seokju decides to step away, saying he'll give them some space. Once Seokju is out of earshot, Yeona asks what's going on, and why Jin suddenly wants to talk privately. In response, Jin drops this name, Inguk-sin. Yeona quickly catches on that Inguk-sin is her father's name, and she is now even more confused why Jin is bringing this up out of the blue. Jin then asks Yona what her father was like. Yona looks puzzled because she is not quite sure where Jin is going with this. She eventually sighs and explains that her father was a busy man who spent a lot of time working overseas. They weren't very close because they barely saw each other. She goes on to tell him that her father fell ill, and the doctors told him he didn't have much time left. Despite the bad news, he kept working and ended up falling sick while abroad. She still doesn't understand why someone would choose to spend their last days working instead of being with loved ones. She was on her way to see him because he couldn't manage the flight back home, but he passed away before she arrived. She further continues, explaining that her father worked himself to death without ever having one last moment with his daughter. And if she's being honest, she admits that she still resents him for that. She is still not sure why Jin is asking about her father, but she claims that she would not have opened up if our boy had not saved her from the kidnappers back then. Once again, Jin's mind flashes back to a construction site. There, her father is talking to him again. He says he's doing all this because he wants to help, and as a parent himself, he felt compelled to do something for these children because it was the only way he could face his daughter. He admits he hadn't been a good father, and if he had known sooner, he would have spent more time with her. To him, family is more important than anything else in the world. Back in the present, Jin reveals to Yona that she was the reason her father worked until the very end. This news shocks the girl, and she asks him what on earth he's talking about. Jin then explains that he's here to deliver the final request of his client. He reveals that her father wanted to tell her that he wanted to see her one last time before he died, and that he's sorry he couldn't make it happen. These are the words her father wanted Jin to deliver to her. We flash back once again into the past, where her father tells Jin that this is an official job, and he must carry it out no matter what. He further says that whether he lives or dies, Jin will be the one to deliver this message to her. Yona is stunned to hear that Jin met her father before he passed away. After dropping this bombshell, Jin simply grabs his bag and begins to walk away, leaving Yona wide-eyed. Tears start to well up in her eyes as she wonders if her father really did say those words. It seems like Jin is also going through his own development arc and has finally begun to understand something he didn't realize back then. He's starting to see the meaning behind the request he is signed to fulfill. You see, whenever Yona's father tried to offer anything to Jin, it wasn't about making himself feel better, but rather, it was simply because he wanted to protect Jin. The father simply made that request to get Jin away from the battlefield, because he was trying to do what he could to help him. The next scene takes us to Jin's apartment. The doorbell rings, and Jin quickly opens the door, only to find his senior, Major Kang, standing there. Later, they sit down in the living room at the dining table, and Jin's grandpa is thrilled to finally meet Major Kang in person after only talking on the phone before. Major Kang apologizes for not coming sooner to say hello. He explains that he returned to Korea with Jin, but wanted to give him some time to reconnect with his family first. Grandpa finds it surprising that Major was here in Korea all along, and states that he was eager to thank him in person. He remarks on how shocked he was to learn about all the things Major Kang had done for Jin. Earlier, the old man had thought Kang was just an embassy employee, not the very person who brought Jin home. Major Kang happily explains that they wouldn't have survived without Jin's help either. Well, it's actually true, and Kang reflects on how Jin essentially brought them back from hell, and he couldn't be more grateful about it. On the other hand, Grandpa nods in respect and says that Jin might never have made it back home if it weren't for Major Kang. He admits it's a bit late, but he thanks Kang again for everything he's done. Major Kang starts to sweat and looks a bit anxious, quickly waving off the thanks and saying there's no need for it. Nevertheless, Grandpa is curious and asks how a military officer ended up meeting Jin. Major Kang feels confused initially, as he is not sure what to say, but soon collects himself and explains that Jin was their guide when they were deployed overseas. He got them out of a tough spot, and Kang says they definitely wouldn't have made it out alive without Jin's help. Grandpa then invites Major Kang to stay for lunch, noting that it's almost noon. Major Kang happily agrees, and as he munches on some fruit, he turns to the little girl and asks if she's Jin's sister. The girl gets a bit frantic but quickly confirms with a yes, and Kang gives her a warm smile and tells her that being Jin's younger sister makes her like a younger sister to him as well. So he jokingly adds that now she's got two stylish bros to hang out with. How cool is that? The little girl feels a bit awkward, but musters up a polite response. After all, she's just a 17-year-old trying her best to be courteous, while a 36-year-old man is trying a little too hard to be hip. As noon arrives, the table is loaded with food, all thanks to Grandpa's high-paying job as a security guard. Major Kang dives into the food with enthusiasm, eating so fast that Grandpa feels bewildered and tells him there's no need to rush. Major Kang apologizes and explains that he's just too excited because he can't remember the last time he had a nice home-cooked meal like this. Grandpa then asks if Kang's mother is no longer with him. Kang replies that she's alive but not very good at cooking. He and his father prefer to eat out instead, which spares them the awkwardness of pretending to enjoy her food. Kang gets a bit emotional and adds that the mess hall was the best part of being in the military, and he knows that sounds a bit tragic. Both Grandpa and the girl give an awkward smile, while Jin quietly continues eating his food, being the good guy he is. In the next scene, Jin and Major Kang are hanging out outside. Kang expresses his happiness at seeing Jin, and mentions that the other boys also fondly remember him. Jin's mind flashes back to all the pleasant memories of his fellow juniors being kind to him, and a genuine smile spreads across his face. He then asks his senior what brings him here all of a sudden. Kang explains that he was out on business and thought he'd stop by to see his junior since he had a few days off after finishing his assignment. He's really glad to see that Grandpa and Jin's little sister seem so nice. Jin smiles back to hear this, and Major Kang beams back at him with the same energy. As the senior stands up to leave, Jin asks if he's heading out already. Kang nods, saying it's already a bit late. Major Kang further states that he would love nothing more than to sit and catch up, but he has to go meet his fiancée. This news takes Jin by surprise, and he asks if his senior has gotten engaged already. Kang confirms this, and Jin is left staring, unsure how to respond. Seeing Jin's flat reaction, Kang gets a bit agitated and annoyingly asks if Jin is jealous of his senior finally finding someone. Jin quickly denies it, while Kang explains that it's a bit of an old-fashioned arrangement since their parents set them up. He admits he's kind of glad about it, especially since he's always too busy with assignments to date much. As Kang waves goodbye, he tells Jin to take care of himself. Just as he's about to leave, Kang suddenly stops and calls out to Jin. Our boy quickly responds to the senior's call, and Kang cryptically asks if he has found the answers he was looking for. To understand what Kang is referring to, the scene flashes back to a time when Jin asked his senior about what family is all about. At that moment, Kang found the question really hard to answer and remained silent. Back in the present, Jin confirms that he still doesn't fully understand what family is all about, but he's starting to get a sense of it. Kang is pleased to hear this and gives Jin a heartfelt goodbye. We then return to the SW Corp, where GA apologizes to her visitor for calling him at the last minute, explaining that she didn't have enough time to see him elsewhere. Well, to everyone's surprise, the visitor appears to be Major Kang himself, and he quickly reassures her that there's no problem at all. In fact, he's the one who called her out of the blue and is just glad she could spare some time for him. As she takes her seat, she comments that she's heard Major Kang has been dispatched overseas a lot lately, so it must be quite busy for him. The man scratches his head and modestly says he's sure he's not as busy as she is, as he's just scrambling around trying to be useful. She tells him not to be so modest, knowing well how tight his schedule is. Kang grins sheepishly in response, while she thinks to herself that she never imagined she'd end up with a military man, and they wouldn't have even met if their parents hadn't arranged it. She then wonders how many times they've seen each other, and Kang responds that it's exactly 14 times. She then points out that this much time is just far too little given the fact that they had been engaged for over a year. She then remembers another think, and she states that she has a favor to ask. The man quickly perks up and tells her to just say the words. That is when she slides across the profile of our boy, and when he looks at the document, she points out that it's about this boy in the picture, and she wants him to look into his records. Of course, Kang doesn't need to look into anything since he already knows everything about Jin, but he remains silent about it. She then mentions that this boy is Yona's class fellow, and that they've discovered Jin's records are fake. She's been trying to investigate it herself, but the authorities won't let her, so she thought it might be better to leave it in Kang's hands. Kang, however, apologizes and makes it clear that he won't beat around the bush, and he can't help her with this. GA's eyes widen in surprise, and she remains silent for a moment. Then, she turns her head away, a bit annoyed, and tells him that if he doesn't want to tell her anything, he doesn't need to get all dramatic about it. The poor guy trembles with anxiety and nervousness, as he surely doesn't want to upset her. A few days later, Jin receives a phone call informing him that Major Kang and his men, who were on a mission, have now gone missing. The scene flashes to Major Kang and his soldiers, carefully treading their way with guns pointed. But then, we also see the enemy soldiers in the woods somewhere. One of the enemy soldiers reports that Kang and his team have been driven into the target zone. The boss flashes a big grin to hear this pleasant news, and he is looking forward to hunting them down. Back with Jin, he asks the caller if Major Kang is in danger. The caller confirms that Kang is indeed in danger. And by the way, the one who called our boy is Yeona's grandfather, and SW Corporation's director. According to their sources, Major Kang and his men were ambushed by armed forces during their mission. They're being chased by the enemy and are forced to engage in combat. Meanwhile, the military is preparing to extricate Major Kang and his troops. The director further explains that he's sharing this information because he knows Jin has a close relationship with Major Kang. Jin quickly catches on and realizes that if the director felt the need to inform him, it likely means the chances of Kang's survival aren't very promising. The old man sadly agrees, saying he called Jin to prepare him for the worst. Jin remains silent, and the caller advises him not to jump to any rash conclusions and to leave the matter in the hands of the military. He reminds Jin to keep in mind that he has a family to think about now. At the end, our boy agrees and ends the call. As he stands there, his mind flashes back to memories with Major Kang. In the infirmary, Kang, with a big grin, reminds his fellow soldiers that he had already told them that Jin was Korean, and indeed, he is. The other injured soldiers happily chime in, and they all find it really hard to believe, and they wonder if Jin has actually gotten his memories back. Once Jin was sitting alone, Major Kang approached him and told him to take his time and not force himself to remember anything. He then asked Jin if Ijin Yu was his real name, which Jin confirmed right away. In another memory, Jin and his colleagues are in the game room, struggling to win a single game. The atmosphere is lighthearted and filled with despair as they continue to lose one game after another. In one particularly vivid memory, Major Kang comes rushing in with excitement and hastily reveals to Jin that they have found his family. He explains that they discovered Jin has a grandfather and a younger sister. Our boy remains quiet and seemingly unshocked, but his other friends are overjoyed. They smile and congratulate him warmly, and they are happy for him that he will be now able to lead a normal life once again. In the present moment, Jin feels a pang of sadness from the news about Major Kang. He's lost in his thoughts when Daeon calls him for dinner, and Grandpa reminds him to hurry before the food gets cold. Jin finally exits his room and stands silently. The others are puzzled to see his unusual behavior, and ask if he's not going to take his seat. Jin snaps out of his contemplation and eagerly sits down next to his sister. As they settle in, Grandpa shares that the other guards are envious that his grandkids come to eat with him. Daeon finds it odd that anyone would be jealous about that and assumes all kids visit their grandparents. But sadly, the old man shares that's not the case, and none of the other grandkids visit as often as she does. Daeon is pleasantly surprised and excitedly declares that she'll visit again soon with lunchboxes. Meanwhile, Jin isn't quite in sync with the current mood. He suddenly calls out to Grandpa, who asks what's on his mind. Jin asks how Grandpa feels about helping someone who once helped him. The old man thinks for a moment and replies that there's no simple answer. It depends on the nature of the help he received and how he can offer assistance in return. What is clear is that the person who helped you had a lot more to lose and didn't expect anything in return while helping. He further explains that the true value of a kind deed is not measurable, and eventually Jin will find that there will come a time when he needs to repay someone for their kindness. All in all, if you can't help someone entirely, you should at least try his best to return the favor. Grandpa starts feeling a bit embarrassed after his heartfelt words, and apologizes if he rambled too much, because he's not the best at putting perspectives into words. Jin simply responds that he understands everything very well, and is genuinely glad to have met someone like Grandpa. The old man looks unsure from where all this flattery is coming from, but he thanks his grandson, and states that hearing Jin's words means a lot to him. Suddenly Daeon notices her brother looking at her, and Jin also tells her that he's also glad to have a sister like her. Daeon goes silent for a moment, then blushes deeply, because she is not the type to handle this much flattery all at once. Later, once Jin gets into the room, he talks to his senior, and lets him know that he is going to help Major Kang, and he appeals to his senior to please make any arrangements if he can. Well, it seems like the director isn't too sure about sending our guy into the fight, but it looks like he doesn't really have a choice. The next scene cuts back to the woods, where we see Major Kang completely exhausted, taking deep breaths to catch his breath. He then instructs everyone to rest for a bit and tells one of the soldiers, Seokun, to scan the perimeter, while Jiseok and Suchiol are sent to check how close the enemy is. One of the soldiers speaks up, mentioning that everyone is pretty wiped out, and Gwangsik has lost a lot of blood, but the senior responds that they've got to reach the next checkpoint to wait for rescue. The soldier asks if they can even make it since they're almost out of rations. The senior feels agitated and begins gritting his teeth. The scene then cuts to the enemy base, where one of their soldiers reports to the boss Kang's party is close to giving up. The boss says he's impressed they've lasted this long, and he admits that he would have suffered greater losses if Kang's party would not be burdened with protecting civilians. Plus, Major Kang in his time is also unfamiliar to this land as well, which gives this eye patch bastard an edge in this fight. Suddenly the man's eye begins to throb under his eye patch, and he can't help but feel agitated as the image of our boy flashes through his mind. Looks like our guy is the one who took this bastard's eye. Later, we see a plane zooming through the skies, and inside, our boy sits in his soldier uniform, gun in hand. It's clear he's familiar with the land he's headed to. You see, this region is known as Grian, one of the places where Jin had operated as a mercenary before. Before he boarded the plane, the director's assistant explained that Major Kang and his men were deployed to extricate a group of researchers gathering data on the region's minerals. The rescue mission was successfully underway, but then the troops were ambushed by an unidentified armed force. The assistant also mentioned that they've prepared the list of items our boy requested, and the military forces of both nations have agreed to assist in securing his passage to the region. Lastly, the director himself asks our boy one final question, inquiring if he's absolutely sure about his decision, and Jin quickly replies that he is. With that, We're back in the plane, and the sirens start blaring as they reach the checkpoint. It's finally time for our boy to jump into action. The scene cuts to the school where the lecture is going as usual. Our beta bullies are slacking off, and not surprisingly, Young Chan is busy taking notes. Yona, on the other hand, is puzzled and wondering why Jin isn't in class and hasn't responded to her messages. We're back in the woods again. As our guy moves cautiously, he spots bullet cartridges scattered around. Scanning the area, he realizes that Major Kang hasn't made it to the second foothold. But after seeing the remnant of the battles here, he figures that the Major might have moved on to the third foothold from the second foothold already. Meanwhile, in the dense woods, soldiers are exchanging heavy fire. Major Kang is reloading his magazine while the enemy keeps up a relentless barrage. One of the enemy soldiers is even armed with an RPG. Seeing this, Kang is momentarily shocked, but he does not waste any time and quickly takes aim at the soldier with the RPG and fires, hitting him right in the head. The RPG also detonates for some reason after the soldier is shot in the head, creating a massive explosion and sending debris flying everywhere. Many enemy soldiers are down, and Major Kang and his squad continue their relentless barrage of bullets. Once all the current soldiers are dealt with, those hiding behind hesitate to advance and eventually retreat. Kang quickly calls for a status report. The soldier reports that no one else has been injured, but their ammunition is running low. It's hard to say for sure, but they might not have enough for another skirmish. Kang then asks how far the next foothold is. The soldier replies it's about 8 kilometers southwest, with an estimated travel time of 3 hours and 20 minutes. Kang isn't thrilled to hear this, because covering that distance on foot with civilians and wounded men, especially in such a dense jungle, is far from easy. The soldier also notes that the enemy seems to be using a pattern of ambush and retreat instead of launching a full-on attack. Kang grits his teeth after realizing that the enemy is deliberately trying to wear him down from the start, and they are even ready to sacrifice as many men as it takes to achieve their objective. He reflects that these men aren't fighting like trained soldiers, but are being strategically deployed by someone skilled in tactics. The attack seemed random at first, but after a few skirmishes, Kang noticed a pattern. The enemy's pursuit forced him to retreat from the first foothold to the second, and now they're driving him back from the second foothold as well. Also, the enemy is chasing him down as if they are already familiar with the path. His best option now is to defend the third foothold and hope that the rescue party arrives in time. No matter what it takes, Kang is determined to get his men back home safely. Back at the enemy base camp, a soldier reports to his leader that the enemy is following the predicted course, and he has already positioned the troops to block their way. The man with the eye patch grins, not surprised by this development. After all, there aren't many routes the enemy could have taken. Suddenly, a mercenary bursts into the tent, asking how many more of his men will have to die needlessly. He questions why the eye patch guy won't just let them charge in full force instead of sacrificing themselves just to retreat. The eye patch then shoots this mercenary a deathly glare, causing him to tremble and fall silent immediately. The eye patch's aura becomes even more intimidating as he explains that they are up against a highly experienced special forces unit, and charging at them without a strategic maneuver would have already decimated all their troops, leaving them with no men to fight and no territory to call their own. But then, the eye patch man starts smiling again and returns to his normal behavior. He assures his mercenary friend that none of them will matter to him from this point onward. With those chilling words, someone shoots the poor man in the head, and he falls to the ground. I guess he really won't have to worry about anything from now on. The leader exits his tent, and we see that other members of the mercenary group have also been captured. He finally gives the green light to hunt down Major Kang and his party, but also orders his soldiers to dispose of these useless fools before they go. A while later we see Kang's party, all looking exhausted. One of the soldiers comments that they've covered half the distance and will definitely reach the foothold on time if they keep this pace. Kang decides to stay on guard and slow their pace slightly. You see, the enemy knows this terrain well, but they don't, and they're aware of the exact path Kang's party is taking right now. Back with the eye patch man, he's practically brimming with joy. He's reveling in the hunt and eagerly anticipates the moment he'll capture his prey, just when they think they've escaped. He can barely contain his excitement, imagining how the fools will feel when they realize they've been screwed from the start. He's so thrilled that he orders his soldiers to inform the others that their prey will be arriving soon. Meanwhile, Kang and his party make their way through the terrain and come across the slaughtered bodies of the mercenaries scattered on the ground. Every one of them is dead, and Kang is left bewildered, with no clue about what's happening. It seems like our boy is the one who took all those soldiers down. Back at the enemy base, a soldier delivers some bad news to the leader. Apparently the Alpha unit was waiting for the ambush, but they've lost contact with them. The boss is jolted in shock, demanding to know how this could possibly be true. The soldier explains that they've tried multiple times to reach the Alpha unit but have been unsuccessful. The eye patch man grits his teeth in frustration and angrily asks about the Delta unit, demanding to know if they are right behind the Alpha unit. The soldier replies that the Delta unit is closing in on the target, with almost 2 kilometers left to go. The boss orders his men to get in touch with the Delta unit and ensure they catch the prey no matter what. But then, he decides to contact them himself. Once the transmission is set up, he tells the Delta unit to report back. The man from the Delta unit reports back promptly, saying they're under heavy fire. The big boss is absolutely stunned to hear this, and demands to know what the hell he's talking about. In response, the man explains that they were ambushed while en route to the target. The big boss then asks who they're fighting, and the reporter responds that they have no clue about their enemy, but before he can say anything more, there's a loud bang, and the transmission abruptly ends. The big cheese is left gritting his teeth in utter frustration, absolutely annoyed by the fact that they're the ones being hunted. Meanwhile, we see our boy, and it's clear he is the one causing havoc among the enemy ranks. The soldiers from the enemy team are unleashing a barrage of bullets, but Jin is dodging them with such finesse that it's almost unbelievable. Jin knows it will take Major Kang about 30 minutes to reach the third foothold, so he plans to keep the enemy soldiers engaged until then, ensuring his friend and the rest of the team can escape safely. He then slides across the ground, swiftly aiming his gun at the enemy. He locks onto his target and takes the shot, dropping one of them instantly. Without missing a beat, he aims at the second soldier and takes him down as well. The soldiers quickly realize where the sniper fire is coming from, but before they can react, Jin unleashes a barrage of bullets, blowing them away. More soldiers appear, and they immediately start bombarding Jin with a new wave of bullets. He ducks down to shield himself, with the bullets flying everywhere except hitting him. Jin begins running, confident that the enemy won't be able to track his route in this terrain. He plans to take advantage of this and strike from another direction. Meanwhile, Kang and his soldiers hear the heavy firing from a distance. The soldier reports that the gunfire is coming from the route they just passed. Kang is baffled because the mercenaries were already dead before he arrived, and now there's intense fire coming from the direction they came from. He shares his confusion with his friend, saying he can't make sense of it yet, but they'll wait at their current position until the rescue party arrives. As they wait, the senior begins to hear loud bangs once again, and enemy soldiers are dropping dead left and right, all thanks to our boy. The enemy retaliates with gunfire, but my guy quickly ducks behind some rocks. He reveals to us that the enemy has figured out he's the only one attacking them, and he's been outnumbered from the start. However, they're starting to panic because their numbers have dwindled to half. He spots 3 more soldiers who don't seem to know his exact location. With quick precision, he takes aim and shoots them down immediately. He then glances at his watch, and sees that there are still 14 minutes left until the rescue team arrives. As the sun begins to rise, our soldiers keep a close watch on the enemy. One of them announces that the rescue unit will be landing soon. The civilians let out a sigh of relief at this news, but Kang quickly reminds his relieved soldiers to stay alert until they're safely out of this mess, especially given his bad feeling about how the gunfire suddenly stopped. Suddenly, their transmitter crackles to life. From the other side, they hear a man reporting that this is Jin, and he is only 3 minutes away. The soldier notes that the name sounds familiar, and it doesn't take Major Kang long to connect the dots and realize who was behind all that gunfire which abruptly stopped. When he looks ahead, he sees our boy walking toward them with his hands raised in the air. Major Kang peers through his sniper rifle scope and confirms that it's indeed Jin. The other soldiers can also confirm it's Jin, but they have no idea what he's doing here. Major Kang is still in utter disbelief, and he surely does not want to believe his eyes. Right on cue, the rescue helicopters arrive on the scene. Kang rushes over to Jin, grabbing him by his shirt, and sternly demands to know what the hell is doing here and why he came. Jin remains calm and simply says he knows this region better than anyone. Kang reminds him that he doesn't need to be here anymore since he's transitioned from a mercenary life. In response, Jin explains that this is exactly why he came, because he did not want to live a regretful life. You see, ever since our boy heard that Major Kang and his men were in danger, he knew that he would regret it for the rest of his life if he didn't come to their aid. Kang just gets even more furious, reminding Jin that he's just a kid. Despite his anger, he pulls Jin into a tight hug, tears streaming down his face once his emotions overflow his mind. Finally, the chopper lands, and the rescue team quickly spreads out to tend to the survivors and offer aid. Meanwhile, back with the eye patch guy, his lackey reports that the Alpha unit has been wiped out and 17 out of 20 Delta troops are dead. Although he's not completely certain, he's confident that Alpha was annihilated instantly and Delta was ambushed while on the move. The eye patch guy grits his teeth in utter frustration after hearing the report. I guess his anger is understandable, because everything was going according to his plan, and his prey was moving just as he expected, and there were no reinforcements nearby. All he had to do was wait for the moment to strike. But somehow, someone managed to destroy Alpha and nearly wipe out Delta as well. The only combat he's seen like this was from someone who messed up his eye. And as he remembers Jin, his eyes begin to throb once more, and it finally clicks into his mind that our boy must be behind all of this mess. His lackey quickly notices the eye patch guy's unusual behavior and the eye patch points out that this is exactly the kind of combat that 001 was known for. The lackey reminds him that 001 was terminated years ago, but the boss tells him to check again. He orders his lackey to analyze the current situation, considering the possibility that 001 might still be alive. The scene then cuts to the SW Cooperation Training Area, where guards are diligently doing their daily routine exercise. Among them are Seokju and Jin, with Yona watching from the sidelines. The training involves some running and rope climbing. Seokju seems unable to take his eyes off Jin, likely because he struggles to keep up with him. After the rope climbing, the next exercise is desk jumping. Seokju and Jin stand shoulder to shoulder, ready for the challenge. As they start running at an incredible speed, Jin effortlessly outpaces his fellow, leaping over desks with such ease as if he was born for it. The spectators on the sidelines, including Yona, watch in awe, marveling at how Jin seems to excel at everything he does. Once they finish the course, the group takes a moment to catch their breath. Seokju is panting heavily from exhaustion, but when he glances at Jin, he's shocked to see that Jin hasn't even broken a sweat. In the men's locker room, Seokju continues to observe Jin, and he is fascinated by his prowess. That's when he notices a spot of blood on Jin's arm and points it out. Jin also takes notice of the bloodstain but quickly brushes it off, saying it's nothing, and simply puts on his school coat. Seokju, however, is blown away, realizing that only a deep wound would bleed like that. Yet Jin managed to outperform everyone in training despite the injury. Seokju then speaks from the heart and points out that whenever he looks at Jin, he feels like he's been stuck in a small pond his whole life. He doesn't know much about our boy, but he's sure that Jin is not an ordinary Joe, and it's clear that he has been at this game for a long time, especially after witnessing how he rescued Yeona, and how he nailed the entire training session. He further explains that since he was young, everyone told him he was a prodigy, but seeing Jin has pushed him to confront his own limits, which is pretty damn frustrating. He makes it clear, though, that he won't let our boy outshine him in training. Jin then asks him if that's why he was keeping such a close eye on him. Seokju feels a bit awkward after being called out, but Jin points out that it's pretty hard not to notice when Seokju has been trying to outdo him in every training session. Still, our boy admits he gets it and understands that Seokju can't help but compare themselves since they're the same age. Seokju stays silent after hearing this, which just confirms that he's definitely comparing himself to Jin. Anyway, our boy then asks Seokju if it's true that he's more than just Yona's bodyguard, and that he's been trained as her aide since he was young. Seokju points out that he's not sure who told this to our boy, but it's kind of true. His grandfather is the chief secretary to the chairman of SW Corp, and his dad works alongside him as an aide. It was decided early on that Seokju would join SW Corp one day, and since he and Yona grew up together, he was trained as her aide to assist her when the time came for her to take on a role at SW Corp. That's when our boy admits that he has no idea how to be an aide and wouldn't even know where to start. With that in mind, he states that they each have their own roles to play. Just as our boy is walking away, Seokju quickly catches up and says he's not going to let Jin beat him in training or sparring. Jin looks at his friend and just smiles. After all, a bit of healthy competition and rivalry never hurt anyone. Once they get out of the men's locker room, Yona is waiting outside as usual. She gives both of them props for a well-done training session and then turns to our boy, asking if he's been busy lately since they haven't seen him at school for a while. Jin simply says he had something to take care of. Yona stays silent for a moment, and then suddenly his phone rings, and the caller ID says, "It's Major Kang." Our boy answers the phone, and Major tells him that the doctors just reported that Gwangsik's operation went smoothly, and there's nothing to worry about. Jin is quite pleased to hear this, and Major further goes on to say that if they hadn't gotten back in time, Gwangsik might not have made it. So, he's alive thanks to our boy. Kang thanks him twice, saying that if Jin hadn't been there to save them, the whole unit would have been in danger, and the other guys in the group are just as grateful. The other guys in the background start showering our boy with gratitude. But then Major Kang gets serious and tells him that he doesn't want to see him out in the field again. He kinda admits that it's a funny thing to say after Jin just saved everyone's asses, but it doesn't sit right with him, and points out that Jin has a family now and a new life ahead of him. But our boy gently reminds the Major that it was because of him that he found that family in the first place, so he's pretty sure he made the right call by stepping onto the battlefield. Major Kang can't help but crack a smile, and he thanks Jin once again for making the right decision. Jin then hangs up after saying goodbye, and when we look ahead, we see Yona standing there with a clueless look on her face. She seems a bit startled, probably because she's never seen him smile like that before. Yona then frantically asks Jin if he needs to hurry back home, to which he replies that he doesn't, because his friends are waiting for him at the game room. Intrigued, Yona quickly says she wants to go there too, but it seems Seokju isn't sure if they should head over. Eventually, they make their way to the game room. When our boy steps inside, he's momentarily startled by the scene in front of him, and Seokju and Yona look just as confused. The game room is a complete mess. Peripherals are scattered on the ground, and one of the staff members is busy trying to clean up the aftermath of what looks like a fight. Seokju asks the manager what happened, and the annoyed manager explains that a group of kids in uniforms, like theirs, were gaming quietly until a bunch of kids from another school came in and started a full-blown brawl. It ended up in a huge mess, and now they're trying to clean up the chaos. Well, it looks like our two beta bullies and Youngchan might have gotten themselves into some serious trouble, and Jin seems to have a pretty good idea of what just went down. We finally catch up with Youngchan, who's running at full throttle. Even though he's out of breath, he dashes down the streets and quickly slips into one of the dark alleys. While hiding in the corner, he's absolutely terrified as the thugs who were chasing him continue their search. To understand how Youngchan ended up in this mess, let's rewind a bit. We see the entire gang of thugs surrounding the beta bullies. The bullies are trying their best to fight back, but they're hopelessly outnumbered. The orange head tells Youngchan to just run, and the blonde one even tells him he shouldn't tell Jin about this. So it looks like this pussy has abandoned his friends in the middle of the fight and is now trembling at the thought of how those beta bullies are going to handle an entire gang of kids from Gosok Tech. His phone rings abruptly, which scares the hell out of him, and it's our boy Jin calling. Back with the beta bullies, Jae-hyung knocks out a thug with a single punch, but then gets hit by another guy. He quickly retaliates with a kick to the gut, sending the thug tumbling backward. Meanwhile, the blondie is also taking down thugs left and right. After taking down a lot of these guys, the duo looks completely exhausted. However, the number of thugs they're facing is overwhelming. One thug stands behind his lackeys and mocks our duo, saying their effort wasn't half bad, and that he finally sees some truth to the reports of his boys getting beaten. Apparently this man is infamous Inchin-gu, and he is the top dog of Gosok Tech, and even our beta bullies had never thought in their imaginations that they would have to go against the infamous Inchin-gu and his goons one day. Jae-hyung throws a jab of his own, telling Inchin-gu to stop yapping and face them. Inchan is clearly annoyed to hear this, and responds with a furious glare, while Orange Head continues to taunt him, asking if he's afraid of embarrassing himself in front of his boys. Inchan takes the bait and charges at them like a raging bull. As soon as he swings his fist with incredible speed, Orange Head sidesteps it effortlessly. He then balls up his own fist and delivers a devastating blow, but Inchan quickly blocks it. Orange Head then swings again, which only frustrates Inchan further. Inchan-gu swings back at Jae-hyung, but he delivers a crushing whack to the thug's face. It looks like Jae-hyung is too exhausted to land a solid hit anymore. Just then, he finds himself in shock as Inchin-gu grabs his leg mid-air, grinning ear to ear while taunting him that he's as good as dead now. With that, Inchan-gu delivers a brutal punch that leaves Jae-hyung's face a bloody mess. But this bastard doesn't stop there. He follows up with a knee smash that sends Jae-hyung sliding across the ground. Meanwhile, the blondie is also in trouble. He gets a skull-crushing blow from a thug behind him while he's distracted and worried about his friend. Once he's down, the thugs begin pounding on him relentlessly. Inchan-gu also continues to beat the hell out of Jae-hyung, his shoes now covered in blood and grime. But he shows no mercy, crushing Orange Head's skull with vicious intent. Suddenly, another lackey arrives from behind and informs Inchan that Tae-soo wants these guys brought to him. The other lackey then asks what they should do about the one who got away. Inchan instructs him to tell everyone to gather at the club and start chasing that third guy. It seems like they're talking about Youngchan, and it looks like this scaredy cat has finally run into our boy. He fills everyone in on what happened, how the Gosok Tech guys came in and jumped them, and how they seemed pretty pissed off about what went down a few days ago. He further explains that they were caught off guard, but Jae-hyung and Hyukjin quickly managed to fight back until Inchin-gu showed up. Jin has no clue who Inchin-gu is, so the scaredy cat explains that Tae-soo-ki rules Gosok Tech, and Inchin-gu is his right-hand man. They're notorious enough to have been recruited by the gangsters even before they graduated. He explains that there were 20 of them waiting to ambush them, and Jae-hyung and Hyukjin told him to run away. 2 of them faced off against all 20 and made him promise not to tell anyone. The scaredy cat admits it's all his fault because Jae-hyung helped him when the Gosok guys tried to mess with him. Jin finally asks where he last saw Jae-hyung and Hyukjin. The scaredy cat quickly explains that he left them in an alley by the subway station, which is also the usual route to the game room. Jin begins to walk forward quietly without saying a word. Youngchan tries to ask where he's going to look for them, and this scaredy cat still looks afraid, convinced that even Jin couldn't handle 20 guys on his own. The Gosok guys are known for being tough, as most of them go straight into gangs. But then the scaredy cat's mind flashes back to all the pleasant times he spent with his friends. With those happy moments in mind, he steals his resolve, shakes off his worries, and confidently joins Jin in the cause. They both begin to walk away, while Yona is left unsure of what to do. Seokju, on the other hand, stands quietly. But then, the bodyguard asks him if he's not joining his friends. Seokju is startled to hear this, and the bodyguard repeats his question once more, asking if he's not going with them since they are his classmates. The bodyguard then flashes a grin and tells Seokju to snap out of it. He reminds Seokju that even though he might hang around suits like the guard himself, he's still a high school kid. Just like those two. Seokju thinks for a moment, and then a smirk spreads across his face as he finally makes up his mind. He turns to Yeona and lets her know that he'll be back in a few minutes, and that it won't take him long. The girl is caught off guard by his unexpected behavior, and as he walks away, she thinks to herself that she has never seen a look like that on his face before. Suddenly Yeona announces that she's tagging along too, but her guard quickly cuts her off, saying she can't get mixed up in any trouble, and he's sure those two will be able to handle it quite easily. Yeona is clearly annoyed by her guard's party-pooping attitude, and she quickly turns her gaze away to express her frustration, leaving the poor guard sweating profusely. Meanwhile, Youngchan is still worried because he knows Jin is a hardcore fighter, but he's not sure if he can handle 20 guys. His worries seem unwarranted when he sees Seokju joining them in their cause. Jin glances over his right shoulder, and Seokju simply states that he's joining as well since they are his classmates too. This makes Jin smile, and the trio struts down the path with full confidence. Once the trio finally arrives at the scene, they find nothing but broken sticks and blood splattered everywhere. Youngchan is freaking out, convinced they were just there. He wonders if maybe they managed to escape, but Seokju quickly spots 2 smartphones and picks them up, and explains that it's more likely the thugs took them away. Youngchan confirms that these phones belong to the beta bullies, and Seokju points out that the broken phones on the ground were left intentionally, and Jin is also pretty sure he knows whose blood is on the ground. Suddenly, some of the thugs stroll into the street. They spot our trio and quickly recognize that they are wearing a Sainon High uniform. They also see Youngchan, who had run away earlier. The thugs begin to approach them, calling Youngchan every name in the book and saying they've been chasing him everywhere just to find this little bastard. While Youngchan is completely rattled, Seokju feels relieved that they don't have to chase around for answers, since they can just ask these thugs where their friends were taken. Jin strides confidently toward one of the thugs, but that bastard doesn't like our boy's attitude, and tries to punch him, but Jin quickly deflects the punch and lands a solid hit to the thug's face. Another thug swings his fist, but Jin delivers a brutal whack to that one as well. He then grabs the thug by the head and smacks him with a knee to the face. Meanwhile, Seokju is not holding back either, and he is also taking down thugs with precision and skill. Before long, all the goons are down for the count, smeared in their own blood. Youngchan's face has now moved from scared to shocked as he watches Jin and Seokju take down the thugs in no time. One of the goons groans in pain, and Jin quickly approaches him, demanding to know where their friends were taken. The thug remains silent, looking both pissed and cocky even after his face is smashed up. He flashes Jin the middle finger, telling him to scram. To return the gesture, my guy slams the thug down to the ground with incredible speed, leaving him unconscious with his eyes rolled back. Youngchan looks absolutely anxious, unable to believe how Jin just bashed the thug's face into the concrete. Blackhead decides it's time for him to handle the questioning, figuring Jin is not the best person for interrogation. We finally arrive at the club where all the goons have been gathered, and it's packed with these guys. In the center of the chaos, we see the beta bullies being tossed around like trash. Youngchan tries to look up once he hears smashing sounds, and he is absolutely blown out of his mind when he sees this dude with tattoos swinging the bat like a madman, leaving the blood splattering everywhere. The guy going off with his bat is Taisugi, the big cheese of this joint. While he is busy pounding someone on the ground, his lackeys arrive saying they have brought both of the thugs back. The man finally stops after hearing this, and tosses his baseball bat and signals his lackey for a cigarette. The poor guy scrambles to get it for him while Tai-Su plops back down in his seat, and he is looking clearly pissed. He's angry because he had to deal with a lot of crap from his boss over the rumors that our beta bullies had beaten down 10 of his men. The scene flashes back to a tense meeting between Taisugi and his boss. Tai-Su is being grilled about the rumors that 10 of their guys got taken down by just 2 high schoolers. The boss is practically fuming and points out that most of their crew is made up of Goseok Tech grads, tough recruits who aren't supposed to be getting beaten by some random high schoolers. He's straight up threatening Tai-Su, saying if this is how he handles things, his position might be on the chopping block. In the present, Tai-Su is still fuming about the mess he's had to deal with because of these 2 beta bullies. He glares at them, asking if they're the ones who gave his guys such a hard time. The lackey nods, but then Tai-Su asks where the third one is. Inchan anxiously adds that one of them managed to escape, but he's sure they'll catch him soon enough. The boss is floored by this, clearly not expecting to hear that they haven't got all their targets yet. His reaction shows just how out of sync this situation is with what he had in mind. Inchan and his lackeys feel anxious, realizing that Tai-Su is in an unusually bad mood, likely because of what his boss said yesterday. So he decides to keep things smooth and just offers a hasty apology, hoping to defuse the situation. Tai-Su finally calms down and asks incredulously how he's supposed to believe that these flimsy little guys managed to take down 10 men. He demands to know where their other partners are. Jae-hong just tells him to screw off, and gets a solid kick in the face for using foul language. Meanwhile, Tae-soo is blowing off steam by puffing out smoke, and his lackey keeps beating both of our guys. Tae-soo then puts out his cigarette and makes an arrangement, stating that the first one to spill all the information gets to walk free, but the other will have to stick around as their pawn for a while. He also gives them a chance to run, but makes it clear that his men will drag them out of their school, and he's willing to make their lives miserable. That is when our blonde bully snickers, and both of the beta bullies can't help but laugh so hard that it looks like they are about to lose their lungs. Well, that does it. Tae-soo is about to blow his lid, and his lackeys know things are about to get real. As expected, the cocky leader quickly starts charging at our boys with a bat in hand, swinging it down so hard that blood splatters everywhere on impact. Even the lackeys are getting concerned to see things spiral out of control. On the other hand, the bastard keeps beating the hell out of our beta bullies until he suddenly stops after sensing commotion nearby. When we look outside, the thugs who were loitering around the club are now sprawled on the ground. Inside, everyone falls silent as they hear the door creak open. All eyes turn toward the entrance, and in strolls our trio, confidently, without a care in the world. The boss is fuming at the sight of these high schoolers barging in and demands to know how these morons managed to take down the fools guarding the place outside. On the other hand, Young-chan is absolutely scared out of his mind when he sees both of his friends lying on the ground, covered in their own blood. In-chan quickly points out that this is the same guy who got away earlier. The other lackeys in the club start snickering, mocking Seokju and Jin, saying they're really scared if these two are supposed to be the backup Young-chan ran to get. Meanwhile, Young-chan is about to crap his pants, second-guessing whether infiltrating this place was a good idea after all. The boss drops his bat with a thud and says he's been in this business way too long, but he never thought he'd see the day when a bunch of scrawny-ass punks would come marching into his club looking for trouble. He then turns to his underling and asks what he plans to do with these fools. In response, In-chan quickly rallies his thugs, ordering them to bring our crew down to their knees. The lackeys charge at our boys, bats in hand, ready to finish this once and for all. At the same time, In-chan feels a bit relieved, thinking at least they'll be able to wrap this mess up today. He doesn't even want to imagine what would have happened if this dragged on for another day. But little does he know, he and his lackeys are in for one heck of a ride. As expected, Seokju and my guy have already started dropping these bastards left and right. In-chan and his crew go pale, and even the other fools standing around are trembling in fear. Our boys quickly shrug off their bags, and In-chan is absolutely boggled to see they've already taken down 4 of his guys. The rest of the lackeys rush toward them, but Seokju and Jin just take their stances, ready to rumble. They start smashing down these thugs like they're nothing more than trash in their way. My guy leaps into the air like a ninja and delivers a devastating blow right to one thug's face. Seokju isn't holding back either, taking down the filthy thugs with single punches, sending them flying. Young-chan can do nothing but watch in amazement as his friends absolutely wreck the place. They're both taking down these thugs like it's nobody's business. When the cocky leader sees his lackeys getting a thorough beating, his cigarette drops from his wide-open mouth in shock. The beatdown continues, and eventually all the thugs are down for the count. The big boss is in complete disbelief, wondering if this is even possible. He looks at our guys, and it's clear they've barely broken a sweat. Yet, they've just taken down 30 of his goons single-handedly. Our boy then starts to walk, and In-chan standing beside begins trembling. As Jin quietly walks past him, it seems like he's going to let this one dude slide, or at least that's what I thought, until Seokju steps in and delivers a brutal punch, knocking In-chan down for good. The boss, now in a panic, grabs his bat and takes a firm stance, but Jin just keeps walking toward him. Once they're finally face to face, the boss quickly swings his bat, but Jin responds with a smack of his own. Jin then slaps the boss across the throat, grabs his head, and in his usual style, smashes the bastard's face into his knee, causing blood to gush from his nose. But this cocky guy isn't ready to go down just yet. He knows if his boss finds out about this, he's getting kicked out of the clan for good. So he decides to play dirty and pulls out a dagger, swinging it at Jin. But Jin just grabs his hand and snaps it, leaving the guy whimpering in pain. To seal the deal, Jin slams the guy into the ground, finally putting the cocky boss down for the count, this time, for good. Suddenly the beta bullies start to wake up. Young-chan quickly runs over, asking his friends if they are okay, but Blondie just points if they actually look good, given how their faces were smashed with that baseball bat. Orangehead looks up and notices our boy. Once he catches Jin's attention, Jae-hong flashes a thumbs up and says that in the game of life, he's truly at the challenger rank, even though he's still just a bronze rank in the game. It's a good jab, though Seokju has no clue what the heck he's talking about in this situation. In the next scene, we see both Tae-soo and his underling In-cheon getting pummeled by the assistant of their boss, who's absolutely fuming. He reminds them that he told them to clean up their mess, but instead, they just made things worse. The two poor guys keep their heads down, and Tae-soo tries to slide out of it with a simple apology. Taisu takes a brutal smack to the face from the assistant, who continues to pummel him like a crazy bastard. He then reminds Taisu that there's no room for apologies, because they're supposed to be expanding the business while the Goshong and Seongsu boys are out of action, but instead, they're dealing with this mess Taisu dragged into their family. By the way, Goshong and Seongsu are the same guys whom our boy had defeated when they had attacked Mr. Cha's turf. The lackey watches in horror as his boss gets pummeled like a sack of potatoes. Just then, the big cheese arrives and tells his assistant to stop. Standing before Taisu, he reminds him that he made the mistake of thinking he actually had potential. Taisu clenches his teeth while lying on the ground. Meanwhile, the boss pulls out a cigarette while asking his assistant if he sent some men over. The assistant confirms that he has, and they've just set out, so it won't be long before they're back with those suckers who plummeted their men. The man makes it clear that they can't just sit around, especially not when these fools are already part of the family, and he can't stand someone messing with his family. So he tells his lackey to ensure that none of those bastards leave here in one piece. The assistant quickly assures his boss that he'll take care of it. Back on Cha's turf, we see Muscleman bursting into the club. He reports to Cha that he's figured out why the Hukwan Kim boys have been stirring up trouble. Cha asks for more details, and Muscleman anxiously reveals that it seems one of their new members got into some trouble with that kid. Looks like Cha already knows who that kid is, and wonders to himself why they had to pick on that guy. By the way, I just figured out that this Muscleman's name is Yongsu, so we will be calling him that. Yongsu then reveals that the kid decimated them, and now the rest of the family is out for blood. They don't want word getting out that their men got beat by some high school kid. Cha lets out a puff of smoke and tells Yongsu to round up some men because things are about to get real. It wouldn't be surprising if he wants to step in and aid our boy. Yongsu quickly states that he's already on it, and with a big smile adds that some of the boys have dropped by to say hello. He mentions that since Cha has already dealt with the Kim family and Goshong, all the former lackeys are back in the game. Cha starts to stand up, chuckling to himself. He points out that these damn fools are back and just looking for an excuse to have fun and get drunk. He opens the door to find all the lackeys lined up, all glad to have their boss back. Cha stands tall, appreciating the crew and saying he's also glad to see everyone back. He acknowledges it's been a while since they had a blast together, but he suggests they tackle one quick job before catching up over some drinks. Later on the streets, Yona and Seokju find themselves suddenly surrounded by a group of thugs. The leader of the thugs smirks, clearly pleased that they didn't have to search far to find them. He mockingly apologizes for crashing their date, but warns that he's taking both of them with him. But before the thugs can make their move, a fleet of cars screeches to a halt around them. Out step a group of guards clad in sharp suits, quickly surrounding each and every thug. It's clear SW Corp has sent in reinforcements, and Yona's personal bodyguard looks absolutely furious at the sight of these lowlifes, and without a second thought, he grabs one of the thugs by the head. We all know that these thugs are as good as dead. Even Yona can't help but feel a bit sorry for these fools, and they have no idea what they've just walked into. Later, we see a bunch of Cha's lackeys with bats, demolishing everyone around in the area. We also see Cha strolling into the familiar club, the same place where our boy and Seoku had taken down those 30 men. The leader of this gang is clearly in shock to see Dushik Cha there. Even the two lackeys standing behind him are absolutely blown away and terrified, realizing they're facing the boss of the Dushik gang, who is the toughest gangster in this part of town. The boss struggles to believe it and asks Cha why he's here, reminding him that they never touched any of Cha's men, so there must be some kind of misunderstanding. Cha calmly reminds him that he should have just let the kids sort it out among themselves, because he finds it a bit childish for an adult to get involved in such matters. Of course, the boss of this area is shocked to hear this and asks what the hell that even means. But then, it quickly clicks in his mind, and he asks if Cha is here because of our boy. Cha smirks and replies that since the boss of this turf has gotten involved with that kid, it makes sense for him to step in as well. Later, we find Daeon enjoying some delicious noodles and drinking down all the savory soup. She feels really refreshed and happy. Jin watches her with a big smile, glad to see his sister so happy. Daeon feels a bit awkward after showing too much excitement and quickly responds that she hadn't had cup noodles in ages, so she was just a bit excited. But Jin reminds her that he hadn't said anything about it. Just then, his phone rings, and it's Mr. Cha calling. Jin picks up and Cha immediately asks what he's up to. Jin explains that he's having some ramen outside a convenience store. Cha then highlights that ramen isn't exactly a grown-up meal and offers to treat him to dinner sometime, suggesting they go for some real nice barbecue. Jin replies that he doesn't think that's necessary. Cha teases him, asking if he's hesitant to have dinner with a gangster like him. Jin responds that he prefers ramen at a convenience store, especially since he doesn't like being treated to anything too expensive. I guess Cha has no room for any argument anymore, so he gives up and decides it's ramen then. Once he ends the call, we see that all of the Goseok tech has been dominated by Cha alone. The next day, as the school bell rings, the beta bullies quickly stand up from their seats and turn to Young-chan, eager to play some games. By the way, did you notice how the beta bullies always wear casual clothes, while the rest of the kids in the class follow a specific dress code? Is this a Korean thing, or did the writer just want them to stand out? Anyway, Young-chan glances at Jae-hyung's fractured hand and asks if he's even in any condition to play games. Orangehead quickly raises his hand and starts flicking his fingers around, saying he's damn sure he can still play because all his fingers are okay, so he can use a mouse just fine. Young-chan is baffled by how Orangehead is trying to flex his broken arm, while our boy finds it a bit admirable. Blondie then warns Orangehead not to use his injury as an excuse during the game, because he already knows that he is going to blame his arm after he plays poorly. They then turn to Seokju, asking if he wants to join them. For a moment, Seokju looks startled, but Jae-hyung promises that snacks will be on him today as a gesture of thanks for all the help. Seokju is quiet for a moment but then agrees to go. In the end, Yeona also expresses her desire to join them. Blondie checks if she's sure about going to the game room, and she confirms it, wondering if it's a problem for her to tag along. Seokju then turns to our boy and asks if he's still at bronze rank. Our boy confirms that he achieved bronze a while ago. Seokju beams with pride, leaving everyone a bit puzzled by his reaction. Without further ado, he starts walking forward, ready to head to the game room. Jin can't shake the feeling that there's something off about Seokju. Despite this, they all enjoy themselves in the game room, with Yeona observing quietly behind them. Jae-hyung, in particular, is getting a lot of flack from his friends for being terrible at the game, and he is almost worse than Jin himself. After some intense gaming, they grab snacks from the game room's canteen, continuing their fun while munching on chips and other goodies. Yeona keeps glancing at Jin, her attention clearly focused on him. It's evident that something about him is capturing her interest. Eventually, they decide to head out. As Jin walks down the path, his phone rings. It's Daein calling, and once he picks up the call, the girl quickly asks him if he is going to have dinner outside. Jin tells her he's almost home, and just as he says this, he spots Grandpa and Daeon standing there in the distance. Jin asks where they're headed, and Daeon and the old man reveal they're off to pick up some groceries for dinner. Jin decides to join them, but the old man is concerned that he might be tired. Jin responds that he's fine, since he was just hanging out with friends. At the grocery store, they diligently pick out everything they need. Once they're done shopping, Jin volunteers to carry all the bags. As they walk out, Jin's attention is caught by a shady figure standing nearby. The person is wearing a hoodie and exudes a serious, intimidating aura. Jin quickly realizes who this man is, and the figure greets Jin and calls him 001, making Jin's heart skip a beat. The scene flashes back to the past, showing a younger Jin and the same man with long hair, who appears to be a fellow mercenary. In the present, Jin's reaction to seeing this man is immediate, and he starts walking toward him, leaving Grandpa and Daeon puzzled by his behavior. Grandpa then curiously asks if this man is someone Jin knows. In response, Jin explains that they were teammates from back when he used to live elsewhere. The old man then tries to make a good impression by introducing himself as Jin's grandpa. The man responds with a pleasant smile, though Daeon looks a bit startled and begins to step back. While the two exchange deadly glares to each other, Grandpa points out that the newcomer must be tired from traveling, so he invites him to join them for dinner. However, the man politely declines, saying he was just in the neighborhood and thought he'd drop by to see Jin. Grandpa then decides to give Jin and his friends some space, so they begin walking off to let them catch up. Once they are left alone, the man smirks and points out that Jin seems to be doing well for someone who was supposed to be dead. Jin then finally speaks up and addresses this man as 006, asking how he managed to track him down. That is when the long hair reveals that their camp has found out that Jin is still alive, and they are now searching for him. He reassures Jin that there's no immediate danger since they haven't discovered where he lives. He further explains that he was in the area on a mission, and decided to drop by when he heard about how camp was already looking for him. However, he warns Jin that it won't be long before they catch up. It seems like the camp is preparing to send someone to deal with our boy once they have found out his location, and it's only a matter of time before they put 006 on the job. Jin gets alert to hear the threat, but 006 just smirks and brushes off the tension, telling Jin there's no need to get defensive since he's only here to catch up with an old friend. Jin stays quiet, with a mix of wariness and curiosity flickering across his face. 006, meanwhile, suggests taking a bite to eat, because he was so caught up in tracking Jin down that he nearly forgot to eat. After a while, we see the long-haired dude chowing down that bowl of ramen like it's no big deal, which even leaves our boy Jin a bit uncomfortable watching this guy eat like he hasn't seen food in days. After that hearty meal, the long hair lets out a satisfying burp and can't help but comment on how good it was. Jin agrees, saying not only is it delicious, but it's also convenient and high in calories. The long hair then points out how Jin still seems to pay so much attention to efficiency even after quitting as a mercenary. Nevertheless, Jin gets serious and asks his friend how he found him if the camp hasn't tracked him down yet. To which, Longhair replies that he already knew Jin was alive because he knows him like the back of his hand. He then asks Jin if he's gotten his memories back, and our boy quickly says yes. 006 then mentions that even 032 probably knows Jin is alive too, though he can't predict how he would react since the news of our boy's death hit him pretty hard. Our boy then asks him why he has not informed 032 about this. The blondie replies that the fewer people who know the better, even if it's someone close. Jin then points out that he figured he would eventually realize he was alive, but didn't expect him to keep it secret from the camp. The blonde just snickers and says he didn't expect this much from himself as well. That's when the scene flashes back to the past, where everything is on fire and soldiers are advancing. The explosions are massive, and we see Jin lying low on the ground with his gun in hand. The blonde guy walks over to him, crouches down, and rubs the ground, noticing blood on the grass, which is a clear sign that someone just cleared through the area. But, eventually, he just goes back, leaving our boy there in the hiding, and crawling down over the grass. In the present, the blonde admits he has no clue why he did not take our boy back to the camp when he found him back then, but he's kind of proud of his decision. He explains that they were trained like dogs, forced to obey the camp's commands, but he felt a strong camaraderie with Jin. But then the blonde gets pretty annoyed, crushing the can he's holding, and demands to know why Jin didn't stay hidden for good. Jin responds that he had no choice. The blonde then wonders if getting his memory back has changed him, or maybe living in a place like this did. He just can't quite decide if it's for better or worse. Suddenly, Blondie's phone rings, and he promptly pulls his phone out of his pocket. After picking up the call, he doesn't say a word, and after listening to the caller, he simply puts the phone back. The smile on his face makes it seem like the camp might have already tipped him off to take Jin out. As expected, he grabs that chopstick from that empty bowl, and after snapping one and sharpening it, he swings it down at Jin. But Jin quickly grabs his hand, stopping the sharp piece of wood just an inch away from his eye. The bastard then tries to swing his other hand, but my guy quickly stops that too, and the second piece of wood halts right before it hits his neck. While they're locked in this deadlock, the blonde apologizes, saying he had only come to say hello today. But the camp found out sooner than expected, and just gave him orders to wipe him out. Jin kind of agrees, saying it can't be helped since orders are orders. Suddenly, a girl walks out of the grocery store, and when she looks over, she spots these two guys who are, surprisingly, tidying up the place. She can't help but blush, noticing how handsome they both look. After they put the trash into the baskets, the blonde comments that this is probably not the best place to carry out the task on such short notice. The blonde then starts walking away, and before leaving, he points out that he likes this version of Jin better, saying he's sure it's an improvement. He quietly walks off, and the scene cuts to the SW Corporation. Inside the training hall, we see Seokju engaged in some hardcore exercise. Suddenly his phone rings, and when he checks, he sees it's Jin calling. Seokju quickly picks up and asks what's going on since it's rare for Jin to call him. That's when Jin says he needs a favor, and states that he needs access to some surveillance footage in the area because there's someone he wants to track in real time. Seokju is startled by this unexpected request, and explains that he'll need clearance from his superiors, which will take some time, and tracking someone's location is difficult. Seokju then asks when he needs this, and Jin replies that he needs it right now. The reason behind this urgency is that if 006 is in charge of this mission, he might go after Grandpa and Daeon first. But he does not say this to Seokju. Seokju is utterly bewildered, because he has no clue how he's supposed to pull this off. The scene then transitions back to Cha's club, where the first thing we see is Cha's face. His lackey Yongsoo reveals that Jin came by asking to borrow the motorcycle, so he let him take it. Cha's face turns to annoyance when he realizes his only bike had been taken by our boy. His lackey then asks if he shouldn't have let Jin borrow it, to which Cha replies that it's absolutely fine. Besides, he never even rides it anyway. Yongsoo then anxiously admits that he was scared shitless when Jin showed up so late at night, and after encountering Jin so many times, all the kids in school uniforms make him jittery these days. We then see Jin zooming down the road on the heavy bike. That is when Seokju reports back, saying he's just sent the location to Jin and that the target hasn't moved for a while, so it should be accurate. Seokju looks absolutely exhausted after scrambling to prepare all the info on such short notice, and he could not help but point out that he is noticing something sketchy about the guy Jin mentioned. He seemed too aware of the surveillance cameras and kept changing directions, which can only mean one thing: he's trying to cover his tracks. He then further asks Jin who this man is and why they're tracking him down. Jin replies that it's something personal. Well, Seokju isn't surprised by this response, because he had already figured as much. Once he hangs up, he thinks to himself that Jin is definitely up to something and needs to be on the move quickly to save time, as Jin asked for the halfway point of the man's route. Seokju also reveals that he tried to gather more info on this newcomer, but couldn't find anything more about the foreigner on his own. Once Jin reaches the location, he stops and looks around, thinking that 006 must have arrived just recently, because if he had more time, he would have already attacked his family. And just as he thinks about this, the images of Daeun and his grandfather flash through his mind, and he's determined not to drag this out since he has people he needs to protect. Meanwhile, we finally see 006 preparing his guns and loading his magazine. Suddenly, his phone rings with an unknown caller. He picks up, and the caller reveals that they've just found out 001 is alive and in Korea. Before the caller can say more, 006 quickly cuts him off, saying he has been with Jin since their early training years and knows everything about him. He further explains that he just finished a job in the region and came to check if the news about Jin's survival was true. He makes it clear that he can't sit back knowing a traitor is alive and doing well. The caller then tells him he'll have to do whatever it takes to take Jin out, pointing out that there's no one better for the job than him. It turns out the caller is the same eye patch guy we've seen before. He warned 006 to be extremely careful, as Jin was called 001 for a reason. Blondie then mentions that a long time has passed since their early days, and the eye patch guy agrees, saying Jin is bound to be rusty after hiding in the shadows for so long. With that, he ends the call, saying he'll wait for good news. As soon as the call ends, Blondie glances at his phone screen, and his eyes widen as he notices Jin approaching him from behind. He scrambles to pick up his gun, but before he can do anything, Jin grabs him by the waist and slams him to the ground, leaving the gun out of reach. Both quickly get back on their feet. 006 feels clearly annoyed, and mutters that he made sure no one was following him, and wonders if it was those damn cameras that gave him away. As they face off, Blondie admits he knew Jin would come looking for him, but wants to know why he didn't waste any time, considering it hasn't been that long since they last said their goodbyes. Jin remains silent, and 06 assumes that the new version of 01 doesn't talk much either. Both then quickly dash at each other, exchanging blows with such speed that it's barely possible to see them landing. Jin finally deflects an incoming punch and throws one of his own, but Blondie sidesteps it effortlessly. However, Jin follows up with a powerful shoulder smash that sends Blondie staggering backward. Just as Jin attempts to kick him, Blondie grabs Jin's leg and slashes it down with a dagger, which is a pretty scummy move, not gonna lie. Blondie grins ear to ear, commenting that Jin's skills have actually improved even more since their last training. As Jin tends to his injured leg, Blondie lunges at him again. Jin quickly steps back, narrowly avoiding the dagger as it zooms past his throat. They engage in an intense dance of hack and slash, with Blondie doing his best to tag Jin with the blade. Eventually, Jin manages to take the dagger right into his shoulder. But before Blondie can attack again, Jin ducks down, grabs Blondie's hand, and gives it a satisfying twist, sending the dagger flying into the air. Blondie then kicks Jin in the chest, causing him to stumble. He then quickly reaches for the gun, and once he has it in hand, he tries to take aim. However, he soon gets stabbed by his own blade, which jabs into his shoulder. Blondie continues to fire a barrage of bullets, even as Jin dodges and runs around. The pistol eventually runs dry, and Blondie grits his teeth in frustration. He quickly throws the empty gun away, grabs his suitcase, and starts running. Jin is wide-eyed to see this bastard running, because if this man escapes, his family will be in danger, so he pushes through despite his injured leg and chases after him. As he dashes out of the shelter, he sees Blondie trying to flee on Jin's own bike. Jin feels hopeless when he sees his enemy getting away on his Hayabusa. His mind then flashes to the image of his beloved sister and grandpa, who are smeared in blood. However, it looks like his worries are just unwarranted, because just as Blondie seems to be getting away, someone slams the bike with their car, sending Blondie rolling over the car's roof and crashing onto the asphalt road. The car quickly comes to a stop, and Seokju steps out, asking if he should have not intervened. Jin, however, replies that he did a fantastic job. Seokju gets back into his car, and as he drives away, he can't shake the feeling that something big is going on. We then flash back to the moment Seokju crashed into the bike. Once he steps out of the car, he checks on Jin, asking if he's alright. Jin assures him he's fine, despite the injuries to his shoulder and neck. Seokju, however, is concerned, noting that Jin definitely doesn't look okay. Seokju then looks at Blondie, who's sprawled out on the ground, bloodied and seemingly down for the count. Poor Seokju begins to worry that he might have hit him too hard. Jin then tells his friend to just go away. Seokju is initially bewildered by this request, but the serious look in Jin's eyes convinces him to comply. As he drives away, he can't shake the feeling that the man Jin is chasing seems like a typical tourist in SW Corp's database, but he doubts that's the whole story. He then suddenly remembers the wrecked car and starts to worry about how he's going to explain the damage. We return to the shelter, where 006 is tied to a chair, bloodied and looking disheveled. Jin stands over him, calm and collected, and tells him that he can look up now, because he knows he is awake. 006 starts to laugh, saying he never expected our boy to be working with a partner, and should have known when he tracked him down so quickly. He admits he made a mistake in assuming he would never work with someone else. Our boy stays silent, and 006 then asks what he wants to know. Jin responds by asking who else received the order to execute him. In response, 006 says he can't be sure, but he probably is the only one because he was the closest to the region, and the timing was right. 006 further explains that the camp can't accept the reality of Jin being alive. They don't want anyone to know his death was faked, so they'll try to eliminate him as quietly as possible. He adds that they will never give up because Jin has caused a lot of damage to the camp, especially to the Mad Dog, who is going to make his best efforts to kill our boy. Blondie then ends the conversation, saying that's all he has to say, and is only giving Jin this information because they were once comrades. He then finally tells Jin to just kill him now. Jin grabs the dagger and begins walking forward. It seems Blondie isn't really afraid of dying, because he'd rather be killed by our boy than by some random enemy. He begins to close his eyes, bracing himself for death. But to his surprise, Jin starts untying him. Blondie asks what the hell Jin is doing, and our boy simply responds that he's freeing his legs. Blondie then rephrases his question, asking why he isn't killing him. Jin then responds by asking why he should. He then goes on to remind Blondie of the reason he should stay alive, which is the same reason he can't escape the camp. Jin explains that he understands what that means because he has lived with a family and knows how it feels, so he suggests Blondie do the same. He also points out that since Blondie has failed his mission, he's as good as dead now, so he better lay low somewhere the camp can't find him. As 006 begins to walk off, he reveals to Jin that his family will be in constant danger, and the camp will ensure any attempts to terminate him. Jin responds that he's already aware of this. He adds that things would have ended differently today if he had targeted his family first, but he plans to guard this life as best as he can. Blondie smiles and says he'll try to throw the camp off his tail as much as he can before disappearing. He then asks one final question, which is the real name of our boy. Jin remains silent for a moment before finally revealing his name. Blondie smirks and also gives out his own name, which is Liam. He then jokes how it took them 10 years to learn each other's names. With this heartfelt exchange, 006 begins walking away, and the next scene takes us to our boy's apartment. Once he arrives home, he quietly opens the door and slips inside, trying not to make a sound. But before he can reach his room, he hears the creak of another door opening. His heart skips a beat as he realizes he's been caught sneaking in. It's his grandpa, standing there with a surprised look on his face, seeing Jin return at such a late hour. Jin gives a warm smile, while carefully hiding the wound on his shoulder, and asks why Grandpa is still awake. The old man explains that he had trouble falling asleep, which is probably because of the coffee he had earlier. With a pleasant smile, he tells Jin to go and rest, pointing out that Jin must be tired as well. With that, Grandpa retrieves back into his room. As Jin is about to head to his own room, he hears his sister calling him. Once he looks at her, she quietly reassures him, saying not to worry too much about Grandpa. He was just waiting up, because he's still concerned about whether Jin is having a hard time settling back into life in Korea. She then reminds him that she had left dinner on the table for him, knowing how much he enjoys home-cooked meals. After that little chat, she heads back to her room quietly. Jin moves over to the delicious spread laid out on the table and smiles broadly at the sight. The scene then shifts to Seokju, and when his phone rings, he picks it up and sees a message from Jin. The message is a thank you note for slamming 006 with his car and for providing the pinpoint location. Seeing this, Seokju can't help but feel a bit embarrassed by the compliment from his friend. The next day at school, Yona and Seokju are walking side by side as usual when Seokju spots Jin standing outside the classroom. They call out to him, and he promptly looks up. Both of them ask why he's standing there, to which Jin replies that he needs to talk to Seokju about something. Yona is startled by this and starts wondering what it could be about. Once they get inside the lounge room, Seokju inquires about the incident from the previous night. Jin, seemingly prepared to explain, states that he thought it was time to tell what happened. Seokju braces himself, and Jin finally reveals that the man he hit with the car last night was someone he used to work with and who had come to see him. A silence follows, with Seokju expecting more details. When he asks if that's all, Jin simply says that's pretty much it because it's better if he doesn't know anymore. Seokju feels a bit bummed out, not expecting Jin to keep things so low-key. Jin, however, is convinced Seokju must have looked into the guy he tracked down last night. He tells his friend that it's best not to dig any deeper into the man's past, and that he's sharing this because of his help. Seokju feels proud after being acknowledged by our boy, and tells him that he doesn't want to dig any further either, especially since this guy is tied to Jin's past. After their little chat, the both boys head back to class. Yona then curiously asks Seokju what they talked about. When Seokju doesn't answer right away, she tries to guilt-trip him, asking if he can't even share that much. Seokju caught off guard and quickly improvises and says he was just asking Jin how to level up in a game. Yona lights up, thinking this means Jin is really into video games. But then she remembers Youngchan is way more into gaming, and Hyukjin and Jaehyung are also much better players. She wonders why Jin would ask Seokju for advice when those guys are pros, or maybe Jin just wanted to chat with someone on his own level. Well, this little banter really hits the poor guy right in the gut, while our boy seems to be busy minding his own business. Once school ends, we see Yona outside. She's making notes about their groceries and wondering if she should buy some fruit since it's been a while since Grandpa had any. Suddenly, someone calls her name. When she looks up, she notices a boy standing in front of her who doesn't look like anyone from their school. Once he has her attention, he asks if she goes to Sinan High School. Yona quickly confirms that she does, and the boy then says he was kind of wondering if he could get her number. Not surprisingly, this startles Yona, who has no clue how to react. She starts to panic, while the boy reassures her not to be scared or feel pressured, saying he just wanted to get to know her. Eventually, Yeona turns him down as politely as she can, and it seems like the boy takes it in stride, though he does look a bit disappointed. A big guy from behind comes up and mocks the boy for getting rejected so quickly. That's when the boy shows his true colors, getting all cocky and sternly reminding her that all he asked for was her phone number. Before he can harass Yeona any further, he gets a brutal slap across the face. The one who delivered that stinging slap is none other than Jaehyung, who is accompanied by two other friends. The boy turns around, demanding to know who slapped him, but he just gets another slap from Jaehyung for acting so tough. After feeling the sting of the slaps, this lowlife realizes that dealing with these guys is a terrible idea. Meanwhile, Hyukjin is giving the other goon chills with just his glares, and the two bullies decide to leave, trying to salvage whatever dignity they have left. Orangehead lets out a sigh of disappointment seeing these bullies, then happily turns to Daeon, asking if she's all right. The girl says yes and starts bowing her head frantically, but Jaehyung feels embarrassed, and quickly tells her that there's no need to say thank you. At the other block of this street, we see people freaking out as they spot a group of thugs strolling down the streets. And surprise, surprise, it's Taesu Gi, along with his underling Incheon and the rest of his lackeys. They're casually strolling down the area, and wouldn't you know it, the same guy who tried to harass Daeon is with them, clearly bringing in Taesu as backup to get revenge on our beta bullies. By the way, this harasser's name is Taeshong, and he apparently is the brother of Taesu Gi. Meanwhile, Taesu is feeling absolutely annoyed, grumbling about how every wannabe tough guy in town seems to think they can mess with them these days. That is when his lackey reminds him that word of their defeat by the bunch of high schoolers is getting around, and they might need to do some damage control. So, they decide to start spreading their terror by taking out the thugs who dared to mess with Taesong. A creepy smile spreads across Taesu's face as he agrees with his lackey, saying they're going to show these guys what Gosok Tech is really made of. Suddenly, his little brother points his finger at Daeon and states, "That is the girl who got me smacked by a bunch of guys." Well, it looks like these punks are in for one hell of a ride again because our boy is strolling down the street with his sister. The harasser quickly points out that the guy walking beside her isn't the one who slapped him earlier. Taesu, on the other hand, feels like he's seen this person before. When he takes a closer look at our boy, he's absolutely devastated to recognize who it is. His lackeys also start trembling as they remember that this is the same guy who beat them up after infiltrating their turf. While Taesu is trembling in fear, his little brother asks, "What's the matter?" Taesu asks if the girl next to that guy over there is the one he was trying to hit on. His little brother nods, only to receive a devastating slap across the face. Taesu angrily asks his brother if he's trying to get them all killed. The poor kid is in absolute tears, clueless about why his brother is coming down so hard on him, but he ends up getting even more of a beating. Later, we find ourselves back at the apartment, and Daeon is really amazed at how good Jin is at peeling fruits. The brother smiles and asks if she thinks so. She nods, saying she could never get them this smooth and round, no matter how hard she tries. Suddenly the phone rings, and the sound echoes through the living room. The voice seems to be coming from Jin's room, so he heads over and finds his phone on the table. When he checks it, he notices it's an unknown caller, but he answers anyway, and it turns out to be 06 on the line. 006 reveals that he has left a trail for the camp to follow, as far away from Jin as possible, and that's where he'll be for the next few days. Once he's out of the country, he plans to leave more traces in other countries to throw them off, which should be quite helpful in confusing them. Jin agrees and adds that he'll set up a separate trail as well. Blondie then strikes a banter, pointing out how Jin was supposed to be a dead man and now they are trading places, so he doubts that they will ever be able to cross paths. So he wishes him best future before ending the call, and our boy wishes him as well, and with that sweet note their call ends. The next day at school, Jin hears about his sister getting harassed after school yesterday, but his friends quickly reassure him that Jaehyung handled it, with Orangehead confirming that he knocked the guy in the head a couple of times and sent him on his way. Suddenly, Seokju pops into the scene and quickly asks what the harasser looked like. Youngchan explains that he was in a Gosok Tech uniform. As soon as they hear this, Seokju perks up, and Jin points out that it's the same school they had trouble with a while back. My guy then gets absolutely furious, realizing that someone harassing his sister from Gosok seems way too coincidental. Seokju agrees, saying they can't just overlook this. Meanwhile, the beta bullies, who are usually eager to pick fights, are feeling unusually anxious about the situation. Even they think that jumping to conclusions might be premature. Right on cue, Yeona jumps into the scene and breaks up the tension. She asks what they're talking about and reminds them that every guy just wants to hit on Daeon because she's always been popular with guys since she's undeniably pretty. Her brother does not understand any of this, while Youngchan agrees, saying Daeon has already been asked out a bunch of times before. It seems like Jin is still having a hard time stomaching the fact, but Youngchan adds that she's indeed popular. You see, no one was able to approach her when Gisu Kim and his sister started picking on her, and she looked unhappy for a while. Jaehyung also confirms that his sister is indeed pretty, and even Blondie chimes in, saying he knows a bunch of guys who had a crush on her. Jin still has no clue how to react to this, and looks more thoughtful. Meanwhile, the beta bullies are left wondering if this is such a hard concept for Jin to understand. But then Seokju speaks up again, saying they should still get to the bottom of this. Jin responds positively, and Seokju decides they can go right after school since there's no training. Meanwhile, the others standing around are utterly clueless about what these two are up to, and Yeona even asks if they were paying any attention to what they had just said. The scene then cuts to Goshok's turf, where Taisu is sitting in a chair, looking pretty annoyed. His lackey is filling him in on how everyone is treating them like trash. Recently, Seongsuk High even gave them a beating, and all the nearby schools are treating them badly these days. Taisu reflects on how just a few days ago, he was yelled at by his seniors, and everything seems to have fallen apart since he messed with our boy. His lackey quickly gathers all the boys and tells his boss that they need to do some damage control before things get out of hand. The boss stays quiet, letting his cigarette fall and squashing it under his foot. He decides to go along with the plan, and his lackeys crack smiles, seeing their boss in better spirits. That's when Jin bursts into the room with Seokju. The boss's face turns terrified at the sight of these familiar faces, and even the lackeys who were smiling a moment ago now look scared. Everyone steps aside as Jin heads straight for the boss. He suddenly stops and asks Taisu why he harassed his little sister. Taisu's mind flashes back to when he saw the siblings walking down together, and quickly explains that he had no clue she was Jin's sister. Of course, Taisu's response only boils Jin's blood, and even Seokju starts exuding a deadly aura. The boss quickly begins to scream, saying that the encounter with his sister was purely coincidental. He further explains that his little brother just tried to talk to her because he saw her on the street and didn't know she was Jin's sister until now. Our boy is intrigued to hear this, and the man further explains that his brother didn't mean anything by it. Now that they know who she is, he'll make sure his brother doesn't go near her again. Jin remains quiet, while the gangster still looks terrified. After exchanging final glances, Jin and Seokju begin to walk away. Once they're outside, they slam the door behind them, and the boss quickly tells his lackeys that they'll think about damage control another day, and he is confident his lackeys will understand. Once outside, Jin meets up with his friends. They ask what was said, and he reveals that it was indeed a coincidence, and that the guy who talked to Daeon is Taisu's younger brother. Jaehyun is rattled out of his mind to hear this, and his soul nearly leaves his body when he hears this. Meanwhile, Yeona reminds them that she had already told them there was nothing to worry about. But Jin states that he still plans to keep a close eye on them for the time being. After all, they can't just take their word for it. A while later, Jin is sitting with Mr. Cha, who looks at his ramen and the other strange stuff and remarks that it's been a long time since he had food like this outside a convenience store. He suggests they should have just bought some good barbecue instead. Jin, however, denies the suggestion, which annoys Mr. Cha. The gangster then brings up that he heard our boy had borrowed his motorcycle again. Jin admits he did and promises to return it later that night. However, Mr. Cha tells him to keep it, saying he'll just leave it sitting there anyway. Jin insists on returning it, and Mr. Cha sighs, telling him to do whatever he wants. Once Cha gets a lot of noodles onto his chopsticks, he begins to slurp down the deliciousness with gusto. On the other hand, Jin is politely enjoying his triangle food, while Mr. Cha can't help but notice how Jin looks like an average teenager. But on the other hand, this same kid totally destroyed the Kim family single-handedly, and also dealt with the SW Corporation like a pro. Suddenly, Mr. Cha calls out to Jin, asking what exactly he does every day. Jin simply replies that he goes to school, just like any normal kid. Of course, Mr. Cha had expected this kind of response, but it's not what he wanted to hear. The scene then transitions to SW Corp, where the chairman is standing and peeking through the window. It's always funny to see that classic manhwa scene where the rich boss stares out of the glass window from their office. Meanwhile, the director's assistant reveals that many have voiced concerns about SW Corp being a bit too aggressive in its expansion. The director just shrugs and says that things get a bit chaotic when people start looking out for their own interests. They're taking all the necessary precautions with their expansion, but they can't avoid making a few enemies along the way. The assistant also agrees, and points out that their aggressive tactics are causing SW Corp some trouble with some pretty shady organizations, and the SW Corp advisors have also noticed some suspicious activity from other companies lately. In the next scene, Jin's sitting with the director, who offers Jin to have tea. But our boy politely declines, saying he's good. The director then asks how working with the security team has been for him. Jin says it's been fine. The director moves on to ask how he's liking the school, and Jin responds that it's nice. Finally, the director asks if there's anything they can do to help him with anything, and Jin says no in response. Our boy then asks if that's all the director wanted to talk about, and, if so, he's heading out because training is about to start. The old man happily tells him he can go, so Jin gets up from his seat, bows his head respectfully, and the director returns the gesture, leaving his assistant a bit bewildered, because he finds it weird that the director is paying respects to a kid. Nevertheless, Jin starts to walk out. Later, we see all the guards diligently training in the hall. Amid their exercises, we catch up with Jie and her bodyguard after a long time. Her guard notes that Jin doesn't stand out like he used to. Jie gets curious and asks more about Jin. The bodyguard responds that while Jin doesn't stand out as much as he used to, he's definitely quicker and more athletic than their men. He's certain that Jin is quite experienced because his skill level can only be achieved through rigorous training in combat, so there's no doubt that he's received a lot of professional training. After hearing this, Jie's interest in Jin is piqued. She explains that although he's young, he's quietly endured harsh training, and the men have all warmed up to him as well. The scene then flashes back to the past, where we see Major Kang meeting with Jie once again. As they're chatting, she advises him to try not to overwork himself and get hurt, and Kang responds that he won't. Then he asks her if she's still looking into that student she asked about. At first she has no idea what he's talking about, but then a bell rings in her mind. She pretends to be uninterested, and asks if he means that kid named Jin. But in her thoughts, she is blown away to see how Kang still remembers Jin's name from that day, and she also can't shake off how he looks so anxious after asking about Jin. Eventually, Jie smiles and says she's no longer interested in Jin, which visibly brightens Major Kang's mood. Jie notices this shift in his mood, and she can definitely see there's more to the story. In the present moment, when she looks at our boy, she wonders if Jin might actually know her fiancé. After a while, we see her car zooming down the road, and Jin is also sitting beside her. She casually brings up the idea of Jin joining their talent agency, and suggests that he could benefit from their top-notch training programs in acting or singing. Jin, however, promptly declines, saying he's simply not interested. Jie can't help but be intrigued by his immediate and firm response. She wonders if he could at least pretend to consider it, finding his lack of hesitation a bit puzzling. She then finally asks him if he happens to know Major Kang, and then further reveals that he's her fiancé. Of course, this news surprises Jin, and his mind flashes back to the past when Kang mentioned he had to meet his fiancé. Jin has absolutely no doubts that she definitely knows Major Kang. When she looks at him, she finds herself bewildered, as Jin just sits there, looking clearly untroubled by this unexpected bombshell. Well, my guy just looks way too untroubled to the point that he looks weird, because this is definitely not his style. Even she senses something different about him, and she can't quite put her finger on it. A while later, once they reach their destination, Jie heads into the corporate building. On the other hand, Jin and his senior get inside the staff-only room to freshen themselves up. Meanwhile, Jin's mind is still stuck on the fact that Jie is Major Kang's fiancé. He can't quite believe it. While the guards wait outside the ladies' restroom, we see Jie inside, doing some makeover to her face. We then noticed someone else also entering the restroom, and not gonna lie, this woman who just entered looks kinda shady at first glance. The woman then also begins using one of the sinks, located over Jie's right shoulder. Just as Jie is standing quietly there, that shady woman quickly puts a chloroform rag right over Jie's face. After Jie finally slumps down after losing her consciousness, we see that the guards outside have also been taken down. The woman with black hair then quickly instructs her lackeys to hurry and transport the goods. Suddenly, the senior bodyguard gets a shocking report. Mr. Sin has vanished, and Jinsu and Kaeyoungwoo, who were supposed to be escorting him, have been found unconscious on the ground. Wasting no time, the senior orders his soldiers to seal all exits and secure the surveillance footage immediately. Our guy bursts out of the restroom the moment he hears the news and races through the corridor, thinking that the intruders have disarmed security and secured their target, so it's only a matter of time before they make their getaway via car. After rushing down the stairs, he finally reaches the parking lot. He spots a man getting into a car and quickly moves to block its path, only to realize it's just some clueless guy inside. Meanwhile, the real criminals are speeding off in their getaway car from the other side. Jin takes off after them, sprinting at full speed. Without hesitation, he jumps in front of their car, but those bastards don't even slow down, and they try to run him over instead. As those bastards make their getaway, our boy quickly radios in that he's spotted the suspect's vehicle, which is a black minivan. Jin does not waste any time and leaps over those parked cars, and tries to grab the minivan. Meanwhile, the other guards swarm the exit and they're ready with puncturing tools to stop the van. But it's too late, because the driver floors the gas pedal, running over the guards and everything in front of the car, and they zoom out without a hitch, while our boy is still hanging onto that van. The minivan swerves wildly, and Jin is struggling to hold on as the vehicle juggles around. Just as he's fighting to keep his grip, his mind flashes back to a conversation with Major Kang. In the memory, Jin is sitting with Kang, who's explaining what family means. Kang says that while family is different for everyone, it's something truly precious. Jin's still not quite getting it, so Kang gives him an example. His dedication to serving his country might be so strong because it's also where his family lives. Innocently, Jin asks if someone would give their lives for their family as well. Kang is caught off guard, and doesn't know how to respond at first. Then he smiles and says that if it came to that, he'd gladly do it. Back in the present, as Jin clings to the minivan, he grits his teeth and tightens his grip. He slams the minivan so hard that the glass begins to shatter. The driver, distracted by the commotion, doesn't notice an oncoming car in the intersection. The two vehicles collide, and Jin is violently flung off, crashing down about 10 meters away. Right at that moment, the minivan guy takes its chance, slams the gas pedal and speeds away. Jin then also starts running after the car. Inside, a woman with black hair glances back at him, giving him a mischievous twinkle with her eye. As Jin runs after the van, he starts to fall further behind until the vehicle disappears from view. Once he is exhausted, he comes to a halt. But just then, the senior guard arrives, and he quickly asks which way the van went. Jin doesn't answer. Instead, he hops into the car, which annoys the senior, who sternly tells him to get out. But Jin tells him to just hit the gas pedal and gives him the precise direction of where the van went. Reluctantly, the senior guard hits the gas. He then also reports to his subordinates that the kidnappers took a side road to the right and instructs them to coordinate with the police and dispatch their units. He then also reminds Jin that he should just drop off on the way home since he's just a kid and not part of the security team. He adds that his involvement in this mess wasn't his responsibility. But Jin counters, saying he's currently in practical training and chose to be here tonight, so he's the only one responsible for his presence. He also reports that he saw one male and one female in the vehicle, both of whom were Asian, but he didn't notice any other accomplices with them. As the senior guard looks at Jin, ready to berate him further, he notices Jin's injured face and hands. Concerned, he quickly asks if Jin is all right. Jin replies that he is fine. The senior is struggling to come to terms with the fact that Jin was reported to be hanging onto the vehicle, and was the first to track down the kidnappers. He also managed to hang on as long as he could, identified their route, and even saved Miss Yona once. The senior realizes that Jin has proven himself in this situation, and he can't think of anyone more reliable right now. Meanwhile, Yona receives news that Madame Jie has been kidnapped. Her guard explains that they've left the security to a minimum and sent out all units to find her. Team 2 and Inji are currently in pursuit of the kidnappers. Yona perks up at the mention of Jin, and the bodyguard further explains that Jin had been on duty with them when the incident happened. A while later, Jin and his senior guard make their way to a rundown factory, because this is the last place kidnappers have been spotted. Right on cue, they also spot the same minivan, and the kidnappers are carrying Miss Jai in the wheelchair with them. Senior knows that they don't have time to wait for reinforcements, so he tells Jin to stay put. As he steps out of the car, he's shocked to see a group of scruffy individuals emerging from the minivan, each armed with a sharp knife. Jin also gets out of the car and insists that they can't wait for others to arrive. The senior then reminds him that this isn't like training since it's real combat. Jin responds quickly, saying he doesn't mind. This response triggers a flashback for the senior, who recalls the shock he felt when the team leader of Team 3 revealed that our boy is a professional fighter. The gorilla even confirms it once again, saying that based on everything he's seen, this is at least his conclusion. Back in the present, as our boy strides forward confidently, the bodyguard finally decides to head down further. He tells Jin that he'll take care of things inside the shelter, so he better not let those filthy swine beat him. Just then, one of the goons tries to stab the senior, but our guy quickly sneaks up on the bastard from behind and delivers a devastating blow to his face, causing the dagger to drop from his hand. But before he can catch a break, another sucker swings his dagger at our boy. But once again, my guy throws this sucker down this sucker backwards, and Jin himself quickly grabs that fallen dagger from the ground and stands back to face off these stupid heads. The thug who lost his dagger scrambles back to his feet, only for his boss to start berating him, because he is not thrilled to see his grown men getting beaten down by a punky punk like this. He then berates Jin, questioning if they even let kids carry knives in their security detail. The other goons start to walk off, telling their buddy to handle Jin while they go after the senior. But it looks like they've seriously underestimated him. Their jaws drop when my guy grabs another thug and snaps his hand with a satisfying crunch. One guy tries to stab Jin, but he quickly flips the script, grabbing the thug and slicing his belly open before driving the dagger into his shoulder. As the thug drops to the ground, the others start to feel a little scared. When Jin gives them a deadly glare, they finally get the message that this kid is a bodyguard for real. Jin charges at the remaining goons, slicing through them left and right. One by one he takes them down until only one thug is left. The last goon quickly blocks Jin's attack. As he swings back at Jin, my guy grabs his hand, slashes his belly with the other hand, kicks his leg out from under him, and holds the knife to the thug's throat. But instead of slitting his throat, he uses the back of the dagger to knock the thug out cold. Meanwhile, the kidnappers inside the shelter are still hauling Miss Jai along. The lady is frustrated that security is catching up faster than they expected. Her accomplice reports that they've alerted the client that they've secured the target. She explains that it's a bit early, but they'll have to move to the next location soon since the security team will be closing in. With the speak of the devil, the leader of Team 2 bursts in. The male kidnapper quickly tells his associate that he's the head of the security detail for their target. While the senior grits his teeth, glaring at the kidnappers, someone tries to sneak up on him from behind. But the senior quickly sidesteps the attack, and as the bulky thug charges at him again, the senior grabs his hand and delivers a solid punch to his face. Another goon rushes at him with a dagger, but the senior quickly takes him down as well. Just when it seems like the senior has the upper hand, the situation takes a sharp turn. Despite his skill, even the most seasoned fighter is no match for a gun. One of the kidnappers pulls out a gun, its barrel gleaming under the dim light, and points it directly at Jai's head. They coldly warn the senior that they won't hesitate to pull the trigger if they have to. The threat hangs in the air like a deadly promise, and the senior could do nothing other than express his frustration with his twisted face. The man makes it crystal clear that she'll die the moment he moves, so the senior doesn't budge an inch. Then, these scummy kidnappers drill a hole into the senior's shoulder with a single bullet, making his face go as pale as a ghost from the pain. Meanwhile, the jerk who just pulls the trigger is oddly fascinated that the senior barely flinches. The woman beside him tells him to just finish the job, insisting they don't have time to waste. So, the man decides to pull the trigger again, while the senior takes one last look at Jie, preparing for his final moments. Just as the monster is about to pull the trigger, the senior asks Jie for forgiveness. But before he can die in this dramatic scene, two daggers come flying out of nowhere, piercing the man right in the hand. On the other hand, the woman in black is dodging left and right, while Jin rushes toward Jie, grabs her wheelchair, and starts dashing down with full throttle. The goon is completely bewildered by this, and the other senior's face also goes pale. Meanwhile, the goon starts shooting bullets again as Jin tries to get as far away as possible. At that moment, the senior takes the trigger-happy soldier down with him, and they both crash to the ground. Jin glances at his senior, who quickly tells him not to look back and just run. Without wasting any time, Jin speeds up with the wheelchair and keeps moving forward. A while later, Jie begins to groggily open her eyes. But before she can react, someone covers her mouth from behind. Thankfully, it's just Jin. He tells her to stay quiet, and once she nods in agreement, he moves his hand away. The woman then asks where she is here since she was just in the bathroom. Jin points out that she'll feel dizzy for a while because of the sedative. That's when her mind flashes back, and she remembers she'd been kidnapped. Jin confirms it, saying that he and the team leader arrived first and that security is on its way with the police. Jin looks around to make sure no one is nearby, and he is kinda relieved that she's awake, which will make it easier to move her. But he knows they won't have long before someone finds them in this dead-end corner, and the worst part is that the enemy is armed. Meanwhile, Jie wonders if her kidnapping has something to do with the new acquisitions in the SW Corporation expansion, though she had nothing to do with those deals. She looks at Jin and yells that he's hurt, but Jin brushes it off, saying he's totally fine, but Jie isn't buying this crap because she can see that his shoulder is banged up, his fingers are injured, and, to top it off, he's not even her bodyguard. She's confused about why he'd go out of his way to help her, and is surprised at how dependable he's turned out to be. Just then, they hear that familiar voice of that woman, which is the same one who is behind this kidnapping. She's walking toward them, gun in hand, and tells Jin to come out right now. She threatens that if this drags on too long, they won't hesitate to kill the hostage. She further insists they better wrap this up peacefully and save the hostage before things get worse. Jie feels terrified to hear this threat, and quickly stands up from the wheelchair, thinking she can't let this boy get dragged into this any further. Despite his skills, he's just a teenager, and she feels she needs to step up and protect him. Before she can do anything reckless, Jin signals her to stop and cryptically gestures something with his fingers, which just goes way over my head. But it seems like Jie can understand what he is trying to say, so she stands there in silence, and Jin eventually steps out from his hiding spot and raises his hand quietly. The kidnapper woman is sure Jie must be behind that container. She reflects on how she couldn't believe it when she saw our boy hanging from the van even though he is just a kid. She then mocks him, saying he's probably seen too many action movies because, in reality, even a hero can get killed. I guess she's right. Because no matter how brave you are, you're no match for a gun barrel pointed straight at you. But Jin remains calm even with the gun trained on him. GA eventually comes out, yelling for her to wait. As soon as the kidnapper woman looks in GA's direction, Jin takes his chance. He throws the blade over at her hand, injuring it badly. Before she can catch her breath, another dagger zips past her, and right at that time, Jin jumps over her, and they both fall off to the ground, and her gun also slips from her hands. She quickly grabs one of the daggers tucked near her thigh and tries to swing it at Jin, but he backs away just in time, and they both put some distance between each other. The woman then launches herself at Jin, and their deadly dance of hack and slash begins. After a fierce exchange, she takes a brutal hit to her gut and goes tumbling backward, her gun falling to the ground. She quickly spots her gun, grabs it, and aims it at Jin with a smirk, thinking she finally has the upper hand. But Jin moves fast and grabs the gun, twists it out of her grip, and now the gun is pointed right back at her. The woman is sweating and utterly confused about how this just happened. Meanwhile, GA is blown away by Jin's moves, while our boy just stands there, cool as a cucumber. The woman smirks again, saying he must have watched a lot of movies. She then pokes fun at him, pointing out that while he might be able to fight, she questions whether he really has the guts to fire a gun. She admits that bodyguards might practice target shooting, but shooting a living person is a whole different ballgame. But well, she's dead wrong about that, and Jin doesn't hesitate for a second before putting a bullet right into her thigh, causing blood to spatter out. The woman is absolutely stunned, unable to believe he didn't think twice before pulling the trigger. What baffles her even more is that his eyes remain dead still after firing the gun, as if he's grown used to it. She has yet to figure out how could a boy from such a peaceful country know how to fight like this. But when she looks at him closely, she recognizes those eyes and feels a chill run down her spine as she realizes that he's code 001. Before she can say anything further, Jin slaps her across the face with the gun, knocking her out cold and letting her fall to the ground. GA is completely blown away by how effortlessly Jin takes her down, as if it's no big deal. Meanwhile, back with the senior, he seems to have finished dealing with his adversary as well, though he looks severely injured, with blood dripping from his shoulder. Sadly, the senior finds himself surrounded by a bunch of goons. The bastard from before gets back on his feet, puts his hat back on, and retrieves his gun from the ground. A bulky guy swings a punch at the senior, but the senior quickly deflects it and lands a punch of his own. Suddenly, the bastard aims his gun at the senior and admits that he underestimated the head of security for the SW Association. He acknowledges that they wouldn't have been able to kidnap her if they hadn't waited until the end of his shift. On the other hand, it looks like the senior is on the brink of giving up. He fought here solely to buy GA and Jin time to escape, but he can't be sure if they got away since that woman went after Jin. For some reason though, the senior has a gut feeling that Jin will handle it, and he feels surprisingly confident about that. He's so confident that even the dude standing over there can't help but notice the smile spreading across the senior's face. He finally asks the reason behind the senior's smile, but the bodyguard doesn't say a word, just keeps that smile on his face. The cap guy warns that if the senior thinks Jin is safe just because a woman went after him, then he is underestimating that woman gravely. He claims that no man here can defeat that woman, and now that she's angry, Jin will soon be begging for her to put him out of his misery. The senior's smile finally fades, and he grits his teeth out of frustration. The kidnappers also states that he did not send any men after Jin because she'll be done with him before they even get there. The cap guy then starts to squeeze the trigger of his gun, telling the senior to focus on saving himself because he's about to die. Suddenly, a bullet drills a hole into the cap guy's hand, and blood splatters everywhere. He staggers backward and his gun falls to the ground. The senior quickly turns into the direction to see where the shot came from, and is shocked to find Jin standing there, gun in hand. The cap guy is sweating profusely, his blood pouring out, and he's furious, trying to figure out what the hell Jin is doing here. He's also panicked, wondering what might have happened to his friend Priscilla, who went after Jin earlier. I guess he was just way too confident about her. On the other hand, Jin shoots another bullet and puts it into the cap guy's thigh, then turns and aims the gun at the senior. For a moment, the senior's heart skips a beat, but before he can react, Jin starts firing. But to the senior's surprise, the bullets whiz past him, taking out the lackeys surrounding him from all directions. Once Jin's gun runs dry, the senior looks around, only to find every man down on the ground, groaning in pain. What fascinates the senior the most is that Jin didn't even hesitate while drilling holes into those bastards, and he disarmed them with just a bullet for each man. In the background, GA stands with her ears covered, and once the shooting stops, she looks up. Meanwhile, the senior bodyguard's mind flashes back to what the leader of Team 3 said, which is Jin is definitely a professional. Right on cue, reinforcements arrive and cover the entire area. The police quickly start their work, handcuffing all the goons. Meanwhile, a few soldiers walk over to GA, asking if she is all right. In response, the lady quickly assures them that she's absolutely fine. She then notices our boy talking to the officers. Once Jin confirms he's with the security team leader, the soldiers quickly start tending to his injuries. Ga walks over to him asking if he's alright. He replies that he is fine, but Ga questions how he can call himself fine in his condition. Our boy simply says that he has no problem with mobility so far, so he's mostly okay. He further adds that a few bruises for saving a VIP from kidnapping is a favorable outcome. Then Jin says he has a favor to ask. Ga looks startled and quickly asks what it is. Jin reveals that he doesn't want to worry his family until his injuries are treated, so he needs to tell them that he'll be attending a security team workshop. Ga is a bit confused, wondering if this is all he wanted to talk about. She then simply walks away, telling him to go get those wounds treated. But before leaving, she doesn't forget to thank Jin for his help. Shortly after, the senior also arrives and places a hand on Jin's shoulder. He flashes a warm smile and tells Jin that they'll see each other next time. With that, Ga and her bodyguard walk off. The scene then cuts to an unknown location, where a mysterious man sits behind a desk in a dimly lit office. An unknown lackey stands behind him, delivering the sad news that their attempt to kidnap Ga has failed. The boss smiles to hear this, and explains that success in kidnapping her was never the real objective, because it was merely a way to deliver a message to SW Corporation. He elaborates that they will start to watch their steps more carefully once they realize the trouble their expansion can cause, and that's all he's after. The scene then cuts to a chamber where that same woman from the kidnapping is sitting. She appears annoyed while saying she never expected a beast like Jin to be on their payroll, and she's talking about the mercenary who's really a force to be reckoned with. The man just stays quiet, so the woman goes on, saying if she'd known he was working with SW Corporation, she would have handled things a lot differently. In fact, she probably wouldn't have taken the gig at all. The man acts all clueless, but the woman tells him not to play dumb. She points out that Jin, the mercenary, always keeps his face covered, but she recognized his eyes because she'd crossed paths with him before. She mentions that about 6 months ago, Jin vanished off the radar, and there were all sorts of rumors about him retiring or even being dead. She never thought he'd end up working for SW Corp. The man's response remains the same, and he further states that he can't make sense of any of it. You see, he's heard a thing or two about that mercenary and thinks it's pretty hilarious to imagine one of their guards being a top-notch mercenary. The woman eventually just stops arguing because, let's be real, talking to this guy is like trying to reason with a brick wall. A bit later, we're at the SW Corporation's medical center, and the first person we see is Lady G chilling in one of the wards. I used to think she was a total villain, but it turns out she's not that bad, but just super curious about our guy. We also spot her guard hanging around. When GA asks what he's doing here since he took a bullet, he casually says he can handle simple stuff just fine. GA's not having any of that and tells him to head home and rest up, because one less guy on duty isn't going to make a huge difference anyway. The guard states that he just can't rest, feeling responsible since the whole mess happened while he was off shift. He further explains that the mercenaries were working from abroad, and they still haven't figured out who they were working for. Even the mercenaries themselves don't know their client, since multiple middlemen were involved. GA's mode turns sad as she reflects on how first Yeona was targeted, and now she's been kidnapped as well. She asks him if it's all just a coincidence. The guard shakes his head, saying it's definitely not a coincidence. Well, this just makes GA even more down. GA then thinks about how our guy handled the whole situation like a total badass, and he was looking even more impressive than during training. She reminds her guard that he's really not just an average teenager after all. The man agrees, acknowledging that he's definitely not an average guy. In her mind, she thinks to herself that Grandpa must know Jin's real identity since he put the kid on their security team. She then recalls that Jin had multiple fractured ribs and detached fingernails from fighting off the kidnappers, not to mention a deep cut on his shoulder from a missed bullet. The guard then points out that Jin had been clinging to their vehicle during the attack and must have gotten those injuries when he fell off. GA's face goes pale as she realizes that Jin managed to fight off all those thugs even with all those injuries, and even took on 5 men with knives while she was unconscious. Well, that just adds another layer to the situation, and her face looks even more shocked than before. The guard agrees that it doesn't make much sense, but it's surprisingly true that Jin was able to pull all that off. GA quickly stands up from her bed, rushing toward the door and heading straight to the ward where Jin is admitted. As soon as she bursts into the room, she finds him getting suited up again in SW uniform. When Jin looks around, he spots GA and her guard. The lady doesn't waste any time and immediately asks him what the heck he's doing getting dressed. Jin explains that he's going home since he hasn't been there for 2 days. GA reminds him that he has serious injuries and can't leave until they're done treating him. Jin explains that he'd rather rest and heal at home. GA starts shouting, telling him not to be ridiculous, and asking who gave him permission to do something so rash. In response, our boy simply says it was the doctor who told him. Despite all of Jai's protests, Jin simply packs his bag, and the lady further asks him how he plans to explain this to his family. Jin in response points out that the bruises on his face can easily be explained by saying he got hurt during training. GA is annoyed to see how this guy has an answer for everything. She then tells her guard that she needs a moment alone with Jin. Once the guard steps out, she tells Jin that she wants him to come work for her after he graduates. Our boy looks at her, and GA states that there's nothing in it for him if he stays with Yeona because, as she puts it, she's just a child. She goes on to explain that Yeona only has her inheritance from her parents, but she doesn't have the means to secure her own future. GA, on the other hand, claims she can guarantee our boy a safe and secure future. After a moment of silence, Jin says he has one question. Hearing this, GA assumes he's probably curious about the salary, so she quickly tells him not to worry, as she'll make sure he's paid more than he can imagine, with plenty of extra benefits on the side. But Jin flatly refuses to have such thoughts, and instead asks what she meant by him staying with Yeona. The woman remains quiet for a moment, then abruptly asks if he's dating Yeona, to which Jin flatly says he's not. But GA thinks to herself that Yeona always waits for him during training, which probably means she has a serious crush on him. Anyway, she tells him to come and work for her when he graduates, promising to make his family happy and get him a good job right away. Jin seems to find the offer tempting, but he doesn't say much in response, and just tells her that he'll think about it. Later, back at the apartment, we see Yeona and Grandpa, and they both get utterly shocked when Jin explains that he got hurt during training. Grandpa asks if it's something serious, to which Jin reassures him that it's not, stating that it's just blisters on his fingers, and the doctors said it wasn't anything to worry about. The old man then asks his grandson if the security team he's working with is really what he wants to pursue in the future. Jin doesn't give a definitive answer, only saying that it's what he's interested in for now. Grandpa reminds him that even if it's what he feels like doing right now, he can always change his course if he finds something else he's passionate about down the line. Since Jin is still young, Grandpa adds that he'll support him no matter what he chooses to do. Jin smiles in response and agrees with his grandpa. Grandpa then feels a bit awkward and asks if he suddenly jumped into a heavy topic. He mentions that high school seniors are often worried about their future careers, and wonders if he might have busted his chops. Yeona snickers at this and reassures Grandpa that he didn't say anything wrong. Jin, meanwhile, has no idea what busting chops even means. The scene then transitions to a familiar camp where we see that same eye patch guy. His lackey reports that 032 went off course without notifying anyone, and suspects it might be because he heard the news about 001 being targeted for elimination. The eye patch guy just scoffs, calling 032 a fool. He says that no one should let their emotions dictate their actions when one of their brothers gets killed, which is precisely why he believes that having a family is absolutely useless. Meanwhile, we catch a glimpse of a mysterious man who might very well be 032. It wouldn't be surprising if he came to Korea to meet our boy. The scene then cuts back to Jin, who is stretching his fingers to make sure they're working properly. His mind flashes back to a memory of the kidnapper woman who seemed to recognize him as someone familiar. He has no clue who she was, but if she knows him by his mercenary name, maybe she isn't related to the camp. Suddenly his phone rings, and when he looks at the screen, he sees that it's Yeona calling. A while later, Jin finds himself outside a convenience store. Not surprisingly, Yeona is there too, and they have heaps of triangle kimbap spread out on their table. The girl then quickly points out that she didn't have dinner and was craving triangle kimbap, but Seokju still thinks to himself that this much food seems like a lot. Nonetheless, she also invites him to dig into the meal, since she is sure that he also did not have dinner either. She quickly opens one of the kimbaps, while mentioning that she heard he got hurt pretty badly, and asks if he's okay now. He replies that he is. She then explains that she went to see him at the hospital, but they said he couldn't have visitors and wouldn't let her in, and GA also told her not to visit him right now. She admits she was really worried since he was absent from school yesterday. Jin explains that Grandpa told him to take the day off. Yeona finds it touching how he really listens to his grandpa, but then she gets a bit dejected while mentioning how he had to rescue GA single-handedly from the life-threatening danger. In response, Jin says that's not entirely true, and clarifies that the leader of Security Team 2 was the one who did everything. Team 2's leader tracked them down, acted as a liaison with the police and SW security team, and even created a diversion when he was shot so that Jin could escape. The leader stayed behind until the very end to ensure Jin could get to safety. Without his support, our boy admits he wouldn't have been able to do anything for GA. Yeona looks a bit awkward hearing the truth, probably because she wasn't expecting our boy to explain everything thoroughly. Seokju agrees that if what Jin says is true, then the team leader was indeed the one who carried out the rescue. Jin quickly agrees with his friend, but Seokju points out that the team leader wouldn't have been able to pull this rescue mission alone as well, and the report clearly shows how much Jin contributed to rescuing GA. Our boy then highlights that they're essentially a team, and the goal is to ensure the VIP's safety, not to figure out who made the greatest contribution. Seokju nods, saying that's absolutely right. Yona feels a bit out of place, probably because this isn't the kind of talk she's used to. Just then, Jin's phone rings, and when he checks it, Yona asks what's up and if something's wrong. Jin sheepishly admits that they need him at the game room, because Jaehyun just texted him that they need an extra person and that he should hurry over. But Yona reminds him that he's still injured and questions how he's going to play with his hand like that. Jin clarifies that it doesn't really matter because he's pretty awful anyway. Yona is once again a bit unsettled by his bluntness. The scene then transitions to Daeyeon walking down the footpath, thinking about getting something to eat for Jin. Her thoughts drift back to a past memory where a bunch of girls surrounded Yona, asking why Jin hadn't been in school for the past few days. Yona explained that he was away on a trip and had injured his hands a bit. The girls were startled and asked if it was anything serious. Yona reassured them that it wasn't. The girls quickly become cheerful, saying they're glad it's nothing serious, and that it wasn't his face that got injured because they can't let a face like his get scarred. Yona quietly agrees while thinking about how it seems like Jin has become more and more popular lately. Suddenly Daeyeon hears some voices nearby. When she looks in the direction of the commotion, she sees a group of thugs. She begins to panic when she realizes there's no one around to ask for help. But when she takes a closer look, she recognizes one of the thugs as the same guy who tried to ask her for her number earlier. Her mind flashes back to that encounter, and she remembers that he didn't seem like a mean person, so he might listen to her. So, she musters up the courage, approaches the group, and nervously stutters out an excuse to grab their attention. At first, the harasser responds sharply and cockily, asking who the hell it is. However, his face goes pale with anxiety when he realizes it's the same girl he tried to harass. He then frantically starts explaining to her that this isn't what it looks like, and claims that this dude had a run-in with them first while they were just passing by, and this dude just started demanding for some food. Daeyeon apologizes on this dude's behalf and asks if they can let him go. The harasser clearly isn't thrilled about doing what she's demanding, but eventually they start to walk away. She then turns to the hoodie guy, asking if he's alright. The hoodie guy is startled at first, but then quickly asks if she could buy him some food. Shortly after, they're sitting outside, and it's clear the man has devoured a lot of triangle kimbap like a hungry hound, and he still can be seen chomping down over the last remaining he has left. After that, he gulps down a bottle of water, and once his belly is full, he feels as if he is swimming over the clouds. Daeyeon watches him with curiosity, while the guy quickly apologizes, explaining that he didn't mean to bother her, but he was just so hungry that he couldn't resist asking for some food. Daeyeon reassures him it's no big deal, and the guy explains that he lost his wallet as soon as he got into the country, so he hasn't eaten for a few days. She then reminds him that he should have asked the embassy for help, and the boy feels kind of an idiot for simply not doing that. The girl then checks her phone and realizes it's gotten late, and Jin must be waiting for her to get home. So she quickly offers this boy some money, saying it's just a little something in case he gets hungry again. With that, she starts running off in a hurry, leaving the guy curious about her. We can clearly see this dude is 032 we've been hearing about, and by the way, he looks quite feminine, so don't be surprised if he turns out to be a girl later in the story. The scene then shifts back to the past, where we see Jin bursting into one of the rooms with his gun in hand. Inside, he finds this lady protecting a girl. Jin doesn't open fire immediately, but his transmission tells him to eliminate the target and return to base immediately. The girl in the ponytail's arms trembles in fear, and that is when Jin hears someone calling, and he finds himself jolting awake from this unpleasant dream. He quickly sits down over his bed, and he can literally feel his pulse pound. He then starts hearing the clattering of dishes from the living room. He heads outside and finds Yeona and Grandpa there. The old man looks at him and asks why he's up when he should still be resting. Jin replies that it's time for him to get back to school. Grandpa insists that resting and getting better is more important right now than worrying about his studies. Yeona then also gestures to him quietly from behind to just do as the grandpa is saying. And without a doubt, Jin agrees with his old man with a pleasant smile. Before heading out, the old man mentions that he'll be home late tonight because his colleague, Mr. Lee, isn't feeling well, so he's covering his shift. Jin then asks Daeyeon why she's leaving so early. She replies that she got up early and plans to study a bit before school starts. As usual, she reminds him that breakfast is on the table, so he better eat up. Jin gives her a quick smile, and she quietly heads out, leaving behind a delicious spread of food for him. Later we find ourselves outside, and as Jin strolls down the street, his phone rings with a notification, and it's Jaehyung texting, urging him to make his comeback to the team as soon as possible. Just then, Yeona also joins the chat and tells Jaehyung to count her in as well. But Jaehyung brutally turns her down, saying she should start practicing with bots first. Just as Jin smiles at the lively banter between his friends, we see 032 walking down the other side of the road. Our boy's smile fades when he spots him, and he is sure that something about the figure seems familiar. He quickly dashes toward the guy, but 032 slips into a back alley. Jin picks up his pace and dives into the alley after him. Once inside, he can't spot the guy in his sight. He follows the path further and ends up at a construction site. After climbing up one of the buildings, he scans the area and soon spots his old friend, who's now holding a gun and aiming right at him. Femboy doesn't hesitate and opens fire, sending a barrage of bullets toward him. But our boy quickly dives behind a nearby wall for cover, while his previous injuries are still hurting. Femboy starts walking toward our boy, and he can't help but remark about how long it's been since they last met. Earlier, he admits that he was a bit startled to see someone trailing him, but he's even more surprised when he found out that it was our boy. That is when it finally hits Jin that this dude is 032. The hoodie guy keeps walking forward and points out that he already knows 006's habits, so it's no surprise to him that our boy is still alive. He finds it fascinating that he did not have to look around to find our boy. Jin then asks if the camp sent him to eliminate him, but this question just goes above the femboy's head, and he has no idea what Jin is talking about. Jin, on the other hand, already knows that the camp would never send anyone to finish the job which 006 failed to complete. But the femboy just tells our boy to shut the hell up since he's not their leader anymore. Despite this, Jin keeps pressing for more info, asking if the camp didn't send him. Then he must have run out from the camp without anyone's permission. Femboy simply responds that none of this should matter to a traitor like him. He claims that he doesn't want to hold any resentment towards our boy, but his circumstances are forcing him to do so. But he does mention that 006 was his only family, the only person who looked out for him in that hellish camp. While 032 is rambling on with his sentimental talk, Jin quickly throws a metal projectile at him, hitting the gun in 032's hands. Distracted, 032 loses focus, allowing Jin to jump over him, and they both crash to the ground. 032 quickly tries to break free and aims the gun right at Jin's face, but Jin reacts fast, kicking 032's hand and sending the gun flying. Not missing a beat, 032 pulls a dagger out and tries to slash Jin with it. Their back and forth is so quick that it's hard to follow, but eventually Jin grabs 032's hand, balls up his fist, and lands a punch on his face. But 032 blocks the punch with hands and retaliates with a kick, hitting Jin right where he's already injured. Our boy asks if 032 has reported everything to the camp, but 032 dodges the question, asking since when Jin became so talkative. He reminds Jin that he's no longer their leader, so he doesn't have to answer him. Right now, Jin is just a target. After those words, he pushes Jin back and swings his dagger at him. When they both take a step back, it's clear that Jin has been cut across his belly. Meanwhile, back at school, the teacher is giving the lecture as usual, but Daeon is lost in thought, hoping Jin isn't skipping breakfast. She worries that he needs to eat well to recover quickly. Back in the fight, Jin and his old friend continue their squabble. As the dagger comes at Jin again, he quickly grabs 032's arm and delivers a brutal punch right to his face. The hoodie guy slides backward after swinging his blade, and he is absolutely huffing and puffing. Jin's side hurts from the cut as he asks 032 one more time if he's reporting everything to the camp. Once again, the femboy dodges the direct questions, and wonders why Jin is suddenly talking so much. He then makes it clear that he won't tell anything to a traitor who killed his friend 006. Afterwards, he swings his blade again, but Jin quickly jumps over him, landing a brutal punch to his face. Jin follows up with a series of powerful swings, eventually landing a devastating blow to 032's belly, sending him staggering backward. On the other hand, 032 notices the gun over his left shoulder. Before he can grab it, Jin dashes down, but 032 manages to pick up the gun and aims it straight at Jin. Jin reacts quickly, grabbing the gun by the barrel and redirecting the bullets to ricochet harmlessly into the ceiling. Once the firing stops, Jin pins the femboy to a pillar, and the guy starts groaning in pain. Jin then asks him if he's here out of loyalty to the camp or to avenge 006. The femboy doesn't respond and instead slams his knee into Jin's belly, then points his gun at him again. He begins firing another barrage of bullets, but Jin quickly ducks behind the pillar, trying to shield himself from the onslaught. The femboy grits his teeth and keeps shooting, determined to take our boy down. Jin looks back and sees 032 moving away. As soon as he tries to follow this bastard, he is left struggling behind due to his wounds, with one last cut bleeding intensely. In desperation, he calls his friend Seokju, and when the blackhead answers, his face goes pale upon hearing Jin's request for surveillance data of the area. Seokju quickly starts moving, and Yona notices him heading out of the classroom. Once outside, he asks Jin why he's getting involved in something so messy again. Nevertheless, he tells Jin he'll call him back in a few minutes and advises him to just send him the physical description and location he wants to track. Once the call ends, we find ourselves outside, where the femboy is strolling down his path, and he's absolutely annoyed, thinking that if our boy hadn't been busy asking all those questions, he could have killed him multiple times. He also notices that Jin has gotten way stronger ever since the camp days. He then recalls how our boy was asking him if he is here to take revenge for 006's death, or if he has been sent by the camp. He has no clue why he was asking him those questions, or why Jin just did not kill him right away. While 032 is walking, the same harasser and his goons spot him again. A creepy smile spreads across the harasser's face, as he decides to pick on him once more. 032 spots the goons too, and he's definitely not thrilled to waste time with these idiots, and he simply ignores them and keeps walking forward. Suddenly, a few more thugs block 032's path, towering over him as if they're about to devour him alive. But in the blink of an eye, all of these thugs are piled up on the ground like discarded toys. As 032 walks on, he notices Daeon standing nearby. When their eyes meet, the girl quickly recognizes him as the same guy from before. The man starts rummaging through his pockets, pulls out a note, and hands it to her, thanking her for her earlier help. He says it's all he has right now but promises to pay back the rest soon. Daeon then tells him he doesn't have to do this and worries that he might not have anything left for himself. She bows her head and assures him it will be all right. Later they stop by a restaurant. Daeon comments that he shouldn't have returned the money until he had more saved up. The guy simply replies that not everyone should wait until they have extra to repay someone for their help. She then asks him how old he is, and he replies that he's 17. Yona finds it fascinating that they're the same age, and 032 is also surprised to hear this. With that in mind, Yona quickly decides to become buddies since they're the same age, and 032 agrees to the idea. It's hilarious to see that she's trying to make friends even though she doesn't even know his name yet. She then asks if he's from overseas, and he confirms that he is, saying he's traveling right now. When she asks if he's traveling with friends, he says he's on his own. Yona is intrigued by this, finding it fascinating that he's traveling alone. She asks how many countries he's been to, and he admits he's not exactly sure, but probably he's been to almost 20 countries. As they're chatting it out, Jin finally arrives as well, but slows down when he sees 032 sitting there, and his eyes nearly pop out of his sockets when he realizes that he is sitting with Daeon. But Jin doesn't rush in immediately. Instead, he stands silently behind the wall while his sister and the guy continue their chat. Daeon asks how long he's been in Korea. The guy is initially silent, but eventually says he'll stay until he's finished with what he's doing here. She smiles and remarks that he must be staying nearby since she ran into him again. The guy confirms it, and states that he had some business in this area, but he also guesses that she must live around here as well. He then feels a bit awkward about asking such an obvious question, but Daeon reassures him that she doesn't actually live there. It's just her school is just around the corner. Suddenly Jin dashes in, and before 032 can react, our boy grabs him and throws him down onto the ground, leaving him in pain. Jin then picks up a chopstick from the bin and tries to jab it into 032's face. However, 032 quickly grabs Jin's hand, but Jin responds by swinging a punch instead. After their brief exchange of blows, both of them finally take a step back for a moment of respite. Jin feels guilty for dragging his sister into this mess and stands there, frustrated with himself. Daeon, on the other hand, is bewildered by what's happening. 032, clenching his jaw, tells Jin they should take this somewhere else because Daeon has nothing to do with this. Jin is surprised that 032 wasn't targeting his sister. When Daeon calls out Jin's name, 032 is also shocked to see that she knows him. She yells at her brother and demands to know what's going on and why he's here. But instead of responding to her, Jin tells her to get out of there immediately. The girl then asks him once again what he is doing here. But she suddenly feels a chill running down her spine by the serious look in his eyes, which is the same look she's seen before. She then points out that he's severely hurt. On the other hand, Femboy finally asks her if she knows Jin, and she responds that he's her brother, her older brother in fact. She also apologizes for Jin's behavior, explaining that he's not usually like this. The guy is initially shocked, but then smiles, seeing how big of a coincidence this is. Jin tells his sister to give them a moment, and Daeon quickly agrees. As 032 and Jin face each other, 032 comments on how he didn't think Jin was actually her brother, and questions why he's suddenly using this disguise. Jin makes it clear that he'll only answer if 032 answers him first. With that said, our boy asks him if the camp sent him here, or he just wants to take revenge out of loyalty just because our boy betrayed the camp. 032 is clearly frustrated by Jin's relentless questioning and eventually snaps at him, asking why he keeps asking the same useless questions and what good it does now. But when he looks into our boy's eyes, he eventually reveals that he left the camp as soon as he heard Jin had killed his friend 006. He further admits that he's not here because of the camp, but he's here because he wanted to avenge 006's death, because he was the only family he had. Jin reminds him that he and 006 weren't even close, so why is he actually feeling a great urge to avenge? The femboy kinda agrees, and points out that they never spent time together outside of training or missions, and he's not even sure if revenge is what he is really after. He is now not even sure why he just ran away from the camp. After a moment of silence, Jin reveals that his friend 006 is actually not dead. Not surprisingly, this revelation nearly makes the femboy's eyes pop out of his sockets. Jin further drops truth bombs that 006 faked his death and disappeared to avoid being found by anyone, and he does not want to even let his friends find him out. The guy is officially shocked, and he asks once again if 006 is really alive, and Jin confirms it without a shred of doubt. The realization hits the femboy hard, and he starts feeling pangs of guilt when he understands why Jin had been asking him the same questions repeatedly. Jin explains that he needed to know his true intentions before revealing anything. If femboy had been working with the camp, he would have immediately reported everything back to camp, so Jin just did not want to reveal anything without confirming if femboy is working with the camp or not. After getting overwhelmed by the news, the hoodie guy slumps into a chair and starts to snicker. He then asks Jin why the hell he's here. Jin, unsure how to respond, simply says he just came back home. The guy is shocked and asks if he is saying that the girl is really his sister, because as far as he knows, our boy had lost all of his memories. Jin replies that his memories have come back recently, though they're still a bit hazy. 032 asks if he betrayed the camp just because he got his memories back. Jin shakes his head and says it was because he couldn't follow their orders anymore. Then Jin remembers Daeon and gives 032 a serious look, demanding to know how he met her. 032, clearly freaked out by Jin's intense stare, is pretty sure that if he doesn't spill the beans, Jin might actually kill him. He nervously admits that Daeon helped him out a while back. Jin expects more details, but 032 just turns away and says that's all there is to it. Jin finally chills out, and 032 is relieved to see him calm down, though he's still a bit rattled by how Jin looks even way more deadlier than he looked while fighting. Despite everything, Jin starts cleaning up the mess, and his friend also lends his hand in cleaning the area. While they're cleaning up the mess, femboy asks if 006 is okay. This question triggers a flashback for Jin, and he remembers the brutal hit 006 took from the car and how he was tossed around afterward. Keeping that in mind, he doesn't go into details and just says his friend is kinda okay. Femboy shrugs and says it doesn't matter as long as his friend is still alive. After all, he did try to kill Jin, so it's expected that he might be hurt. Jin then turns to him, asking how he can trust someone like our boy, especially since he is a traitor to the camp. Femboy replies that it's because Jin has never lied to any of them. Even though he betrayed the camp, 032 believes Jin wouldn't betray his friends. He mentions that 006 had the same opinion about our boy as well. Upon hearing this, Jin then says that he understands everything. His friend gets curious to hear this vague line, so he asks what he means by that. Jin reminds him that on the day the entire camp was mobilized to track him down, 006 intentionally let him run away from the camp, otherwise he wouldn't have made it out alive. Femboy smirks at this and points out that they probably hated the camp even more than he did. Jin smirks in return, and then his friend asks if there's any way to reach 006. Jin says no, not until 006 makes contact first. Jin then reassures him that he will tell 006 to reach out to Femboy when he does get in touch. He then starts berating himself up for lashing out at Jin for no reason and almost getting himself killed in the process. He then also highlights how 006 had gone into hiding just to protect his friend. Jin then also reveals an interesting tidbit and explains that if the camp had known that 006 has a close relationship with the 032, then they would have used this to their advantage, so 006 did not tell anyone before vanishing. Femboy gets sad to think about how his friend is sacrificing himself to keep his friends safe. That is when the hoodie guy also reveals some interesting news, which is that the camp is making sure that no one finds out that our boy is still alive. Jin asks if they are actually covering this up, and his friend confirms it, saying it's true. He adds that only a few high-ranking officials know that Jin is still alive, which is why the camp can't conduct a full-scale search for him. Hoodie guy notes how strange it is that Jin, being the top soldier, is being kept hidden like this. Jin then asks him how he found out that 006 had been supposedly killed by Jin's hands if this information was kept secret. His friend in response explains it's because of Dog, the guy with the eye patch. After that, 032 decides to head out, saying he needs to make a few stops on his way back to the camp to scatter some trails and make sure they don't track Jin. But as he's about to leave, he notices Daeon peeking out from behind a pillar. Jin smiles when he sees his sister, which leaves the femboy completely stunned, because this is the first time he has ever seen Jin smile like that before. His friend then asks if Daeon is actually his sister, and Jin nods with confidence. But his pleasant expression fades as he gets angry when 032 asks if he can say a final goodbye to her. 032 starts to tremble under Jin's intense gaze. Eventually, the poor guy just waves his goodbye from a distance, and the girl reciprocates with the gesture. She then quickly turns to Jin, asking if he knew 032, and Jin responds with a simple, yes. She then questions why he was so harsh if he knew him. Well, Jin has no clue how to counter this question. But then he remembers Yona mentioning that Daeon has always been popular with guys, and is pretty. Keeping this in mind, Jin makes an excuse, saying he thought some weirdo was trying to hit on her because she's pretty. Daeon is startled to hear his explanation, and a cold silence settles between them after Jin's awkward comment. Later that night, Jin is back at the apartment, secretly tending to the wounds he got from the fight. Once he's patched up, he sits quietly, reflecting on how the camp is covering up the fact that he's still alive, and wondering what their next move might be. We are back with our femboy once again, and he is still preoccupied with thoughts of Daeon, trying to figure out if she really is Jin's sister. Suddenly, he notices something in his apartment and quickly pulls out his gun, aiming at the front. A voice calls out, telling him to take it easy. Once this mysterious man appears from the shadows, femboy sees a bald guy standing there, which leaves him momentarily stunned. The bald guy tells him to put the gun down before they talk. Femboy finally relaxes his muscles while the bald man looks around and asks if this is where he is living right now. He then questions if he has managed to kill our boy. Femboy counters it, asking this stupid head if taking down Jin looks like a walk in the park for him. The hoodie guy then inquires what he is doing here. The shady figure replies that he's just handling some business. But before the femboy can react, the bald man slips a dagger out from his sleeve and quickly plunges it into the femboy's belly. As he drives the blade deeper, he says he's here to teach him a lesson and to take this bastard out for disobeying the camp. The poor guy trembles as he asks if the camp really ordered his elimination. The big guy confirms, but only if he refuses to go back to the camp. He then yanks the dagger out from the chest and swings it again at the hoodie guy, giving a nasty cut across his thigh. The poor guy groans in pain, and he is further thrown away backwards, landing on the floor. The bulky bastard hovers over him, while complimenting him for his great agility. The poor hoodie guy is losing blood fast from his belly wound, and he demands to know what the hell this sucker is trying to achieve by doing all this. The baldy coolly replies that he's taking care of things while he has the chance, because he always waited for this moment to kill him. Now that 006 is out of the picture, he is sure that no one can save this femboy from getting killed by his hands. Hoodie guy then throws a jab at this bastard, stating that he did not know he was too scared of 06, and he finds it hilarious that this baldy had to ambush him like a coward. Of course, this little jab really ticks off the gorilla, and his anger takes over. He quickly swings his dagger at the boy. But then, femboy pulls out his own dagger and lands a nasty cut on the gorilla. Now the gorilla's even more enraged, and swings back at the femboy, and while the poor guy's doing his best to keep up, his wound starts to throb. The gorilla then lands a punch to his face, sending him crashing to the ground. As the femboy quakes in pain, the gorilla strides over to grab the gun from the ground. He aims it at the boy and reminds him how much effort the camp put into training him, and how it's all about to go to waste as soon as he pulls the trigger. But the boy just mocks him, telling him to stop being jealous and get better instead. With that, the gorilla pulls the trigger, and the gun drills a hole into the boy's thigh, leaving him collapsing to the ground like a rag doll. Seeing him in shambles, a creepy smile spreads across the gorilla's face. It's clear he thinks no matter how many jabs are thrown, he's the one who's going to come out on top tonight. But surprisingly, despite all the cuts and bruises, the femboy retaliates. He's back in action and throws his dagger at the gorilla's face. While the gorilla is momentarily distracted, the boy makes a run for it, and he quickly dashes out of the room. The gorilla starts shooting a barrage of bullets, but the boy finally makes it outside. His legs are trembling as the bullets make his wounds bleed even more. The gorilla chases after him, but all he finds is a trail of blood, because our femboy has long disappeared into the shadows. He continues to follow the blood trail, and as he's about to turn right in the corridor, femboy suddenly grabs his hand and lands a crushing blow to his face. Before the gorilla can react, the boy pulls the magazine out of the gun and throws it right in the gorilla's face. After those humiliating hits, the big guy gets even more ticked off and recklessly swings his dagger, but he completely misses his mark. As surprising as it is, the blows this bastard took weren't from the femboy, but rather, they were from our boy, who just gave this bastard a run for his money. The gorilla's face goes pale when he realizes it's our boy. Without wasting a moment, Jin charges at him and delivers a devastating crunching blow to his face, leaving it all bloodied. The gorilla tries to attack again, but Jin hits him with more strikes to the belly and seals the deal with brutal knee smashes. But he doesn't stop there. He slams the gorilla's face into the concrete wall, and with his face all bloody, the wall is smeared with blood as well. Finally, the cocky gorilla drops to the ground. Once the fight is over, we see the femboy sitting on the ground with his injuries, asking Jin why in the hell he is even here. Hearing the voice, our boy turns around, looks at his friend, and then starts to walk away. He grabs this bag full of goodies from the ground and offers them to a femboy, saying that his sister told him he was broke, so he brought this to him. Femboy takes a look and finds food supplies. He starts laughing, teasing our boy for being such a softie, and asks what's changed him so much. He wonders if he's hurt his head or something, but then realizes that our boy has been like this all along. The scene shifts to the SW Corporation. We see our boy sitting before the director. The old man points out that the man he brought in turned out to be an international fugitive. He mentions that arranging what was requested will be straightforward since many countries want to claim him. He wraps it up by saying they'll make sure he spends his days imprisoned, isolated from society. It sounds like they're talking about the gorilla who attacked them, and I guess that bastard really deserves for all the mess he has caused. The old man mentions he presumes the gorilla is connected to our boy's past. For a moment, Jin stays silent and admits he wasn't directly involved. But yes, the connection is there. The old man says he won't dig any deeper, but assures Jin to come to him if he ever needs help. Jin simply nods, stands up, and leaves without saying much more. The assistant chimes in, saying he was startled when our boy called for help, especially when it involved such a serious criminal and gunshots on the scene. As Jin walks out of the corporation building, his mind drifts back to his injured friend, who is barely hanging on. Jin quickly pulls out his phone, saying he knows someone who can get the femboy treated somewhere safer. But the femboy insists he can handle it himself, because he just needs to stop the bleeding and disinfect the wound. Jin, however, points out that he needs proper treatment. The femboy mentions it'll take too long, and the camp might get suspicious. Jin is shocked to hear this, and asks if his friend is returning to the camp. The femboy confirms he is, but Jin reminds him that the camp gave orders to eliminate him. In response, femboy explains that the gorilla did mention that he was tasked to bring femboy back. But since this gorilla doesn't like 006 or any of the numbered guys, he just went ahead and tried to assassinate. Jin quickly points out that going back to camp is still risky. The femboy just snickers, saying since the camp believes 006 is dead, it doesn't make sense for them to kill him just because he went off looking for Jin. Besides, the femboy says he sees no other way either, because they will come after him if he go into hidings, and that could risk exposing 006 as well. Femboy further adds that if his plan works, he'll make sure they can't track Jin down. It's the least he can do after Jin saved his life. With all the traces 006 left behind, it should keep the camp busy for a long time. He tells Jin he hopes he'll make it and manage to protect his real life. Suddenly Jin is jolted awake from his flashback when Lady Jai calls out to him. She asks what brings him here, and he responds that he was just running an errand. She then asks if it's really okay for him to be out like this, since he still has not recovered from his injuries. As soon as she mentions his injuries, Jin's mind flashes back to the past, where he remembers getting kicked and beaten by femboy, which only made his previous injuries worse. But instead of admitting that, he smiles and says he's doing great. The girl smiles back and asks if he's free now, suggesting they grab something to eat. It seems like she's taken a liking to him, and even though she has a meeting to attend, she'd rather have dinner with Jin. But unfortunately for her, Jin turns her down, saying he has to head straight home since he already has dinner plans with his family. It seems like she wasn't ready to be turned down by a kid, and she's clearly feeling the heat of the situation. To save her face, she quickly comes up with an excuse, saying she remembers she has some work to do as well. Meanwhile, the guard behind her looks completely pale after hearing her blunt lies. After all, the meeting was the only reason they were here. Suddenly, the girl asks if he'd be interested in taking a part-time job, guaranteeing that the money will be worth it. Once again, Jin turns her down, saying he's not interested. She sighs and finally asks if he wants a ride home. Jin replies with a simple no. As Jin starts to head out, Lady Jai's guard tells him to get well soon so they can train together again, mentioning that the other boys have been asking about him. On the other hand, Lady Jie secretly smirks, thinking Jin is fitting in better with the guys than she expected, and even her picky bodyguard seems to like him. Once our boy is out of the picture, the guard asks if Lady Jai plans to put him in Seohacha's security detail. She says yes, pointing out the recent stalker incident happened with Seohacha, and noting that it wouldn't be too dangerous since he'd just be escorting her. She asks what he thinks about it, and he replies it should be fine. While Jin's heading down the street, he notices his grandpa standing nearby. He calls out to him, asking what he's doing there, and Grandpa just says he's out for some fresh air. The old man then reveals that Dion's birthday is coming up in a few days, and Jin looks quite surprised. The old man admits that he doesn't know much about Gen Z preferences these days since he's a boomer himself. He asks Jin if he can suggest what kids his age might like as a gift and what her hobbies might be. It turns out, Jin is just as clueless as his boomer grandpa, and there's an awkward silence as they both realize they've fallen into the boomer category. Suddenly, Jie's phone rings while she is sitting in her office. When she checks it, a creepy smile spreads across her face. She picks up the call, clearly surprised that it's Jin himself returning her call, which is quite a big deal in itself. Our boy then asks her about the offer she had made earlier, and wonders if that is still valid. The girl smiles, thinking Jin must be calling about the dinner offer, so she acts all nonchalant, saying she's pretty busy but will check her calendar. However, her pleasant smile fades when Jin tells her he's actually calling about the part-time job she offered him. She looks annoyed when she hears Jin is actually calling about the part-time job, not the dinner. Our boy then asks again if the offer is still valid, and the girl asks if he's interested. Jin confirms he is, so she tells him to come to her studio tomorrow at 4 p.m. The scene cuts to the game room, where Jin and the other boys are lounging around, having fun while gaming and chatting. Jae-hyung, who's been reading an article on Seo Ha-cha, tells his other friends about it. The other boys perk up and start staring at his monitor. Jae-hyung explains that she's starring in a new TV series based on a webtoon, and will be the lead in the Mercenary Teenager series. The blondie then adds that he's seen her in person, and she looks smoking hot. His orange head friend nearly chokes on his drink hearing this. While Blondie continues, saying he saw her while working part-time at his cousin's ad company, where they were shooting a commercial with her. Jae-hyung is blown away by this news, as he's been a hardcore fan of Seo Ha-cha ever since her first show, which has been almost 8 years of following and loving her work. Youngchan asks Blondie how she was in real life. Blondie responds that she's pretty in person and admits he's never seen someone so beautiful. The other guys can't help but blush and call Blondie a lucky bastard. Jae-hyung even asks Blondie to let them know if his cousin's company needs anyone again. The scene cuts to the ad shoot set, where everyone is preparing for the next advertisement. They're eagerly waiting for Seo Ha-cha to come out of her room. Inside, Seo Ha-cha hears the news that a bodyguard is coming to escort her. One of the crew confirms it, but Seo Ha-cha replies that they already have someone from the agency handling it. But the guy reminds Seo-ha that the guard coming this time is from SW Corporation. He mentions that he had already told the corporation that there is nothing to worry about, but they were still worried because of the stalking by some stalkers. He assures her it's just one guy who will be tagging along with her, so it won't be much of a hassle. The gorilla-like guard standing nearby then confirms that the new guy is just a trainee. Of course, this doesn't sit well with the actress. She wonders why they would send a trainee for something like this. As everything gets ready for the shoot, everyone's attention is suddenly caught by the crisp sound of shoes thudding on the floor. When they turn around, they're blown away by the elegance this man exudes. Even though we don't get the chance to see this elegant man, I can confidently state that it's our boy crashing the party here. Back in Seo Ha-cha's dressing room, the gorilla-like guard mentions that SW sent the trainee to get some experience, and he assures her that he will keep an eye on him to make sure he stays out of her way. Seo-ha's assistant thanks the guard for his help and apologizes for the extra trouble, saying this whole situation is way above his paycheck. The guard reassures them, saying there's nothing to worry about. He adds it's SW's fault for sending a rookie, and he personally finds it rather humiliating to work with someone below his level. Suddenly, there's a knock on the door. When the guard cracks it open, he finds Jin standing there, and our absolute handsome boy in his suit looks totally lady killer, and he quickly states that he's from SW. The assistant is totally bewildered, wondering if he's really a bodyguard or just trying to pull a fast one on them. Jin formally introduces himself and confirms he's indeed the guard sent by SW. The man finally acknowledges it, though he almost thought Jin was some kind of celebrity in disguise, because he just looks too hot to be some random bodyguard. On the other hand, the gorilla perks up to see our boy, and he finds this nothing short of a joke that they have sent a literal kid. Nevertheless, Jin asks if he can come inside, and the assistant gives him the green light to enter. Once Jin is inside, Seo Ha-cha takes one look at him and is absolutely blown away, finding it ridiculous that this handsome kid is a bodyguard. Jin introduces himself personally and tells her he'll be her bodyguard from now on. Seo-ha quickly reciprocates with a gesture and says it's nice to meet him. Jin starts looking around, trying to get a feel for things, while Seo Ha-cha is still wondering if this guy is really a trainee bodyguard. He looks more like a boy band trainee that SW is trying to debut, and she suspects they probably sent him here to get some exposure. Meanwhile, our boy wants to confirm if this is her first day on set. The assistant confirms this, and once the formalities are out of the way, our boy quickly points out the elephant in the room, and asks if the stalking began 2 weeks ago with letters. The woman clarifies that it's been going on for longer than that. She explains that the stalker somehow knows her address and keeps leaving strange letters in her mailbox. It's gotten worse recently, but it's been happening for a while now. She adds that this is common in this line of work, so SW shouldn't worry too much about it. After that, the actress begins to ask how old he is, and that is when our boy's mind flashes back to a time when his senior told him that revealing his age would only make people doubt his abilities. So, in the present moment, he simply replies that it's a secret. At that moment, the gorilla from before calls our boy from behind and says he wants to have a quick chat outside. Once they're out, the gorilla starts by asking if he is a security trainee from SW. Once Jin hears this, he realizes that this is what these guys must have been told, so he just rolls with it, confirming that it's exactly right. The gorilla tells Jin to simply stand aside and watch how it's done. He's confident that he already has things under control. He then starts berating our boy, saying he has no idea why SW would send a runt like him because security is no joke, and practice drills won't cut it in real-life situations, so he tells him he better stay out of the way until his shift is over, and then go home. Jin finally speaks up, asking if the gorilla is Cheol Young Kim from the Security Brothers agency. The man grabs Jin by the neck, telling him not to dodge the question. He warns Jin that if he thinks they're messing around, he'd better listen up if he wants to get out of here in one piece. With that, he flings Jin against the wall and walks off, clearly annoyed. Just then, the actress steps out of the room, asking if Jin's okay. He says he's fine, and she apologizes for this goofball gorilla, saying he's from her agency and can be a bit rough around the edges. She even mentions that she told them she didn't need a bodyguard. Jin doesn't say anything, and the actress enthusiastically starts to ask if he's still in school. Jin responds that it's confidential. Suddenly, her assistant calls out, telling her it's time to head to the set. Before heading out, the lady reassures Jin to just take it easy, saying that nothing's going to happen. With that, she leaves him standing there as she walks out of the scene. The next scene cuts to Jie, who's wondering if he made it to the studio okay. The guard asks if she's talking about Jin, and she confirms. The guard then explains that he received word that Jin has actually made into the studio without any hitch. Jie then asks if sending him there was a good decision since he hasn't fully recovered. The guard says it's all right, pointing out that threats and stalkers are pretty common for celebrities. With Seo Cha's level of fame, she's had her fair share of them. Her agency recently assigned a personal bodyguard for her, so Jin won't be too busy. Jie agrees, explaining that this is precisely why she sent him there, to let him take it easy while he recovers. And who knows, he might even complain about how boring it is. The guard then smiles at Jie and says he doesn't think Jin is the type to let himself get bored. Jie finds this good news and uses the term cakewalk to emphasize how easy this job is going to be for Jin. The guard reluctantly agrees, saying she's precisely right. Jie, on the other hand, feels proud of herself for using Gen Z slang, which makes the guard awkward as he watches her bask in her own sense of accomplishment. As people are gathering in for the shoot, we also see the gorilla making another appearance. Despite the hottest actress sitting right before them, everyone's attention seems to be fixed on Jin, as they can't take their eyes off him. The big man then asks Jin why he left his post for so long, saying they're not here on a field trip. Jin replies that he was scanning the perimeter. The cocky guy starts fuming, questioning what kind of perimeter Jin is talking about, and what a kid like him could possibly know about this stuff. Suddenly, the director wraps up the shooting. As everyone is taking a moment of respite, Seo Cha's assistant offers her some water. Just as she's about to take a sip, her attention is grabbed by Jin, who announces loudly that he needs everyone to remain inside. The entire staff is all ears after hearing this request, and Jin continues, saying that the police will be arriving soon, and everyone in the studio must cooperate with the investigation. The actress is now thoroughly confused and asks what's actually going on. Jin then shows her an envelope with a tiny camera inside. She asks Jin what this is, and he explains that it's a spy camera he found in the waiting room. The news hits like a thunderbolt out of the blue, shocking both the gorilla and the actress's assistant, as well as the actress herself. Even the people standing all around start murmuring, wondering how a spy camera ended up hidden in her waiting room. The actress begins to tremble, and Jin continues, saying he checked the surveillance footage but didn't find any security cameras at the entrance of the waiting room. This makes it difficult to figure out who installed the spy camera. As usual, the gorilla is fuming, berating Jin for not revealing this sooner. But Jin doesn't give a damn about the gorilla's rage. He continues, saying that Ms. Cha didn't use the waiting room after he found the camera. He was just waiting so as not to disrupt the shoot, and no one has entered the room to retrieve the camera, nor has anyone left the studio. The gorilla's frustration reaches its peak. His nerves are practically popping out, and his mind is on the brink of exploding, and he's convinced Jin is trying to screw him over. He tries to snatch the camera from Jin's hand, demanding he hand it over. But Jin just steps back with such a nonchalant flair that it's almost unbelievable. The gorilla, clearly fed up, asks Jin what the hell he's trying to pull. Jin just says it'd be best if Miss Cha's assistant took the camera. The gorilla turns to the assistant and demands he let him take the camera so he can have his team stage it with the police. The poor assistant, clearly flustered, hesitates but eventually agrees. The gorilla snatches the camera from Jin's hand without a second thought, and everyone around is pretty unsettled by how this giant guy is throwing his weight around. As they step outside, the gorilla starts laying into Jin, asking why he didn't come to him first with something like this. Jin shoots back, wondering why he should have, especially since the gorilla had already said he did a thorough investigation when Jin asked if he'd checked the waiting room. The gorilla's rage hits a new level as he demands to know if Jin was aware of the camera when they spoke earlier. Jin confirms he was. This sends the gorilla into overdrive, yelling at Jin for not immediately reporting to his superiors. Jin makes it crystal clear that the gorilla is not his superior, and that's the last straw. The gorilla tries to slap Jin around, but Jin's not the kind of kid to just take that. He quickly stops the gorilla in his tracks. Fuming, the gorilla finally backs off, muttering that Jin would have been dead if it weren't for SW Corporation. Later, we see the van speeding down the highway. Inside, the lady and her assistant are having a chat. She asks how long it's going to take to figure out who planted that camera. The assistant says the forensic team is on it and should have some answers soon, but the lady isn't so sure. She mentions that they seem to think she was overreacting about something as little as this camera. The big man, ever the reassuring presence, tells her not to worry. He insists he will run his own investigation into the matter. While the actress looks sad and all, Jin glances at her but doesn't say anything. When they arrive at her home, she gets out of the car, and Jin follows. But the assistant tells him to stay in the car, as he'll drop Jin off at the nearest station. Jin, however, says he'll head back on his own. With the final exchange of goodbyes, the assistant drives off, leaving Jin standing there. Once the car is out of sight, Jin walks around the actress's house. That's when we see her sneaking out of her own house, wearing a mask and a cap. As soon as she steps out, she finds herself startled by the presence behind her and looks around, finding him standing by her side. She quickly asks how he's still there, and Jin simply responds that he was just scanning the area. She gets a bit embarrassed and tells Jin that he can go home since she's just heading to the convenience store around the corner, and asks if she's not allowed to do that. Jin responds that she's free to do whatever she wishes, and that's exactly why he's here. The girl lights up at this, and later, we see her enjoying some delicious noodles outside the convenience store. She tells Jin not to just sit there but to dig in too. She mentions that she was going to take the noodles home but decided to eat them outside since he's here. She looks down and admits that when she's really stressed, she likes to unwind and stroll around the neighborhood. She's been in the business for so long that it's hard to walk around anywhere freely, and she hasn't had time for friends either. She then asks Jin what he does for fun with his friends. He replies that he sometimes goes to the game room after school. She then asks Jin again if he actually mentioned a game room. Jin confirms that he did, which leaves her shocked, because it suddenly feels like she's talking to a teenager again. While Jin is sitting there, he spots some familiar faces, and they are his friends, who are absolutely blown away to see him hanging out with the infamous actress. Jin stands quietly in the background while the lady waves to them with a pleasant smile. After a while, all of Jin's friends join her at the table, and it turns out they all ended up at the game room together. Jae-hyung points out that he never imagined he'd be gaming with her today. The actress smiles and says she didn't think she'd end up at the game room either, as she usually just games at home. Jae-hyung gets a chill when the actress smiles and talks, because she looks even more attractive in person. She thanks him for the compliment and also points out that she won't forget how they told her she sucked at games. Youngchan, with a deadpan expression, confirms this, saying there's no doubt she actually sucked. Surprisingly, as much as Jae-hyung likes her, he adds there's no mercy for noobs. Blondie agrees, and he looks totally worn out, exhausted from playing with noobs like Jin and Seoha. Jae-hyung tells her not to take it personally, but advises her not to tell people she's a gamer, as it will be just insulting in itself. The actress erupts in a smile and a cheerful laugh after their little banter. Eventually, they decide to part ways. After a final wave, Jin and Seoha head off together, while the boys stand behind, still unable to take their eyes off her. Youngchan even remarks that he can't believe he grilled Seoha-cha about her gaming skills. Jae-hyung agrees, and he feels like it's all just one big dream. As they walk out, they carry the sweet autographs of Seoha-cha, signed over their uniforms. Later, we see a Mini Cooper zooming down the road. Inside, Seoha is still in disbelief that her bodyguard is actually a high school student. Jin feels a bit awkward, seeing her so chatty and enthusiastic, while Seoha continues to gush about how much fun she had with him, admitting she never thought she'd be hanging out at a game room like that. She usually just plays games alone at home. Jin suggests that if she finds gaming in public difficult, she could invite her friends over to play. Seoha explains that she's been a trainee since middle school, so she honestly doesn't have any friends. Once she debuted, she was too busy with work to make any real connections. She sometimes hangs out with people she meets through work, but she wouldn't really call them friends. Seoha then asks him about his life, because she is curious why he's working as a bodyguard while still in school. Jin explains that he's doing it to buy his little sister a birthday present. Seoha is startled and touched by his reason, finding him to be a really sweet brother. She comments that he must be pretty close to his sister, but she can't really relate to be honest, since she is the only child of her parents. She then offers to drop him off, but Jin states that it's unnecessary and that he'll get home himself after he's escorted her. By the way, throughout their conversation, Jin has kept a formal tone, addressing her as Miss Cha, but she tells him to just call her Seoha. When they finally reach their destination, Jin gets out of the car. As he turns around, he spots another figure approaching. This man looks furious, and Seoha quickly reassures Jin that it's okay since she knows him. The man cryptically hints to her that the particular person she knows would like to see her, who is sitting in the car right now, but Seoha stays silent. As the man moves toward them, Seoha also walks forward as well, but Jin quickly steps in front of this new guy. The dude in glasses, however, immediately tells our boy to simply step aside. Seoha then tells Jin he can go home and that she'll be home after this. But Jin insists on waiting, and Seoha is momentarily silent as she looks at his calm face. Eventually, she smiles and tells him to go home and get some rest. As she walks away, she looks a bit sad, thinking to herself that she can't drag him into this. Once Seoha is inside the car, the man starts berating her, asking why she didn't pick up his calls. He scolds her for not calling back even if she was busy. Seoha responds bluntly, questioning why she should even take his calls. The guy in the shadows seems baffled by her response and then smirks, warning her not to push him too far or she might regret it. He reminds her that he has his limits as well, and tries to justify his behavior by saying that the dates he went with other girls were all for business and should not be held against him. Seoha tells him she doesn't care about who he meets, since they broke up a month ago, which means he needs to stop contacting her and showing up like this. She firmly says she would prefer if he didn't call or drop by anymore. She starts to open the car door, but this jerk lunges at her, grabbing her hand and saying he's going to teach her a lesson about her place. He makes it clear that just because she's got a little fame doesn't mean she's some hotshot starlet now. Then he goes on about ruining a little actress like her and threatens to expose who her parents are. He then questions if she's really getting a reality check in the state she's in. But before he can say any more crap, my guy smashes his luxury car window. Glass shatters everywhere as our boy grabs the rich dude by the collar, yanks him out of his comfy seat, and throws him onto the asphalt, leaving him getting scraped up pretty badly. The girl is completely stunned by the scene, and our guy quickly tells her she can get out now. Once she's out of the car, he checks if she's okay. She says she's fine, but she seems more worried about the rich guy he just threw out. Meanwhile, the rich man is shouting at the top of his lungs, demanding to know who the hell he is. With a cool demeanor, Jin just says he's her bodyguard. The rich man is absolutely losing it, struggling to come to terms with the fact that he was tossed aside by some lowly bodyguard. He suddenly looks at his own bodyguard, who's groaning in pain on the ground. As his bodyguard tries to get up and apologize, the rich man tears into him with every insult imaginable. He then turns back to Seoha, reminding her that this isn't over yet. With that little threat made, he and his bodyguard scramble to their car and speed off. Seoha, still in shock, asks our guy what on earth he did that for, and if he even knows who that man was. It turns out he has no clue who the rich guy was. She then asks him what he was thinking, and he just says he was doing his job. He tells her it's time to go, and he will head out once he has safely escorted her to her home. Seeing his calm demeanor, starts to smile again and thanks him for his help before agreeing to go with him. The next day we're back at the ad agency, and once again this gorilla of a guard is glaring at our guy. He's fuming, saying he's heard about the little fiasco from yesterday. Jin stays silent as the guard rants, asking if he even knows who he's just messed with. With his usual cool swagger, Jin responds that he does not care whoever it was, as he was just doing his job. The guard has absolutely no idea how to deal with this lunatic, and he is struggling to find a way to argue with this puny punk. He then jabs his finger at our guy, and explains that the man he attacked last night is the third son of the head of KP Group, and he's the head of marketing of Seoha Cha's agency. You see, KP Group recently became a major investor in Seoha Cha's agency, so not only did he screw over Seoha, but now her entire agency is at risk because of him, so he demands to know if he can see the consequences of his actions. He then further tells Jin to forget about whatever fantasy he has about being a big shot and advises him to quit before he ruins someone else's life. The gorilla and his two lackeys walk off. Later, we see the same bespectacled guy standing outside, while the rich dude who got taken down last night by Jin is sitting inside. It looks like the head of the agency is telling Seoha to apologize to Mr. Kai for speaking out of turn. Seoha is visibly irritated by this, and reminds the fat man that she has a shoot today and has been dragged in early for this nonsense. Besides, she insists she's not the one who should be apologizing. The agency director nearly chokes on his breath at her bold stance in front of Mr. Kai. The fat man looks pale and asks Seoha what's gotten into her. She remains silent while the director apologizes to Mr. Kai, saying he's terribly sorry, and that Seoha has been under a lot of stress with the stalker situation. Mr. Kai then pretends to understand her predicament, saying she is going through a lot of stress, so he can forgive her. He then throws the contract papers onto the table, explaining that the contract was another reason he came here, since he heard she hasn't signed it yet. Seoha's frustration is off the charts, and the director reminds her that she had plenty of time to think it over, and he is sure that she will cooperate with the agency, since she has been with them since her trainee days. He also notes that he adjusted the conditions in her favor as well. Seoha quickly realizes that they're trying to corner her again, and will team up to force her into signing. Mr. Kai then recalls the bodyguard from yesterday and tells the director to get rid of him as well, saying he can't stand the idea of such a violent person being around Seoha all the time. The greedy fatty quickly agrees to send that other guard back, who is our boy by the way. But as expected, Seoha tries to protest. But the fatty shuts her down, and states that it's not just about what happened with Mr. Kai last night. He's also heard from the head of security that our boy is a problematic person. It seems like that bastard gorilla-like guard has reported about our boy as well. Anyway, Yoena quickly tries to defend Jin, stating that he did nothing wrong and what happened last night wasn't his fault. But suddenly her words catch in her throat as she realizes she's accidentally mentioned Jin's name. As soon as this rich bastard hears his name out of her mouth, he asks her if she's gotten that close to him, and if that's why she was being so rude last night. Seoha is clearly fed up with his constant suspicion and the way he's always digging into her personal life. She tries to explain that he's got it all wrong, saying Jin is just a bodyguard, and she's tired of this arrogant guy hounding her long after their breakup. The jerk smirks again and hints about getting rid of our boy who is working as a bodyguard for her currently. This twisted question catches the poor girl off guard. On the other hand, he goes on to say that someone who's so violent shouldn't be protecting people at all. Seoha quickly catches on to what this man is trying to imply, and she finds revolting how he is trying to take his revenge on an innocent boy. Her mind quickly flashes back to Jin's image, who's as harmless as they come, and asks if he really needs to take things this far. She wonders if he's just upset about the contract renewal and is taking it out on an innocent bystander. The jerk just sneers and says he's not upset about that since he knows she'll sign the contract. He's just worried about our boy endangering others. Seoha can clearly see that he's lying, so she tells him that he can feel happy as she is about to fire our boy off. But then the rich guy says he's not letting Jin off the hook just by firing him from his job. Seoha starts trembling as she worries about what worse things this man might do to him. Despite her fears, the rich guy tells her to just sign the damn contract so they can go out and celebrate. He then also orders his lackey to bring Jin in. Seoha knows that this guy just wants revenge for the humiliation Jin caused him last night. And when this rich guy flashes his smirk, he only gets on her nerves more. And all she can think about is getting the hell out of there as fast as possible. When Jin finally walks into the room, he just stands there while the cocky guy sneers at him, saying he's just a kid, and he now finally understands why he was so violent. The agency director then informs Jin that he won't be on Seoha's security detail anymore, and he'll be sending word to SW Corp as well, so he should just leave. After that, the cocky guy smirks and says Jin's life is about to get a lot harder. But Jin doesn't even bother with the threats and just stays silent. He looks at the lady and can tell she's not too thrilled to be here, so Jin calls out to her, reminding her they should get going before she's late for her next engagement. She quickly turns to look at him, and he asks if they should head out. That's when the rich man bursts into maniacal laughter and asks Jin if he really thinks he can take her with him. Jin just stands there silently, ignoring the mockery, while the rich bastard tells him to go ahead and try to take her with him. At that moment, the gorilla barges into the office with his lackeys. Once inside, he apologizes to his boss and says he'll handle Jin from now on. The woman looks completely shocked to see them, and the big guy just tells Jin not to make a scene and to step outside. But our boy just stands there, and Seoha quickly yells at him to go home, saying she doesn't need him as her bodyguard anymore and that he's fired. Well, even though he has already been fired from the job, my guy doesn't budge from his place, and just stands there firmly. That's when one of the guards lunges at him, calling him a little shithead. Jin quickly kicks the guard away like he's just a stray dog, which leaves Seoha absolutely shocked. The guard, on the other hand, goes down hard, bleeding everywhere. Everyone in the room is stunned by the scene, with the rich guy and the fatty's jaws dropping in shock. Meanwhile, the big guy looks even more frustrated. Jin then breaks the ice by pointing out that there's a misunderstanding because Miss Seoha Cha isn't his employer, and this unexpected news completely shocks Seoha. Everyone takes a moment to process the news, while the rich, cocky guy just grits his teeth, convinced that Jin has no idea what he's getting into. But our boy makes it clear that he's already assessed the situation. He reveals that this greedy rich bastard fabricated the stalker story to force Seoha into signing the contract. He even assigned a bodyguard to keep constant surveillance on her. Jin explains that Sterling Entertainment was nearly ruined due to bad management before KP Group's investment. Since Ms. Cha is the agency's biggest asset, both companies would face huge losses if she leaves. He also points out that she's received countless threats ever since she showed reluctance to renew her contract. The girl wonders how even Jin knows all of this. Just then, the scene cuts back into the past, into the game room, where everyone is angry at Jin for using his phone in the middle of everything. It turns out he's actually read all the messages on her phone. Back in the present, the cocky guy demands to know what Jin plans to do about it, even if he knows everything. Jin then turns to Miss Cha and asks what she wants to do. She remains silent for a moment, her eyes wide, struggling to find her voice. Tears start to fall as she says she doesn't want to be there anymore. The cocky guy, on the other hand, jumps out of his seat shouting. Just as he lunges at her, Jin delivers a brutal kick to his belly, sending him flying several meters away. The other guys in the room are absolutely wide-eyed at what they've just seen. The guard with glasses rushes to his boss, asking if he's alright. Meanwhile, the big guy charges at Jin, but Jin delivers a brutal punch right under his chin, making him gush blood and shattering his glasses, and leaving him staggered backward. Another guy tries to charge at Jin, but our boy quickly delivers a powerful punch right under his ribs. The big guy looks furious, but before he can react, Jin smashes him right under the throat, hitting his face with his knee and leaving him sprawled on the ground. The girl stands there, her mouth wide open, but quickly yells at Jin to watch out. A man on the other side tries to stab Jin with a stick, swinging it wildly left and right. In the end, Jin flicks the stick out of the man's hand, and it falls to the ground. With a swift move, Jin pulls his hand back and delivers a brutal smash right under the guy's chin. He then also makes sure to give a devastating kick, and the impact sends the man flying backward, crashing into the wall, and he lands sprawled on the floor. Jin then turns his attention to the last man standing, the agency director, who is already trembling like a leaf. Meanwhile, the rich guy, still shaking from the hit he took, asks Jin again if he has any idea who he's dealing with. He glares at our boy with a deadly look, making it clear that he'll make sure to wipe him out along with the lady. He vows to do whatever it takes to ruin him, but his words get stuck in his throat when Jae walks into the room with her escort. As she surveys the mess scattered around, she can't help but point out that she sent our boy here because it was supposed to be a cakewalk. When Miss Cha takes a look at Jae, it does not take her long to realize that she is the brilliant granddaughter of SW chairman, who took over their entertainment division and all their news ventures. As Jae walks into the room, she tells our boy that she'll clean things up here, and he can get on with his day. Our boy acknowledges this and tells Miss Cha it's time to go. The rich bastard is shocked to see Jae and asks what the hell she's doing here, but Jae doesn't respond. She simply sits down gracefully and mentions that she's heard he has some unfinished business with her dear friend. Both the director and the rich dude are completely baffled because they've clearly messed with the wrong person. Jae jokes with them, saying they can settle that unfinished business with her if they want, and she's totally down to reach some kind of understanding. Both the director and the rich guy are left utterly terrified. Meanwhile, outside, Jin walks forward with Jae following him from behind. As they walk, Jae wonders who this kid even is. Our boy then turns to her and asks where her next engagement is. The lady stays quiet for a moment, then starts to snicker under her breath before bursting into laughter. She can barely hold back her tears of laughter. Next scene, we're at Miss Cha's house. She's still lying in bed, looking like a complete mess. She somehow managed to sleep for 10 hours straight, which is wild since she usually only gets like 3 hours max because of her sleep disorder. She wonders if maybe all that sleep was because everything she was stressed about is finally gone. The scene then flashes back to the past, where we see Jae and Miss Cha sitting together. Jae explains that she's taken care of the legal mess with her old agency, and now she's free to choose whoever she wants to work with. Miss Cha points out that the dispute with the agency was only half the problem. Jae then reassures her that if she's talking about that filthy rich guy, Dongjin Ki, she has nothing to worry about. Jae figured out that he'd been threatening her parents, so she took the necessary steps already. Plus, KP Group has already confirmed that Mr. Kai was acting alone and promised no harm would come to her family. Seoha finds it fascinating how Jae just handled everything so smoothly, but she's curious and asks why Jae is going out of her way to help her. Jae admits that their affiliate has been interested in working with her for a while, but mainly, it's because Jin wanted to fulfill his duties as a bodyguard. In the present moment, that last line about our boy is still echoing in Seoha's mind. She quickly hops out of bed, and later, we see a van parked outside her house. When she steps outside, a bodyguard immediately greets her, introducing himself as Suhun Kang from SW Corp, saying he'll be on her security detail for the time being. She's both shocked and surprised to see a new man coming instead of Jin, so she asks this guy why our boy did not come. And sadly for her, the man explains that Jin has quit. Hearing this, she feels a wave of sadness, but she quickly puts on an awkward smile and greets her new bodyguard, and the guard could not help but to blush a bit. Later we find ourselves back at the agency, where Seoha is recording a podcast with another lady. Although she's smiling and answering all the host's questions, inside, her mind is stuck on why Jin suddenly quit, and she's pretty sad that he didn't even tell her before leaving. The scene cuts back to our boy, who's now in Jae's office. She tells him that Seoha Cha will be signing with SW's entertainment division and that her old agency and Donggun Ki have been dealt with. She explains that they've been playing fast and loose with the law for a while, and they've got plenty of dirt on them to keep them quiet. Our boy thanks her, but she reminds him that he's the one who asked her to handle it since protecting Seoha is SW Corp's duty. After that short visit, Jin heads out to leave, and as he walks down the empty corridors, his phone suddenly rings. He checks it and sees it's Daeyeon texting him. Apparently, she is asking if he was a bodyguard for Seoha because Jaehyung and Youngchan mentioned this morning that he even went to the game room with her. Jin responds positively in his text message and explains it was part of a field assignment for the security training program. Daeyeon quickly gets excited and points out that if she had known this sooner, she would have requested him to get an autograph or something from her. Looks like Jin has finally found out what gift he might get to his sister after all. Anyway, while he's chatting with her, his steps slow to a stop when he sees Seoha right in front of him. She quickly plays it off like it's such a huge coincidence that they ran into each other here. Her guard in the background thinks to himself that she literally came out just because she heard Jin was around. Anyway, she mentions that she's here for a meeting and then asks if they can chat for a minute once they're outside. When they step out, she begins the conversation by thanking him for everything. But he quickly replies that there's no need for thanks since he was just doing his job. She looks a bit down while asking why he suddenly quit. He explains that he strained himself and felt some pain around his wound, so he decided he wasn't fit to continue working in those conditions. She's surprised and asks if he got injured while working for her, but he quietly states that it's just an old injury from his past. When she inquires if it's serious, he says it's just a broken rib. Then she extends her hand and asks for his phone. Jin looks confused by her sudden request, but she insists until he hands it over. Once she has the phone, she starts saving her personal number, which is something only her parents have, so she tells him he better consider himself lucky. After saving her number, she hands the phone back and asks if there's anything he wants. At first, Jin doesn't get what she's saying, but she quickly clarifies that she'd be happy to fulfill any request as a gesture of goodwill since he helped her so much. Jin stays quiet for a moment and then asks if she's sure he can ask for anything. She confidently assures him that he can. The next scene then picks up at the school. Inside the classroom, everyone's jaws hit the floor at the unexpected sight before them. Meanwhile, Daeon is packing up her bag, planning to swing by the store later to grab some beef for dinner. Out of nowhere, a bouquet of flowers appears in front of her face. When she looks up, she sees Seoha standing there with a bunch of beautiful blooms, looking just as stunning as the flowers. Daeon is totally stunned, having no idea why Seoha is there. The woman lights up with a smile, excitedly says she must be Daeon, and wishes her a happy birthday while handing over the bouquet. After that, the lady decides to snap a selfie with our girl, and once again, the whole class is in shock when Seoha invites Daeon out for dinner later that day. The scene then cuts to our boys' class, where everyone is blown away to find out that Seoha is currently in the school. We then also see our three idiots making a beeline to catch up with her. Meanwhile, our boy starts packing up his bag, thinking about how he only asked for an autograph, but she's doing so much more. For those who want to see the magic, here's the cute selfie of the two of them in one frame. Later that night, our boy is running down the empty streets carrying a bag. Shortly after, he spots his grandpa standing there with what looks like a birthday cake. After that, we find Daeon blowing out the candles on her birthday cake with a single breath. Grandpa quickly cheers, shouting happy birthday to her. Grandpa then slides a Samsung Galaxy phone box toward Daeon. She's absolutely amazed by the new phone. The old man reminds her that he'd promised to get her a new one. Daeon feels a bit guilty, saying her old phone still works fine and there was no need for a new one. Anyway, it's finally Jin's turn to present his gift, and he promptly pulls out a big box. When Daeon takes a look at it, she discovers it's a Samsung notebook, which leaves her completely blown away because this shit costs a fortune to acquire. She starts to panic a little, saying it's all too much. Even Grandpa is baffled by how Jin could afford such an expensive notebook. But our boy casually explains he took on a part-time job to cover it. Grandpa keeps insisting that laptops are expensive, especially this new model that just came out this year. But Jin reassures him not to worry about it, saying he knows how inconvenient it can be without a computer in the room. Daeon quickly says thank you and promises her brother she'll put it to good use. After the pleasantries, Grandpa starts cutting the cake. Jin smiles at Daeon, but then his phone rings. It's Seoha-cha. He heads to his room to answer the call. Seoha explains that she's on a break and just wanted to check in. She asks if Daeon had a nice birthday celebration. In response, Jin states that they are celebrating it currently, and he thanks her for everything she did. But Seoha brushes it off, saying all she did was just stop by, have a chat, and she is actually really glad to meet such a lovely girl. She then asks him if he's busy tomorrow. Jin replies that he plans on going to security training since it's been a while, but she reminds him he's injured and questions if he'll be okay. He assures her he'll keep it light so he doesn't aggravate his wounds. With that, she asks if he's free the day after tomorrow. Jin says he'll be training that day as well. The lady gets frustrated by his constant excuses and, in irritation, asks if he's going to have fun during his training. He replies that he wouldn't call it fun, which only annoys her more. There's a persistent knock on her door, so she tells him she's heading back on set and will call him again another time. Suddenly Jin's phone rings, and it's an unknown caller. He quickly answers, and it turns out to be his friend 006, who says he's just entered the city today and wants to meet up. Under the dim moonlight, the two friends meet for a reunion. The blondie wastes no time and tells Jin that he wasn't planning to contact him, but there's something he needs to confirm. He says he heard that 032 came to eliminate our boy. Jin confirms it quickly, adding that Femboy has already returned to the camp once he learned Blondie is still alive. But the blondie sighs deeply and facepalms in frustration while explaining that the Femboy never showed up at the camp. This news catches Jin off guard, who then explains that the Femboy had said going back to camp would be the only way to keep them off the trail. But Blonde highlights that according to his sources, he hasn't returned to the camp since he first disappeared. Jin then points out that 032 was also ambushed by a camp mercenary after he came to Korea to see him. This revelation makes Blondie even more frustrated, while Jin continues explaining, saying the camp probably sent the mercenary to bring 032 back, but the mercenary attacked him without proper authorization from the camp. Blondie then points out that the camp has always had a mix of mercenaries, those with numbers and those without. The numbered mercenaries were despised by the unnumbered ones, and shit only got worse after Jin left, especially with the camp bringing in more recruits. Jin asks his friend if he's sure they've taken 032. As much as he hates to admit it, Blondie says yes. Just then, the scene cuts to 032, who's tied to a chair and smeared with his own blood. A group of goons hovers over him, demanding he stop playing hard to get and start dishing out the details. They grill him about why he bolted without authorization, what Aiden's orders were, and where Aiden is now. By the way, this Aiden guy is probably the same gorilla who has been handed over to SW Corp already. Anyway, the femboy just smirks and throws back a sarcastic comment, asking if they're treating him like a cheating spouse or something. Of course, the cocky goon isn't happy with femboy's response. He quickly slaps him across the face, causing blood to drip down. The goon warns him to watch his tongue if he knows what's good for him, promising that if he answers the questions, he'll be allowed to live. But 032, despite taking copious amounts of beating, makes it clear he'll stay tight-lipped. He further throws a jab at them, asking if they really think he's afraid of dying. The scene then cuts to Grandpa and Dayan watching Seoha's latest show on TV. Meanwhile, Jin is alone in his room, probably thinking about his next move after his recent meeting with Blondie. The scene cuts back a little earlier to when he was talking with his friend. There, Blondie mentions he tried to track down 032, and he actually has a hunch about where he might be. Jin warns him that the camp will soon realize he's still alive, but Blondie states that he has no choice but to risk it, because 032 is the only family he has left. The next day at school, Seokju and Yona walk into the classroom after being away for a long time. Jae-hyung and the others are delighted to see their friends again after the extended break they took. But Yona quickly reminds them that it wasn't a vacation, it was a business trip. She then asks about Jin's whereabouts, so Youngchan reveals that Jin has been gone since yesterday due to something urgent. Hearing this, Seokju immediately senses that something isn't right. The scene shifts to the dead of night. Deep in the woods, Jin and 006 sprint through the darkness, fully equipped. They are heading toward the hideout where the mercenaries from the camp are supposedly keeping 032. As they run, 032 curiously questions Jin why he's tagging along. Jin simply replies that 032 is his teammate, and he's not about to leave his friends behind like that. 032 can tell Jin has changed a lot. He's become more considerate. Never in his life did he think Jin would say something like that. Let's move ahead to the hideout before our duo can. Inside, a group of mercenaries chat among themselves. The topic is Aiden. According to the camp, Aiden is still off the grid, and they know for a fact that he wouldn't go dark for this long unless something happened. The real problem is that they have no idea what orders he was given. To further rub salt on the wound, 032 refuses to talk about Aiden. They've started to hate these numbered mercenaries. To think the camp trained these kids so well that even after all the torture, 032 still won't crack. Fed up, they decide to finish him off. But before the bastard can pull the trigger, he gets drilled by a bullet. Looks like there's a new player crashing the party. A figure with a sharp physique steps into the scene. It looks like he is one of the numbered mercenaries, 004 if I have to be specific. The guy seems ruthless, and it doesn't take long for him to mow down every last fool who tries to take him on. Meanwhile, Jin and 006 finally reach the place, only to be met with a disturbing sight, bodies littering the ground outside. 032 recognizes some of the faces. They are mercenaries the camp recruited a few years back. Jin takes note of the clean and precise stab wounds. They're fresh, which means they had been killed just recently. He decides they need to split up and assess the situation carefully. Moving cautiously, they advance further, only to find more corpses along the way. Then, deep inside one of the rooms, Jin finally spots 032, tied to a chair. While 032 is unconscious, he is still breathing, which is good news. But something feels off about the dead bodies littering the ground. 2 enemies were shot from the front, while 2 had their throats slit. This fighting pattern seems oddly familiar, and it doesn't take long for Jin to realize that it's 004. 004 always found close combat thrilling, preferred melee weapons because it made things riskier. Before Jin can process further, gunfire erupts. 004 unleashes a barrage of bullets, forcing Jin to dive for cover behind a piece of furniture. The moment Jin spots an opening, he returns fire. But his bullets miss the mark, so 004 seizes his chance and throws a barrage of bullets of his own. This game of cat and mouse continues, with both of them trying to tag the other. Eventually, Jin manages to injure 004's fingers, forcing him to throw his gun. But that bastard just starts dashing at our boy without any weapon in hand, and my guy fires a barrage of bullets from the other side. Still, the bastard is fast and doesn't let those gunshots hit him. In retaliation, he throws his own dagger at Jin, which catches him off guard. Seizing the opportunity, that bastard quickly retaliates with his other dagger to jab our boy. But Jin saves himself by blocking the dagger with his own gun, and even kicks 004 hard enough to send him skidding across the floor. Yet, this isn't enough to wipe the sassy smile off this shithead's face. In fact, that little back and forth actually felt thrilling to him, and he wants more. While he thinks Jin's a great talent, it's a pity that he's about to be taken down. It looks like 004 doesn't recognize that the person he's fighting is actually 001, not some camp mercenary, especially since Jin's face is covered. So the bastard charges at our boy at full speed and tries to jab him, but his first attempt is fruitless. His second attempt also goes nowhere, yet the bastard keeps throwing sharp swings one after another. Then, our guy punches the bastard squarely in the face, but 004 responds by swinging his dagger again. Still, every attempt to jab our boy falls short, and he gets smacked in the face once more. Next, the blow 001 throws is so devastating that the bastard crashes and skids across the ground. Luckily, he stops right near his rifle, quickly picks it back up, and throws a barrage of bullets. Jin is a quick guy too. He runs for his own gun, and after equipping himself, aims its barrel straight at 004. The two have each other locked in their sights. By now, even 004 can tell that the person he's fighting isn't weak sauce. There is no way he would not have recognized a mercenary this good, so he's curious about exactly who the man behind that mask is. But it soon dawns on 004 who his actual opponent is, and that thought just makes him even more riled up and ready to take Jin down. Though all that excitement goes over his head, causing him to take a direct bullet in his right arm. And the one who fired that shot is actually 006 over the window. Seeing that there are two people, 004 has no choice but to fall back. He breaks through the window and jumps out of the building in order to escape. Before Jin can catch up to him, the bastard is already speeding away in his Jeep Wrangler. The only thing they can do right now is figure out what the hell 004 was doing here. Given how he killed everyone here, it's clear that he wasn't with the mercenaries. But Jin is currently more worried about 032, because his condition doesn't look good at all. Without further ado, they put 032 in the car they came in. Though 006 isn't sure where to take him for treatment since taking him to a hospital is a no-go. That's when Jin suggests he knows a place where they can take him. But 006 reminds him that 032 is in very bad shape, so he won't be able to survive the boat journey without dying. They'll have to get him treated in this country before they can leave. Well, Jin is on board and ready to go wherever he wants. But 006 won't let Jin come with him. He's already grateful to Jin for coming here, but he doesn't want to risk dragging Jin into the mess, especially since Jin's life has finally started to get back on track. So 006 decides to part ways here. After a moment's pause, Jin finally shakes hands, and they go their separate ways. The scene then cuts to injured 004, who's done patching his wounds. His mind is fixated on the recent fight he had. He's pretty darn sure that it was Jin, especially since those eyes are exactly the ones he remembers. And this thought excites him like no end. It's dead of night, around 2 a.m., and Jin quietly enters the apartment to avoid disturbing anyone. But it looks like his sister is already awake, and she mentions that Grandpa had been up all night waiting for Jin, though he finally went to bed. She happily explains how Grandpa was worried sick about him, feeling very alone and hollow after not seeing him for so long. Anyhow, she's hoping that her brother took care of the matters he needed to. Before heading back to her room, she points out the sandwich she left for him. So after having that sandwich, Jin retires back to his bedroom. But before he can catch any Z's, his phone rings. It's Seoha-cha calling him. She apologizes for calling so late, but she needs to ask something. She wants to meet him tomorrow, as there is something she wants to talk about. Only if he's free. She doesn't mind joining him at his training place, as it won't take long. Eventually, Jin agrees to meet her. The next day, he goes to meet her. He gets into her Mini Cooper, and once he does, she curiously asks if he skipped his training today, since it's time for his session. She even thinks he might have lied about training at all. But he quickly tries to ease her doubts by explaining that he's just taking a few days off for some personal matters. Hearing that, she relaxes a bit, glad she isn't actually bothering him by inviting him along. She then offers him a can of carbonated drink. The reason she didn't meet him in the morning was that she was worried people might recognize her during the day. She suddenly asked him to meet because she wants some advice, and maybe a little help. It's actually about her brother. You see, she has a younger brother who's in high school as well, a bit younger than Jin. She thought he might understand him better since both Jin and her brother are teenagers. Well, it looks like she totally picked the wrong example of a typical teenager. Anyhow, she continues that her parents told her he keeps coming home with new bruises every day. When they ask, he simply says he was playing around with some friends. But if they probe further, he just goes to his room or even leaves the house. At first, she didn't think much of it since he's at that age, but she's grown worried. There might be something more serious going on. Jin asks if she's ever tried asking him directly. Miss Cha explains that whenever she tries, he won't come out of his room and doesn't answer her calls either. She reveals that she was pretty close to her brother before she started working, but after she moved out and got busy, she couldn't really be there for him. Their relationship was fine, but he started avoiding her about a year ago, so she wants Jin to try to find out the real reason behind his behavior. She doesn't really have anyone else to ask for help, besides Jin, especially since it might just spark weird rumors if she talks to someone else, which could make things worse for her. The next day, the scene shifts to MH High School, where students have begun pouring in. Inside the school, we see Jin walking down the corridor, prepared like a man on a mission. He's got a picture of Miss Cha's brother, Jinwoo Cha, who's a second-year student in this very school. Finally, he finds the man in question. But Jin is soon distracted by a group of girls insisting he take off his mask for just a second. While our boy isn't sure what to do, the girls eagerly wait for him to pull the mask down. He bails out by excusing himself, saying he has a cold. Yet the girls just keep staring at him, because even his voice has that effect on them. We then shift back to Jinwoo Cha, who, as soon as he enters class, faces some typical bullies. One loudmouth starts berating Jinwoo for coming in late. There's also a girl in the group who looks as unattractive as possible, and another bully with tattoos all over his arms. As usual, Jinwoo starts to feel sick just at the sight of these bastards. The gray-haired bastard once again calls out Jinwoo, and the poor guy quickly starts apologizing for arriving late. He says he wasn't feeling well, which is why he was late. But these excuses aren't going to cut it with this shithead, who's even angrier than ever. He finds it laughable that Jinwoo allegedly fell ill just because he punched him. Meanwhile, the other students do nothing but watch these assholes bully an innocent kid. Then the tattooed guy speaks. He rises from his seat and orders Jinwoo to hold his backpack up to his chest. When Jinwoo tries to argue, the bastard only gets angrier, throwing daggers with his glare like a baboon. Eventually, Jinwoo gives in and holds the bag as commanded. As he does, that tattooed bastard tries to execute a move he just watched on YouTube and kicks the bag hard. The impact is brutal, causing poor Jinwoo to crash to the ground. The bastard, on the other hand, is very dissatisfied with his move because it wasn't executed as cleanly as he wanted. He threatens Jinwoo, telling him to act like a good punching bag or else there'll be consequences. He orders him to pick up the backpack again. Jinwoo is devastated. He just can't take it anymore. Then the bully girl in the group starts feeling hungry, and the silver-haired guy, Sunghan, is hungry too. Hearing this, the tattooed guy decides to grab some food before starting their practice. So he sits back down and orders Jinwoo to bring them some food. The poor guy, with no option, just complies like a loyal dog. And that bitch even reminds him not to forget her milk coffee. As the poor guy rushes out of the classroom to get the goods, Jin stands outside. Seeing this boy in misery, a sad expression of Miss Cha flashes through his eyes. At that very moment, his phone suddenly rings. It's his sister texting him a thank you note for the gift he gave her. She's very grateful for it. That warm brother and sister relationship he shares only makes him want to help Miss Cha with her brother, so he finally decides to step in and help Jinwoo out. As Jinwoo picks up the ordered food, he reflects on how much he's grown to hate the school. Suddenly his phone rings. It's his sister, Seoha. She actually wants to meet him on Saturday, and is looking forward to having dinner with him. Remembering his sister, his mind flashes back to the times when he was in junior school. Back then, the entire class always expressed their disapproval over his sister's performance. That's why his attitude changed, and he started believing she was just a bad actor. So he always berated her to do better because everyone at school kept talking shit about how bad she performs. It was only so much humiliation he could endure. Now, as he reflects, he feels pathetic for how he treated his sister. Meanwhile, our boy keeps a close eye on him from a distance. His phone rings once more, and again, it's his sister, who's come to learn that he skipped school. He quickly replies, but his excuses aren't cutting it. She was worried that something even worse might have happened to him. Suddenly, Jinwoo notices Jin standing right outside the convenience store, and he has no clue who this guy is. Although Jinwoo can't see his face clearly, he can tell that the guy is very handsome. As Jinwoo walks, distracted, he trips and falls, causing more embarrassment. But to his surprise, Jin helps him pick up his stuff from the ground. As he hands it back, Jinwoo offers him one of the snacks, and Jin gladly takes it. As he eats with his mask down, Jinwoo's eyes widen in shock after seeing how handsome this dude is. Well, my guy is just so handsome that even the boys are starting to feel something for him. Anyway, they sit together and start catching up. When asked, Jin shares that he's a third-year student. In this case, Jinwoo assumes Jin is his sunbai. But Jin immediately corrects him, saying he's not his sunbai since they don't go to the same school. Well, this bewilders Jinwoo because, as far as he can see, Jin is clearly wearing his school uniform. Jin finally clears up the confusion by revealing that he's just visiting the school briefly. But we all know the truth. He only wore this uniform so he could infiltrate the school. Suddenly, Jinwoo gets a text from those bastards, and it terrifies him. He quickly picks up his stuff and leaves after exchanging goodbyes. Later, he dumps all the stuff in front of those bullies, who, while eating, look annoyed that he took so long. Insult after insult, Jinwoo can only endure so much. It's weighing him down, and he's not sure how long he can keep up with this shit. There's still a lot of the school year left until he finally graduates. As he's lamenting his fate, that bully girl suddenly accuses him of looking at her thighs, but Jinwoo immediately denies it, for obvious reasons. His face goes pale as he keeps assuring them he wasn't looking at their legs. By the way, I don't know this bully girl's name, so let's give her an appropriate one. From now on, we'll call her Cheeky Witch. Cheeky Witch keeps accusing Jinwoo, while the tattoo guy just munches on his food, casually watching the WWE Championship. Then, out of nowhere, he suddenly stands up. Without any prior warning, the bastard lands a hard hit on Jinwoo's leg. He follows up with a perfectly executed next attack, grabbing Jinwoo and choking the life out of him. The bastard looks very pleased with himself, as if he just perfected some twisted technique he learned from a livestream. As Jinwoo lies defeated on the ground, his mind flashes back to the past. Back then, those guys used to tease his sister, throwing disgusting comments about her, calling her ugly. They were sure she was a dirty woman who had already been with dozens of men. But every time Jinwoo tried to stand up for her, those bastards just beat the crap out of him. Also, for clarity, these guys do not know that he is the brother of Seoha, and that they are unintentionally insulting his sister in front of him. He finally wakes up in the infirmary, and it looks like Jin is the one who brought him here. Jin questions why he's been enduring all this and never told his sister about it. Jinwoo is caught off guard by the question. But Jin simply repeats himself, asking again, why hasn't he told his sister Cha Seoha about this? Jinwoo is now 100% sure that this guy already knows about the relationship he shares with Seoha. In this case, he finally speaks. He fears that if people find out that Cha Seoha's brother is a runt, it'll cause her a lot of trouble. You see, celebrities have to take care of their image more than anything. Not just them, but their families too. If people find out that her brother is a pathetic bread shuttle, it'll be a perfect excuse for them to look down on her. It doesn't matter how he justifies it, people will always find a reason to judge celebrities. Jin then asks why he didn't tell a teacher. But Jinwoo feels that it's not that easy for him. If reporting them was an option, he wouldn't be struggling like this. Even if he somehow gathered the courage to report them, it would only make things worse. They'd bully him even more, and if it became a big issue, everyone would find out that Cha Seoha's brother is pathetic. The point is, nothing would get resolved, and it would only bring his sister more trouble. The only thing he can currently do is stay silent, and don't let people know that he is Seoha's brother. Jin asks him what his plan is from now on. The room falls silent, but suddenly Jinwoo's phone rings. It's the bullies again, demanding more food. Now that he's seen their message, they assume that he must have woken up, so they start mocking him all over again, telling him to have fun in the infirmary and all that shit. He feels hopeless. The only thought in his mind is to graduate as soon as possible. Later, Jin leaves the infirmary, and it turns out he had been recording everything. He already sent it to Seoha. She's devastated to learn what her brother has been going through. At first, she thought he was just going through puberty, distancing himself because he didn't like her. But she never imagined he was living such a miserable life. She even starts blaming herself. But Jin believes it's not her fault. And it's not Jinwoo's fault either. With those words, he hangs up the call. His mind drifts back to the moments he shared with his sister. And this only fuels Jin to help Seoha mend her relationship with her brother. So, he puts his mask back on and gets ready to venture out once again. We transition into Jinwoo's class, where the entire student body is glaring at him. The bullies in particular surround him, smugly demanding to know why the hell he's here and what he wants. But my guy doesn't say anything. He lets his fists do the talking. One single hit is enough to leave his opponent dazed. Another dumbass charges at him recklessly. He gets smacked too and sent flying. Finally, Tattoo Guy takes his eyes off his phone and glares at our boy. The other bastards charge at him, but one by one they all get smacked and drop like flies. Cheeky Witch and her friends stand there in utter disbelief, witnessing something they never expected. Meanwhile, my guy stands tall, surrounded by the fallen. Tattoo Guy finally puts his phone away and gets up. He has no idea who this bastard is, but now he's itching to fight, especially since he wants to test out the new techniques he just learned from a live stream. The big guy takes his stance and initiates the fight with a punch, but my guy just ducks, dodging effortlessly. Frustrated and bewildered, Tattoo Guy clenches his fists and throws another punch. This time my guy blocks it. Then, he follows up with a brutal elbow smash of his own. Tattoo Guy's face is a bloody mess, but he refuses to back down. He charges again, only to get wrecked by a gut-wrenching punch straight to the stomach. To finish him off for good, my guy locks his arms around the bastard's body and throws him down with precise execution. The idiots standing around go pale, completely stunned. They have no clue what the hell just happened. Even the bastard on the ground is left gritting his teeth in rage. But soon enough, more guys crash into the classroom, looking pissed. They're especially annoyed that their guy Youngsik just got his ass whooped. The gang leader steps forward, questioning Youngsik about who this punk is. Of course, Youngsik has no clue. He just stammers that this bastard showed up out of nowhere and started wrecking shit. The gang leader then addresses our boy directly, wondering who the hell is this guy, and why is he here. But my guy doesn't respond. That silence pisses off the gang leader even more. He thinks that this piece of trash is ignoring him. Now he's itching to rip off that mask my guy is rocking. The dumbasses charge all at once. But my guy moves fast. One eats a brutal elbow to the face. Another gets his cheeks clapped, literally. Youngsik somehow manages to stand up again. He screams at his goons to gang up on our boy. Of course, they all rush in, thinking they're about to overwhelm him. But we all know who's really about to get wrecked here. Meanwhile, Jinwoo walks down the corridor, sulking. His mind keeps circling back to that guy, the one he met earlier. He's not sure why he showed up, only to disappear just as mysteriously. But right now, he's more concerned about his own life. And he's sure there's no hope for him. Suddenly, his attention is grabbed by a crowd of students gathering outside his classroom. He has no idea what's going on. Then, out of nowhere, a bastard gets thrown straight out of the classroom, shocking everyone. Jinwoo's curiosity spikes. He seriously wants to know what the hell is happening. When he steps inside, he sees absolute carnage. The guy he met earlier is in there, wreaking havoc on all those bullies. By now, even Youngsik is beyond curious, wondering who the hell is this guy. He's never seen anyone in this school with that kind of aura. The shithead starts cowering when my guy begins walking toward him. He demands Jin again to reveal his identity and why he is doing this. But Jin just finds the question ridiculous. Coming from a guy who bullies others for no reason, he has no right to ask why Jin is doing this. Jin stares into Youngsik's soul and makes it clear that if he ever hears about him bullying anyone again, he'll come back. And next time, it won't end like this. Youngsik starts to think that maybe this sucker is friends with someone they messed with. But he's too dumb to take the hint. Instead, he keeps running his mouth, throwing jabs at our boy. He keeps yapping until my guy has had enough. He grabs the bastard by the face and slams him into the ground. And he doesn't stop. Again and again he smashes his face down. The students watching are horrified. Finally, my guy warns him to don't ever threaten anyone again. Then, without another word, he leaves. The whole room is left in stunned silence. Jinwoo also stands there in complete disbelief. Never in his wildest imagination did he think someone like that guy even existed. Youngsik acted tough, but even he was nothing against this guy. Suddenly, Youngsik notices Jinwoo standing nearby. And just like that, Jinwoo panics. Youngsik, on the other hand, glares at him and starts cursing. He seems totally pissed. And from the looks of it, he's more than ready to beat the crap out of him. But before poor Jinwoo faces anything, my guy storms back into the classroom, grabs the bastard by the head without warning, and throws him over the desks, leaving him utterly bruised and battered. To drive the point home even further, Jin grabs one of the bastard's fingers and snaps it without hesitation. The others just stand there, their faces pale, while my guy asks this shithead if the previous warning wasn't enough. He demands that this bastard answer. Does he still want to mess around? Youngsik finally manages to choke out a response in his struggling voice, promising that he won't mess with anyone again, and this time, he means it. But my guy isn't worried about that. If this bastard pulls anything funny again, he fully intends to come back and beat the crap out of him. With that, my guy heads out of the classroom again. As he leaves, he assures Jinwoo that this was just payback for the food. Later, Jinwoo calls Sewa and explains the entire situation. He also reassures her that there was a small problem, but it's been taken care of. Meanwhile, Cheeky Witch is hanging out with her friends, talking about how everyone who got injured was sent to the hospital, and Youngsik got it the worst out of all of them. They still have no idea who that sucker was. Rumor has it that the mysterious guy wasn't even from their school, which is why they can't find him anywhere. Among all the murmurs and chatter, Jinwoo just sits quietly. But deep down, he's curious too. He wants to know exactly who the man under that mask was. Suddenly, someone approaches Jinwoo. It's his sister Seoa. Cheeky Witch is absolutely stunned to see Seoa standing there in the flesh. All the students immediately pull out their phones, eager to capture the moment. Jinwoo's eyes nearly pop out of their sockets. This is the last thing he wanted to happen. He had been trying his best to keep his identity hidden, not wanting any unnecessary attention or rumors. Cheeky Witch is bewildered to realize that Seoa is Jinwoo's sister. Seoa, on the other hand, gets straight to the point. She's here because he kept ignoring her messages. She tells him to grab his bag because he's coming with her. Jinwoo is reluctant as he is not sure where they're going. His reluctance annoys Seoa, so she repeats herself. Grab your bag. Without further argument, Jinwoo quickly picks up his bag. Seoa then turns her attention to Cheeky Witch and calls her out for bullying her brother. She lets everyone know that she's already aware of what they did to him. And for that, she fully intends to sue them all. She wants to expose all these bullies to the law and show everyone just how pathetic Cheeky Witch and her friends really are. With that, she walks out of the classroom, dragging her brother along with her. Jinwoo quickly catches up to his sister and nervously asks what she plans to do now. He's worried that people will spread nasty rumors online or send her hate just for being associated with someone as pathetic as him. His sister stops him right there and questions why he even thinks that way. Jinwoo mutters that he was involved in school violence, and if that gets out, nothing good will come her way. But Seowa doesn't give a damn. She doesn't believe any of this is his fault. It's the bullies who were in the wrong. She makes it clear that she doesn't care if rumors spread or if it causes her trouble. She just wants her brother to stop thinking he's pathetic. Jinwoo is overwhelmed by all of this, and before he knows it, tears start falling. In the crowd of students, Seowa suddenly notices Jin standing there. Without a word, he quietly walks away. The next day, Jin arrives at his own school and takes his seat in class. His friends immediately start bugging him, saying they want to play games with Seowa again, and asking him to contact her. As they chat, the focus shifts to Seokju and Yona. Seokju makes a wild guess that while they were in America, Jin was actually busy escorting Seowa. Well, Yona is already aware of this. For some reason, that fact doesn't sit well with Yona. It wouldn't be surprising if she had a massive crush on Jin. The scene shifts back to the past, where Yeona meets her cousin, Jie. As usual, Jie is being cheeky, throwing playful remarks left and right. She claims she's heard something interesting. Apparently, Yona got herself a boyfriend while she was in America, and according to Jie, that so-called boyfriend is now coming to Korea. In the present, Yona is totally frustrated just thinking about everything that's happened. Her frustration is so obvious that even Seokju can't help but notice. Suddenly, she stands up abruptly, walks toward the group, and expresses her desire to have a little discussion with Jin. She asks them to give her some alone time with him. Of course, everyone is left clueless, and they all start to get the wrong idea, which only makes the atmosphere more awkward. Eventually, they leave. She asks Jin if he has some free time, but he flatly responds with a no. He doesn't catch the hint and says that he promised his sister Daeon that he'd go grocery shopping with her. Feeling a little embarrassed but still determined, Yona asks if she can tag along. She'll make sure to ask Daeon for permission first, and if she agrees, she'll go. Later, we see both Daeon and Yona grocery shopping, with Seokju tagging along. Seokju is quite intrigued to learn that Jin has been busy lately, despite being severely injured. Not only that, but he even escorted Cha Seowa. Seokju follows up with another question. Maybe Jin saw other celebrities. But Jin denies it, especially since he had only spent a little time with Seowa. As the guys continue chatting, the girls are engaged in their own conversation, but Yona still isn't able to get any alone time with Jin. Just then, Daeon invites her to dinner at their place that night. Yona is more than happy to accept, eager to spend time with them. Daeon adds that her brother is surprisingly good at cooking, so they can ask him to make dinner. A little while later, we cut to the apartments where the food is already ready. The spread looks lavish and appetizing, and even Yeona and Seokju are mesmerized by the food in front of them. Daeon stretches a proud smile across her face as she revels in her brother's cooking skills. By now, Yeona is genuinely curious. She wants to know who taught Jin to cook like this. Jin simply shrugs and says he just copied how they did it on YouTube. Though it's a bit awkward, everyone spends some quality time eating and chatting together. Once they finish eating, Yeona can barely sit because of how much she's eaten. She notices Jin carrying the dishes and quickly volunteers to wash them. Daeon tries to stop her, but Yeona has already made up her mind, for obvious reasons. She wants some alone time to talk with Jin, and this is her only chance. She struggles to tie her apron, and Jin unexpectedly helps her. This catches her off guard. She thanks him, her cheeks turning pink. Jin proceeds to help her wash the dishes. As they do, Seokju is finally happy for Yeona. She's finally getting the time she wanted to spend with Jin. The scene then shifts to SW Corporation. Inside one of the meeting rooms, we see all of SW Corp's bodyguards. Their boss introduces the VIP guest who is supposed to visit today, Lewin's Bailey. As the third in line of the Bailey Group, he's here to establish contact between SW and the Bailey Group. Yeona will be at the forefront, so the escort duties will be led by everyone present. He specifically mentions Seokju and Jin, telling them they need to pay close attention since they'll be working alongside Miss Yeona. Later, as all the bodyguards follow Yeona, she finally meets that loud bastard coming from the other side. He hugs her tightly without warning. This leaves Yeona embarrassed, and she quickly distances herself. She doesn't want him getting too close, especially because she doesn't want Jin to get the wrong idea. Lewins asks why she's so embarrassed, but he quickly assumes it's because they're in a public place. He then questions why she should be mindful of what bodyguards and escorts think. After all, it's their job to pretend they don't see anything their masters do and keep quiet. Not wanting to deal with him any longer, Yeona decides to cut the conversation short and tells him they should move on. Later, both Yeona and Lewins sit in a lounge facing each other. As they have lunch, Lewins questions her if she's considered his proposal of engagement. He's sure it wouldn't be a bad offer for her. Yeona, however, decides to talk about it later. Lewins presses her, reminding her that he came all this way to hear her answer directly from her. He's not happy that she's avoiding the topic. Yona reminds him that she already gave him her answer, so she doesn't understand why he's being so persistent. Lewins glares at her coldly and tells her to acknowledge her decision. He then throws some jabs, reminding her that she has no real position or power within SW. She may have a good reputation within SW because of her father, but compared to her relatives, she hasn't done anything noteworthy. And so, SW doesn't like it when she tries to do anything on her own. His brutal words devastate Yona. He keeps pushing, forcing her to reconsider. She's barely holding it together. Even Seokju can sense her distress. While Seokju doesn't step in to help, Jin finally steps up. He raises his voice to tell them that it's time to move to the next location. At first, this catches everyone off guard, but Yona quickly understands what Jin is trying to do. She smiles warmly, ready to move ahead. Lewins, however, glares menacingly, clearly annoyed that he interrupted their conversation. He confronts Yona, asking if this is how SW Corp produces their bodyguards. Yona quickly takes the blame, saying she gave Jin permission to interrupt. They can't afford any delays in the schedule for such an important process. Lewins continues to glare at her but eventually brushes off his aggressive expression. He asks her to send her guard outside so they can talk privately. Eventually, Yona gestures for both boys to wait outside for a moment. Since they seem reluctant to leave, she assures them she'll be fine and that it's okay if they give her some space. With that, both Jin and Seokju head outside. Lewins tells his own guards to leave as well. The lounge is now empty, except for the two of them. Lewins has clearly caught on that Yona rejected his proposal because of Jin. Yona reacts strongly to his accusation. Seeing how worked up she is only confirms Lewins' suspicions. He lets her know he's not a fool who overlooks things like this. He assures her he doesn't mind if she's in a relationship with her guard. He's willing to grant her permission to do as she pleases, but all he wants is a formal engagement. That's it. He understands she's still a student, and in the corporate world, people often marry for political reasons. He doesn't want to take away her teenage life. She can date anyone she wants. With that, he decides to leave. He's tired from jet lag, so he reschedules their meeting for tomorrow. He tells her to think it over and give her reply before he leaves for America. As Lewins leaves the room, he glares at Jin and pats him on the shoulder, smugly threatening him to mind his business. Later we see Jie and Yona together. Jie seems to be grilling the poor girl for blowing it up with Lewins. She reminds Yona that Lewins is an important figure working alongside them on this project, so she's not sure how they're supposed to manage if Yona can't even handle things properly with someone that important. She also reminds Yona that she dislikes her. While they don't have a reason to get along, Jie makes it clear that her dislike is personal. The reason is that Jie worked hard to reach her position in SW Corp. She had to compete with her father, who wanted as much control over SW as possible. She also had to shake off attacks from her brother and other relatives. She has been struggling ever since she was Yona's age, but she finally climbed to where she wanted to be. Yona, on the other hand, had it easy. She simply inherited everything from her father without lifting a finger. Their grandfather took special care of her since she was alone early on, protecting her from other family members. Their grandfather personally watched over everything, making sure his granddaughters grew into strong, respected executives who could withstand attacks from competitors. Yona is expected to use what she inherited to gain tremendous influence and even establish her own business within SW. But if she fails, the employees under her will suffer, and Jie wants her to take responsibility. We then cut to Lewins, who questions his guard about our boy. The guard explains that his name is Yu E-jin, 19 years old, in the same class as Yona, and currently training as an SW bodyguard. Of course, this doesn't sit well with Lewins. For a moment, he even thinks his bodyguard's facts might be incorrect. But the guard confirms it without hesitation, stating that he couldn't conduct a more detailed investigation due to lack of time, but the information is valid. Lewins is really on edge here. He can't stomach the fact that she kept him around at a meetup with him. The scene transitions to SW Corp, and in one of the VIP lounges, we see Yona and Lewins, along with other big shots. Not just them, guards are also present in the meeting room, and our boy is standing among the crowd. The meeting finally concludes. Lewins turns to Yona, telling her there's a place he wants to visit now that the official business is over. Curious, she asks him which place he is talking about. But before we hear his response, we cut to Jie, who is mumbling to herself. Apparently Lewins has summoned her to meet him, because he wants to demonstrate just how incompetent SW Corp's bodyguards are, and he wants her to witness it. Once she arrives at the meeting place, she sees Yona and Lewins locked in a stare-down, like a rap battle is about to go down. It looks like there's some serious tension between them. Lewins called SW Crop guards incompetent, and Yona wants him to take back what he said. But that bastard believes he wasn't wrong. As far as he knows, the two bodyguards Yona always has around her are students, and one of them is an understudy. But Yona insists that Jin is not an understudy. Lewins keeps throwing jabs at her about SW Corp's security team. Finally, one of Yona's senior guards speaks up on her behalf. He explains that SW's security team doesn't operate the way Lewins thinks. While he understands the reason for Lewins' misunderstanding, their team is made up of tested and competent people, including those two bodyguards. But Lewins remains sassy with his words. We can tell that this bastard is intentionally pushing SW Corp's buttons, because he wants to initiate a sparring session with SW Corp. So he throws down the gauntlet, challenging her to a sparring match, his bodyguards versus hers, to see just how competent SW Corp really is. But Yona already knows what this bastard is plotting, so she doesn't respond immediately. So he tries to provoke her, wondering if, perhaps, her bodyguards aren't as competent as she claims. Besides, it will benefit both sides if they get a chance to train with each other. But Yona makes it clear that she's not about to make a decision like this on her own. After all, bodyguards are here to protect them, not to put on a show. Jie seems pretty satisfied with Yeona's thorough response to the provocation. Even Seokju looks pleased. Lewins, on the other hand, is finally out of arguments. He then shifts his attention to our boy, pointing out that Jin is the reason this situation escalated in the first place. He tries to provoke Jin, sneering at how he's hiding behind the very person he's supposed to protect, which, even for an understudy, is a pretty low standard. But we all know Jin isn't the type to act on impulse, so he stays quiet. Lewins then throws a jab at all of the SW Corp's bodyguards, calling them third-rate and claiming they're nothing but an embarrassment to their master. Of course, not all of the guards are as composed as Jin. They quickly take the bait and are ready to fight Lewin's bodyguards. But the senior bodyguard of Team 2 remains composed and responds wisely. He makes it clear that they are here to protect their client, not participate in sparring matches. If his team gets injured, they won't be able to carry out their duties. That's when Jie catches everyone's attention. Being the senior, she grants Team 2 permission to engage in the duel. Now they are free to make a choice whether they want to fight or not. Many of them are eager to prove themselves, but Lewins isn't happy about this. The only reason he wanted this sparring session was because of Jin. If Jin isn't participating, then it's pointless. To his surprise, Jin steps forward. Yona tries to stop him, but Jin reminds her that he's part of Team 2 as well. And just like that, Jin ends up facing a bodyguard representing Lewins. Lewins is thoroughly satisfied to see this. He's sure Jin will learn his place once he loses an arm or a leg. Meanwhile, Jie knows Jin is skilled, but she's still worried. He's young. But her bodyguard assures her there's nothing to worry about. Out of all the sparring matches they've had, not a single person has beaten Jin yet. As soon as the referee signals the start of the match, my guy moves with the speed of light and delivers a brutal knee smash, knocking his opponent out on the spot. Lewins, who was smug just moments ago, is now utterly baffled. Meanwhile, Seokju and the others are beyond pleased to see these scumbags getting their asses whooped. Even Jie cracks a smile, realizing she was worried for nothing. One of Team 2's members steps up, ready for the next fight. But Jin isn't done yet. He challenges Lewins to send the next person. This, of course, rattles the hell out of Lewins. In his eyes, the audacity of this lowly guard to provoke him is beyond infuriating. But eventually, he sends one of his best men. Lewins' guard assures him that they won't lose this time. The battle starts. The opponent lunges at Jin, only to get punched hard in the face. Jin follows up with an elbow smash. Despite the brutal hits, the guy lunges again, only to get slammed across the face once more. And that final knee smash is enough to knock him down cold. This is just another humiliating slap to Lewins' pride. Meanwhile, Jin asks for the next challenger. Lewins turns red like a tomato. This humiliation is getting too much to endure. Still in denial, he refuses to believe Jin is actually that strong. Instead, he convinces himself that his guards must have let their guard down. But his escort guard corrects him. While the first guard was caught off guard, the second was fully prepared. It's a hard pill to swallow, but even Lewins' senior guard admits that Jin is simply skilled. Still, Lewins refuses to entertain the idea that a random high schooler is capable of taking down two of his elite guards. But the senior guard just shrugs. No matter how much Lewins denies it, the truth doesn't change. The next opponent steps in, way more alert and prepared than the previous two. Even Seokju can tell this guy has figured out how to handle Jin. As soon as the opponent throws his first punch, my guy dodges effortlessly, tilting to the left. The opponent keeps throwing punches, one after another, but every single one is dodged. Left, right, again and again. And the moment Jin sees an opening, he throws a punch of his own. The opponent tries to counter with his own punch, but my guy grabs him by the head and tosses him aside like he's nothing but a trash bag. Then, locking his arms around the guy's neck, Jin starts suffocating him. Eventually, the opponent completely loses his will to fight. Lewin's men can't help but be fascinated, no matter how many times they see it. Meanwhile, Jin is already demanding the next opponent. Lewins grits his teeth. After taking so many brutal hits to his pride, he's barely holding himself together. His senior guard even suggests surrendering, because at this point, he's figured it out that they won't be able to beat this monster with the people they have. But Lewins refuses to back down. Instead, he suggests that his senior guard fight next. Meanwhile, Jia's escort guard also thinks that Lewins is going to stop here. But Jae believes they'll be rushing into fight since their fragile egos have already been bruised. She can tell that this is the only thing going through Luin's mind right now. However, her escort guard thinks it would be difficult to beat Jin, even with more people. And even if Luin's won, it wouldn't mean much. No one would praise them for finally beating someone who had already taken down 3 of their men. Besides, the whole reason they provoked SW Corp was to embarrass Jin. But since the opposite happened, they have no choice but to surrender. Eventually the enemy concedes, and the sparring session comes to an end. SW Corp's bodyguards burst into cheers and laughter, celebrating their victory. Everyone starts surrounding Jin in admiration. Even Jie can't help but chuckle at the sight. While he doesn't talk much and always wears a blank expression, he's surprisingly popular. Her escort agrees, feeling proud of how Jin lets his fists speak for him, something far more important than words. Jin then turns to Yona and asks how she's doing. This makes her smile, suddenly feeling much better. Jin is also glad to hear that. Once again, he's surrounded by the other guards who want to celebrate with him. Meanwhile, Luins and his goons can't help but feel the sting of defeat. Later, Yona meets her grandfather, whose name escapes me, so we'll just call him the director of SW Corp. The director seems to have caught wind of the sparring session. His left-hand man reveals that, from what he's heard, Luins' group was the one who provoked SW Corp. SW Corp didn't want to engage in the spar, but those guys insisted. So instead of Team 3, Team 2 decided to take them on. The director then asks about the results, and Yona gladly reveals that Jin beat them all by himself. That gets a smile out of the old man. Later, we see Luins trying to recruit our boy into his group. He's ready to hire Jin officially, not just as a trainee or intern. He promises to treat him much better than SW Corp does. But my guy refuses without a shred of hesitation. Luins assures him again that he'll be treated well. He doesn't know how much SW Corp is paying him, but he's willing to double it, triple it if necessary. But Jin refuses again. Luins tries to guilt-trip him, reminding him that opportunities like this don't come often. But since Jin is rejecting him so adamantly, Luins decides not to press further. On a different note, he warns Jin to stay away from Yona. She's not someone a guy like him should be hanging around with. Jin, however, sees it differently. He's simply doing his job as a bodyguard. Luins is willing to pay him if that's all it is, just so he can stay away from Yona. But Jin isn't in the mood to talk. If Luins has nothing else to say, he's leaving. And so, my guy just walks away, leaving that shithead gritting his teeth, frustrated that Jin won't listen even to the end. Luins then shifts the blame onto his incompetent bodyguards for leading him into this humiliation. But his senior guard reminds him that Jin was just too strong. Even he doesn't think he could beat him in hand-to-hand combat. The guard further argues that the bodyguards they brought here are ranked among the top in the Bailey group. Even if the first guy got caught off guard, that doesn't explain how the next ones went down so easily. Jin might be young, but he's strong. The escort guard further points out that hand-to-hand combat isn't everything for a bodyguard. If fighting was all that mattered, martial artists would make the best bodyguards. But a bodyguard's job goes beyond just fighting. Luins acknowledges this. Anyway, he asks his guard if the business is proceeding as planned. The guard affirms with a positive response, saying nothing has changed and that their guests should arrive tomorrow as scheduled. Luins is looking forward to it. He's certain Hyung's weakness will soon be in his hands. We don't know who Hyung is, but it looks like Luins has beef with this person, and he wants to expose him badly. Later, we see Yona and Luins together again. After some small talk about daily responsibilities, he finally gets to the real reason they're here. He wants to know if she's made up her mind. She was supposed to give him her answer today. But Yona reminds him that he originally wanted her response before he left for America. Since he's staying until tomorrow, she wants to postpone her answer until tomorrow. This crazy sucker has no issue with that. Internally, Yona just wants to get rid of him, and she's relieved that she only has to endure him until tomorrow. Luins then brings up Jin, remarking that the guy has some serious riz and aura. He says he can understand why Yona would be interested in him. Of course, Yona's face instantly turns tomato red at the embarrassing remark. She's annoyed. She wasn't expecting him to say something so unprofessional. While Luins acknowledges what she's saying, he clearly sees how flustered she is, which just proves his point. Yona keeps pretending like she has no feelings for Jin. But Luins doesn't beat around the bush. He outright tells her that even after they marry, she'll be free to see Jin. Yona questions why he even wants to marry her in the first place. The answer should have been obvious from the start. This is just a deal. That being said, there won't be any restrictions if they want to see other people. With that, he leaves, reminding her that she has until tomorrow. Later, as Yona gets into her car, her mind is still stuck on what that shithead said about their marriage being just a deal. As she sits quietly, even Jin notices the distress on her face. She suddenly realizes that Jin is sitting right beside her. She takes a moment to express her gratitude for everything he's done for her up until now, but she's sure it'll all be over after today. Jin, however, reminds her that it's not over until tomorrow. Suddenly, he spots a guy with a spider tattoo on his face walking along the sidewalk. The sight absolutely shocks him, and he immediately goes on high alert. He turns his head, looking at the guy more closely. Then he asks Seokju to drop him off here, he's got business to take care of. Seokju agrees, since there's nothing urgent left on the schedule. With that, Jin leaves the car and begins dashing through the footpath, his mind racing as he thinks about that spider-tattooed guy. He wonders why the man is even here. The spider-tattooed guy is staring at the JS hotel in front of him, the place where Lewins is staying. Meanwhile, Lewins' guest arrives. He's a nerdy-looking guy carrying some sort of top-secret data. Lewins is confident that as long as he gets this data, he can easily take down Hyung. The nerdy guy, however, feels anxious around these shady people. He quickly requests his money so he can leave, as he has already completed his job. Lewins is willing to pay him, but only after checking the data inside the flash drive. Suddenly, the front gate creaks open, and in bursts a masked man, none other than the spider-tattooed guy. Without hesitation, he opens fire. Lewin's guard reacts quickly, managing to get his boss out of the line of fire. Frustrated, Lewins clenches his teeth. He has no doubt in his mind that Hyung sent this hitman. Lewin's escort guard gets severely injured while protecting him. The assassin, however, doesn't relent, continuing his ruthless barrage of bullets. The escort guard attempts to use a taser, but the wires fail to connect. This gives the tattoo guy an opportunity to fire again. Feeling cornered, the escort guard curses his luck. If only he had a gun, he could turn the tide in his favor. But unfortunately, he doesn't. That's when Jin crashes the party and swiftly takes down the shooter. The escort guard watches Jin's charge, finding it reckless. After all, the enemy has a gun. But we all know Jin isn't weak sauce. He quickly yanks the gun out of the assassin's hands and aims the barrel straight at him. The assassin, unfazed, pulls out a dagger and charges at Jin despite being at gunpoint. Jin doesn't hesitate. He shoots the assassin in the leg, causing him to collapse in pain and agony. The way Jin turned the tide of the situation is nothing short of breathtaking. Even Lewins and his escort guard are left completely boggled by his performance. Later, the director of SW Corp hears all the juicy details of the recent event. Jin claims he followed the masked man because he recognized him as an assassin from his mercenary days. And the assassin's target was Lewins. But what makes this situation truly messy is that Lewins had been trying to stain the name of the second son of the Bailey family. One of Lewins' employees had brought important documents to his location, documents Lewins planned to use against the Bailey family's second son. Since there's bad blood between the two, it's obvious who's behind this assassination attempt. However, the director's escort points out that there's no concrete evidence to support this claim, though it makes the most sense. The director reveals that he has heard rumors about inner turmoil within the Bailey family due to succession disputes. That alone makes it highly possible that this situation arose from those tensions. In any case, the director is glad it's all over. Both the Bailey family and Lewins himself have expressed their deepest gratitude. So basically, Lewins wants his brother dead, while his brother wants the same. The next day arrives and we find ourselves at the airport. Yona is here to give her response to Lewins' marriage proposal, and as expected, she rejects him. Her reasoning is simple. She doesn't want a marriage without love. Lewins doesn't try to persuade her. Instead, he reminds her that while she may have rejected him now, a political marriage is inevitable. Sooner or later she'll have to make a decision. Another reason he doesn't push further is that her boyfriend was the one who saved her. Of course, Yona immediately turns red with embarrassment, insisting that Jin is not her boyfriend. But let's be real. While she clearly has feelings for Jin, our guy is a true Sigma with zero love hormones. It doesn't take long for Lewins to recognize that Yona is living through a one-sided crush. Regardless, as promised, he won't bother her again. Before leaving, he questions Jin one last time. Does he want to work for him? Jin's response remains unchanged. Lewins, being the asshole he is, doesn't bother to thank Jin for saving him. After all, Jin was simply doing his job as a bodyguard. That being said, the offer to work for him remains open, should Jin ever change his mind. As they part ways, Lewins' escort tells Jin that they are in his debt. And with that, this arc comes to an end. Later we see Daeon spotting Seokju in the distance. But before she can call out to him, Seokju quickly silences her. He doesn't want her to interrupt the alone time Jin and Yona are having together. Yona is here to express her gratitude to Jin for everything he has done for her so far. She was shocked when she heard what happened yesterday, and thanks to him, SW Corp is in a much better position for negotiations with Lewins now. But Jin just shrugs it off, saying he was just doing his job. It wasn't just him. Everyone in the Team 3 worked hard. Yona doesn't deny that, and she's happy about it. While she seems in a fine mood, one thing keeps haunting her over and over. She recalls how Lewin said she would eventually have to agree to a marriage deal in the future. She then asks Jin about his aspirations for the future. But as expected, our boy doesn't think too much about these things, so he doesn't have anything particular in mind. She then asks him how he wishes to live in the future. This question makes Jin remember his mercenary days, where every day was a brutal battle for survival, far away from his family. So he responds simply, he just wants to be with his family. What matters to him is the present, so he doesn't want to think too much about the future. This response gives Yeona something to think about. Later we see Jie and Yeona pays her a visit. Jie is still working hard despite the late hour, so she tells Yeona to get to the point of what she wants to say. And so, Yeona finally admits that she doesn't want to take on the responsibilities of the company. She has no plans to lead it. As Jie mentioned before, Yeona believes she doesn't have the ability to govern the company, nor does she think she ever will. And if she's being honest, she has no interest in it either. That's why if she ever inherits the company from her father or grandfather, she wants Jie to take care of it. She can't erase herself from the family position, especially since it was given to her by her father, but she still wants Jie to lead the company in her place. Jie finds this ridiculous because what Yeona is asking isn't that simple. But Yeona admits she's just a naive teenager. She doesn't know if things will turn out the way she wants. She even admits she doesn't fully understand what she's saying, but she just wanted to express what was on her mind. And to make this happen, she needs Jie's help. But Jie has no motivation to help her. In response, Yeona reminds her that it's not a bad deal for Jie if things go as she wants. It would even be advantageous for Jie when she goes up against her older brother. Now that she's said everything she wanted, Yeona leaves. Afterwards, she calls Jin and asks him for his company. In the Radiant City, we transition to Cha's turf. Inside the club, we find Cha, deep in thought about our boy. He's considering calling Jin to hang out, eat, and just chill. That's when Cha's left-hand man appears and reports that Gilsoo Hyungnim is here. This name completely shocks the hell out of Cha. And then, in steps the man himself. And judging by the look on his face, it's clear that he means business. The scene shifts to a certain fat sucker, one of the gangsters who got his ass whooped by our boy and Mr. Cha. Since his name isn't worth remembering, let's just call him Fat Sucker. He looks as pissed off as a baboon when his men report that they saw Gilsoo visiting Cha's turf. Fat Sucker's fellow gangster is also here. Let's call him Vampire. Vampire reports that Gilsoo was supposedly in Russia, so he's curious why the guy suddenly showed up. Fat Sucker has no clue either. But one thing's for sure, Gilsoo is going to be a huge pain in the ass. And him joining forces with Cha is the last thing this fat sucker wants. Mr. Cha used to work under Gilsoo, so there's a chance they might collaborate. But even then, Fatty is sure they're different. While Cha is skilled, he prefers to stay under the radar and doesn't want much. Meanwhile, Gilsoo is greedy as hell and he'll do whatever it takes to get what he wants. The scene transitions back to Cha and Gilsoo. Gilsoo says he's heard rumors about Cha living a quiet life, which is weird. I mean, why would someone as skilled as Cha stay under the radar? Well, Cha just admits he's lazy. Maybe he's getting old because he feels even lazier. Gilsoo doesn't like that response, especially since he's the old one here. Anyway, Gilsoo expresses his desire to join forces with Cha. He's sure that if they work together, they could take over the entire country. But Cha politely declines. He doesn't have what it takes for something like that. He believes that brute strength alone won't cut it. To pull something this big off, they need strong connections with higher-ups and solid business sense. And honestly, Cha doesn't think he's capable of either. Like he said, he's too lazy now. He's getting old. A while later, Cha and his boys see Gilsoo off, and the guy speeds away. Cha's left-hand man asks why Gilsoo came here. Cha just replies that he came here for work. Whatever that work is, his left-hand man knows one thing. They better stay the hell away from Gilsoo's mess. Meanwhile, we transition to Gilsoo. He's not happy at all about being turned down by Dusuk Cha. So he contacts someone else and strikes a deal with them. Though he has one condition in that deal. Now it's anyone's guess what that condition is. We then transition to Jin's apartment, where Yeona walks into his room with some food. Upon entering, she notices her brother working out, doing pull-ups. And for some obvious reason, she finds it fascinating. She starts wondering if all the guys do pull-ups this well. This remark causes Jin to flash back to his past, where, during his mercenary days, he used to go through rigorous strength-building exercises along with his fellow mercenaries. So he gives Yeona a positive response. Looks like bro doesn't know the difference between hardcore mercenaries and average teenagers who sit around all day in their dimly lit rooms. Suddenly his phone rings. It's Cha Dusuk inviting him for a late-night noodle spree. Later, he finally meets Cha outside, and they eventually sit down to have some food. Cha has heard that Jin is training with the SW bodyguards, to which our boy responds passively. Cha then follows up with another question, wondering why someone of Jin's skill is just a trainee and not an official employee. He wonders if they're paying him well enough. Jin responds positively without saying much. Cha then further questions if he is satisfied with his job. Once again, Jin responds positively. Cha then asks if his sister is doing well, and Jin's response remains straightforwardly positive. Seeing this, Cha just breaks into a smile. The next day arrives, and we find Grandpa doing his job diligently. And then, Cha and his left-hand man begin helping the old man clean the place. Even with Grandpa's persistence that they don't need to, both Sigma males start sorting out the scattered stuff and then go on their way. Grandpa's coworker is also surprised to see these guys. They might look like gangsters, but they sure don't act like it. Meanwhile, we meet Cha and his left-hand man again, and they seem to be looking for a kimchi soup restaurant in the area. Suddenly, the left-hand man gets a call, and what the caller tells him is quite shocking. He turns to his boss and drops the devastating news that their store has been attacked. Cha rushes back to his turf, only to see wreckage and the blood of his men. The left-hand man has received word that the security camera data is gone. Given this, the enemy had been thoroughly prepared for this fight. 6 people sustained heavy injuries, 5 are unconscious, and 1 just woke up. But all he remembers is that they were attacked by 2 people. It looks like Cha has figured out who is behind this, and it doesn't take long for his left-hand man to realize it as well. Right at that moment, Cha gets a phone call. It's Gilsu calling. Gilsu plays dumb, claiming to have just heard that Cha's store got attacked. Cha finds it quite suspicious that Gilsu found out so early. While Gilsu admits that he has been away from the country for a while, he still holds enough influence to gather intel without any trouble. Anyhow, he questions who the culprit behind this is. Cha is trying his best to figure it out. Gilsu also hopes that his old friend takes care of it soon, and even offers to help Cha. And Cha responds to this gesture politely. Once the phone call is over, Gilsu turns his attention toward the 2 men who wrecked Cha's turf. Gilsu had wanted these guys to take care of Cha, but as fate would have it, Cha wasn't at the store at that time. Now that they have made their move, they know Cha will be more wary from now on, so they'll have to be even more careful next time. The scene then cuts to Fat Sucker, who is now under Cha's scrutiny. The bastard insists that he wasn't the one who caused the damage to his turf. He is so freaked out that he tries his best to convince Cha. Afterward, Cha looks for the other gangster, but they also deny launching the attack on Cha's turf. Not only them, but Cha also questions a bunch of gangsters he suspected, but they all deny any involvement. By now, they have no clue who might have done this. Cha then decides to visit the hospital to meet the injured men before returning and instructing his left-hand man to continue the investigation. Cha finds this whole situation very suspicious. If the attack was launched by some opposing gang, he would have already figured out which one, given all the investigation they've done so far. But everything is too quiet, as if no one knows anything. We then switch to Jin's apartment, where he is checking his phone. It's his friend Jae-hyung who is throwing jabs at him for performing poorly at the gaming center. And it looks like Yeona is also there, and she tries to back Jin up, claiming that he wasn't that bad. Suddenly, Jin's sister calls him, asking if he's planning to meet Dusik Cha. Because if he is, she wants him to deliver something to Cha. She has heard from Grandpa that Dusik helps him out a lot, along with his associate. They always show up out of nowhere to help with garbage disposal and heavy lifting. They also give Grandpa leftover drinks and other supplies. So, she wanted to make something for them and give it to them as soon as possible. Seeing how much effort Daeon has put in, Jin takes the responsibility of delivering the food. Later that night, he arrives at Cha's apartment and offers him the food, telling him that his sister asked him to deliver it. Cha takes the bag and takes note of the food inside. Now that the mission has been accomplished, Jin proceeds to leave. Seeing this, Cha quickly calls him out and invites him for a drink. The scene transitions to Cha's left-hand man, who is in the car along with the other members. They are still trying to figure out who did this, and this time, they are suspecting Gilsu as well. While they did send some men to spy on Gilsu, they still can't figure out where he is located. And if they want to do it without Gilsu finding out, it's going to be a much harder investigation. The moment their car reaches the intersection, another vehicle slams into them with brutal force. It's clear this crash is deliberate. Cha's left-hand man, Hyung-suk, is badly wounded. Dazed and struggling to process what just happened, he barely registers the hands that grab him before he is violently thrown out of the car. Back at Cha's apartment, he looks down at the food in front of him, noting just how much has been prepared. He can't even remember the last time he received something like this. Given how appetizing it looks, he assumes Jin's mother must be an excellent cook. However, Jin clarifies that it was actually his younger sister who made it. The revelation stuns Cha. To think that a little girl prepared all this food on her own, it just doesn't sit right with him. He can't help but wonder why she would take on such a responsibility when it should clearly be the job of her parents. Jin then reveals that he and his sister have not seen their parents since they were children. Because of this, his sister had to cook for herself for years, and over time, she grew to enjoy it. Now it all makes sense to Cha. Still, he can't help but feel a pang of sympathy for the siblings. After a brief moment of awkward silence, Cha shakes off the tension by offering Jin a drink. However, when he opens his refrigerator, it's completely stocked with alcohol. Not exactly appropriate for a 19-year-old. Jin decides to take his leave, but before he can step out, Cha's phone rings. The moment he hears the news, his expression darkens with devastation. Hyung-suk has gone missing. Jin immediately notices the drastic shift in Cha's demeanor, but Cha doesn't voice his concerns. Instead, he apologizes to Jin, explaining that an emergency just came up. Later that night, Cha arrives at his turf, where his men report that 2 more of their stores were attacked the previous night. The attack on Hyung-suk's car happened around the same time, and they have been unable to locate him ever since. The others who were with him are currently in the hospital, but Hyung-suk is missing, and he hasn't been admitted to any medical facility in the area. Cha quickly orders his men to prioritize finding Hyung-suk over figuring out who orchestrated the attack. His phone rings again, and this time, it's Gil-soo on the other end. As before, Gil-soo pretends to have just heard about the incident, feigning sympathy over Cha's misfortune. But Cha is done playing games. He directly demands to know why this shithead is attacking them so suddenly. Gil-soo sounds amused, seemingly surprised that Cha has finally put the pieces together. Cha had suspected him from the start. There's no way opposing gangs would remain completely silent while his group was being targeted so systematically. Now that his suspicions are confirmed, he wants Gil-soo to cut the act. Cha knows exactly why Gil-soo is doing this. This is all happening simply because Cha refused to shake hands with him back then. Gil-soo doesn't deny it. Instead, he reminds Cha of the time he exposed the dirty secrets of politicians he had worked for in the past. To Gil-soo, this was one of the most foolish things Cha could have done. By going against powerful figures, Cha painted a target on his back. Now those same people want him dead, and they will keep coming until they succeed. If they don't make an example out of him, others will start barking at their masters. Gil-soo then lets Cha hear Hyung-suk's agonized screams in the background. The bastards are electrocuting him, torturing him mercilessly. They captured him because he planted spies to follow Gil-soo, and they want to remind him of his place by making him suffer. Gil-soo further reveals that the higher-ups are pleased. They're even offering extra money if he wipes out every single person affiliated with Cha. That only confirms just how much they want him erased. Before hanging up, Gil-soo lets Hyung-suk hear Cha one last time. But Cha remains silent, unable to bring himself to speak. Through strained breaths, Hyung-suk apologizes for disappointing him. After this brief exchange, Gil-soo takes the phone away from Hyung-suk. That's when Cha issues his own threat. He warns Gil-soo that if Hyung-suk dies, then Gil-soo's death will be inevitable as well. But Gil-soo merely chuckles, dismissing the threat as an empty promise. Cha then roars at the top of his lungs, making it crystal clear that they won't rest until this bastard is dead. Before Gil-soo can respond, something slams against the front door with such force that it flies off its hinges. Shock spreads across the room, and standing at the entrance, the one responsible for the destruction, is none other than Jin. The one who helped Jin locate this hideout is Seokju. It does not take Hyung-suk long to recognize this guy. The mask covering Jin's face does nothing to hide his identity. There is no doubt in Hyung-suk's mind Jin is here to save him. Gil-soo, on the other hand, assumes Cha must have sent him. But what truly baffles him is the fact that Cha sent a kid to fight. He then orders his men to take the kid down and bring Cha to him. Then he steps aside to light a cigarette, while commenting on the absurdity of the situation. One of Gil-soo's goons charges at Jin, but Jin retaliates with a devastating punch, sending the man flying. He swiftly takes down the next opponent as well. A third thug tries to stab him with a dagger, but Jin dodges and counters, dropping him instantly. One by one, he massacres these so-called gangsters, treating them like mere dummies left for him to practice on. In a matter of seconds, every single one of Gil-soo's men is sprawled on the ground. Gil-soo stands frozen, cigarette hanging loosely from his lips in utter disbelief. Meanwhile, Hyung-suk isn't surprised in the slightest. After all, this is Jin we're talking about. It looks like there is still one man remains standing, ready to engage Jin in combat. He throws the first punch, but Jin blocks it with precision and counters with a brutal kick to the man's leg, followed by another aimed at his face. However, the opponent manages to guard himself at the last moment and retaliates with an attack on Jin's legs. Jin swiftly delivers a solid strike to the bastard's head, forcing him to stagger back. The sneaky bastard also makes sure to draw his dagger and inflict an unexpected cut over Jin's thigh. Meanwhile, Gil-soo is losing his composure. Seeing one of his best men, Anatol, struggling against Jin is infuriating. The fact that Anatol had to resort to drawing a knife says enough about Jin's overwhelming skill. Jin delivers a crushing kick to Anatol's stomach, then grabs his wrist, forcefully disarming him. With a final blow to the head, Anatol collapses, defeated. This is then another goon charges at Jin, but my guy retaliates ruthlessly. He slashes multiple times, leaving deep wounds across the bastard's arm. Gil-soo is in utter bewilderment and demands to know who he is, as no one had ever heard of someone like him working under Cha. Ignoring them, Jin strides toward Hyung-suk, who looks up at him in confusion. When asked why he saved him, Jin responds that what happened here is connected to him as well. Even without that, there were plenty of reasons to step in, and we all know that one of them being how Cha and Hyung-suk have always treated the old man with kindness. Gil-soo then makes a failed attempt to recruit Jin. He doesn't want talent like Jin's to be wasted in a country like this. If Jin joins him, he promises the freedom to go as wild as he wants. But Jin remains silent. Taking the silence as a rejection, Gil-soo pulls out a gun, intending to kill Jin on the spot. He finds it ironic that being a good person means nothing when a single bullet can end a life. He reminisces about his time in Russia, where he had struggled a lot to adapt to firearms, and assumes Jin must be just as unfamiliar. But to his shock, Jin moves with inhuman agility, weaving past every bullet. Gilsoo, overly reliant on his gun, lets his guard down. Seizing the opportunity, Jin throws a dagger straight into Gilsoo's chest. Jin follows up and drives the blade even deeper. While our boy is not a fan of throwing jabs, he takes a moment to mock Gilsoo's poor gunmanship. Anyone with true experience wouldn't attempt to shoot a moving target while holding the gun one-handed. This proves Gilsoo has never used a gun in real combat. Gilsoo is in utter disbelief. To think that a man of his stature is about to be taken down by a high schooler, he refuses to accept it. Summoning his remaining strength, he pushes Jin back and yanks the dagger from his chest. Now opting for hand-to-hand combat, he throws a punch, but Jin dodges effortlessly and counters with a devastating blow of his own. Despite his pride, Gilsoo continues to fight, though he is getting beaten mercilessly. Eventually, after a long, grueling exchange, Jin ends the battle with a final knee smash to Gilsoo's face. Throughout it all, Hyungsuk remains the sole witness to Jin's sheer dominance. He watches in awe, barely believing what he just saw. One high schooler took down Gilsoo's entire gang alone, an absolutely insane feat. Cha finally arrives with his men, only to find the battle already over. The only thing left standing is Jin, surrounded by unconscious bodies. This is then Cha realizes something crucial. The text he had gotten earlier must have come from Jin, who tipped him off about the Gilsoo's hideout location. So, he expresses his gratitude to Jin. But as always, our boy says nothing and simply walks out. Cha then turns to Gilsoo, who is barely clinging to life. Despite his injuries, the man still manages a smirk. He refuses to believe that someone like Jin would ever work under Cha's command. Cha questions why his senior had to escalate the situation unnecessarily, but Gilsoo sharply disagrees. In his mind, nothing he did was unnecessary. This is simply how delinquents handle business. His goal was to reclaim his position as top dog, and that meant taking down Cha. He scoffs at the idea of living a life like Cha's. He also hates the fact that a so-called gangster like Cha suddenly started preaching about honor and peace. The scene shifts to the past. Gilsoo once overheard his men discussing how, ever since Cha split from him, many of them wanted to follow Cha instead. His work ethic and loyalty were far superior. Now, in the present, Gilsoo hates how Cha prioritizes ethics and honor over raw power. He sneers at the idea of treating subordinates with kindness. If Cha wants to live a normal life, he should just quit the gangster world and get a job at freaking McDonald's, where he can hand over fries with a big fucking smile. But Cha has had enough. The one who doesn't know how to be a gangster is Gilsoo. No matter the situation, one should never stab a loyal brother in the back. But someone like Gilsoo could never understand that. Cha's men step forward, ready to finish the job. Seeing this, Gilsoo begins to panic, realizing Cha has no intention of fighting him one-on-one. He calls out Cha for not honoring his senior by not fighting one-on-one, but Cha simply responds that his honor is his own business. Those were the last words Gilsoo heard before a bat struck him down for good. Later, Jin sneaks quietly into the apartment to avoid drawing any attention, but his sister still notices him and immediately asks where he's been all this time. She's mad that he's been playing too many games lately and coming home late every day. She advises him not to get addicted to it, but our boy just responds with a smile. Then Daeun asks if Jin delivered the food to Mr. Cha like he was supposed to. She's sure Jin doesn't have any issues with those guys, but she still tells him to treat them well. Jin smiles again. Well, he did treat them well by defeating their enemies. The scene takes us back into distant past, where we see Hyungsuk receiving a small amount of money from his senior. This money could help pay for his grandmother's surgery, but Hyungsuk doesn't feel like he deserves it. Cha believes that everyone should prioritize their parents over everything else, so after a lot of discussion, Hyungsuk finally takes the money. Sadly, Hyungsuk's grandmother passes away, but thanks to that money, she passes peacefully. Later, Hyungsuk finds out that Cha has been living at a sauna because apparently he's broke and can't afford rent anymore. It does not take him any time to realize just how much Cha sacrificed just to help him. He goes to find Cha at the sauna, and when he sees him, tears involuntarily start to flow down his face. In the present, Hyungsuk wakes up in the hospital, and the only person there is Cha, which is to be expected. Cha apologizes, feeling like it's all his fault because Hyungsuk could have died this time. But Hyungsuk doesn't regret it at all. In fact, he was ready to die if he had to. He reminds Cha that they're not strangers, they're close, and he's sure Cha would have done the same for him. Speaking of the current situation, Hyungsuk suddenly remembers how absolutely crazy Jin is. Not only is he good with his fists, but he's also amazing with a knife. At that moment, we see the secretary of the director of SW Corp, who's here to meet Cha. We learn that Jin had talked to the director, and the director promised to help Jin and Cha by offering them legal jobs under SW Group. Jin expresses his thanks, but the old man insists that no thanks are necessary, as SW Corp owes Jin many favors. After the call, we realize that Jin is sitting in his classroom. His friends join him and invite him for a gaming session, but Jin declines because he has something else to do. He then walks up to Seokju, straightforwardly asking if he can borrow some of his time. Poor Seokju is rattled, thinking Jin wants him to track gangsters again. But to his surprise, Jin just takes him out for ramen. Seokju is even more confused and asks if Jin really brought him here just to buy him food. Jin responds with a simple yes, explaining it's just his way of thanking Seokju for helping him recently. Seokju still can't wrap his head around it. Jin bought him food just for this? But Jin confirms once again. Seokju isn't sure why it had to be instant ramen and triangle gimbap. Jin points out that not only is it cheap, but it's also packed with nutrients. Reluctantly, Seokju starts eating. He got worked up when Jin asked for his time so seriously, but I guess it's nothing worrisome. Later, two girls show up and immediately ask for their phone numbers. Seokju isn't happy about it, but Jin casually asks if they're asking for their smartphone numbers. The girls get a little creeped out by how specific Jin is. They confirm they want his phone number, and Jin asks why they want it. His bluntness makes the girls even more uncomfortable, and even Seokju is a little freaked out. He quickly steps in to apologize on Jin's behalf, explaining that Jin's been living abroad and isn't used to this sort of thing. The creeped out girls back off and run away. Seokju sits back down, clearly disappointed. He tells Jin that if he didn't like the girls, he could have politely refused instead of acting the way he did. But Jin doesn't understand. Someone he doesn't know wanted his contact information, and he doesn't take that lightly. Then, Jin's friends and Yona show up and they end up overhearing the conversation. They want clarification about who asked for Jin's contact info. Seokju explains that it was some girls from Jinny Girls High. Jae-hyung is completely shocked and asks if they're talking about the same girls who just passed by. One of them was Chae Isul, a famous idol trainee. He's freaking out that she asked for Jin's contact info. They then inquire with Seokju if he gave her the number. Seokju says no. Yona then turns to Jin, wondering if Jin gave her his number, but Jin says he didn't. His friends are angry with him, but Yona seems relieved. The three disappointed boys leave, and Yona stays with Jin and Seokju. She asks if he's free after school tomorrow. Jin tells her he's planning to talk to the teacher and take time off for training with Team 2. Seokju quickly clarifies that there are no training sessions in the afternoon, meaning Jin is free. In this case, Jin agrees to give her some of his time. Later, Daeun joins Jae-hyung and the others, and they talk about the girls from Jinny Girls High. Daeun is equally confused when she learns that both Seokju and Jin refuse to give them their phone numbers. Cut to the girls from Jinny Girls High. Chae Isul, still clearly disappointed after being rejected, is embarrassed in front of her friends. Her friends suggest that maybe Jin was flustered because it was his first time in that situation. But Chae Isul takes it personally and isn't willing to accept how easily she was turned down. The next day, Jae-hyung and his friends walk together. Jae-hyung feels jealous of Jin's looks and wishes he could be as popular with girls. Their wish comes true when Chae Isul calls them out. The three boys are confused and look around to see if she's calling someone else. When they realize she's talking to them, they cautiously ask if she is indeed addressing them. Chae Isul admits she is. The boys can't believe it, but they gather themselves and politely ask why she's talking to them. She invites them to join her and her friends for coin karaoke. The boys are shocked and double-check if they heard right. Chae Isul smiles and confirms that she has two friends with her. The boys start losing it because this is their chance to hang out with girls. But we know the real reason she invited them. She's seen Seokju and Jin hanging out with them, and she's sure they'll follow if she invites these three. To her surprise, the boys reject her invitation. They explain that there's a serious rank promotion match they don't want to miss. Chae Isul is devastated. She can't believe she was rejected over a game. The scene transitions to SW Corp, where the director thanks Jin for his help. Jin's actions allowed SW Corp to make favorable contracts with businesses that Lewins runs, which boosted their profits. The director wants to reward Jin for this, but Jin insists there's no need. He just did his job as SW's bodyguard. The director has heard this response before, but he insists that the company has made too much profit to not give proper compensation. Jin reminds him that he's only a trainee on the bodyguard team, and the team did most of the work. He just resolved the situation in the end. If anyone deserves a reward, it's the whole team. The director reveals he's already planned a special bonus for the team, but he still wants to give Jin something personal. Jin has saved Yona and Jie as well, and even though Jin downplays his actions, the director can't ignore it anymore. But Jin still denies the offer. The director understands but reminds Jin that this money could greatly benefit his family. It's not an illegal payout, just fair compensation. The director gives Jin time to think about it and make a final decision. Later, Jin leaves. The director recalls how Jin sent a large sum of money to a town, likely the one where he lived during his mercenary days. Jin kept it a secret, but he donated nearly a few billion won for the area's reconstruction. With that amount, he must have given most of what he earned as a mercenary. Though the secretary doesn't understand why Jin would use the money he risked his life for in that way, the director reminds him that Jin isn't the type to do anything for financial gain. As Jin walks down the corridor, he runs into Jae, who's also learned that he just met with the director. She has a strong guess as to why Jin was called, so she advises him to take the opportunity, since the company made serious profits all thanks to him. But Jin reveals that he refused. Of course, his blunt response leaves Jie in shock. She questions why he would refuse something like that. She tries to argue with him, but then remembers that it's pointless. She simply tells him not to miss out on the opportunity, and that she's even willing to talk to the director again. She's utterly disappointed. How could he let such an opportunity slip? While she considers him skillful and mature, it seems like he's still a kid after all. Later we see Jin and Seokju in the training grounds, doing their usual drills. Just as they're wrapping up, their senior calls them over, saying they're heading out for dinner tonight. But no alcohol would be allowed since Seokju and Jin are still minors. Later, they all arrive at the restaurant, where Jin feels a little out of place. Jin becomes the highlight of the dinner, since it's all because of him that they've gotten huge bonuses. Everyone's throwing a party to celebrate. While they're having dinner, we see Jie outside the restaurant. She can't help but comment on how someone like Jin, who barely talks, is so popular with the guys. Later, Jin returns to his apartment, where his sister greets him and asks if he had dinner. Jin replies positively, revealing that he ate with his coworkers. He notices that their grandfather hasn't come back from work yet. Daeon explains that Grandpa had something important to do and would be late. The doorbell rings, and Daeon quickly runs to answer it, thinking it must be Grandpa. They're startled to find him bent over in pain. It looks like he hurt his back while helping a resident carry something and twisted it. The grandchildren support their elderly grandfather and get him to bed. They also make sure to place an electric heating pad over his back. Jin decides to stay with Grandpa while Daeon go take rest. Grandpa apologizes for causing them unnecessary worry. Seeing his grandfather in such pain, Jin remembers the director's words about how the money could greatly benefit his family. He starts to see how it could help them. He asks Grandpa if it's getting difficult to keep working. Grandpa doesn't beat around the bush and admits that it's hard. Jin then asks if Grandpa wants to quit the job. Grandpa says it's not bad enough for him to quit. After all, what job isn't difficult? He's just happy he can still work at his age. Grandpa is curious about why Jin is asking. He wonders if Jin is worried that if Grandpa quits, they'll have money problems. He assures Jin not to worry about money. Grandpa has worked hard and saved enough to send Jin and Daeon to college and to give Daeon money when she gets married. He also plans to take care of Jin until he moves out on his own. Besides, there's also the insurance money from his parents' death. Grandpa plans to use that after Jin and Daeon move out. Grandpa wants to raise them with the money he earned himself, so Jin doesn't need to worry about anything. A few days later, Jin meets with the director again. And once again, Jin refuses to take the money. Seeing how stubborn Jin is, the director lets out a tired sigh. He points out that his gratitude could mean great financial help for Jin's family, so there's no need to refuse it like that. The director knows how hard their grandfather is working to make ends meet. But Jin reveals that it's his grandfather's wish to take care of his grandchildren on his own. Jin wants to respect his grandfather's wishes. The director reluctantly admits that Jin has a great-grandfather. Hearing this, Jin smiles and agrees. It's the first time the director has seen Jin smile like this, and it leaves him a little bewildered. As Jin walks down the hallway, he comes across a couple who stare at him. The guy is curious about why Jin just came out of the president's room. His female companion assures him she'll find out. Later, Jie gets some shocking news. Her older brother Young-ho is here. Her escort reveals that he suddenly changed his plans and came here out of the blue. He's currently talking with the president. Jie is visibly upset to hear this. She begins to remember the deal Yona had offered her, where Yona wanted her to take care of her part of the business, as it would be more advantageous for Jie when she faces her older brother. Meanwhile, Young-ho is meeting with the director. The director is surprised to see him since he was supposed to leave for Japan. But Young-ho reveals that everything was resolved well, so he didn't feel the need to go. He figured he'd stop by since he had some time in business here. He asks the director how the new businesses are going, mentioning he's heard there were quite a few disturbances. The director reminds him that every business has its ups and downs, especially new ones, so it's expected things won't always go smoothly. Young-ho then mentions the crazy story about how Yeona and Jie had been kidnapped at one point. He questions if the bodyguards have started slacking off, and if things keep going this way, he's not sure how the business will survive. The director's secretary quickly apologizes to Young-ho, as he knows the comment was aimed at him. The director, however, points out that the issue has already been resolved, so there's no need to dwell on it. Afterwards, Young-ho leaves the director's office. His assistant reports that the person who had walked out of the director's office is a recent trainee studying under the bodyguards. But this doesn't sit well with Young-ho. How could someone like that be talking to the president alone? The assistant explains that Jin is in the same class as Yeona and Seokju, and that the company owes him a favor for helping rescue Yeona when she was kidnapped. Despite this, Young-ho is annoyed that the director put Jin in the same position as SW's bodyguards. In his eyes, Jin is nothing more than a high schooler. But his assistant points out that Jin is quite skilled. They even say he had a big part in rescuing Jie recently. Not to mention, he saved Lewins from the Bailey group during an assassination attempt, and thanks to that, SW was able to make a huge profit from negotiations with the Bailey Group. Young-ho finally admits that the guy seems skilled. His assistant then drops another interesting tidbit. Yona seems to have a crush on him. This catches Young-ho off guard, and he's clearly not thrilled to hear this. We then cut to the training ground, where the bodyguards have just finished their session. Jin and Seokju are also there ready to head out. Yona rushes in to join them because she wants to tag along to the PC cafe. She decides to wait while they change into their uniforms. But Young-ho calls her out. His voice sends a chill down Yona's spine. He greets her, and Yona looks absolutely anxious. Young-ho also sneaks a glance at Jin while Seokju greets his senior respectfully. He then throws a cold glare at Seokju and interrogates him about how he could let Yona get kidnapped when he was right next to her. Seokju had been the best candidate for his age, so SW Corp put him next to Yona. But Young-ho says the mistake is totally unacceptable. All Seokju can do is offer a heartfelt apology. Yona tries to calm her brother down, but Young-ho refuses to let this slide. He even argues that it's Yona's leniency that caused the situation. This is when the team leader steps up and takes responsibility, claiming that it wasn't Seokju's fault, but his as the team leader. He sincerely apologizes. Yona also insists her brother stop. To distract him, she invites him to have dinner with her, since it's been a while since they last met. Her big brother is more than happy to agree, and so they head off. As they leave, Seokju fills in Jin that Young-ho is Yona's cousin and Jie's older brother. He's actually in charge of SW's subsidiary overseas, so he lives there. Seokju adds that Young-ho is the person Yona fears the most. Later, we see a spread of fancy food laid out before Yona. Young-ho notices she hasn't touched any of it. To dodge this, she simply says her stomach is hurting. He then suggests she visit a doctor in this case. She needs to take care of herself properly. He then brings up the topic of Lewins. While he came for business purposes, part of his motivation was to get engaged to her. Yona is surprised her brother knows about it. Then Young-ho drops a brutal truth bomb. He was the one who actually suggested the engagement. This leaves Yona absolutely boggled. She's devastated that he made such a huge decision for her life without even asking her opinion. Young-ho reveals that he had already feared this might happen, but he never expected that Lewins would even fail to impress a woman. Yona is surprised to hear this, as it becomes clear that Lewins never mentioned that she was the one who had rejected him flatly. This makes her believe that he hid the truth intentionally. Regardless, Young-ho suggests that she should go abroad for her studies instead. While she is living there, she can look for good suitors, and he has already prepared everything. She just needs to resign herself within a month. Once again, Yona feels utterly hopeless, realizing that Young-ho has made his decision on his own. Mustering her courage, she flat out refuses to study abroad. When he asks for her reason, she simply states that she wants to stay in Korea. Her rejection feels like a sharp slap to his face, as this is the first time she has ever refused something he told her to do. He does not hold back and immediately questions whether her reason for staying is because of that bodyguard trainee. Of course, Yona looks at him in surprise. But Young-ho doesn't think there's anything surprising about it. The bodyguard she keeps around her is the same age as her, and he makes it clear that he does not want her forming relationships with anyone, as it will do nothing good for her future. There is no value Jin can provide, so she should not be falling in love with him. Yona feels absolutely anxious hearing this. This shithead talks as if he's her father, making all her life decisions for her. She questions why he cares more about his cousin than his actual sister. At that moment, Jie joins them. She tells Yona to leave, as she wants to spend some time with her brother. Yona has no reason to refuse, so she quickly gets up from her seat and lets Jie take her place. Young-ho is visibly irritated at Jie for interrupting him, but we all know how sassy Jie can be. She just throws a jab, claiming she only wants to have some tea with her brother. Her brother makes it clear that he doesn't have time for foolishness. They start throwing jabs at each other, bringing up all the business matters they are involved in. Meanwhile, Yona walks down the hallway, visibly upset. She suddenly notices Jin and Seokju outside and questions them about what they are doing here. Since they are in suits, it's clear that they are working. Later, as they escort her, Jin notices how sad and dejected she looks. We then transition to a bit earlier, where Seokju fills Jin in about the kind of relationship Yona and Young-ho share. In short, Young-ho manipulates Yona and controls her as he pleases, using her to come out on top in the competition between Jie and the others. In the present, Yona suddenly apologizes to Jin, believing that because of her, their plan to go to the PC cafe flopped. But Jin just gives her a faint smile, as if everything is fine. Then Yona gets a bright idea. Since she didn't get to eat dinner, she decides to grab some ramen and gimbap from a convenience store. Seokju reminds her that she already ate with Young-ho. She happily makes the excuse that her stomach was hurting back then, so she couldn't take even a bite. After her persistence, they end up stopping at a convenience store. Yona looks absolutely delighted to be here, while Jin also looks forward to enjoying his food. As they eat and have fun together, we see Young-ho's assistant keeping an eye on them. She immediately calls Young-ho and reports Yona's whereabouts, emphasizing how she is once again spending time with her bodyguard. Young-ho orders her to keep an even closer watch on her surroundings. This bastard is a true manipulator. He is so sinister with his plans that he refuses to let Yona slip from his grasp, no matter how hard she tries. The next day, Yona is hit with shocking news when a new entourage of bodyguards suddenly appears and announces that they will be her new escort team. One of Yona's current guards questions how they can make such a claim without following proper procedure. The leader of this new group steps up. His name is Shin Young-ho, and he directly calls out the leader of Team 3, calling him shameless for obvious reasons. He states that since Team 3 allowed Yona to be kidnapped right under their noses, they have no right to continue escorting her. Hearing this, the leader of Team 3 falls silent, as it is indeed true. However, he quickly reminds Shin that they can't just barge in without following proper protocol, but Shin confidently claims that he has already spoken with the chief secretary, so there should be no issues. He tells the leader of Team 3 to stop acting so full of himself and to leave the escorting job to the professionals. The bodyguards in his entourage are certified professionals who escort high-ranking officials worldwide. However, the leader of Team 3 makes it clear that they too are professionals. Shin seizes this opportunity to throw yet another jab, bringing up the kidnapping incident again. This silences the Team 3 leader, as he cannot deny that blunder. At that moment, Yona steps in and tells them to stop the bickering. She assures Team 3 that she will be fine and grants them permission to leave. Eventually, the leader of Team 3 has no choice but to respect her decision. She is now under this new entourage's care. Back at school, in the classroom, both Yeona's and Seokju's seats are empty. This makes Youngchan wonder if Seokju isn't coming today. Jin, however, likely knows something about their absence. We then cut back to a little earlier to get some context. Jin receives a phone call from Seokju, who breaks the bad news. Team 3 can no longer escort Yona. He promises to share the details later in person. Cutting back to the poor Team 3, they are still in shock. Escorting Yona was their only job, and now they have been stripped of that responsibility. They begin questioning their leader, asking if he's just going to let this happen. The leader silences them. While this is unfair, they cannot do anything unless they receive orders from above. Not escorting Yona is a decision they have to respect. Later, Jie also learns that Young-ho has replaced Yona's bodyguards, and she is far from thrilled. His plan is to send Yona abroad for her studies, claiming it will benefit her greatly, or at least, that's what he believes. But Jie is certain that he is doing this for his own benefit. Jie's escort also raises concerns, believing that this is bad news not just for Team 3 but for all SW bodyguards. Jie then asks what the chief bodyguard has to say about this, to which her escort reveals that he said absolutely nothing. Her escort finally understands why Young-ho had brought so many spare bodyguards with him when he arrived. He must have been planning this from the beginning. Jie then asks whether these new bodyguards are impressive. After all, she is sure that her brother wouldn't just assign anyone to protect Yona. Her escort reveals that they are from a private military company, PMC, called Iron. They are recognized worldwide for their skills and are a large organization. Young-ho formed a contract with them early on and has been hiring bodyguards from them for a long time. Jie then asks how they compare to the guards at SW Corp. Her escort responds that, considering Iron is a PMC that operates in multiple fields, SW Corp's guards don't even begin to compare. While SW Corp's guards specialize in national security, these PMC operatives are recognized on an international level. Since they handle specialized operations, they possess extensive data, intelligence, and experience, making them much faster in handling worst-case scenarios. Jie realizes that if her escort is talking about them with such high regard, they must be quite impressive. Her escort figures that the only reason Young-ho has this specialized team is because he operates overseas. But Jie believes that's not the only reason he hired these people. Since her brother doesn't trust anyone and only relies on relationships strictly outlined by contracts, exactly as they're written, he must have thought there was an enemy spy among SW's bodyguards. Jin also joins Jie, and she questions him about what he plans to do about the current situation. To which Jin simply states that he intends to follow the commands he's been instructed to follow. After this brief exchange, they part ways. While Jin heads to the PC room to play games with his friends, Yona is holed up in her room, looking dejected. Young-ho's secretary reports that Yona has canceled all plans for the day and is just sitting in her room. Young-ho doesn't give much attention to this and asks her about the important task he had assigned her. The lady claims she's completed everything. In that case, he gives her permission to leave. He then pulls out his phone and calls his business partner, informing him that Iron and SW will soon be working together. The man is glad to hear the news and says he's willing to provide any help necessary, especially since Young-ho is his important client. It seems like Young-ho is planning to expand his business to compete against Jie, and he's absolutely looking forward to crushing her. We cut to Jin, who's doing his usual pull-ups. Then his phone rings, and it's Yona. Later that night, they meet again. While Jin is inside the convenience store fetching a drink, Yona's mind flashes back to a conversation she had with Young-ho. He had given her short notice that she'd be leaving for abroad in 2 days. Even though he's supplying the basics for her, she needs to prepare. She has a lot of people to greet, so if she wants to keep up with the schedule, even a week from now would be too late. So he simply tells her to settle whatever business she has in 2 days. The poor girl can do nothing but sulk even deeper. Seeing her face, Young-ho reminds her that she now has a responsibility to carry out. Responsibility to take action that benefits the company in exchange for a life others can't have. He does not want her to make the same mistake as before. This sends a chill down her spine, but she acknowledges what he's saying. Jin arrives back with milkshakes. She apologizes for calling him so late, but he assures her that he was awake and exercising. Yona is surprised to learn that he also exercises on his own, which explains why he performs so well during training. She then remembers how they were all supposed to visit the PC cafe today. She wonders if the others are upset because she didn't show up. Jin claims that while they weren't upset, they were curious as to why she didn't come. Even Yona feels sad for missing out, as she was looking forward to showing how much better she had gotten. She confides in him, revealing her secret. Ever since Jae-hyung started berating her for being bad at the game, she started practicing at home. Since he is the only one she has told this secret to, he decides to keep it to himself. Anyhow, they spend time together, laughing and smiling. Eventually, Young-ho's secretary interrupts to remind her how late it's gotten. So Yona decides to leave. But before she goes, she reveals to Jin that she's going abroad soon, which is the only reason she called him this late at night. She doesn't have much time before leaving, so she has a lot to prepare and won't be able to go to school either. With their conversation concluded, she stands up and leaves Jin sitting there. When she arrives home, she meets Seokju, who has heard about her going abroad. But the worst part is that he won't be able to join her. Of course, this devastates Yeona. Seokju further reveals that it's Young-ho who's preventing him from going. Seokju asks her if she's okay with this. It's clear she's fed up with all this nonsense. But she can't resist, knowing how Young-ho ruins the lives of others around her if she doesn't listen to him. But Seokju is not asking for the consequences. The only thing he wants to know is if she is comfortable going abroad. Lately, she's been looking happier than ever. Like laughing a lot, talking a lot, and truly seeming happy. Yona's eyes fill with tears because, in order to protect the people who've given her this happiness, she has to go. As Seokju had guessed, Yona was truly happy, and it made her wonder if she had ever been this comfortable and content with her life before. At the same time, she doesn't want Young-ho to hurt anyone because of her. Later, we see Young-ho with the director. He's reporting to the director about his plan to send Yeona abroad to study. However, it seems the director is not happy about this at all. Anyway, as Young-ho leaves the director's office, he comes across Jin in the hallway, which causes his face to twist in mild annoyance. So he throws a jab at Jin while walking by. But we all know that verbal jabs don't faze Jin at all, so he just walks past him quietly. It seems like he had been called by the director. Since Jin had met Yeona yesterday, the director questions him about how she looked. Jin responds that she looked lonely and seemed to need a family. The director then reveals that SW is responsible for a lot of people, so he can't help but be responsible for the country's political and economic status from time to time. If something happens to SW, many people will be affected. Being the director of SW, he has to put aside personal sentiments and family relationships in order to make good judgments for the company. He fears that if he unfairly takes sides with one particular person, it could potentially cause the downfall of the entire company, affecting many people connected to SW. But even then, Jin reminds him that he is her grandfather after all. Jin recalls how when he came to this country after living in a war zone, his grandfather had cried and hugged him. Even someone like Jin, who had no memories of his parents or family, could understand the importance of having a family. Later, we cut to Young-ho's office again, where his secretary reveals that Miss Yona hasn't come out of her room in 2 days. She's not even meeting with that trainee bodyguard. This report satisfies Young-ho. He's glad she stopped meeting with him. We then cut to Yona, quietly lying in her bed, looking at her phone and reading all the texts from her friends. They're making banter, and the messages mention her, which causes her to smile a little. When she tries to respond to them and join the conversation, she falters and stops. Later, we see Young-ho with his entourage of bodyguards. He's on his way to pick up Yeona and take her to the airport. His secretary informs him that the group they're working with has suddenly requested to meet Yeona as soon as possible. He agrees to let them meet her. He believes Yeona is great bait for them, and that they can establish a foothold in their rising country while forming a blood bond with SW, which is growing on a global scale. Now he just needs to choose the best deal. Once that happens, Young-ho is sure he can shake off all the others and make SW his own. Once they finally arrive at Yeona's residence, the guards begin loading her luggage. Jin also walks in at that moment. One of the guards quickly stops him and gives him a deadly glare. Yeona raises her voice, questioning why they are stopping Jin. But the guards don't bother to answer and just tell her to get into the car. Considering the traffic on the way there, they have to leave now to avoid being late for the flight. The bastard Young-ho is waiting inside the car for her to get in and gives her a menacing glare that scares the hell out of her. That's when Jin raises his voice, questioning her about what she wants. He just wants a simple answer. His response leaves her thinking, and she begins questioning herself about what she truly wants. This is when Young-ho confronts him, asking why Jin is barging in like this and wasting their time when they're already on the clock. But Jin doesn't respond. Young-ho questions him again. Meanwhile, Jin addresses Yona once more, suggesting she shouldn't mind what others think of her. He just wants her to respond with what she wants. Pleasant memories of the time she spent with Jin flash in her mind, and she remembers the friendly chats with her other friends. Her heart swells with these memories, and since she wants to make more of them, she expresses her desire to stay. Jin acknowledges her decision. While Young-ho continues to grow agitated and orders her to get in the car immediately, he further instructs her secretary to get rid of this troublemaker. The secretary snaps her fingers, and soon, the guards move in on Jin. But Jin quickly grabs the filthy hand of the gorilla who attacked him and makes him trip over. More of the bastards charge at him, but Jin takes them down one by one. The other guards are in utter disbelief at the skills Jin is displaying. Even Young-ho's face has started to pale. Yona is also panicking at this unexpected turn of events and questions Jin about what he's trying to do. Jin assures her he's just fulfilling his duty and protecting her. But Yona doesn't want to get into trouble, because there's no way Young-ho will let it slide. Deep down, she knows how much Jin cares about his family, and she understands that Young-ho wouldn't hesitate to hurt Jin's family. Jin quickly reads her inner turmoil from the worry plastered across her face, so he reassures her that he has got it all covered. Young-ho's face is paler than an eggplant, and he reprimands Jin for acting like a rabid dog. But once again, Jin politely states that he's simply carrying out his job as Yona's bodyguard. Young-ho facepalms and orders his lackeys to take this stubborn brat out of sight. Those fools begin charging at Jin, but this is when Team 3 steps forward and stands in front of the enemy, ready to defend Jin and Yona. Young-ho finally reaches his boiling point and sternly demands that Team 3's leader explain what the hell they're doing. The leader of Team 3 simply states that they're just doing their job, and their job is to protect Yona at all costs. Since these bastards are trying to forcibly take Yona, they are there to stop them. Young-ho isn't sure if going against his seniors is the best decision. So just for the record, Young-ho makes it clear that there will be severe consequences for Team 3, and they'll be responsible for their own downfall. This direct threat shakes Yona to her core, but Team 3 remains unshaken despite the threat, ready to face whatever comes their way. This only pleases Young-ho, as he can now crush Team 3 without hesitation. But then Yona speaks up, telling her brother to stop threatening her guards. Internally she thinks, since everyone is willing to protect her from her tyrant of a brother, she also feels obliged to protect her bodyguards no matter what. She lets her brother know that these people are doing this to protect her, so why should they be getting threatened? She tells her brother that she won't let him harm her bodyguards. The entire Team 3 is deeply moved to see Yona standing up for them. Young-ho eventually relents and decides not to harm her bodyguards, but he insists that she stop wasting time, or they might miss their destination. Yona sharply responds, rebelling against his idea of going abroad. This time, however, her brother threatens her instead, triggering Yona's trauma and making her instinctively fear him. But that's when Jin steps right in front of her, shielding her from her fears. This is when Yona has her epiphany. She is done hiding and fearing this man who isn't even her real brother. So, she stands her ground, determined to break through her trauma and reject this bastard once again. She also makes it clear that she doesn't want her brother deciding her life however he pleases anymore. This enrages Young-ho, who arrogantly asks if she can take responsibility for her foolishness. Yona confidently replies that she is ready to deal with everything on her own, leaving nothing for Young-ho to worry about. This only makes him even angrier. To think that a talentless child like her dares to defy him. With that, Yona turns to leave, but the bastard keeps yelling, demanding that she comply. That's when Jie joins the scene, questioning why he's forcing Yona when she clearly refuses to go. Young-ho sharply tells her to mind her own business. In response, Jie points out that if he expects her to mind her own business, then he should do the same. He has no right to control Yona's life. Yona is not a child who can't make her own decisions. He has no say in whether she goes abroad or not. People don't even do that with their own children anymore. The two siblings keep throwing jabs at each other. Suddenly, Yona's phone rings. It's her grandfather calling. Everyone perks up at this. The old man asks her the same question Jin had asked earlier. What does she want? Yona responds without hesitation that she wants to stay. She wants to find her own path outside of management. She acknowledges that if she were to enter management without any actual experience, it would be irresponsible. That's why she wants to do something else first. Her grandfather understands her concerns and gives her permission to decide her own future. Yona wells up with tears. Meanwhile, the snake Young-ho is left bewildered, unsure of what just happened. Then he receives a call from the director, who instructs him not to interfere in Yona's life anymore. As her grandfather, he will take care of her future himself. The only thing Young-ho should worry about is his own life. Though furious, Young-ho has no choice but to concede. After shooting Yona one last glare, he gestures for his bodyguards to leave. Yona feels relieved. This is her victory against oppression. After all these years, she has finally stood up for herself and broken free from her trauma. She is ready to live the life she has always wanted. Meanwhile, we cut to the director, who looks exhausted. It seems like being a grandfather is proving to be more tiring than expected. We then switch to a disappointed Young-ho, who reports back to his business partner about the hitch in their plan, deciding to proceed more cautiously. His business partner acknowledges the situation and assures him that patience is not an issue. He is willing to cooperate however Young-ho wants. As Young-ho sits alone in his office, he reflects on how he took care of Yona when every other relative ignored her, and she only repaid him by betraying him. But what angers him even more is his own sister, Jae, who suddenly decided to butt in and ruin everything for him. Jae never got involved in Yona's affairs before. In fact, she disliked Yona, so why did she interfere now? His secretary soon provides an answer. Yona and Jae have been on fairly good terms lately. They've even seen Yona visit Jae from time to time. This makes Young-ho absolutely enraged. The idea that Yona has taken control over Jae is unbearable. In order to deal with this mess, he makes another call to his business partner, finally requesting his help. The shady businessman is more than ready to assist in any way necessary. Young-ho then lays out the details of his problem, which is his sister. The business partner acknowledges the request and prepares to proceed. After ending the call, the business partner instructs his lackey to contact the camp. The next day at school, Yona is practically brimming with excitement. She's looking forward to visiting a PC cafe after school. Seeing her unusually good mood, her friends begin to wonder what's gotten into her. Jae-hong bluntly reminds her how terrible she is at gaming. His remark makes her blush, but she remains adamant about going. Yona then notices that Jin isn't around. Seokju answers her curiosity, telling her that Jin is on bodyguard duty with Team 2. The mention of Team 2 reminds Yona of her sister, Jae. The scene then cuts to a highway, where Jae is cruising in her car with Jin and other escort guards. Jin's phone has been ringing for a while now, and Jae suggests he check who's calling. Jin refuses, saying he's on duty. Jae sighs and gives him permission to check, considering they're in a car and not in an emergency. Jin finally checks his phone. It's Daeon texting him. A smile spreads across his face, and Jae immediately takes note of it. She is sure it must be someone from his family. She then asks if he's free after work tomorrow because she wants to invite him to dinner. But Jin informs her he already has plans with his friends. That's when Jae reveals that Major Kang will also be attending the dinner. Of course, the mention of Major Kang makes Jin reconsider, and he quickly agrees. Later, we find Jin back at his apartment. He pulls out his old flip phone, inserts the battery, and dials his friend 006. 006 fills Jin in on the intel he's gathered. They already knew that the camp was receiving orders from somewhere. And considering what the men who captured 032 were looking for, it seems they were investigating the camp. Jin wonders why they would do that. 006 further reveals that the group who captured 032 assumed he had received orders from Mad Dog. 006 suspects that Mad Dog is trying to hide Jin's survival and keep it secret from the higher-ups. The camp suffered heavy casualties trying to eliminate Jin, and they reported that he had died from his injuries. As the one leading the camp, Mad Dog wanted to hide this fact. That's why they've been keeping a low profile. If they act too openly, the higher-ups might find out the truth. Jin then asks about 032's condition. 006 brings good news that he's fully healed, though he's struggling with how to live outside the camp. He warns Jin to be careful before hanging up. Jin quickly removes the battery and shuts the phone down. The next day we cut to SW Corp. Inside the facility, Jae is being escorted by Jin and her regular guards. As Jae gets into the car, a shady woman watches her from a safe distance. But when she spots Jin by Jae's side, she looks visibly shocked, as if she's seen a ghost. She quickly ducks down to avoid being seen. After seeing Jin, she has no doubt he's 001. The scene transitions to the camp, where Mad Dog's phone rings. He answers the call. The caller is 005, the same woman who had been keeping an eye on Jae. She is on a mission to assassinate Jae and calls to report her progress. She confirms that she has located the target but has yet to complete the mission. Mad Dog questions why she is calling before finishing her assignment, as it is uncommon to do so. In response, she mentions that she has information regarding Jin. However, before revealing anything, she asks Mad Dog how Jin died. Mad Dog reiterates the same story he had been doing all the time, the explosion in the building that supposedly killed Jin. But when she asks if he confirmed the corpse himself, he responds affirmatively, without hesitation. Still, her sudden line of questioning makes him wary. 005 claims she merely regrets not being the one to kill Jin herself. She recalls how 006 and 032 were recently killed in action, and how the remaining mercenaries are dwindling. When she thinks about it, she realizes that all of this traces back to 001. Her hatred for him resurfaces. Mad Dog, however, dismisses her emotions as useless distractions. He orders her to focus on the mission instead of wasting energy on revenge. Yet, internally, he is concerned. First, it was only Iron who was suspicious of Jin's death, but now others are beginning to question it as well. If left unchecked, the truth may come to light. He needs 001 eliminated as soon as possible. After ending the call, 005 reflects on her conversation with Mad Dog. His reaction to her inquiry about Jin was telling. He was flustered. It is obvious that he is hiding something, which only strengthens her suspicions. If the man she saw was indeed 001, then there is no denying that he has changed drastically. The scene transitions to JS Hotel, where Major Kang and Jin meet each other in the meetup with Jie. They exchange greetings and Kang strikes up usual banter, assuming Jin must be adapting well to SW Corp, to which Jie, who is present, confirms that not only is Jin adapting, but he is excelling. His team members have taken a liking to him. Hearing this, Kang is pleased. He remarks on how Jin has always been popular, not just among women but men as well. Jie notices that Kang seems much more lively around Jin. Previously, when it was just the two of them, he could barely hold a proper conversation. But now he appears to be a completely different person. Curious, Jie asks how they first met. Kang hesitates, caught off guard by the question. He explains that 3 years ago, in April, he was deployed overseas and received Jin's assistance. Jin, who was 16 at the time, had a calm and dependable nature due to his years of studying abroad. Through this, Jin became acquainted with Kang's squadron, and they spent time together playing games, eating, and engaging in sports. However, Jie senses that Kang is being vague, as though reciting a rehearsed explanation. Before she can press further, Kang's stomach rumbles, and he complains about the delayed food. Jie had only asked the question out of curiosity, but Kang's reaction is unusual, making her suspect that there is more to the story. She then receives a phone call and excuses herself to answer it. While she is gone, Kang turns to Jin, asking if his fabricated story was convincing. Jin assures him that it was perfect. Kang then inquires about Grandpa and Daeon, to which Jin responds positively, revealing that they are doing good. Kang then expresses his surprise that Jin is undergoing bodyguard training with SW. But now that he thinks about it, the role suits him. He asks if Jin plans to pursue this path after graduation. Jin, as expected, has not given it much thought. He is not one to stress about the future. Kang, having heard about Jin's progress from Jie, assumes that things are going well. When Jie returns, she notices the camaraderie between Kang and Jin. Seeing Kang so at ease with Jin, she smiles. She realizes how close they must be, almost like family. Perhaps she might be intruding on their moment. Later, as Jin walks alone through the streets, he senses someone suspicious in the crowd. He continues walking as if unaware, trying not to raise suspicion. However, the person following him is none other than 005. As they cross paths, she suddenly swings a dagger, aiming for his throat. Jin reacts instantly, blocking her attack and saving himself. While she missed the opportunity, she now has confirmation that this man is indeed Jin, well and alive. As soon as she calls him out with his number, realization dawns upon him. He quickly deduces that she is 005. The scene shifts to Young-ho's business partner. His subordinate informs him that the camp has sent 005 to eliminate Jie. The business partner finds it odd that they would send a numbered mercenary for such a simple task. The lackey suggests that because the camp has been struggling lately, they must be using their strongest assets to ensure mission success. The business partner comments on how the numbered mercenaries exude a sense of caution, yet from the camp's perspective, they are its most reliable weapons. By the way, the guy we are calling business partner of Young-ho is actually president of Iron. Here's a little background about the camp and its mercenaries. The numbered mercenaries were an experimental unit trained by the camp under Iron's direction. 1,000 candidates were put through years of hellish training, and only 40 survived to become active operatives. Their emergence allowed Iron to rapidly expand, as they executed numerous high-risk jobs. However, when key numbered members betrayed them, the unit suffered devastating losses, nearly leading to the camp's downfall. Since then, the camp has deployed numbered mercenaries individually and supplemented their forces with regular hires. We return to Jin and 005's confrontation. The lady scrutinizes him. He is not only alive but seemingly living a comfortable life. From this, Jin concludes that she was not sent to kill him. She was unaware of his whereabouts. This means her mission must be unrelated to him. 005 asks if Mad Dog knows that he is alive. Jin remains silent, which is all the confirmation she needs. Frustration fills her as she begins cursing Mad Dog under her breath, wondering why he would choose to hide this. Jin, on the other hand, begins analyzing her target. Since she is in Korea, her mission must be in this country. Given that she encountered him while searching for her target, her objective must be someone connected to SW Corp. Realizing she has revealed too much, 005 quickly raises her gun and fires. Jin dodges and quickly closes the distance in order to deliver an uppercut, knocking off her disguise. As she attempts to pull the trigger again, Jin disarms her. She retaliates by drawing her dagger, swinging wildly, but Jin outmaneuvers her and counters with precision. Their battle continues. They fight relentlessly for what feels like an eternity, but Jin ultimately gains the upper hand, pinning her to the ground with a dagger at her throat. Yet, even then, she manages to free herself with a swift kick. Seeing his hesitation to kill her, she sneers, wondering why he wavers now, after personally killing 26 of their comrades with his own hands. While it's true that they were all rebellious and did whatever they pleased, she still can't forget that they were comrades who endured that hellish life together. And above all, they entrusted their lives to Jin and followed him blindly. But she's frustrated that all Jin did was kill them, just because of his greed. Jin quickly denies these bold accusations. He simply subdued the comrades who followed him, acting on the camp's orders, but insists that he never killed anyone. Of course, 005 isn't ready to take his word for it, but Jin claims once again that he only subdued them, someone else killed them. They weren't in any state to fight, but they also weren't in danger of dying. He only found out much later that they had died. It looks like she's starting to believe him, but she still needs to figure out, if it wasn't Jin, then who was responsible for killing the numbered mercenaries? Though even if he didn't kill anyone, it doesn't change the fact that he betrayed everyone, and she isn't willing to forgive him for that. Jin claims that he did not intend to betray anyone. Basically, the memories of his past life had returned. In that situation, he could no longer follow the camp's orders to kill innocent civilians, so he quit. 005 chuckles at his response. There's no doubt now, his eyes are different from before, as if he's become a completely different person. From what she said, Jin realizes that Mad Dog didn't send her to capture him. Seeing him dig into her business, she's reminded of how he's just as annoying as he was before. She swiftly throws her daggers at Jin, but he dodges. Of course, those daggers were just distractions, so she could reach for her gun. And as soon as she grabs it, she starts shooting. Jin quickly hides behind a wall, saving himself. 005 takes the opportunity to vanish into thin air. Jin immediately calls Team 2 to safeguard Jie, and they arrive without wasting any time. We then cut to the PC room, where Team 3 also arrives to take Yona under their care. Next, we cut to the director. His secretary reports that they've been following Jin's warning and have dispatched bodyguards to escort SW's important figures home. Grandpa is not surprised that there are assassins lurking around. He more or less expected this after getting involved in the military industry, but he didn't think an issue like this would happen again. We then cut back to 005, who sits quietly in her room, grinding her teeth. She's furious that Mad Dog lied to them about 001. She wants to scrutinize Mad Dog right now, but she can't until she figures out his reason. Then, she remembers Jin's words. He claimed he only subdued the comrades who followed her on the camp's orders and didn't kill them. If 001 is telling the truth, then who could have killed the numbered mercenaries? Not just that, there's also the possibility that all the numbered who died during missions were actually taken out by someone. No matter what, it's a dirty situation. Suddenly her apartment's doorbell rings. Outside stands a delivery guy, except he's not a delivery guy. He's some shady guy in disguise, and they are actually 3 guys in total, ready to ambush her. Since she doesn't respond to the doorbell, one of them starts breaking the lock, and they all cautiously enter the apartment. But she's already gone. As they cautiously move around, she shoots down one of them. Then, she quickly takes out the other 2 as well. With them on the ground, she asks one of the injured men who sent them. But spotting a walkie-talkie near his face, she doesn't speak further, and silences him with a bullet. From what she can tell, these guys aren't from SW. Bodyguards from that country wouldn't blatantly use firearms like this. Later, as she walks through the streets, she suddenly realizes she's being ambushed. She quickly ducks into a nearby alley and shoots one of them down in response. Bullets start flying from the other side as well, leaving her stuck there with no way out. Just then, Jin arrives and takes down some of the shady attackers. While he clears one side, 005 makes sure to handle the enemies on the other. With the fight over, Jin and 005 come face to face once again. We then cut to Youngho's business partner. By the way, the guy we are calling our business partner is the director of this organization called Iron. His lackey reports that the team they sent earlier has lost contact. The president sighs, finding it unfortunate to have missed the opportunity to capture a numbered mercenary. After all, it's not every day they get intel on their movements. His lackey assures him that they've erased any connections, so nobody will be able to trace the attack on 005 back to them. We then cut back to Jin and 005. He asks about the people who were chasing her. She does not give any response to this query, especially since there are plenty of people who could be after her. Right now, she's more interested in knowing why he helped her. Jin doesn't answer immediately, so she changes the question. Has he regained his memories? He admits that most of them have returned. She then reveals that 032 died recently, And not just him, 006 has also been reported dead. She's angry that those brothers died so young. They were supposedly killed during a mission. But she suspects they were actually taken out by the same people now coming after her. Jin remains silent. Because he knows the truth, both 006 and 032 are still alive. She has no idea what's really going on. She notices how he does not seem to be fazed at all after hearing about his comrades' deaths. Jin tries to assure her that's not the case. But the suspicious look on his face only makes her even more wary. For a moment she begins to think that perhaps he could be the one who killed them. Her sharp reaction catches Jin off guard, and he quickly denies it. While he may not have killed them, she's absolutely certain he knows something. She keeps her question simple and asks him if they're alive. Jin remains suspiciously quiet, which leads her to believe that they are indeed alive. But she's only annoyed to realize that those idiots are trying to hide, only to be captured once again. But Jin assures her that they won't be found as long as they stay hidden. 005 isn't convinced. She knows the camp isn't leaving any betrayers alive, and things have only gotten worse since Jin left. They're trying to hunt down the traitors to make an example of them. Jin reassures her once more, pointing out that the camp is in no position to waste time investigating those two. He reveals that Mad Dog sent 006 to eliminate him, but Jin and 006 staged everything to make it look like Jin killed him. And since Mad Dog can't afford to reveal Jin's existence, he would refrain from investigating 006 as well. She then questions him about 032. Jin reveals that 032 followed 006 and found him, but they're both currently together. 005 is amused, thinking how those two bastards finally got away. She then finally drops the name of her target. It's GA. With that, she proceeds to leave. Jin asks what her next move is. She responds that she'll return back. Her position has been compromised by some people she doesn't know, so there's no way she can continue the mission. Later, she contacts Mad Dog and fills him in on how she had been ambushed by some well-trained assassins. She's not sure what to think about it. As far as she understands, only Mad Dog knew her travel route. Of course, it doesn't take the gorilla to understand what she's implying. He quickly brushes off the accusations, asking why she thinks he would want her dead. He tries to reason with her, but she shuts him down hard, making it clear she's no longer pursuing the mission. Those are her final words before she snaps her flip phone in two. We then transition back to the director's office, where Jin reports on the current situation. While the immediate threat has been neutralized, he can't make any promises for the future. The director isn't convinced and asks how Jin can be so sure of it. Normally, he'd avoid pestering him for details, but since it's his family at stake, the director can't afford to overlook it. Jin reveals that the target was GA, but he's not sure of the reason. The only thing he's certain of is that someone is trying to eliminate GA. Since Jin knows so much, the secretary deduces that Jin might have caught the assassin. In response, Jin reveals that the one who came to execute GA was one of his comrades from the past. This comrade specializes in assassinations, and when they operate solo, it's not for kidnapping or threats, it's always to eliminate the target. This leaves the director utterly terrified, and he's desperate to know where that comrade is now. Jin reveals that they gave up on the mission and left. There's no way they'd go after Director GA again. Of course, the secretary isn't convinced. They just can't take Jin's word for it. Even if Jin's comrade gave up on the mission, it's highly unlikely that no one will come after GA. Jin believes that anyone sent to assassinate GA would be easier to deal with than his comrade. And since they already failed once, the likelihood of them trying again is low. The director isn't sure what to make of it. While he knew that Jin had a strong background as a mercenary, it seems there's a lot more to his past that they don't know. Jin then reveals that his life as a mercenary only spans the 5 years before he came to Korea. The director is also curious to know what Jin's life was like before those 5 years. We then transition to Jin's past, a time when he was discovered by a camp after a plane crash a few days prior. Jin was the only lucky survivor of that crash. They brought him to the camp because they intended to give him training. Some weren't sure how a kid would endure the grueling training, since even experienced people couldn't handle it and would die off. Meanwhile, Jin is resting when an arrogant soldier grabs him by the shirt and throws him out of the camp. They plans to make him go through the hardest training possible, even if it kills him. After all, they were the ones who saved him. Otherwise, he was as good as dead if they hadn't rescued him. They assure Jin that if he's lucky enough, he might survive it. But it wasn't just the training he had to endure. There were also bullies who would beat him up and use him as a punching bag. It was 005 who saved him from those bullies and took care of him like a brother. In the present, Jin receives a phone call from Major Kang. He picks it up, and it seems Kang has learned about the recent situation. Jin confirms the rumors Kang had heard, and reveals that he wasn't able to catch the assassin, and couldn't figure out who sent them. While Jin assures Kang that they won't mobilize another assassin for the same target, he also says it will be difficult to figure out who was behind it. It seems like Kang is more worried about Jin and asks if he's okay. Jin claims that he's fine, but Kang is not quite sure. Recently, an old comrade of his came to assassinate his current employer. Kang is pretty sure that Jin wouldn't have been happy to meet his past life comrades out of everyone. Kang is ready to help Jin with anything, so he tells him not to hesitate to seek help. Jin smiles pleasantly at hearing this and expresses his gratitude to his senior. But Kang assures him that there's no need to thank him. He just warns Jin to avoid danger and never deal with anything alone. As Jin stands on the street, his sister notices him there, zoning out. She questions why he's just standing in the middle of the street. The poor guy simply stands there, with a clueless expression on his face. His sister begins scolding him, telling him to spill the beans about what's bothering him. Jin tries to calm her down, insisting that nothing's wrong. But just like Kang, she is not convinced. For a moment, she starts thinking that perhaps the cause of his stress is Yona, to which Jin responds with no. As they walk, they continue their usual back and forth, engaged in their sibling banter. We then notice 005, who has been keeping an eye on Jin from a distance. She's shocked to see that Jin knows how to smile. The scene once again shifts to the past, back when Jin was in the camp. Training had just concluded, and everyone looked like a beaten-up piñata. It was then that Jin was granted the codename 001. He was put in charge of one of the squadrons. Mad Dog then ordered his men to drag out the weakest person from the crowd. One of the soldiers threw a boy right in front of Mad Dog's feet. The boy was already pretty banged up. Mad Dog wanted to shoot the injured boy since he had not performed well. He wanted to make an example out of him to show that there were no excuses for failure. But before Mad Dog could shoot, Jin stepped in between them. Since this guy belonged to Jin's squadron, Jin would decide what to do with the failures. This bold act pissed Mad Dog off. To prevent others from rebelling against his orders, Mad Dog decided to take this opportunity to make an example out of Jin instead. He threw a dagger for Jin to grab and invited him to a duel. If Jin won, his friend would be spared. The moment Jin bent down to grab the dagger, it meant he had accepted the terms. Mad Dog wasted no time and launched a strike at Jin, injuring his shoulder. The bastard continued his relentless barrage, giving Jin no opportunity to wield a weapon for himself. That was when Jin scooped up a pile of sand and threw it straight into Mad Dog's eyes. While the bastard was dazed, Jin lunged for the dagger lodged in the ground. Jin finally managed to arm himself. Mad Dog, as his name suggested, was furious. They engaged in a brutal back-and-forth fight. Despite all of Mad Dog's efforts, Jin managed to take the upper hand. He delivered a slew of nasty cuts all over Mad Dog's body, and the final cut was right across his face. The scene then shifts to Jin, who, after dropping off his sister, runs back to meet 005. They sit down in a nearby park. She tells him how she blamed Mad Dog for the ambush on her and temporarily cuts off contact with the camp. Since she has been ambushed, she is sure they won't target or come for GA, at least not until they figure out the situation. While she has dropped her mission, that doesn't mean she suddenly likes Jin. She can't forget that he betrayed everyone and selfishly left. After he disappeared, everyone scattered. Some failed. Some died. Not many numbered mercenaries are left. While they all suffered miserable fates, Jin is out here enjoying life with his girlfriend, something she finds disgusting. The mention of a girlfriend catches Jin off guard, and he quickly corrects her, saying that the girl he was with earlier was his sister. Of course, this comes as a shock to her. She had seriously thought the cute girl he was talking to was his girlfriend. And speaking of the devil, Daeon spots her brother in the park. Along with her is their grandpa, carrying groceries. Later, 005 ends up visiting Jin's house. When a mouth-watering spread of food is placed in front of her, she is absolutely overwhelmed. Grandpa modestly apologizes if the food isn't much, but he hopes she will like it. Poor 005 just sits there in this awkward family situation, feeling completely out of place. She isn't sure if having dinner at the house of the very person she had just tried to kill is even okay. Grandpa then calls her out for not eating. If the food doesn't sit well with her, he is willing to make something else she might prefer. Eventually, she picks up the spoon and takes a bite. As she looks at Jin, her mind flashes back to the harsh days they had endured. Back then, all they had to eat was dry bread that was harder than concrete. In the present, before she knows it, she has already finished most of the food. Grandpa casually strikes up a conversation, mentioning how he has heard she was acquainted with Jin in the past. For a moment, 005 is bewildered to hear Grandpa refer to 001 as Jin. So, our boy clarifies that Jin is his real name. That comes as another shock to her, because she has never known his real name. Jin then reveals to his family that she doesn't know his name, because he had lost his memories when he met her. He recounts how, when he had first woken up after losing his memories, she was the first person he had met. She had helped him through tough times and had always been there for him, just like a real family. Hearing Jin call her family catches 005 off guard. A few hours later, when she is about to leave, Grandpa grabs her hand and sincerely expresses his gratitude for helping Jin navigate those hard times. Since she is family to Jin, that means she is family to Grandpa as well. So, he assures her that she shouldn't consider them strangers. She is free to visit whenever she wants, Once she leaves, Jin makes sure to escort her out of the apartment building. As soon as they are outside, she lands a hard kick on his back. She is annoyed at him for bringing her to his family's home. She reminds him that she is his enemy, yet he has just led his enemy straight to his family. But Jin never considers her an enemy, which is the only reason he has introduced her to them. Still, 005 doesn't want to hear all that family crap he had spouted in front of his family. Once again, Jin makes it clear that what he said isn't some nonsense, it is the plain truth. She then questions him if he really considers her part of his family. Jin admits that while he does not share blood-related bonds, every numbered mercenary has been like family to him. The fact that they have all been willing to have each other's backs in life and death situations is proof of their bond. He also hands her a flip phone, the one he uses to contact 006. He wants her to take it. In order to talk to 006, all she has to do is turn it on once a week at 9 p.m., and she will be able to speak with both 006 and 032. She takes the phone, but not without landing a hard punch on his face, which is totally uncalled for. The punch is meant to remind him that she hasn't forgiven him for betraying the camp and hiding the truth behind his actions. With that, she walks off, leaving Jin on his knees. As fate would have it, Cha and Hyung-suk have been watching. They are absolutely sweating at what they have just witnessed. They decide to pretend they haven't seen anything. After all, it has to be pretty embarrassing for Jin. It looks like these guys have brought some stuff for Daeon. The scene then shifts to the mansion of Young-ho's business partner, the president of Iron. The camp has reported that 005 has been attacked by unknown soldiers in the area where the target was, making it difficult to continue the mission. They said that it's difficult to send someone else without knowing who attacked 005. The president of Iron can tell that Young-ho is an impatient man. He then orders his lackey to contact Young-ho, because that idiot might send his own men out of desperation. He wants to make his move first before Young-ho does. His lackey reminds him that if this happens, their plan to take over SW Corp using Young-ho will become null and void. But the president isn't too concerned. He believes that this situation itself will still damage SW, so there's no harm in it for him. In fact, he plans to break SW from the inside, so this might actually work out better for him. We then cut to Young-ho, who orders his secretary to punish GA as soon as possible. She has ignored his warnings and crossed the line. Young-ho finds it ridiculous how the president of Iron first offered him help. But now they're lagging behind when they were supposed to complete their mission. He already knows that those guys think he'll be helpless without Iron backing him up. But Young-ho wants to prove them wrong. He has no intention of relying too much on Iron, as he refuses to let them push him around. He plans to dispose of his sister GA on his own and take over SW. Well, it seems the president of Iron is a smart guy. He already predicted that Young-ho would try to make his own move, and it's happening exactly as he expected. We then cut to Jin, who is with Kang. Kang has come to see Jin before he leaves for his squadron. He questions him about his former comrade. Jin replies that she went back. Hearing this, Kang feels relieved, as this means there's no longer any threat to GA. Jin assures him further, stating that his comrade would never go after Director Jai again. But Kang gets annoyed. He's not here to talk about that. He just came to see Jin before heading back. Now that he has, he decides to leave. Before he does, he asks Jin if he remembers the real reason he returned to his homeland. Well, Jin responds with yes. Kang then instructs him to keep that in mind and live his life like someone his age should. With that, he leaves. The scene then transitions to GA in her Bentley. Jin is also in the car, carrying out his escort duty. She recalls how Major Kang left this morning. Jin also knows, as he met Kang earlier. Now it makes sense to GA why Kang left so early. It was just to see Jin. She recalls how Kang stayed by her side the whole time while Jin was off duty. She's a little sad that they never get to hang out and are always confined to work. The scene flashes back to the past, where Jin had a talk with her escort guard. They discuss how GA was the target of an assassination attempt. They decide to keep this a secret from GA, as she would be in great shock if she found out she was almost assassinated. After all, an assassination attempt is different from a kidnapping or a threat. Even though the director wouldn't shirk her duties, the escort guard is sure she wouldn't be fine mentally. In the present, GA suddenly asks Jin why he isn't in school right now. Her question catches Jin off guard, and he doesn't have an immediate response. So he simply states that he just didn't feel like going. She finds his response amusing, pretty normal for someone his age. Later, the scene transitions to 006 and 032. 006 is looking at his phone, where he has GA's photo in his phone for some reason. It's finally time to contact Jin, so 032 quickly dials his number. But he's absolutely shocked when he hears 005's voice on the other end. The two guys go into an absolute frenzy, demanding to know how she got the phone. They scrutinize her, suspecting that she might have killed 001. 005 sharply responds, ordering 032 to hand the phone over to 006. Poor guy is left speechless after getting scolded like a toddler. Embarrassed, he hands it over. Once 006 takes the phone, he asks if she met Jin. She affirms, and she's glad that 006 is doing well for someone who was supposed to be dead. Since 006 called on this phone, they want her to get it back to Jin. They need to talk to him. We then transition to Jin's friends meeting up with his sister. Apparently Jin went overseas. According to his sister, he went to meet some people from his past. Yona asks how long he'll be gone. Daeon doesn't have a definite answer, so she simply says a few days. Yona sighs. Not only will she not be able to see him for a while, but he never picks up his phone either. We then transition to Jin, who has just gotten off the plane. As he exits the airport, he spots 032 and 006 waiting to pick him up. Later, at their place, 006 fills Jin in on what they've been doing. 032 has been digging into GA's background. That's when they heard something unexpected. Someone from SW was looking for an assassin. When 032 faked his identity to take the offer, he found out something shocking. The client wants the woman in the picture to be killed, and this woman is GA, of course. Jin asks 006 who the client is. 006 lays out several pictures of Young-ho's secretary. But that's not all. After digging further, 006 found the real mastermind. It's Young-ho, GA's own brother. 006 says there's no definitive proof yet that Shin Young-ho ordered the hit, but 005 is digging deeper to be sure. The woman who placed the request is staying at the hotel next door. 032 has all the data he needs and reports to 005 that their target is about to enter the room, so she better get out fast. 005 quickly pulls the cable out of the laptop, ready to leave. Meanwhile, Young-ho's secretary is also making her way to the same room. As the elevator takes her to her floor, she crosses paths with 005. But both simply walk past each other. As Jin looks at Young-ho's photos, his mind drifts to the director, who always wanted to be a proud grandfather. Later, Young-ho's secretary reports that Jin has come to meet him. Young-ho is startled. He didn't expect someone to travel from another country just to talk. He tells her to let Jin in. He is curious if Jin is here to give him some secret intel about GA. As Jin enters and takes a seat, Young-ho's phone rings. It's director and he sounds angry. Young-ho doesn't understand why the old man is upset, until director straight up exposes him for attempting to assassinate GA. Of course Young-ho is shocked. He tries to deny it, but the director makes it clear that he's not acting on mere suspicion. He orders Young-ho to halt all operations and return to Korea at once. But Young-ho is absolutely furious. He believes everything he has was earned through his own efforts, and if the director tries to take it from him, he'll resist with everything he has. If that happens, SW will fall apart, and its value will plummet. He also scoffs at whatever evidence the director has, believing it won't hold up in court. If his secret gets out, he threatens to do even more damage to the company. After spouting all that, he hangs up, making it clear he's not coming back. But as soon as he does, Jin gets a call from the director. The director tasks Jin with bringing Young-ho back, assuring him that he will arrange the mode of transport. Once the order is issued, Jin quietly stands up from his seat, making Young-ho realize that Jin had come for him all along. This realization makes him laugh like a maniac, finding it absurd that, of all people, the director chose to send a kid like Jin for this mission. Without hesitation, Young-ho orders his secretary to remove Jin from his sight. The secretary immediately calls for her men stationed in the VIP room, but there is no response. Unbeknownst to her, 005 has already taken care of them. Meanwhile, 006 and 032 have also ensured that the surveillance system has been hijacked. With each passing moment, Young-ho grows more anxious and demands an explanation from his secretary. She reluctantly informs him that no one is responding, which only makes him sweat even more. The secretary begins to feel suspicious of the situation. There is no way all communication would suddenly cut off. Trusting her instincts, she quickly raises her gun at Jin. Young-ho is bewildered by her sudden action, and demands to know why she is pointing a gun at Jin. In response, she reminds him that this is not just some simple communication issue. Everything was fine until Jin arrived, which means he has allies inside the building. At that moment, 005 enters the room. The secretary immediately shifts her aim toward her, but before she can fire, Jin and 005 move so fast that she ends up shooting at empty air. She doesn't even realize when 005 sneaks up behind her and knocks the gun from her hands. It is then that the secretary recalls crossing paths with 005 in the elevator earlier. As she is lost in thought, she is abruptly slapped across the face. She quickly regains her balance and throws a punch of her own. However, 005 easily deflects the attack and counters with an elbow smash, followed by a brutal knee strike, sending the secretary crashing to the ground like discarded trash. Seeing this, Young-ho pulls out his gun and threatens 005, making it clear that he will never return to Korea. He throws threat after threat, but no amount of words phases Jin, who continues walking toward him without hesitation. The more Jin advances, the more Young-ho panics. He watches in horror as Jin closes the distance with fearless determination. Finally, Jin leaps forward and delivers a devastating punch straight to Young-ho's face, slamming him down to the ground. Just with this much, Young-ho is left bloodied and battered. 005 then comments on the irony of their restrictions, like how they aren't allowed to use guns. Yet scumbags like Young-ho can wield them whenever they feel like it. 006 and 032 enter the scene, reporting that they have erased all traces of their presence from this building and the one next door. Jin has accomplished what he came for, and with that, he decides to head back. A few days later, Young-ho's father finds himself on his knees, begging the director for forgiveness. He blames himself, admitting that he failed to raise his children properly. However, the director remains unmoved, making it clear that Young-ho's actions have crossed too many lines to be ignored. Desperate, the father pleads with his own father, urging him to reconsider. While Young-ho is his child, so is Ji-ae, and he had already been planning to punish Young-ho. He claims he is here not to defend his son, but to take responsibility for failing to control him. The director, however, dismisses this notion, stating that no parent can truly control their child. Besides, Young-ho had left the nest a long time ago. Still, the father continues his pleas, his face drenched in crocodile tears. Deep down, though, he doesn't truly care about Ji-ae at all. Meanwhile, Jin returns from his overseas trip. His sister and grandfather are overjoyed to see him. While Yeona insists that Jin wash up first, Grandpa is more concerned about feeding him. Surrounded by his loving family, Jin can't help but compare them to the disappointed director and his scumbag grandson. It makes him appreciate just how lucky he is to have such a caring family. Later, Ji-ae meets with her father, who urges her to call off her engagement with Major Kang. She hesitates, reminding him why she got engaged in the first place. Her father, however, argues that SW Corp no longer needs the Kang family's military connections to enter the defense industry. While their military division is still in its early stages, he is confident that SW has already overcome the most difficult hurdles. Ji-ae warns that breaking off the engagement could lead to complications. Her father, however, assures her that he has already accounted for that. She narrows her eyes at him, suspecting that his sudden change of heart has something to do with Young-ho. She then questions him about the rumors circulating about her brother's sudden retirement. She finds it hard to believe that Young-ho would willingly step down from his position and demands to know what really happened. Not wanting to expose Young-ho's scheming, her father simply states that Young-ho attempted something forbidden and is now facing the consequences. Ji-ae continues to argue against breaking off the engagement, but her father grows agitated. While Young-ho may have been at fault, his absence leaves a massive gap in the company. To protect SW Corp, he believes drastic measures are necessary. With that, he leaves, promising to make the necessary preparations. As he walks away, we hear his inner thoughts, which are no less twisted and selfish. Deep down, he is actually pleased that Young-ho got taken down, since it removes a potential threat to his position. Now, with Young-ho out of the picture, all he needs to do is control Ji-ae, and no one will be able to challenge him. Meanwhile, Ji-ae is still grappling with the idea of breaking off her engagement. She recalls her time with Kang and how genuinely kind and caring he has been. Her escort guard informs her that they need to leave if they want to make their next appointment on time. Instead of responding, she orders him to discreetly find out where Young-ho is and ensure that no one else learns about it. As she speeds down the road in her car, she continues to mull over her engagement. She tries to convince herself that it is merely a business arrangement between two families, but deep down, she feels uneasy about ending it. Later, she asks Jin about Major Kang, wanting to know how he perceives him. Jin admits that he doesn't know Kang very well, but from his experience, he believes Kang is a good person. In fact, he is the one person Jin trusts the most. Ji-ae is taken aback by this statement. If someone as emotionally reserved as Jin says that about Kang, then he must truly be an exceptional person. Deciding to push her worries aside, Ji-ae impulsively declares that she is going to play hooky for the day, which of course shocks her guards. The scene shifts to a military facility, where Jin's former colleagues are surprised to see him. They are even more shocked to learn that he is now guarding Kang's girlfriend, Ji-ae. They are instantly smitten by her beauty, lamenting their own misfortunes. If even someone like Kang can land such a gorgeous girlfriend, what hope do they have? We then switch to Kang and Ji-ae spending time alone in the cafeteria. Kang is happy to see her, but wonders if there is a particular reason for her visit. She brushes it off, saying that since he visited her at work, she figured she would do the same. Kang, slightly flustered, assures her that he is completely fine with it, just a little surprised. However, he notices that something seems off about her demeanor and asks if something is bothering her. This gets Ji-ae thinking. She wonders if she made an odd expression. She knows Kang doesn't fully understand what's going on, but she senses his insecurity creeping in. He confesses that he doesn't have much money, nor can he freely use his family's land, but she must already be aware of that. Despite his humble background, he is a soldier, not a businessman. He may not be as skilled as her in many things, but no matter what happens, he promises to always be on her side, even if her family turns against her. Hearing this, Ji-ae thanks him. She then takes a deep breath and finally makes her request. She asks him to break off their engagement. Well, while the poor guy was ready to do anything she could have asked of him, he was not expecting to hear this. After that little meeting with Kang, she speeds off in her car. The tension is gripping Jai's mind. She can't seem to forget the shocked expression Kang gave upon hearing her request. But Kang was brave enough to acknowledge this, and he did not even bother to ask for the reason behind her decision, just so she is not feeling uncomfortable. He believes in her, and is sure that there must be a good reason behind it. While they are calling off their engagement, Kang decides to take the decision onto him, as he will act as the one who called out the engagement. He fears that her reputation might be jeopardized if word gets out that she is the one who canceled the engagement. So, he decides to take control of the situation, and publicly endorse that Kang brought it up first. In the present, while Jie feels relieved that the engagement is called off, she is also glad about it. She believes it's better for someone as pure-hearted as Major Kang to stay out of her messy political world. She only said it first so her father wouldn't be able to do something unnecessary to break off the engagement. Still, she doesn't want Kang to take the blame for it. She calls her father and tells him that she has officially ended the engagement. Jin is in the car with her at that moment and is shocked to hear this. Her father is annoyed that she brought it up first, because he intended to frame Kang as the one who called it off, so that they could force him to take responsibility. He's frustrated that Jie, who is in charge of such a massive conglomerate, keeps making stupid mistakes. But that's exactly why she called him, because she doesn't want Kang to take the blame. Her father questions when she told him about calling off the engagement. In response, she reveals that she's on her way back now after telling Kang in person. Hearing this, her father pretends to be concerned, acting as if it must have been so difficult for her to say it face to face. With that, he hangs up, leaving Jie thinking about how fake her father is. She can sense that something is suspicious about all of this. She quickly orders her escort guard to send Jin the files on Manager Choi right away. Then she turns to Jin and tells him something we don't hear. We transition to her furious father, who is annoyed that Jie is acting on her own again. None of these kids know how to listen to their father. He calls Manager Choi and orders him to proceed with the plan they've been preparing for a while. Manager Choi acknowledges the order, ready to execute it. We cut to Kang, who is zoning out while sitting alone. It's no surprise that his mind is still echoing with the conversation he had with Jie. His gloomy and negative vibes don't go unnoticed, and even his fellow soldiers can tell that something is wrong with him. Later we see Kang at a bar, taking shot after shot. He recalls the first time he went to a restaurant and sat alone, waiting for Jie to arrive. At first he was annoyed that his family was forcing him into an arranged marriage with a woman he didn't even know. But his mild annoyance quickly morphed into astonishment when he saw Jie for the first time. She looked absolutely stunning, and his heart was hers right away. As he chugs down more booze to drown out his gloomy thoughts, a woman sits beside him, trying to join him for a drink. But Kang makes it clear that he wants to drink alone. That's when they suddenly notice a commotion. While Kang is distracted, the sneaky woman beside him subtly drops something shady into his drink. Mission accomplished, she gets up and starts leaving the bar. But just before Kang can down the spiked drink, Jin snatches the glass from him and stops him. Kang already looks wasted, and before he loses himself completely, Jin tells him to quit drinking. Eventually, Kang agrees. He stands up unsteadily, and Jin helps him into a car, deciding to drive him personally since he's almost knocked out. We then cut back to when Jie told Jin something important that we didn't hear earlier. She revealed that Manager Choi is her father's right-hand man. Knowing her father, she is sure he will pull something shady within the next few days, and that he'll do it through Choi. So she tasks Jin with keeping an eye on him. As Jin gets Kang into the car, he notices a group of thugs staring at him. We cut back to Jie, who hears Jin's report. Manager Choi had been planning to drug Kang and frame him as a criminal. Jie immediately instructs Jin to stay by Kang's side because who knows what they'll try next. Well, judging by the fact that all those thugs are lying on the ground, beaten to a pulp, it's clear Jin is already handling things meticulously. We then cut back to Jie, who is feeling anxious after hearing the report. She expected her father to try something dirty, but she didn't think he would go this far. Her escort guard reassures her, reminding her how capable Jin is. Suddenly her phone rings. It's Major Kang. She's surprised to see him calling, especially this late. Bro is completely wasted and doesn't waste a second before loudly confessing his love for her. And after getting those exhausting words out, he collapses, leaving Jie absolutely wide-eyed and stunned. Her guard, on the other hand, feels a little awkward, having heard that confession loud and clear. We cut to her father, who looks disappointed upon learning that Manager Choi failed his mission. But Choi insists it only failed because they rushed the job. He promises that the next attempt will be successful. The scumbag father gives Choi one last chance to prove himself. After making his promise, Choi hangs up and turns toward the lackey who was supposed to handle the task. Seeing his boss angry, the lackey starts making excuses, saying he left the job to his men instead of handling it personally. But the boss isn't buying any of it. He slaps the guy hard across the face for failing the mission. He's pissed that this idiot can't even handle a simple job. Then, he roars at everyone present, furious that they all failed. We cut back to Jie's father, who is grinding his teeth in frustration, realizing there's no one he can rely on. Suddenly Jie walks into his office. She is here to ask her father about something. She wants to know when he plans on going home, considering how late it is. The father puts on his fake smile, claiming he has unfinished work to take care of. But Jie cuts straight to the point and tells him to stop with his shady tactics and just go home. The shady father fakes sadness, saying that everything he does is for the sake of his children, that calling off her engagement was just as hard on him. But Jie knows the truth. The only thing he truly cares about is his position in SW Corp. Her father drops the act, stating coldly that to run a global business, one must be ruthless. He warns her not to ruin everything just because she got attached to some military guy. That's when Jie corrects him. She isn't doing this because she's attached to Kang. She's doing it because her father's actions are actually more harmful to their business. But her father makes it clear that he isn't interested in listening. He believes Jie understands nothing. Sure, she may be great at running the business, but she doesn't have enough experience with real-life setbacks. He acknowledges that she has exceptional skills compared to others her age. And thanks to her position in SW Corp, she holds more power than most people. But in his eyes, she's still lacking. While she's speeding down the railroad to success, her father reminds her that she hasn't yet gone up against someone more powerful and influential than her. That's one of the reasons he doesn't feel compelled to listen to her orders. He offers a bit of wisdom, saying sometimes you need to go beyond just talking and show you have the ability to handle the situation. Suddenly her phone rings. It's Jin, who seems to have finished the job and obtained photos as evidence. She gives him props for the job well done. As we transition to Jin, it looks like he really crunched the numbers this time. There are literally dozens of people lying on the ground, with manager Choi totally mangled, down there too. Jie throws a sassy jab at her father, telling him manager Choi seems to have gotten a bit hurt, so he should visit him in the hospital. After all, manager Choi is one of the guys her father treasures most. Her shady father quickly catches on to what she's implying, and he grows agitated. He can tell she's really grown a lot. Well, she agrees with him on that, and further tells him not to decide anything for her. With that, she proceeds to leave. We then cut to Kang, waking up in the morning. He has no idea how he ended up at home, but recalls meeting Jin, so maybe he dropped him off there. Suddenly, his apartment bell rings. It's Jie. The first thing she notices is how Kang seems to have had a good sleep. Since her entire night flew by while working, she's a little hungry. She invites him to eat together. We then flash back without warning to Jin's past. A guy approaches him, beating the hell out of him. He continues to beat him and decides to claim ownership of all the supplies Jin has gathered. Jin retaliates with a kick of his own, and further makes sure to break the guy's arm in the process. Mad Dog watches from the sidelines, thoroughly impressed by Jin's performance. In the jungle law, where the strong devour the weak, Jin has finally started to adapt. But Mad Dog still gives Jin some valuable advice. Never let your guard down. Jin wakes up from that nightmare. The next scene takes us to school, where Jin is walking alongside his sister. Jin seems very sleep-deprived, and the heavy eye bags are a clear indication of that. Later, as Jin sits quietly in the classroom, his friends share their plans to grab street food later that day, inviting him to tag along. But once again, Jin seems restless, lost in his thoughts. His face is also glistening with sweat. Yeona quickly places her hand on his forehead to check if he's sick, but he instinctively grabs her hand with a little too much force, which is too much for someone as delicate as Yeona, and she gets hurt. He immediately releases his grip and apologizes. Yeona grows more concerned because his face is burning up. They think maybe he has a fever, so they suggest he go home early. Later, Jin is given a lot of his favorite snacks by his concerned friends, who want him to eat to help him recover faster. We then cut to SW Corp's training hall, where Jin and the others are doing their usual drills. As everyone catches their breath, they notice that Jin in particular seems to be in rough condition today. They report it to their senior. When the senior looks at Jin, he can tell something's wrong, so he grants him an early day off. But Jin insists he's fine. Time passes, and it's time for Jin to perform his guard duties. In the car, Jie reiterates the rumors she's heard about Jin being sick. But as usual, Jin claims he's fine. Jie can tell just from one glance that he's tweaking. Despite Jin's insistence, Jie personally escorts him to the SW Corp-owned hospital. There, the doctors discover that Jin has a 104-degree fever. This shocks Jie because a fever of 104 is not something to take lightly. A while later, they drop him back at his apartment. Jie sternly orders him to do nothing other than rest. With that, she speeds off, leaving Jin standing there with a pouch full of medication. When Jin enters his apartment, Grandpa and Daeon rush in, concerned, because they've heard that he's sick. But he quickly assures them that he just visited the hospital and that he'll get better as long as he takes the medicine and rests. They insist he get to bed right away. Jin then notices fruit on the dining table, and Daeon explains that Grandpa bought all that when he heard Jin was sick. His grandfather reminds him to eat a lot to recover as soon as possible. Jin eventually gets the chance to return to his room. An hour goes by, but Jin hasn't come back after changing his clothes. Worried, Daeon knocks on his door, but notices it's already unlocked. When she sneaks a glance inside, she finds her brother totally passed out on the bed. Daeon quietly shuts the door, not wanting to disturb him while he tries to get some rest. We then cut to Jin spending time with Mr. Cha at night. It seems that even Cha has caught news of Jin being sick for the past few days. Jin brushes it off, calling it just a small fever, even though he was diagnosed with a 104-degree fever. Jin says it doesn't affect him much, but Cha believes he shouldn't push himself too hard. Jin insists he's not pushing himself. If he holds on mentally, it won't affect his movements. By now, Cha is sure that getting the point across to this goofball is a hard task, so he gives up. Later, as Cha speeds through the roads with his sidekick Hyung-suk, Hyung-suk reveals that Congressman Kim still holds a grudge against them. If you don't recall, Congressman Kim is the same guy whose daughter and son used to bully Daeon. Cha isn't afraid of that guy at all. To him, it seems like Kim still hasn't learned his lesson, even after what happened to his children and getting kicked out of politics. This only proves how remarkably resilient that man is. Not only does Kim have a lot of influence and laundered money, but his wife also comes from one of the most influential families. So it's not surprising that despite all the damage Cha has managed to inflict, the worst thing that happened to Kim was stepping down from his position in Congress. Let's not forget that both Cha and Hyung-suk are now working under SW Corporation, so Congressman Kim wouldn't dare to do anything stupid against them. But even though Cha believes this, he still isn't completely sure. We then cut to Congressman Kim's house. It seems like the probation period for his kids has ended, and Kim wants them to move to America. He has already made all the necessary preparations, so he just tells them to focus on settling in. The two trash siblings acknowledge their father's orders, albeit reluctantly. Internally, that bitch is grinding her teeth, still holding a strong grudge against Daeon, convinced that she's the reason for their downfall. Their father reminds them that all they have to do is stay there for a few years and come back when things quiet down. Or, if they get used to life there, they can just stay permanently. With that, they're free to leave. Once they're gone, the trash mother starts arguing with her equally trash husband about why they have to leave the country like this. The husband reminds her that he's done everything he could, but the higher-ups are still pressuring him to take extra measures. Of course, this loud, annoying woman isn't satisfied with that answer, questioning why he's just giving up. That's when Kim responds in a cold tone, making it clear that he hasn't given up on anything. He's just biding his time, waiting for the right moment. Later we see Jin on a phone call with his sister. Since Daeon is out shopping for groceries, she asks him if there's anything specific he wants to eat. As usual, Jin gives the same response he always does, so Daeon just decides to buy whatever. After this brief exchange, she hangs up. But right after, Jin gets another call. As soon as he puts the phone to his ear, we find out that it's Kim In-bae. Jin's mind floods with past memories as he's once again reminded of everything regarding Kim and his trash kids. Kim In-bae brings up the deal they made, which he believes Jin failed to honor. But Jin quickly counters, reminding him that it was Kim who didn't keep his word. Kim instantly recalls the terms of their deal. He was supposed to send his children overseas and make sure they never went near Jin's sister again. In exchange, Jin was supposed to bury the evidence he had against him. Jin immediately reminds him that his children came right back, and his daughter even tried to attack his sister again. At this point, In-bae knows he can't just talk his way out of this, so he cuts to the chase. The damage Jin has inflicted on him is serious. His finances and image have been wrecked beyond what a student like Jin could even imagine. His children were irreversibly hurt by all of this. It doesn't sit well with In-bae that the person responsible for all this damage is still roaming around freely without any consequences. Basically, he makes a direct threat to teach Jin a lesson about how cruel the world really is. Later, we cut to Cha, who is just about to light a cigarette when he spots Grandpa walking toward him. Cha quickly scrambles to hide the weed he was about to smoke and respectfully greets the old man. Grandpa happily asks Cha if he has eaten well because he can cook extra for him. This flusters Cha, and he quickly responds that there's no need for that. After their little exchange, the old man continues on his way home, and Cha finally gets the chance to light his cigarette. But it looks like he isn't destined to smoke today. Two guys suddenly pull up on a heavy bike, heading straight for the old man. The bastard sitting behind the rider has a steel pipe in his hand, ready to bash Grandpa's head in. But before these bastards can succeed with their twisted intentions, Cha delivers a devastating blow, knocking both of them off the bike. They crash hard onto the asphalt, and their bike goes skidding across the pavement. Meanwhile, the old man, completely unaware of what just happened, is engaged in a phone call with Daeon. By the time he reaches an intersection and turns away, Cha is left standing there with two battered pieces of shit on the ground. He can tell they were aiming for Grandpa, but he still doesn't know why. That's when he gets a phone call. On the other end, Hyung-suk frantically reports that Congressman Kim has set his sights on Jin. And just like that, it all clicks. Now Cha understands why these two bikers went after the old man. We then cut to Jin, whose mind is still reeling from Inbai's threat. His attention is suddenly drawn to his ringing phone. It's Cha. Cha asks if he's in some kind of trouble. We look around and see dozens of filthy bastards surrounding him, all with one goal: to eliminate him. So yeah, Jin confirms that something's definitely going on. In response, Cha simply tells Jin to handle it and hangs up, leaving Jin dumbfounded, not sure what he expected to hear. Cha then instructs Hyung-suk to put 3 men each on Jin's grandfather and little sister. Hyung-suk doesn't think it's necessary. After all, those guys are after Jin. But that's when Cha drops the bomb. 2 guys just tried to jump Grandpa. They don't have time to waste. Hyung-suk rushes out to carry out the orders, making sure the little girl and the old man are protected. Meanwhile, Cha pulls out his phone and dials up Congressman Kim In-bae. Cha isn't in the mood for pleasantries. He cuts straight to the point and demands to know what the hell this bastard wants. Of course, In-bae feigns ignorance, pretending he doesn't know anything, so Cha gets specific. In-bae laughs it off, casually stating that he's just doing what he can to get rid of a nuisance. That pisses Cha off. He demands to know why In-bae is targeting Jin, especially when they aren't even involved. In-bae reminds him that his family is going through hell right now, and it's all because of Jin. And finally, it makes sense to Cha. So, just to set the record straight, he tells In-bae that it wasn't Jin who leaked his dirty secrets. Kim In-bae is stunned when he realizes that it was Cha. After realizing this, In-bae immediately threatens him, asking if Cha has forgotten who he's dealing with. But Cha makes it crystal clear, he doesn't give a single flying fuck. In-bae loses his shit, but Cha couldn't care less. He hangs up, not interested in hearing some pathetic bastard screaming into his ear. Hyung-suk returns after positioning 2 men outside Jin's apartment building. Cha then orders him to gather all their men. Hyung-suk quickly catches on to what his senior is planning and raises concerns. Attacking a congressman isn't a smart move. If they mess with him, there will be serious consequences. Cha doesn't care. He still owes Jin a favor, and he's going to repay it, no matter what. Hyung-suk, who was worried up until now, cracks a smile. After all, it was Jin who had helped him when he was getting tortured by Gil-soo. We cut back to Jin, who is absolutely wrecking these maggots. One hit, one guy down. The bastards can do nothing but grit their teeth. Jin, on the other hand, charges straight at them, taking them down one by one. And within minutes, the threat was neutralized. As he walks through the empty streets, he spots a shady minivan parked right outside the apartment building he lives in. Inside the van, Cha's lackeys are keeping watch over the area, making sure no one sneaks up to harm Jin's family. But since Jin has no clue who these guys are, he straight up punches through the car window, grabs one of them by the collar, and demands to know why they're lurking around. The guys inside the van panic and quickly rattle off that they're here under the command of Dusik Cha. They try to remind him that they've crossed paths before. Jin's mind flashes back to the past, and yeah, he does recognize a few of them. So, he lets go of the Baldy's collar and asks them why they're really here. Turns out these guys have no idea either. They were just told out of nowhere to keep an eye on Jin's family. Cut to Seokju, who's doing his regular night drills. His phone rings and it's Jin. As usual, Jin's calling Seokju to track someone down. And this time, that someone is ex-congressman Kim In-bae. Seokju remembers this man. He is actually the father of Heejin and Kisoo, who were the biggest bullies in school. What he doesn't get is why Jin is looking for their father. Before Jin can say anything, we cut to Cha, driving down the road with his entire entourage in multiple cars. Cha is on a call with Jin. He's already been informed that Jin met his men stationed outside the apartment. So Cha tries to reassure him, says there's been some friction with someone holding a grudge against him, and he just had his men watch over Jin's family in case things escalated. He further assures Jin there's nothing to worry about as he'll handle everything on his own. But it looks like Jin is already on his way to deal with the threat personally. After all, that motherfudger tried to go after his family. Meanwhile, Hyung-guk is thinking, sure, they might be repaying their debt to Jin, but was lying to him about the situation really necessary. After all, this whole thing happened because of Jin. Cha doesn't agree. In his eyes, it was the congressman's kids who started this mess. Cut to the congressman. A giant fat-ass, baldy bastard, greasy-ass shithead reports to Congressman about Cha gathering his men and heading their way. The congressman is surprised. Cha isn't the kind of guy to step even an inch outside his own territory. And yet, here he is, making an actual move. But the fat-ass, baldy bastard, greasy-ass shithead assures the congressman there's nothing to fear. The congressman isn't convinced. He's not about to put all his confidence in some baldy. So, in response, the baldy reminds him of his decades of experience in this dirty business. Sure, he acknowledges Dusik Cha and his men are strong, but Cha only shines in his own territory. This time, Cha is coming into his territory. And here Baldy has nothing to fear. He plans to turn this place into a graveyard for Cha and his men. Suddenly, Fatty's phone rings. He picks up, and whatever he hears completely rattles him. After the call, that initial confidence he had is gone. The caller just dropped the bad news that his guys who went after the high schooler and his family have failed miserably. Now he's starting to understand why the congressman was worried. But he quickly reassures Congressman that he'll take care of Jin personally, after dealing with Cha Dusik. The Congressman's mind suddenly drifts to the past, where Cha's words echo in his head. Cha had told him his kids messed with the wrong person, and now, it seems those words hold some serious weight. Snapping back to reality, he hopes this fat ass can actually handle things and bring back some good news this time. Cut to outside the Congressman's house, dozens of people are guarding the place. Jin has arrived, rocking a mask over his face and cap over his head. He gets a report from Seokju that Inbai is back in his hometown, living with his family in their old house. Now that Jin has confirmed he's in the right place, he makes his move. Cool as ever, he walks up quietly. The guards stationed outside glance at him, wondering if he's some delivery guy or something. Jin, on the other hand, uses his acrobatic skills to scale up the boundary wall and jumps to the other side. Inside, some of the goons spot Jin, but they don't even get a chance to react before he takes them out without a hitch. Now that the cat's out of the bag, all the men focus their attention on Jin, and the place quickly swarms with these lowlifes. Jin keeps pushing forward, determined to get inside the house. One guy with a dagger decides to block Jin's path, acting like he's about to do something smart. As expected, the bastard ends up taking a solid smash to the face. The commotion outside finally catches the attention of the congressman and his baldy bastard friend. Fatty thinks it's probably Cha outside getting his ass handed to him by his men, and it even makes the congressman crack a smile. But those unpleasant sounds don't seem to be from Cha or his lackeys. Before they know it, one of the guards outside gets thrown straight into the office, leaving the congressman's eyes wide open. Jin walks right in through the office gate like the true Sigma he is. Before we see Jin teach this arrogant bastard a lesson, the scene cuts to the congressman's family. His wife is trying to reassure the kids that their father will take revenge for the humiliation Jin has caused, so they don't need to worry. This makes Heejin happy. But little do they know, Jin isn't the one about to get taught a hard lesson. Back in the office, Fatty turns to Jin and questions his identity. The congressman quickly perks up when he notices how this intruder is familiar to Jin. It doesn't take him long to realize it's Jin, even though he's wearing a mask. Baldy suddenly turns to the congressman, wondering if this is the boy he's been afraid of. The congressman admits it's him. While the boy is hiding his face with a mask, he can clearly tell who he is. Suddenly, Jin hears more bastards about to swarm the office, so he leaps into action to finish the job he came for. Fatty quickly steps in front of the congressman to protect him. He swings his giant hand at Jin, but my guy ducks and lets that massive hand glide right over him, then promptly retaliates with a punch of his own. But that punch doesn't faze the bastard, and he throws a punch back in retaliation. After a few back-and-forth blows, they step back to catch their breath. The baldy bastard seems excited, realizing Jin is a worthy opponent. Jin, on the other hand, isn't here to impress anyone. His main target is the congressman, who's doing his best to hide behind the goon he hired. Jin leaps into action again, delivering a devastating blow to Fatty. When Fatty tries to throw another punch, it's dodged easily, and instead, he gets a crushing blow right into his ribs. The back-and-forth continues, and Fatty takes a lethal blow to the face, obliterating his nose. Jin then throws a kick at the bastard's hand. The congressman is starting to lose his shit. The fact that this Fatty, who once ruled over the area for over 10 years, can't land a single blow against a high schooler is insane. Fatty, on the other hand, is learning the hard way how skilled Jin really is. For someone who doesn't hesitate before throwing blows, he's definitely not your average high schooler. At that moment, all the goons who were guarding outside swarm the office. Fatty shouts at them for coming so late and orders them to take down the kid. But in reality, it's that kid who's taking down all these suckers. Blow after blow, punch after punch, and these shitheads are kissing the ground one by one. Fatty keeps shouting at the top of his lungs, telling his guys to kill the kid. But we all know how futile these verbal threats are. Jin continues to take them down, one by one. Meanwhile, outside the office, the other goons are standing around, waiting for their turn to get inside, since it's too crowded in there already. At that moment, the congressman's wife and kids finally show up, having heard the commotion. They make their way through the goons and peek inside the office. What they see leaves them horrified. Jin is obliterating these guys one by one, leaving everyone down for the count. The bloodied Fatty and his boss can do nothing but watch in terror. The only thing going around the congressman's head is the warning Cha had given about his kids messing with the wrong guy. Messing with Jin's family is same as killing John Wick's dog. The congressman is learning this the hard way. He's finally realizing how right Cha was. Seeing Jin take down everyone mercilessly, Heejin and Kisu are in absolute shock. Especially Kisu. While he knew Jin was a crazy bastard when it came to fighting, he didn't know he was this level of badass. Fatty is also having a hard time believing what he's witnessing, but in the end, everything happening is real, no matter how much they try to deny it. Fatty notes that Jin isn't just swinging punches around aimlessly. Every swing is precise, with no hesitation. He also notes that Jin didn't just barge inside on a whim. It was part of his plan. The office door is narrow, which helps Jin fight these guys one by one without getting overwhelmed. At this point, the fat pig decides to play dirty. He pulls out a dagger and tries to sneak up on Jin to stab him. But Jin isn't some idiot. He quickly sees through what this shithead is about to pull. As soon as the bastard lunges to stab, Jin turns the tables by stabbing him first, causing Fatty to recoil in pain. The congressman is at a complete loss, unsure of what to do. There is literally no one left capable of stopping Jin. Jin finally turns his attention to the congressman now that Fatty is out of commission. In a desperate attempt to salvage the situation, the congressman plays his last card. He tries to threaten Jin with legal repercussions, citing legislation and charges that could be pressed against him. But before Jin can even react, Fatty once again orders his men to attack. The remaining goons lunge at Jin in a last-ditch effort to take him down, only to be dismantled one by one with ease. Seeing all his men taken down, the congressman begins to recoil in fear, stumbling backward until he trips over an unconscious body and falls to the ground. Before he can scramble back up, Jin steps on his hand, pinning him in place. His wife watches in horror, utterly dumbfounded by the sight. Jin is here for one reason: to make this bastard take responsibility for his actions. But before things can escalate further, another group joins the fray, Cha and his men. For a moment, Cha is thrown off, seeing all the congressman's forces lying in ruin. As he scans the room, his eyes land on a familiar figure in the corner. A smirk crosses his face after spotting Jin there. The lack of personnel guarding the front gate now completely makes sense to Cha, as it's clear that Jin took them all down. Cha then proceeds to greet Congressman, who was laying on the ground like a beaten-up dog. The mere sight makes Cha chuckle mockingly. At that moment, Congressman's wife begins berating Cha for betraying his own people. Cha, however, pays no attention to what he considers meaningless noise. His focus remains on Jin, particularly on Jin's eyes. There's something different about them, something that tells him Jin is in no mood to show mercy tonight. Before Cha can say another word, Fatty lunges at him. But before he can reach, a steel rod smashes into his face, sending him crashing back to the ground with his face a bloody mess. Cha takes the steel rod from his lackey and, without hesitation, begins ruthlessly beating Fatty. The brutal sight is enough to make the congressman nearly soil himself. This level of violence is unusual for Cha. To provide context, we cut back to an earlier conversation. Hyung-suk had warned Cha that going against the congressman was different from their usual gang disputes. Taking action against someone like Kim In-bai meant there would be consequences, as the man was not one to let things slide easily. But Cha already knew this. That's exactly why he decided to end it personally. Back in the present, Cha continues his relentless assault on Fatty, ensuring that there's no coming back for him. After finally finishing him off, Cha lights up a cigarette, in order to take some slow drags. Jin steps forward, questioning Cha's aggressive behavior. Cha, however, brushes him off, warning him to stay out of it. Jin counters, reminding him that this was never Cha's fight to begin with. But Cha disagrees. He insists that he has always had issues with the congressman, and that this was a long time coming. The timing was simply perfect. He assures Jin that after tonight, Kim In-bai will never be able to mess with Jin or his family again. With that, Cha walks past Jin, ready to handle things his way. He crouches down to meet the congressman at eye level, but before he can lay out his terms, the congressman tries one last trick, offering Cha a lucrative deal. He promises property under a different name, an absurd amount of money, and the chance to expand Cha's territory beyond imagination. Of course, Cha isn't fooled. This isn't the first time the congressman has made empty promises. There's no reason to trust him now. Standing back up, Cha picks up that steel rod and grips it tightly, preparing to bring it down on the congressman. But before he can swing, a voice interrupts him. Chief Go Sungin, the secretary of SW Corporation's director, arrives on the scene. Both Cha and the congressman are visibly shocked by his sudden appearance. The congressman's wife, on the other hand, starts ranting, assuming he's here to save them from the delinquents raiding their home. Chief Go ignores her completely and walks straight to Jin. He addresses Jin directly, telling him that the director is aware of the situation and has assured that something like this will never happen again. For the sake of the president, he asks Jin to stop and go home. Jin does what needs to be done. He simply turns and leaves. Heejin and Kisu, left trembling like leaves, can do nothing but watch in silence, still reeling from the brutality they've just witnessed. The congressman, however, is having an even harder time comprehending the situation. Out of all people, why is Chief Go here because of this kid? Chief Go makes it clear that he is here under the direct orders of the director himself. The director is the one pulling the strings now. That realization sends an even bigger shockwave through the congressman than anything else tonight. Later, on his way home, Jin gets a call from Cha. Cha asks if Jin has made it home safely. When Jin confirms he's just arrived outside his building, Cha breathes a sigh of relief. He then reveals that the ex-congressman, Kim In-bai, and his family are done for. All their illegal activities have been reported to the police. The involvement of SW Corporation only made things worse for them. As for the countless bodies scattered across the battlefield tonight, they've all been taken care of. There's nothing left to worry about. Jin thanks Cha, though Cha isn't sure why he's receiving gratitude when Jin and SW Corporation handled most of it. But Jin can't forget how Cha stepped in and took the fall just to protect him and his family. Cha then suggests they grab some ramen together. Unsurprisingly, Jin agrees. Just as he hangs up, Jin notices a familiar figure standing outside the apartment building. His grandfather. Calling out to him, Jin asks why he's out so late. His grandfather simply smiles, saying he wanted to get some fresh air and that he was worried about Jin. He apologizes for being overprotective and pushy. He never means to be, but as a grandfather, he can't help but worry. Initially, he thought it would be a bother to contact Jin, but now, standing here under the night sky, he's simply relieved to see his grandson safe. It hasn't been long since Jin returned, and as a grandfather, he can't help but worry over and over. However, he promises Jin that he will try to be better about it moving forward. Once inside the apartment, however, Jin finds himself at the receiving end of Daeon's frustration as well. She and Grandpa had been worried sick about him. We then cut to SW Corp, where we see GA in the office, sitting in the same room as Yona, who's seemingly watching gaming videos in order to improve her own skills. The way Yona is so focused on the game even causes GA to get a little irritated and disapprove of her actions, especially since they aren't in a gaming center. Poor Yona is caught off guard, and quickly explains that she just came here to see her cousin. GA, however, is not convinced by this at all. But Yona insists once again. GA questions her again, asking if she's really sure about that. Yona admits that she came to see her cousin. But by the looks of Yona's face, we can tell that there's more to it than that. Meanwhile, outside the door, Jin and Seokju are doing their duty. Inside, while Yona tried her best to keep the real reason of her visit a secret, but GA figures it out. So she reminds Yona that Jin is almost done with his shift, so he is free to go. With a smile on her face, she proceeds to exit, and GA can't help but take note of it. Later, as Yona and Jin travel locally by bus, her guards swarm the bus like pests, making the general public feel uncomfortable. Yona recalls that this is her first time riding the bus with Jin. Jin reminds her that it's because it's hard to escort a VIP on the bus. Hearing this, Yona decides she'll use the subway more often instead. But Jin quickly reminds her that the subway is even more dangerous. Hearing this, Yona seems genuinely happy that he cares about her so much. But we all know that Jin's concern is more about his duty to protect her than anything else. We then cut to the camp, where soldiers are stationed outside while 005 makes her way through them. She notes how, just as the rumors suggested, there are fewer soldiers than usual. This makes her wonder if something has really happened internally. As she walks, she remembers the time she spent at Jin's house, and the moment he called her family. Suddenly, a guard steps into her path. She punches the guy out of her way and heads straight for Mad Dog's office. As she scans the room, she spots 004, and shockingly enough, 002 is also there. 005 doesn't seem thrilled to see him, but 002 greets her warmly. When she asks why he's here, he says he's there for the same reason as her. He's figured out that 001 is still alive, and he is sure that 005 knows this too. Of course, she feigns ignorance and rhetorically asks if he's actually alive. 002 asks her if she doesn't already know. Naturally, she denies knowing anything about Jin. Then 004 speaks up. He claims that he's met Jin himself. In fact, he even fought him. Although Jin was hiding his face, 004 is certain that the person he fought was 001. There's no way he wouldn't recognize how 001 fights. Internally, 005 is relieved that 004 didn't see Jin's face. She plays along and sternly questions Mad Dog, asking if his claims about Jin being dead are false. Mad Dog finds himself in a tough spot. While he admits that 001 is dead, his face betrays him. Not to mention, his response only serves to make 004 angry beyond belief. It's as if Mad Dog is trying to deny what 004 literally witnessed with his own eyes. 002 silences their bickering and asks Mad Dog if he's certain about 001's supposed death. Mad Dog reluctantly says yes again. Mad Dog is clearly losing his composure under 002's scrutiny. Meanwhile, 005 can tell that Mad Dog is definitely trying to hide the truth from 002. Then 002 turns to 005 and asks if she believes that 001 is still alive. In response, she makes it clear that even if he is alive, he should already be put to death. After all, that's the only way he can repay them for his betrayal. 002 is thoroughly pleased with her response. Suddenly, the office door bursts open and soldiers pour in, quickly standing in double file. Enter Randolph, another big shot who's heard that the rumored numbered mercenaries are here, so he came to say hello. Mad Dog is not thrilled to see him. Randolph simply states that he's just here to talk a little, but Mad Dog insists he leave. Randolph gives him a sassy look and reminds him that this attitude is why people are starting to have complaints. He points out how Mad Dog treats the numbered mercenaries he raised in the camp so differently. Randolph wants Mad Dog to play fair. People like him are working their asses off right now, but their hard work is constantly overshadowed by the numbered mercenaries. He wants to know what's so special about these numbered mercenaries, who not only get fat paychecks, but are also treated very well. Besides, Randolph believes that Mad Dog doesn't have the cunning to utilize these numbered mercenaries to their full potential. Finally, Mad Dog snaps and orders Randolph to leave. Randolph gets up but then pulls out his gun, placing the barrel right over 002's head. He warns 002 to never come back to the camp again, as the camp doesn't need people like him anymore. Instead of feeling threatened, 002 simply cracks a smile. This causes Randolph to feel humiliated. Before the old man can move, 002 moves with godly speed, snatching the gun from his hand and directly aiming it at the old man's hollow skull. Without a second thought, he pulls the trigger, killing him instantly. Mad Dog tenses up at the sight. The soldiers who came with Randolph prepare to shoot back, but before they can do anything, 004 takes them all down in an instant. The soldiers stationed outside quickly rush toward the office after hearing the gunshots, but they're immediately drilled with bullets and fall to the ground. 002 quickly asks Mad Dog if he wants the others killed as well. Of course, Mad Dog quickly says no, and tells his soldiers to stay stationed outside, assuring them there's nothing to worry about. With that, 002 makes his way out along with 004. We then cut back to Jin, who's doing push-ups when his flip phone starts ringing. It's 006, reporting to Jin that 002 has found out he's alive. The reason 002 found out is because of the encounter Jin had with 004. But still, they're not 100% sure if Jin is alive because they didn't see his entire face. This doesn't mean that both 002 and 004 will sit idle. 006 believes it's his fault since he was the one who invited Jin for the rescue mission where they encountered 004. But Jin thinks there's no need for apologies, as this was bound to happen. 006 then decides to end the call and contact later if something comes up. Meanwhile, poor 032 is sulking in the corner, believing that Jin is about to be in trouble because of him. There are chances that after 002 meets Jin, he might understand and come to friendly terms like 005. While there's no doubt that 002 is a crazy guy, he always adhered to Jin's orders. But 006 isn't sure it would be that easy, because 002 was the most devastated upon learning about Jin's betrayal. He went insane after finding out about the betrayal and killed camp agents out of anger. What's more concerning is that 002 is the one who taught a lot of things to Jin, and Jin's current skills are particularly derived from 002's. But in the end, the current 001 ended up taking the title of number 001 and became the leader of the numbered mercenaries. There was uproar among the numbered mercenaries, as most of the guys who followed 002 didn't want Jin to be their leader. They had issues with the fact that they had to accept 001 as their leader instead of 002. But since 002 accepted 001 as the leader without causing any big problems, the others had to concede as well. This is the only reason 002 harbors strong feelings of betrayal against 001 compared to anyone else. Hearing all this only makes 032 even more worried, as he believes it's his fault that 001 got exposed. Recently, 001 looked like he was doing really well, and it's likely because he's been living with his family, but to think that his life is about to go to hell is causing a lot of sorrow to 032. 006 tells him to snap out of it, as sulking in the quiet corner won't make things better. It was bound to happen, and even Jin was aware of this fact. We then cut to SW training grounds, where Jin just got punched by his opponent during training. Everyone is in absolute awe to see Jin getting punched. Even the guy who threw that punch is in utter disbelief that this actually happened. The team coach scolds Jin for his absent-mindedness during the entire training session. No matter how skilled Jin is, no matter how perfectly he carries out his missions, one mistake could cause him to lose sight of his objectives, which can ultimately get him killed. He instructs Jin to go and take some rest for today, as there's no point in training while he's like this. As Jin begins heading out, Sukju asks him if there's something bothering him, but Jin says it's nothing and walks his own way. As Jin sits in the locker room, his mind is stuck repeating the recent news he heard about 002 beginning to have suspicions that he's alive. His mind flashes back to the time he used to have brutal training with 006. It was a total brutal blood mess in the name of a fight. While Jin is a good fighter, 002 was even better than him. Jin recalls how 002 actually acknowledged him as a good fighter. But this is the kind of madness the camp needs, and the only way to survive here. We then cut to 005 meeting 006. First of all, 005 makes sure to apologize to her for calling her out of the blue, and then asks her the whereabouts of 002 and 004. Before omitting any details, she questions him about why he wants to know, to which he claims that he intends to repay his debt to 001. The only thing 005 can figure out from what he said is that he wants to eliminate 002 and 004. 006 confirms this. After all, 001 is finally living the life a normal human should, and he doesn't want to disturb the tranquility he has gotten in his life. 005 then eventually decides to reveal everything she knows, though she warns him that it's going to be too dangerous for him to go alone after them. But this is precisely why 006 believes that he is the best candidate to eliminate them, because those guys think that 006 is dead. Later we see 005 in her room. She seems to be regretting helping 006 with this, because she still believes it's too dangerous, and it's not something he should risk exposing himself for. But 006 persists because he can't let the life Jin finally found be ruined. This also reminds 005 of the moment she shared with Jin and his family. Suddenly her doorbell rings, snapping her out of her thoughts. She grabs her pew-pew, cautiously walks to the front door, and peeks through the peephole. On the other side of the door stands 002, here for a little chit-chat. Later, as 002 takes a seat, 005 tells him to cut the bullshit, say whatever he came to say, and fuck off. 002 claims he heard something interesting and figured she'd want to know too. But 005 isn't sure they're close enough to be swapping interesting stories. That's when 002 drops the bomb that 006 is also alive. Of course, her eyes widen at the revelation, while 002 finds it amusing. First it was 005, and now, turns out 006's death was just another false rumor. Cut to 006, now going up against 004 and his crew. He's on the losing side. 04 has more manpower. Injured, 006 hides behind a pillar, trying to catch his breath. But then, a jacked-up dude lunges at him, wrapping him up in a crushing grip. 006 reacts fast, delivering a brutal smash to the bastard's face before finally maneuvering himself out of the hold. The gorilla turns out to be another numbered mercenary, 008 if I has to be specific. And that just doesn't make sense to 006. Why the hell is 008 working with 004? Cut back to the past. 002 is standing over a battered and bruised Jin, humiliating him for his pathetic fighting skills. Jin, despite barely being able to stand, lunges at him like a man on a mission. But all it earns him is another merciless beating. Jin suddenly jolts awake from the dream. It's almost morning. He steps out of his room and runs into his grandpa. Seeing Jin awake, his grandpa assumes he must have been making too much noise. But Jin quickly reassures him. Since grandpa is heading out for work, Jin offers to walk with him to the bus station. Grandpa wonders if Jin doesn't want to sleep a little longer, but Jin tells him he doesn't feel the need. With that, they walk together down the road. As they walk, Grandpa suddenly speaks up. Lately, Jin seems lost in thought. He asks if there is something bothering him. Jin is caught off guard. He wasn't expecting the old man to notice. He asks how Grandpa figured it out. Grandpa just chuckles upon hearing this. He's Grandpa after all. He can tell just by looking at Jin. And he's not the only one. Even Daeun seems worried, as they can all tell something's off. Jin flashes back to the past again. People always used to say Jin was unreadable, emotionless. But they also thought that was an advantage in this line of work. Some even questioned whether 005 had emotions at all. Yet his family can sense when something's wrong. Grandpa goes on to say that they haven't pushed him to talk because they know he must have his reasons hiding his worries. But if he ever needs help, Grandpa is always willing to listen. Jin cracks a faint smile, which is not some day-to-day occurrence. And for once, he makes a promise that if necessary, he'll ask for help. We cut to 005 having a little conversation with 002, who barged in out of nowhere. She's trying to figure out why he's so interested in 006. After all, his main target had always been 001, so it made no sense for him to get interested in 006 all of a sudden. But the guy claims it's all interconnected, and he's damn sure 006 is also tied to 001 still being alive. Just after confirming 001's status from Mad Dog, 006 conveniently exposed his own location, even though he was supposed to be dead. Internally, the girl is disappointed that 006 failed to hide his location. That bastard, on the other hand, finds it amusing. It's just too convenient that 006 revealed himself right after they confirmed 001 is alive. These turns of events just confirms to him that our boy is definitely alive. Even so, 005 doesn't understand why this dead-eyed freak is interrogating her, or why he even bothered telling her all this. Well, he knows damn well how close she used to be with both 001 and 006, so maybe he thinks she deserves to know they're alive. But we know the truth. This black snake is just manipulating her, trying to get a reaction out of her just to confirm 001's existence. She then recalls how this snake was just as devoted to 001 back then, devoted enough to kill anyone who accused 001 of betrayal. They lock into a tense stare-down, and eventually the bastard rises from his seat, ready to leave. After dancing around the real question, he finally cuts the crap and directly asks her if she knows 001 was alive all this time. Of course, she denies it without letting so much as a twitch show on her face. But this bastard is a gaslighting pro with a PhD in manipulation and reading people. So he simplifies the question, demanding she reveal 001's location. The woman knows reasoning with this lunatic won't get her anywhere, so she pulls a Glock from her back, making it clear he's not getting a damn thing out of her. Then he drops a subtle threat he's holding 006 hostage. That catches her off guard, giving the bastard the perfect moment to knock the gun out of her hands. She hits the ground but quickly scrambles back to her feet. Then comes an impromptu strike, but she blocks it with her bare hands. He keeps pressing, hammering her with relentless blows. She finally tries to counter, but he outmaneuvers her and twists her arm, locking her in place. But she's no weakling. She breaks free, puts some distance between them. The bastard takes a second to appreciate her fighting skills, though not impressive enough to scare him, but enough to amuse him. He decides to put a pin in the fight and save it for another day. The woman is seriously annoyed by how full of himself this bastard is. Before she can spit out her next words, she realizes she's been locked onto by a sniper. And yeah, the sniper's clearly working with this psycho, helping him terrorize a woman. It's his not-so-subtle way of saying, give up 001's location, or suffer the consequences. Cut to a new scene where this musclehead goes toe-to-toe with 006. Despite his battered, bloody face, he's wearing a smug grin just to mess with his opponent. That opponent already looks like he's at his wit's end. 004 is there too, watching the fight from the sidelines, clearly impressed by 006's skills. But it's a pity he can't gain any ground against that bulky guy, whose code name is 008 by the way. 006 snaps back with some sass of his own, calling out how 004's letting his lackey fight while he avoids a real battle, probably scared of what might happen if he goes all in. That jab gets under 004's skin, and tries to threaten his opponent with his life. Of course, 006 isn't scared one bit. He pushes even further with sharper jabs, calling out the cold truth that 004 has no identity of his own, just a loyal dog for 002. That's it! 006 expertly riles this guy up with his masterful manipulation. The bastard is ready to spill his fellow's blood with his dagger. He delivers a fatal wound to the poor guy, driving home the point that their strength is worlds apart. The scene then cuts to 032, who is freaking out due to his friend's absence. To add to his distress, he notices that someone is heading toward his room. Turns out it's Jin, much to his bewilderment. Later, they both sit down, and it looks like Jin is here to check on his friends because they haven't answered his calls. Seeing 006 is absent from the apartment, he naturally inquires about it, only to get an awkward response from 032. Jin grows weary and demands full details on what the hell is going on. He's been trying to contact 006, but hasn't heard from him since 002 showed up. And judging by the kind of expression this anxious guy is wearing, it's clear something is wrong. 032 admits he can't reach 006 either. It's been about 3 days. They were supposed to leave this place yesterday, but his friend's absence is worrying him. Suddenly 032's phone rings. He answers with lightning speed, hoping it's their friend. But it's 005 on the line, breaking the terrible news that his friend has been captured by 002. The scene promptly cuts to an abandoned warehouse where 006 is being held. In front of him sits that bastard 002, ready to interrogate and extract every bit of information he wants. 006 just keeps yapping nonsense, giving nothing worth listening to. His pointless chatter earns him a punch to the face, intended to shut him up for good. But this guy is a tough nut, continuing to babble on, much to 004's annoyance. Then 002 takes control of the conversation, pointing out the dumbest mistake 006 made, revealing his identity right after faking his death. He also knows the only reason this dude even bothered exposing his identity was because of our boy. Of course our blonde and beardless Keanu Reeves feigns ignorance, wondering why they're suddenly talking about a dead man. The bastard finds it quite adorable how loyal he is to our boy for no obvious reason. 004 then wonders what they'll do with this shithead who refuses to talk. Even though there's a rule prohibiting numbered mercenaries from killing one another, he feels someone like 006 should be exempt, especially since he tricked everyone by pretending to be dead. But the boss disagrees, deciding against it because 006 is the perfect bait to lure 001 out of hiding. If he's really alive, he must come to rescue his fellow instead of abandoning him to die. Sure enough, our boy and 005 are already on the move. Though 005 isn't sure if this is a good idea, sensing they're walking right into the enemy's trap. 002 knows full well that Jin will come to save his friend. Even 032 shares her concerns, certain that their captured friend wouldn't want this outcome either. What that poor guy did was just his way of repaying his debt to Jin, and he was fully aware he might lose his life if he failed. But if Jin ends up risking his own life in this rescue, 006 would never forgive himself. So 005 once again suggests turning back before it's too late. Jin weighs his options and understands what he must do. After putting his gun down, he decides to walk up to 002 and surrender himself. Of course, his comrades are shocked by this sudden decision. Inside the warehouse, it seems their wait finally ends as Jin calmly walks in through the front gate, fearless. This shocks everyone, especially Keanu Reeves, who had been holding his own all this time. As for 002, he's amused after finally confirming his suspicions that Jin is indeed alive. He can tell Jin has grown since they last met, but his cold, indifferent expression remains the same. Jin keeps his no-nonsense attitude and makes it clear he's here to rescue his fellow. He doesn't like that they involved 006 in this mess unnecessarily. If they had issues with him, they could have simply asked. He would have done his best to accommodate. 004's short temper flares again and he pulls his Glock on an unarmed man. As expected, 002 tells his dog to stand down, saying he intends to handle things himself. Walking toward Jin, he expresses excitement at seeing him alive. After all, he had always wanted to kill this brat with his own hands. As they stand face to face, locked in a fierce stare, the fight breaks out instantly. They exchange blows so fast the onlookers are amazed 001 hasn't lost an ounce of his spark. Jin doesn't hold back, fully aware of whom he's dealing with. He manages to bruise his senior's cheek, only to have his own cheek smashed in return. After this intense exchange, they put some distance between themselves again. This spar reminds 002 of the old days, though he'd rather not remember. It's not like they shared a past of friendship and roses, but it's an undeniable truth they went through hell together. So they had an unspoken rule not to betray each other, no matter the cost. But out of everyone, it had to be Jin who broke that rule and betrayed them all. He, as the leader, is the lowest of the low, or at least that's what 002 believes. To avenge everyone, 002 lunges at Jin once more, and their back-and-forth battle continues. As they go all out, my guy overpowers this bastard with a solid strike to his damn face. Then he follows up with a knee smash, knocking his opponent to the ground. This sheer display of strength and skill leaves everyone with their jaws hanging. 002 quickly gets back on his knees before it gets too humiliating. 004 is struggling to digest the fact that Jin is just as much of a Chad as he used to be. Even the Black Snake can tell our boy hasn't been a couch potato these past 5 years. He pulls out his dagger from its sheath, ready to take this fight to a whole new level. With that, they go all out again, striking and dodging blows left and right. But once again, Jin overpowers him by giving nasty cuts to his hands, then slicing him with a bunch of nasty cuts all over his body. He continues to spill the bastard's blood while 004 can only watch helplessly as his senior gets absolutely decimated. The aura Jin is exuding is something only earned from farming countless real battles. And that's exactly what's bugging 004. The fact that Jin has gotten way stronger than before. Even the masked random NPC is blown away, suddenly remembering a mercenary named Jin who worked with the military. His fellows are shocked by the revelation, and 004 wants confirmation. He's struggling to believe that the mercenary they once saw was actually 001 in disguise. The masked guy isn't 100% sure, having only caught a brief glimpse, but the vibe that mercenary gave off is exactly how Jin is fighting now. Everything clicks for 002. By now, he's starting to think Jin became a private mercenary after betraying his comrades. Jin then reveals how his memories came flooding back, shocking everyone present. Suddenly, a guy reports via transmission that 005 and 032 are heading their way. Sure enough, they both barge in, worried sick and shouting that enemies are approaching. As usual, the low IQ, short-tempered 004 shows aggression and doesn't pick up on the hints. But soon, their lackey reports armed soldiers surrounding the place and closing in. At least 50 soldiers confirmed so far. They're only 300 meters away from infiltrating the area. 004 and his lackey quickly open cases filled with firearms, preparing to start the action. Jin arms himself with a rifle, as do the big musclehead and the others. Looks like it's finally time for these numbered mercenaries to unite and fight a common enemy. Behind it all is Mad Dog, who orders his soldiers to wipe every single one of them out, as if they never existed. For once, the numbered mercenaries forget their rivalries and stand together against the shared threat. Jin even steps up as their leader, giving orders just like in the old days. Everyone moves at his gesture. 005 monitors the area, keeping an eye on enemy positions. The enemy closes in, but it's still not time to strike. So everyone stays on standby, waiting for the perfect moment. As soon as the enemies come into sight, they strategically open fire, taking down groups of soldiers like they're nothing but flies. Every one of them goes full ballistic on the trigger, overwhelming the soldiers and giving them no chance to fight back. Time ticks by as they drop soldiers left and right, piling bodies like rats being hunted. The leader of those soldiers is 016, and 032 has already located him. Now that the enemy is neutralized, 001 and his team make their way in, throwing a clear threat at Jin that they will take revenge for his betrayal. We cut to Mad Dog, who grits his teeth after hearing the battle report. He can't believe even that massive force failed to subdue these few numbered mercenaries. The next scene brings us back to our crew. Injured 006 lies on the bed, feeling indebted to Jin once again for saving his ass. But Jin insists he didn't do anything extraordinary, he just did what was necessary. Long story short, everyone made it out alive, and that's what matters most right now. Back home, the threat from 002 still lingering in his mind until his sister walks in. She's sure he must have had fun with his friends, and Jin responds affirmatively. She's really glad he got to see them after so long. Jin, meanwhile, stares at her with his classic expressionless face, making the adorable girl feel awkward, but he quickly smiles back to put her at ease. The next day, Jin sits with his friend Yongchan. Yongchan talks about how Jin and Seokju are both going to be full-fledged SW bodyguards, and for once, he feels jealous of his friends. He feels jealous not because he wants to be a bodyguard, but because they have clear goals. Yona and the others arrive, asking Yongchan if he still plans to go tutoring today. The poor guy doesn't look too pleased before affirming her assumption, and leaves promptly. His friends can tell that life isn't going easy for this fella. Lately, he had been studying his ass off just to make up for his falling grades. Yona particularly feels sad that he is leaving. Seokju also points out the anxiety that's always clouding Yongchan's mind. Meanwhile, Jin seems clueless about why that's the case, especially after the little talk he had with Yongchan about having a clear goal. Yona, on the other hand, is really looking forward to Jin tagging along with them. But to her disappointment, he refuses the invitation since he has plans to visit his grandfather at his workplace. A little later, Jin can be seen heading out with his sister Dayun on their way to see their grandpa. She's chatting about his friends, wondering if they're all doing okay and what they plan to do in the future. Jin tells her about his blondie friend Hyuk-jin, who's set to inherit his father's company, while Jae-young still hasn't decided what he wants to do, so he's taking his time to figure things out. Dayun isn't too surprised that Jae-young isn't too serious about his future, given his laid-back personality, but she's pretty shocked to find out that his grandpa actually owns a freaking automotive company, making Jae-young a third-generation conglomerate heir. He's the youngest son in a big conglomerate family. Of course, poor Dayun is having a hard time accepting this, especially since Jae-young always wore cheap uniforms and tracksuits. Jin then takes control of the conversation by asking what her plans are for the future. Well, she wants to get a job as soon as she graduates, but hasn't decided what field to go into yet. One thing's for sure, she wants a job that pays well. She wants Grandpa to retire since he's been working his old ass off for them ever since she can remember. She even tried talking to Grandpa about it once, but he just scolded her. He doesn't want to see her working just to earn money instead of doing what she really wants. That was the moment she saw Grandpa get really angry at her. So now she's not even sure if she'll get a job at all. That's when Jin tells her to follow what she truly wants, and that she has plenty of time to figure things out. After all, being the big brother, he's ready to help them get through anything. Dayun's happy to hear that and smiles back. Just then, they spot their grandpa in the distance, and the adorable girl rushes over to him. A while later, they get ready to leave. As Grandpa waves his grandkids off, his coworker notices the little moment and can tell he's raised them well, especially since Gen Z usually doesn't take boomers seriously. Though he's lived a long life raising his grandkids, the coworker believes Grandpa will eventually have to let them fly and do their own thing. So he wants Grandpa to be ready for the day his grandkids grow up and leave to chase their own dreams. Later that night, after a tiring shift, Grandpa is heading home, thinking about what Mr. Choi said. Unlike other boomer parents, Grandpa accepts that someday he'll have to say goodbye, especially now that Dayun is about to turn 18. But he's not worried. He's just grateful for the little time he still has with his kids. When he gets home, Jin greets him. After they say hello, Grandpa expresses a desire to learn about Jin's dreams and what he wants to do with his life. Jin doesn't hesitate to explain his plans. He basically wants to keep living just like he is now. No matter what happens, his dream is to live with his family, just like he is now. The scene then shifts to Mad Dog's operation base. Everything is covered in smoke, with dead soldiers scattered everywhere. The one responsible for the chaos is 002 and his crew. Turns out, Mad Dog managed to escape death, which 002 didn't like one bit. The scene switches to a big shot who's just heard that Mad Dog's camp was wiped out by the numbered mercenaries. Everyone was killed except Mad Dog, who fled. The reason behind the numbered mercenaries' attack? Mad Dog was trying to wipe them out first. Now his plan has backfired badly. The big shot finds it annoying that the pets Mad Dog raised are now trying to turn on him. He suggests spreading this info among everyone who hates Mad Dog. His assistant admits he already did, much to the big shot's amusement. The big shot then suggests his lackey to ignore Mad Dog's presence completely. They don't want him messing up their current mission. By the way, if you don't recall, he is the mastermind running Forest. The scene then cuts to Mad Dog himself, shooting down enemies left and right. With one magazine emptied, he loads another, while some guy tries to ambush him. Mad Dog quickly leaps at the attacker and delivers a devastating punch. Then he shoots the guy in the head, shutting down his operating system completely. Looks like he handled the immediate threat, but he's clearly not in great shape to keep fighting. Right now he feels pathetic, running around like a dog just to stay alive. He fully blames 001 for his miserable situation. It's 001's betrayal that triggered this whole mess. A while later, we cut to Jin doing his usual push-up routine. His phone buzzes, interrupting his session. It's a message from Yeona, saying she wants to meet him at the convenience store right in front of his apartment. Well, Jin has no reason to say no, so he ends up going there that evening. As usual, Seokju and the other guards are around to make sure Yeona stays safe. When Jin gets closer, Yeona immediately starts apologizing for calling so late. She's already bought a bunch of Jin's favorite snacks. While helping himself to some treats, Jin gets curious and asks why she called. Yona doesn't have any particular reason, she just wanted to see him a little, and, well, we all know why. She just wants to get clapped by an aura farmer like our boy. Hell, even Seokju understands that she is in heat. She brings up how everyone's been stressing about their future careers, and Yang-chan especially seems lost in the mess. He even stopped going to the PC center just to focus on studying. It's a shame that he made this bold move right when he was on track to become a pro gamer. Keeping the conversation going, Yona asks Jin about his career plans. Does he want to keep being in the SW suit? As expected, Jin's not sure. When Seokju and the senior bodyguard hear that, they're shocked and practically begging him to reconsider and make a solid decision as they want him to continue serving SW Corporation. Jin is surprised by their strong reaction. The night deepens as Jin heads home. Yona walks him back, even though it probably should have been the other way around. She's just feeling the vibe and wants to walk with him a bit. Suddenly, Jin catches her off guard by asking what she plans to do in future. Well, Yona isn't sure either. For now, she just wants a cozy laid-back life. She really loves her current life and wants it to last as long as possible. Right now, it's the only thing she's truly in love with. She says this like she's confessing true love to someone, which makes her go all awkward when she understands the gravity of her words. Jin stays quiet since he's got a lot to work on in the affection department. The scene cuts to 005 looking shocked after hearing about 002's latest exploits. 006 confirms it and adds that Mad Dog is still alive, though assassins are already on their way to finish him off. The only reason he got away is pure luck. But his death is inevitable. 006 points out that Mad Dog's made terrible decisions since way back. Now that his camp is destroyed, everyone who holds a grudge against him will come after him. That said, Mad Dog isn't just some random guy you can take out easily. Even 005 grimly admits that. The scene shifts again to Jaye, angrily grilling Yeona about where the heck she was so late at night. It's not smart to be wandering around wherever she pleases. Poor Yeona apologizes and quickly scrambles away to avoid her cousin's wrath. Later, Jie is being escorted in her car, with Jin accompanying her. His phone rings, but he ignores it since he's on duty. Jie notices this, and she is generous enough to give him permission to check his phone. When Jin checks, it's Dayun asking him to bring some apples because Grandpa's been craving them lately. Suddenly, Jie throws a weird question at him. Does he have someone close to his heart? Jin seems clueless at first, unsure how to answer, but she gets blunt and asks if he's dating anyone, or maybe someone he wants to date. While she's asking these bold questions, Seokju and the senior bodyguard are nearby, getting chills because they're curious how Jin will respond. Jin simply says he doesn't have anyone, a blunt answer that surprises Jie. She thinks he should be out there chasing girls since he's in his prime. With his looks and how young he seems, it'd be a waste if he didn't try to pursue someone instead of just goals. But Jin doesn't think he's missing out on anything. This ordinary life is what he's always wanted, especially after grinding so hard as a kid on the battlefield. After his duty, Jin's seen walking around the grocery store with his sister, picking up some apples. With a bag full of apples, they head home. As they walk, Dayun mentions how Jaehyung is setting up a hideout to invite all his friends once it's ready. She's amazed he didn't tell anyone else but her. Suddenly, Jin freezes when he spots someone lurking in the shadows. The figure looks familiar. Turns out this suspicious guy is 002, and Jin looks absolutely freaked out of his mind. It's probably the first time we've seen him panicking this much. He quickly insists Daeon get home as fast as possible. Seeing his tense face, she senses the urgency and starts heading back. Meanwhile, Jin subtly gestures at the shady dude who starts walking toward them. As they cross the street, they come face to face. The bastard throws some shade about Jin living a pooky life given his past, which is full of blood and gore. He is even surprised that Jin got a chick for himself. But Jin doesn't really have much patience to tolerate this guy's bullshit. Before things escalate, Cha just so happens to pass by and spots Jin on the crossing, rather confused as to why the kid isn't crossing. It is then he notices a hostile glint in Jin's eyes, something he has never seen before. As he gazes ahead, he notices 002, who is carrying the exact same glint in his eyes, a glint that really makes Cha question his life choices. Jin, meanwhile, decides they should put a pause on their impromptu meeting and take it somewhere else. Once they find themselves in this abandoned construction site, 002 is eager to learn about Jin's current living situation. Jin, though, is more interested in learning how 002 managed to find him. Internally, he has a hunch that 005 or 006 might have revealed his location, but he is confident those guys wouldn't dare spill a single word without his permission. 002 already knows what he is thinking and assures him that he didn't do anything to his fellows. You see, 002 had heard Jin mumbling Korean words back when they were in camp. Now, assuming that Jin has regained his memories, it goes without saying that he would try to get back to his homeland. Taking this as a starting point, 002 began his search, which eventually led him here. And as for why he is here, it should be obvious from their last conversation. He is here to eliminate the traitor, making sure he executes him with his own hands. To make sure it's not an unfair duel, he throws a knife for Jin to equip. With that, the battle of the top two mercenaries begins. The first one to take a nasty cut is our boy, and then once again, the bastard delivers a knee smash right into Jin's belly. While it sends Jin skidding backward, it's still not enough to take him down for good. Seeing how sloppy Jin is while fighting, 002 plays the oldest trick in the book. He threatens to wipe out everyone even remotely connected to Jin, a clear threat to his family which Jin doesn't appreciate one bit. He goes ballistic with rage and charges like a bloodthirsty fiend toward his opponent, finally showing who's the boss here. He brutally beats the bastard, only to lose his grip on his dagger. Even so, he is just as dangerous with his hands, delivering a shoulder smash to his opponent, and forcing him to lose his grip on his dagger as well. 002 retaliates with a headbutt, the impact sending Jin reeling and ultimately crashing down to the ground. The bastard quickly lunges at the vulnerable Jin, who somehow manages to slip out of his grip, only to get kicked. Both opponents stand at a considerable distance, catching their breath. As mid-fight dialogue, 002 roars at our boy, questioning his audacity to kill his fellow mercenaries back then. While they may have been scum, they went through that hellish place together, and Jin had been in charge of them the whole time. This prompts a flashback to the past, where Jin explained to 005 that he didn't kill anyone, though technically, the cause of their deaths still lies with him. He blames himself for the attack force getting lost in the first place, and because of that, they all died. So it's basically the same as him killing everyone. Back in the present, 002 points his gun at our boy, ready to blow his head off. Jin doesn't flinch in the face of death. Instead, he asks his fellow to fulfill one of his favors. He might be willing to get purged, but insists 002 spares the people our boy holds dear. Of course, 002 finds it ironic to hear this coming from Jin of all people, a guy who allegedly betrayed his allies. Jin, however, once again emphasizes the significance behind his words. He reminds his fellow about the girl he saw with him. She is someone he calls family, someone he met after 10 years. She is his family, just like the rest of the numbered mercenaries. This last part catches 002 off guard, and for a moment, it feels like time itself freezes. But then Gangster Cha barges into the scene and manages to subdue 002 by pinning him to the ground. But being the numbered mercenary he is, it goes without saying that he manages to overwhelm Cha with one devastating blow. Not only that, he parries Cha's oncoming strike and delivers yet another blow. With Cha down for the count, the bastard frees himself from the grip and stares at Jin one last time before dashing away like the cautious dog he is. Cha, of course, has a lot of questions, and he only gets more confused when Jin mentions that the guy he was literally having a life-or-death fight with is his colleague. The next scene takes us to Cha's turf, where the gangster sits quietly, still trying to wrap his head around the recent encounter. He can't believe Jin is calling someone a colleague who was literally holding him at gunpoint. It really makes Cha wonder what kind of fucked up life Jin has lived. In the flashback, we see him trying to get a few words out of Jin, but the only thing our boy says is, "Thank you for the much-needed help." Cha reciprocates the gesture and Jin begins to walk away, leaving Cha with so many unanswered questions. From what Cha has seen so far, Jin is just your average high schooler who enjoys his family the most. It's the dead of night, and we cut to Daeon, who realizes Jin has arrived and promptly gets up to see her brother. After all, she has been worried sick for him since he told her to go back home abruptly. Her worries only heighten when she notices his school uniform stained with blood all over. When asked the reason behind his state, her brother casually reveals that he fought with his friend. The girl can't help but wonder what kind of fucked up friend that was. Soon enough, Grandpa also realizes that Jin has arrived home, but before the old man comes out of the room, the concerned sister quickly pushes her brother back inside because she doesn't want to worry her grandpa unnecessarily. Inside his room, as Jin gathers his thoughts and envisions the disgusted face 002 carried, we shift to the man in question, who is also replaying the last few words he had with Jin. Our boy calling him family is a phrase that has been living rent-free in 002's mind ever since. He soon meets 004, who promptly reports that Mad Dog has fled the country. He has gone completely underground, since only God knows how many people are after his head. The junior asks the senior about their next course of action, whether they should go after Mad Dog or deal with 001 first. As expected, 002 chooses the latter. The next scene takes us to SW Corp, where Seokju and our boy are both getting back into their school uniforms now that their shift has ended. Seokju is planning to visit Jaehyung, who recently created a hideout and wants everyone to come by. Jin has been zoning out lately, which Seokju has noticed quite often, and he wants to know the reason. Jin responds vaguely, not giving away much about what's actually on his mind. Seokju notes how everyone has been on edge lately due to uncertainty about their future, but it's not like Jin has much to worry about. After all, he's already set to serve SW Corp, or so Seokju thought, because our boy clearly hasn't decided on that yet. The revelation troubles Seokju, and he insists that Jin should join SW, given how everyone there loves him. If the SW security team leader finds out Jin hasn't decided, he's going to be disappointed. A while later, they are seen walking the streets, following the map Jaehyung sent. Upon reaching the destination, they find Youngchan already standing there, not entirely sure if he should even be looking at this building. The only way to find out is to head inside, and once they do, Youngchan is awestruck, while Seokju is also surprised. As for Jin, there's not much expression on his face to read. Yona is already there and so is Hyokjin. Turns out, Jaehyung has created a private gaming room exclusively for friend gatherings. What's more, the place is stocked with every snack and drink imaginable. He even made sure to get the latest, most high-end computers available, just so Yona can't blame her losses on bad hardware. Not only the computers but also the peripherals are top-notch. Youngchan is rather flustered seeing all this. But that's not the only surprise. Jaehyung has also set up a dual-screen streaming setup exclusively for Youngchan. He remembers his friend once expressing the desire to become a gaming YouTuber, so this is a little workplace for him to use. Yona is surprised to hear about this unusual career choice. What's even more heartwarming is how Jaehyung did all this for his friend. He's even willing to be the first subscriber to Youngchan's channel. Of course, this makes Youngchan feel special for a moment, and he can barely hide his emotions. Yona is also ready to become a subscriber. Seokju chimes in with a request to stock some energy drinks too. Since they're talking about it, Yeona adds her own custom request for some Coke Zeros on the shelves. Naturally, Jaehyung gets annoyed with everyone throwing requests at him, while his friends continue to push his buttons. Meanwhile, it's clear something is weighing on Youngchan's mind, and he promptly decides to head back, shocking everyone. The next day at school, Yona notices that lunch break is nearly over, but Youngchan still hasn't made it to school. They have no idea what's wrong with him, other than his expression looking unusually dark lately. Being the sincere friend he is, Jaehyung is genuinely worried about that guy, but there's not much he can do. He texts him immediately, but Youngchan is busy talking with his mother. His mother is sick, so he's been taking care of her, which is why he didn't attend school. Even though her fever is mild, Youngchan fears her health could worsen. Not to mention he's never seen her close her shop just because she was a little sick, so it must be serious. The woman finally admits it, though she attributes her deteriorating health to old age. But Youngchan knows it's because of the years of hard work and effort she put in to raise him. Speaking of raising, she gets a little upset that he skipped school today, telling him he must still attend cram school. When asked if he's doing well in his studies, he answers affirmatively, though his face says otherwise. His mother wishes for him to achieve great things. She wants him to make it to university and is willing to bear the burden of the fees. The next day in the classroom, Youngchan is lost in thought. He's doubting his potential, wondering if he can achieve anything meaningful even if he goes to university. The best option is to find a job and support his mother. For once, he feels utterly left behind, and even jealous of his friends because they all seem set for life, while he's stuck figuring out what's best for him. Late at night, as he's coming back from cram school, he finds his friends' texts expressing their worries. While looking at his phone, he accidentally bumps into another student walking by. That guy turns around and decides to unleash his pent-up frustration on Youngchan. As the insults keep coming, Youngchan just apologizes to avoid trouble, but the guy's friends can see he's scared, so they pile on with more nasty words. Even the onlookers begin to take note of the commotion. That's when our guys arrive on the scene, with Jaehyung looking absolutely pissed, demanding to know what's going on. Seeing the situation, Jaehyung has a pretty good idea and intentionally bumps into the troublemaker, accusing him of not watching where he's standing. It's like an Uno reverse card, and it works. The guy swallows his pride and walks away. Jaehyung then turns to his friend, scolding him for getting into trouble and making them worry. They're especially upset that he didn't respond to their texts, leaving him no choice but to explain himself. They ask about his mother's health, knowing about her condition because they stopped by her shop. Youngchan is surprised to hear this, since the shop was supposed to be closed. Apparently, he has no clue that his mother went to open it despite being sick. Moving on, Jaehyung brings up yesterday's events, how Youngchan left the gaming room without much of a word. He feels responsible, thinking he upset his friend by being too obnoxious. He sincerely apologizes if he was noisy and clingy yesterday. Youngchan quickly clarifies that's not the case. In fact, he was happy to see how much his friend cared about him. He admits the real reason behind his unsettling behavior lately. He didn't feel he deserved what Jaehyung did for him, especially not after feeling jealous of his friends. He doesn't know why he keeps comparing his circumstances to others, or why he ran away instead of appreciating the gesture. He wants to find a job to ease his mother's burden, but if he chooses streaming as a career, he's unsure if he can make ends meet. He may be good at games, but it's not exactly a secure job for an introvert like him. His grades have also dropped recently, leaving his thoughts scattered. Even so, he's thankful to Jaehyung for thinking about him this much. Hyokjin then teases our tracksuit lover about how anxious he was over Youngchan, so worried in fact that he kept asking everyone about him. Let's not forget about our boy, who is enjoying spending time with his friends. Back at Youngchan's home, his mother asks about the boys who visited today. 2 boys and 1 girl were so good looking she mistook them for celebrities. She still can't believe those pretty faces were her son's friends. They told her that your son is a pro gamer, skilled enough to compete nationally. It's a shame he never told her about his passion for gaming. She assumes it's because of her condition, and Youngchan doesn't deny it. After all, she poured everything into raising him, and now he feels it's his turn to support her. The doting mother finds his mindset adorable and advises him to do whatever his heart desires instead of holding back. Youngchan turns the conversation, asking if running a snack shop was really her dream job. Of course it wasn't, but her real dream was to raise her son well, and she believes she's done that to the best of her abilities. Now her only wish is to see him doing what he truly wants. She would be proud if he gave this gaming thing a try. The next day at Jaehyung's secret gaming place, after a great time, Daeyeon and Jin head back home, with everyone seeing them off. Once they leave, Youngchan expresses surprise upon learning Jin isn't joining SW Corp after all. The others are equally startled. Yona is a little upset for obvious reasons. She doesn't like how blunt he was about it, and the seniors are disappointed to learn this. Seokju had assumed Jin would join SW Corp for the sake of the camaraderie they've built, so hearing he never even considered it is a shock. We then cut to Jin and Daeyeon walking side by side. The doting sister is concerned about her brother's future and wants him to find something he truly wants to pursue. Predictably, we get a flashback of Jin's past life, a life filled with excruciating experiences no teenager should have gone through. His sister suddenly snaps him out of it, asking if he has another career in mind. Jin responds negatively, much to her surprise. The scene then shifts to the big shot, who is being briefed by his lackey about President Andrea's upcoming visit to Korea. Long story short, he is coming to Korea to compare Forest and SW's forces. The lackey adds that other companies are in chaos over the news. If the president secures a contract with SW, it will strengthen SW's position even further. The fact that he's personally paying attention to SW shows how highly he values the company. This is troubling for the big shot and his own company. The Beret family, who had been his client for a while now, would likely switch employers too. The big shot can't fathom President Andrea's audacity in approaching SW. To make sure they don't fall behind much, he orders his lackey to contact Forrest, because he wants to witness the skills of the guys they currently have. Back in SW Corp, there's an exclusive meeting with all the SW bodyguards present. The topic of discussion today is Andrea Beret, the head of the Beret family, who's supposed to visit SW. Specifically, he's going to tour SW's defense factory. It's a big deal for SW's subsidiary defense facilities. After all, Boret's approval could lead to massive weapon exports for SW. Even though Boret is bringing his own escort team, SW still plans to deploy their own bodyguards, making sure no stone is left unturned. Andrea Boret himself isn't the problem, it's his family members. The senior wants his bodyguards to make sure their safety is guaranteed. The Boret family brats have recently shown a lot of interest in Korea, so they're paying a secret visit. That means they won't appear publicly, and ensuring their safety is SW's top priority. A few days later, we cut to the director of SW greeting his esteemed guest, Andrea Boret. The two men shake hands on a good note. Meanwhile, Jie and her escorts are making sure the Boret family members are entertained. Right now, the Boret siblings want to look around, but Jie strictly forbids it. She doesn't want them moving around freely, especially not without SW guards ensuring their security. But they keep insisting they'll be fine, promising not to stand out. They've already got a guide who can show them places worth visiting. Plus, they have their own security team making sure nothing goes wrong. Despite that, Jie isn't convinced, but she can't exactly express her disapproval right to their faces either. The Boret daughter whispers something to her brother, and he quietly approves. He then points at Jin, wanting him to tag along with them. Of course, the guards are clueless why Jin, of all people, was picked, but the reason becomes obvious when we see the Boret girl blushing. Even Jie picks up on it after noticing her flustered expression. Still, she doesn't complain. At least with Jin around, she's assured she'll get proper reports if anything happens. So, a while later, the Boret siblings are cruising down the road, with Jin accompanying them. The girl seems desperate to talk to him and finally gathers the courage to introduce herself as Sophia, asking for Jin's name in return. Of course, our boy responds respectfully to his seniors. Sophia then takes over the conversation, asking if he knows any good places to visit. Jin flat out says no. Naturally, that causes her a bit of distress because Jin didn't even think before answering. But my guy stands firm, explaining that he only recently came here after living abroad, so he's just as clueless as her. In that case, her brother decides they should stick to the original destination. Like his sister, the brother also takes interest in Jin. For someone the same age as Sophia to already be working as a bodyguard is impressive. While Sophia is 20, Jin reveals he's only 19. It's crazy to think SW would acknowledge and give a job to someone so young. Jin downplays it, saying it's all thanks to SW for being supportive of him. But the brother knows better. SW wouldn't just favor some average kid. By now, the brother has understood that his sister has started liking Jin. Eventually, they arrive at their first destination, and while walking around, Sophia glances over her shoulder, only to lock eyes with Jin for a split second. She quickly looks away, embarrassed, while Jin is as clueless as a wooden plank about what's going on. A little later, Sophia lights up at the sight of cotton candy. She buys 2 and offers 1 to Jin. Jin hesitates due to obvious reasons, but when her brother gives a slight nod, he accepts it, making Sophia visibly happy. Back at SW Corp after his shift ends, Jin gets interrogated about whether he had fun today. The way Jia asks makes it obvious she knows Sophia has a thing for him. Internally, she feels bad for Yona, who now has new competition to deal with. Meanwhile, Jin recalls everything that happened. He remembers Sophia looking genuinely happy during the outing, so with complete honesty, he reports that she had a fun day. At first he was worried she wouldn't enjoy sightseeing, but it turned out fine, and it all thanks to Bore's security team, who were well prepared for her preferences. Of course, Jie feels frustrated, realizing Jin is still totally clueless, but she expected as much, so she brushes her worries off. She then reveals that Sophia's father personally thanked them for making his daughter's day memorable. At first, Jie was confused why he'd show gratitude over something so small. But then she learns Sophia is usually very reserved because of family trauma. She always gets anxious whenever she steps outside, even on family vacations. So, for her to move around comfortably today was something unprecedented. Naturally, Jie gives all the credit to Jin, but Jin doesn't see it that way. He thinks the careful preparations were the real reason Sophia felt comfortable. Once again, Jie feels exhausted with this guy not picking up the hints, but she doesn't bother pushing it. Instead, she tasks him with the same responsibility for tomorrow. As Jin walks through the corridors, he notices Sophia's brother watching him with a pleasant look. Turns out the brother has a favor to ask. For the next 2 days, he suggests Jin act a little more relaxed around Sophia, but Jin apologizes, saying it's against his code to let his guard down while on duty. Since Jin doesn't understand what he means, the brother explains that he wants our boy to approach Sophia more like a friend instead of duty-bound guard. Sophia doesn't usually act like she did today, which only proves she likes Jin a lot. You see, Sophia once went through a traumatizing kidnapping. As powerful as the Bore family is, they couldn't find her whereabouts for days. It was so bad they even considered abandoning the search altogether, but after a relentless 15-day pursuit, they finally rescued her. The ordeal left her deeply scarred. She's been unable to approach people outside her immediate family and refused to leave the house. Bringing her to Korea was actually a strategic move to help her heal, and it's working. All thanks to Jin, she's finally acting normal again, just like she used to. Despite hearing the entire sob story, my guy sticks to his guns and won't do anything that goes against his job ethics. The scene cuts to this fancy hotel. There, we meet Sophia once again, just waking up after an unusually long nap. Soon enough, she gets a message from her brother, telling her to hurry down since they're already running late. The brother, meanwhile, finds it fascinating that she actually slept well somewhere which isn't their home. He apologizes to Jin for the delay, and soon enough, Sophia comes running down. Catching her breath, the brother asks why she slept so long. The girl reveals something fascinating this time. She didn't get any nightmares. Normally, she dreams about the day she got kidnapped, but not today. This shocks her brother. He recalls all the nights she would scream in terror, haunted by those nightmares, and how he'd always be the one to console her. So right now, he's relieved and happy. His sister is finally showing signs of improvement. Maybe coming to Korea wasn't such a bad idea after all. Sophia then notices Jin standing there and immediately diverts her gaze, making things awkward. Later, her entourage majestically follows her car on the road. Inside the car, her brother strikes up a conversation with Jin, asking about his family. Jin briefly mentions his younger sister and grandpa. The mention of a younger sister makes Sophia's brother curious. Since he also has a little sister, he's interested in how Jin gets along with his. After all, most siblings don't exactly get along smoothly. But Jin willingly mentions he's got a chill bond with his sister, and he's proud that she takes good care of him. Sophia's brother finds that relatable because his sister also takes good care of him. But Sophia argues it's actually her brother who takes care of her. Eventually, they arrive at their destination. Sophia spots a ramen stall nearby and drags Jin along to try the foreign food. After their fun outing, night falls and they head back. But suddenly, a caravan blocks their path at an intersection, forcing their car to skid due to a hard brake. Inside one of Bore family bodyguards' cars is a mole. He guns down all of Sophia's guards on the spot. And of course, we all know who's behind this. It's that big shot who runs Forest, and he is trying to screw with the Bore family so their confidence in SW Corp takes a hit. He had tasked Forest to handle it, and now questions his lackey who Forest sent for this mission. From what the lackey knows, they sent someone with a pretty impressive profile. The big shot is surprised Forest only sent one person for the job, but he's not too worried. In fact, he's curious to see if what Forest produces is any better than Camp. If you don't recall, Camp is the group once run by Mad Dog. Back at the scene, the assassin finally steps out of the car. Turns out the assassin in question is a woman. Meanwhile, Jin quickly sizes her up. Her clothes are stained with blood, and she's holding a gun. Her lackeys pile out of the caravan as well. Sensing danger, Jin immediately tells his passengers to get moving. But the siblings don't seem too worried, especially the brother. He's confident his security team won't fail him. Jin, however, points out the critical disadvantage they are in. Only 2 bodyguards are licensed to carry guns, and one of them is in the car ahead. Meanwhile, the enemy is fully armed. The unarmed bodyguards don't stand a fucking chance against guns. After all, no one can move faster than bullets. Inevitably, the shooting begins, and the poor bodyguards are mowed down at point-blank range. Jin hops out of the car and helps the siblings escape the car. The woman leading the ambush notices her target slipping away and raises her gun. But Jin manages to pull everyone into a roadside alley just in time. She quickly follows with a handful of soldiers. Now Jin and the others are sprinting through dark streets, but he knows they'll be caught soon. So, he makes a decision, he'll stay behind. The siblings are shocked, arguing against it, but Jin stays firm. His duty comes first. His determination reminds Sophia's brother of what Jin said earlier about his job. Eventually, the siblings move on, though Sophia is clearly worried. Not long after, the enemy catches up and spots Jin. One of them radios his team, but Jin takes him down instantly. Another group shows up. Jin quickly grabs the fallen guard's gun and begins dodging a storm of bullets. The enemies keep up a relentless barrage as Jin ducks into a corner street. Taking cover, he locks onto his target and fires back, exchanging a few deadly shots of his own. One of the bastards gets injured, which causes his lady boss great distress. She tells the injured soldier to stay behind and keep Jin occupied, while she decides to go after their main targets. It doesn't take Jin long to realize what's happening, so he quickly rushes toward the other street in order to intercept that woman. The injured thug starts unloading bullets, but my guy doesn't bother fighting this injured bitch. Judging by how long he's been held up, Jin estimates the VIPs aren't too far ahead. As he rushes down, he eventually meets the woman at an intersection, coming from the other street. Both instantly go on high alert and start exchanging bullets. When they pause for a breather, the woman notices how confidently Jin is handling the gun. For someone so young to be this skilled and fearless with firearms makes her curious about his identity. But as she's busy sizing him up, Jin shifts his gaze over her shoulder. Curious, she turns around to see what he's looking at, only to realize there's no one there. It's too late by now. She messed up. In that split second, Jin takes his chance and knocks her to the ground. The first thing he does is disarm her, forcing her into barehanded combat. We all know Jin is basically the next Bruce Lee when it comes to close combat. Even so, the woman's got some tricks up her sleeve. She catches him off guard with a sharp kick to the gut. Thinking she's gained the upper hand, she smirks until Jin grabs her wrist, twists it hard, and makes her squirm in pain. She retaliates with a jab, but Jin quickly creates distance. Both their eyes land on the same thing, a gun lying on the ground. That weapon could decide the fight, so they both sprint for it. This time, she gets there first and fires at him, but Jin quickly slips into a nearby street and vanishes. Seething, she curses herself for underestimating this kid. Never in her wildest imagination did she think he wasn't just some random rookie SW hired. Her goons arrive soon after, and she decides to retreat for now. Meanwhile, Jin is sprinting through the streets when he spots Sophia's brother in the distance, calling out. Jin questions why they stopped instead of fleeing. The blondie explains they're waiting for backup. After all, his sister can only run so far on foot. One of the escorts is fascinated that Jin managed to shake the assassins off their trail, but Jin just shrugs it off as luck, an excuse the guard finds ridiculous. The enemy came way too prepared, so it makes no sense for our boy to escape without any consequences. Speaking of which, Sophia's brother realizes their tour guide was the one who sabotaged them. The guard confirms it, admitting their background checks failed badly. By the looks of it, the enemy wanted the Bore siblings alive. Otherwise, the imposter would have killed them already. Jin strongly believes the guide had multiple chances to take them out earlier, but didn't. Once again, the escort guard is stunned to think that a kid pieced together so much while engaged in a fight. Jin then inquires about the backup's ETA. The guard assures him it'll take another 20 minutes. Suddenly, Jin feels a little sus about this escort guard. To make things worse, the assassin woman shows up again with her lackeys. By now, Jin knows exactly what's happening. He moves fast, pressing a sharp projectile against the guard's throat. Of course, the siblings are clueless, while the guard plays dumb, questioning Jin's sudden aggression. My guy only responds by pushing the dagger deeper until blood starts trickling out. The siblings demand an explanation, so Jin lays it out what's in his mind. This area is basically a concrete jungle with countless streets and high-rises. Despite that, the enemy found them too quickly. The only way that's possible is if someone kept updating the enemy with their location. The guard continues to deny it, and even the siblings doubt Jin, thinking he misunderstood. After all, Gilbert has been their bodyguard for 3 years. But Jin proves his point by pulling out the hidden gun Gilbert was carrying. Guards like him don't have authorization to carry. And just like that, the cat's out of the bag. The assassin girl sneers, calling Gilbert useless. Sophia, meanwhile, is on the verge of a breakdown after getting betrayed by someone who protected them for over 3 years. Suddenly, she notices Jin making hand gestures. They look familiar, sparking some memories buried within her. She remembers a mercenary once told her the gesture meant, "I'll attack, you run." And as fate would have it, that mercenary was Jin himself. Back in the present, the arrogant woman and her lackeys think they've got the upper hand with their guns. But Jin surprises the bitch, pointing his own gun at her while using Gilbert's body as a meat shield. Realizing she's screwed, the woman leaps aside, letting her men take the bullets. Meanwhile, Sophia trusts Jin and escapes with her brother. My guy keeps laying down fire, forcing his target into cover. The woman finds this boy infuriatingly bold. Suddenly, Jin spots one of the injured lackeys aiming at him. They both shoot simultaneously. The bastard ends up taking bullets on his hand while Jin's meat shield also takes heavy damage. With his meat shield spent, Jin drops him and makes a break for it. The woman finally realizes Jin isn't just some duty-bound bodyguard. He's a hunter aiming to put his prey down for good. Meanwhile, the siblings reach the top floor, trapped at a dead end. Jin arrives and tells them to hide. As her brother pulls her away, Sophia gathers the courage to ask if he's really Jin. My guy doesn't bother to clarify and simply says that survival comes first before unnecessary introductions. Hearing this, her mind flashes back again. His words are the same ones she heard from him years ago. Tears stream down her face as she finally realizes it's really him. Meanwhile, one of the goons climbs to the upper floor, searching for our party. But he walked right into Jin's ambush, ending up costing his life. But turns out it was just a decoy for this bitch of a woman to catch our boy off guard. With her gun pointed at him, my guy responds with lightning-fast reflexes and throws her off course. With his next elbow smash, he knocks the gun out of her hands. This bitch isn't without her tricks either. She had been hiding this little dagger for close combat situations and manages to put a cut on Jin's arm. She then charges at him to take another shot, fully prepared to push Jin to his limits. Before she can act cocky with her weapon in hand, my guy pulls up the secret little sharp projectile and gives her a nasty wound. It's the same projectile he used to immobilize that traitor. Despite this, the woman lunges forth once again and tries to take shots at our guy, but she just can't keep up with his speed. After avoiding her every strike, he delivers one of his own, giving her a nasty cut over her cheek. Jin then grabs her armed hand and starts beating her. Even though she is trying hard, she simply isn't capable enough to overpower him. She finds it absurd that this brat can fight better than her. For someone who was acknowledged in that hellish forest and overcame numerous trials, getting pushed back by a mere brat is very humiliating. With each second ticking away, she's getting desperate, and my guy capitalizes on that by landing a precise strike to her face, making her nose bleed. They take another round of respite, and that's when reinforcements arrive, leaving the woman no choice but to retreat for now. The next day, at Sophia Bore's hotel residence, her brother can be seen expressing his gratitude to our boy for what he did yesterday. Once again, my guy downplays it, saying it was all just part of his job. By now, Blondie has heard this line plenty of times, but now he finally realizes just how much these words mean for Jin. Anyhow, Blondie reveals that the bodyguard who betrayed them had been bribed, and he took the offer because he desperately needed a large lump of money. More than anything, he feels awful for having Sophia go through all that crap again. He's traumatized by the recent events, so it goes without saying how much she must have suffered. Because of what happened yesterday, the Bore family decides to cancel their plans and return to their home country immediately. Moving on, Blondie starts talking about the one particular person who saved Sophia back when she was kidnapped. He reveals that they tried searching for that person, but ultimately failed. But after witnessing what happened yesterday, they strongly believe Jin might be the guy who saved her back then. Jin stays quiet for a few panels before calling it a misunderstanding. Seeing that Jin doesn't want to reveal anything, Sophia's brother doesn't push him for answers either. After a while, Bore siblings are about to leave, and Jie is here to bid a proper farewell. Meanwhile, Sophia is busy gawking at our boy. And just when it's time to get in the car, she suddenly rushes over and hugs Jin tightly. Of course, everyone's shocked. She's just glad he's doing well, and so is he. With that short exchange, the rich hottie makes her way to the car. On their way to the airport, the brother feels this trip to Korea was worth it after all. His sister feels the same. After all, she finally got to see the guy who once saved her. A few days pass and we find ourselves at SW's training area. After the session ends, everyone surrounds Jin, bombarding him with questions. Turns out my guy shared the bonus with everyone, the bonus he got for protecting the Bore siblings. They all feel guilty yet grateful for sharing a reward that only he truly deserved. As the chat continues, Jie watches from the sidelines. For her, Jin has always been a mystery, and nothing has changed. Her bodyguard also feels a swell of pride knowing a guy with such a unique mindset is working in their ranks. Jin has always had a positive influence on the entire security team. Ever since he joined, teamwork has improved. Even though the training difficulty bar has been raised lately, no one complains. At that very moment, Yona and Daeon walk into the training area. The second GA notices Daeon. She instantly guesses she's Jin's younger sister. While the girl is busy paying respect to her seniors, Yona explains she purposely brought Daeon along since she'd never been here before. It doesn't take long for others to notice this sweet girl and swarm her. That little scene puts a smile on Jin's face, a sight Jai doesn't see often. It's always when his family is involved that he shows that kind of expression. A while later, the duo is out grocery shopping, but the girls around them are practically melting inside at the sight of that charismatic man in front of them. And when Jin smiles while casually chatting with his sister, he looks so damn good that the girls are absolutely flustered, ready to lose it if given the chance. A while later, Jin is back to his usual exercise routine in his apartment. Suddenly, he recalls the phone conversation he had with 006. Apparently, 002 is out there hunting Mad Dog for blood, but there hasn't been a single trace of the man. So right now, 002 and his team are at a standstill after losing the last lead they had. As for 006 and 032, they tried searching for him themselves, but they've got nothing either. Jin then remembers the scolding he once received from Mad Dog after disobeying his orders. He was told to kill everyone in sight, but Jin argued that the targets weren't soldiers, just civilians. So instead, he focused on retrieving the objectives rather than slaughtering innocent people unnecessarily. Despite that, Mad Dog kept hammering him about disobeying orders. Jin barely managed to survive the man's wrath, only escaping with one final warning. If it ever happened again, only death would await him. Now in the present, it's clear Jin never liked that guy's twisted mindset. Right at that moment, Iona shows up with some fresh fruit, but she picked the wrong time. At first, she's flustered seeing him half naked, but then she's horrified, so much so that the fruit plate slips out of her hands when she sees the scars covering his body. As if that wasn't enough drama, Grandpa pops up too, and he nearly falls sick from the sight. When Jin quickly puts his shirt back on, both of them only have one question. Why does he have so many scars? Once again, their question drags Jin back into the flashbacks of his horrific war experiences. But thankfully, he doesn't have to explain to his family how he got them. Grandpa assumes they must have come from that tragic plane crash, and Jin cashes in on the excuse. Given how terrifying those scars look, his family can only imagine the pain he must have endured. Some days later, the siblings can be seen walking home from school, but someone is watching them closely, and that someone is none other than Mad Dog, who's still after 001's blood. Back in class, we see the usual group of friends hanging out. Jaehyung suggests crashing their hideout for some gaming fun, but it seems Jin already has plans with his grandpa. Lately, they've been playing more competitively, because Youngchan wanted to record gaming videos for his YouTube channel. So Jaehyung feels like he's missing out on the casual gaming they used to have. Not long after, Yona chimes in too, and as usual their friendly banter continues, with Jin smiling the whole way through, enjoying the warmth of their company. Later, after classes, Jin is standing outside waiting for his sister. As always, he's attracting a ton of stares, especially from the girls. Daeun shows up, and together they start heading toward their grandpa's workplace. Meanwhile, Mad Dog is still lurking in the shadows. And this time, that bastard seems to have his eyes set on Daeun. Jin senses something suspicious in another direction, but Mad Dog remains unseen. Eventually, they arrive at their grandpa's workplace. Two of his co-workers can be heard chatting about how blessed Mr. Yu is to have grandkids like them, kids who often bring him food and take good care of the old man. By the way, this is probably the first time we actually hear Grandpa's full name, Mr. Yu. In the background, Mad Dog can still be seen lurking, closely watching Jin and his family. The trio sits down to eat together, while Mad Dog stalks from afar. Once again, Jin's instincts scream that someone is spying on them. And though Mad Dog slips away once more, Jin's suspicions remain sharp. We then cut to Mad Dog's perspective. He thinks back to the days when Jin could barely survive the hellish training he put him through. Despite all the brutality, Jin kept pushing through, which eventually piqued Mad Dog's curiosity. He received reports that Jin was slowly rising in the ranks. At one point, the other trainees even began gravitating toward him. With all this replaying in his head, Mad Dog just can't stomach the fact that someone like Jin, a perfect tool of destruction, has slipped out of his control. We then cut back to the apartment, where Daeun and Jin are having a late-night snack. Of course, the snacking is just an excuse for the two of them to spend some quality time together. After a while, Jin heads back into his room, pulls out his flip phone from the drawer, and gets a call right at 9 p.m. It's 006, updating him about traces of Mad Dog. From what the guy knows, that bastard seems to be after Jin specifically. Still, he warns Jin to take the info with a pinch of salt since he isn't 100% sure about Mad Dog's motivation. Regardless, it's a reminder for his friend to stay sharp. The call ends, leaving Jin to reflect on his situation. But suddenly, Daeun comes in, worried that Grandpa isn't answering his phone. That's why she wants to wait for him at the bus station. It's concerning. He's not even replying to texts. Of course, Jin orders Daeun to stay put while he goes to check himself. And he says it with a smile, just so she doesn't get suspicious. As he heads out, he keeps trying to reach Grandpa. Finally, someone picks up the call, but it's not the Grandpa who's talking on the other end. The voice completely shocks Jin through and through when the worst possible outcome becomes reality. At first, Mad Dog had a hard time believing that the schoolboy he'd seen was actually Jin, so he thought they just looked similar. But soon he realized they were the same person. Mad Dog is pissed that my guy is living a peak life after ruining his, as if nothing happened. The bastard keeps patronizing Jin just because he's holding his grandpa hostage, though he assures Jin that the old man is alive, at least for now. Jin insists on hearing his grandpa's voice, but the bastard ignores his request. Instead, he lays out his own terms, warning Jin not to bring anyone along. If he does, the old man might end up losing his life. Before hanging up, Mad Dog tells him not to miss any calls from unknown numbers, since he won't be using the same phone every time. He'll send the details of his whereabouts through text. And lastly, he makes sure to threaten Jin by bringing up Daeun too. Once the call ends, Jin runs around in a frenzy to get to Daeun. He even dials up her number to reach her as soon as possible. By the time he climbs up to his apartment, Daeun is already missing, much to our boy's shock. The only thing he finds there is her phone, This makes Jin completely spaz out. With no choice, he checks the address that bastard sent. He's strictly told to arrive within 20 minutes, or else the hostage may die. Jin quickly finds Seokju's contact and considers asking for his help as usual, but he stops, remembering Mad Dog's warning. If he tries to get external help, his hostages may die. So instead of risking his family's life, he decides to act on his own. He hops on his Hayabusa and speeds off. A while later, he arrives at the destination. Right on time, he gets another call from Mad Dog. As a reward for making it within 20 minutes, Mad Dog lets Jin hear his grandpa begging him not to come. Looks like grandpa's taken a serious beating. His face is completely busted up. And that assassin bitch is also there, smacking the old man without an ounce of guilt. After delivering a clear threat, Mad Dog cuts the call. But our super grandpa is audacious enough to stare the scarred-faced bastard down, demanding to know the reason behind all this shit. Mad Dog only smirks in response, hinting at the long history he's got with our boy. The assassin bitch has her lackeys with her too. She may be helping Mad Dog with this mess, but she isn't exactly pleased about lending her hand. Now cut to Jin, making his way to his next destination. Turns out he's been running in circles, and this is the 5th time Mad Dog's made him move without any real purpose. Jin realizes the dude's doing this on purpose, just to mentally and physically exhaust him. On the next call, Mad Dog actually applauds the kid for following instructions so meticulously. When Jin asks about the next spot, the bastard reveals this is the final destination, an abandoned construction site Jin has to traverse to find him. As Mad Dog speaks with Jin, the assassin bitch overhears him calling our boy 001. She asks for confirmation if what she heard is correct. The scarred-faced gangster confirms it, reminding her he's the same 001 Forrest always used as a benchmark of raw potential. Now it's finally her chance to outshine him and take him down. But she finds it absurd. She'd been told he was long dead. If 001 is alive, it means they failed to kill him. She eventually turns to her lackeys, ordering them to tackle the #1 mercenary, infamous for his insane combat skills. Meanwhile, on the lower floors, my guy has already taken down a bunch of soldiers. When she gets this report, the woman is rattled out of her mind. But Mad Dog? He had expected this outcome already. At first, she wanted to capture him alive, but now she decides killing him is the better option. She radios her men with the new objective: kill the target at all costs. Taking down the best of the numbered mercenaries has always been Forrest's long-standing goal. If she scores this kill, she can easily climb the ranks within Forrest. Meanwhile, Jin is racking his brain, trying to figure out where Mad Dog might be hiding. He can't decide if the bastard's underground or above ground. Suddenly, his phone rings, Mad Dog warning him about Forrest soldiers in the building. Now, Jin's objective is to survive the Forrest soldiers before approaching Mad Dog. And as usual, if he fails, he'll never see his family again. Just as the call ends, the assassin bitch's lackeys start swarming the place. But before they can catch him, my guy rains down bullets on them, giving them hell. He pushes forward, mowing down the other guards too. These soldiers are just fodder. Their only purpose is to supply our boy with more ammo. He keeps advancing, dropping enemies left and right. One soldier reports Jin's exact whereabouts to the assassin bitch. Hearing he's gone underground, the woman thinks he's made a big mistake. She orders her lackey, Charlie, to trap him down there. Meanwhile, the beaten-up grandpa hears all of this, his mind racing with a million questions he wants answered. The soldiers advance on our boy, but he takes them down with ease. When his gun finally runs out of bullets, he knocks one guy out cold with a kick. Another tries to shoot him point blank, but Jin reacts with lightning speed and smashes the bastard's head in with a precise strike. Then he loots the unconscious sucker. Another soldier squirming on the ground aims at him, but Jin reacts fast, knocks the gun out of his hand, and follows up with a devastating kick. He's exhausted, but still kicking the trash out of these bastards. Suddenly Jin hears footsteps approaching, a whole squad of soldiers descending, planning to trap him in the basement. But they walk right into his ambush. Jin unloads a massive barrage of bullets, tearing them apart. The rest move in cautiously after watching their comrades drop dead. They're shitting their pants, knowing one wrong move means death. As one of them steps forward, Jin reacts instantly, snatching the gun right out of his hand. Another soldier behind him gets ready to shoot while Jin is distracted, but my guy already knew what was coming. He fires off well-placed shots that whiz past the first guy and nail the bastard standing behind. Then he makes sure to put plenty of holes in the first guy too. With that, both goofballs who thought they could handle our boy are now dead. More soldiers shoot from the stairs above, but Jin doesn't hesitate and marches forward. Taking cover behind a pillar, he sizes up the threat ahead and makes his move. Sliding across the ground smooth as butter, he quickly takes aim and drops them too. Moving forward, he knocks a few guys more, wiping the floor out of them. The woman gets the report that Charlie and Team Delta have been annihilated. Most of them are brutally wounded, and the reporting soldier isn't even sure if they can survive. She's in utter dismay that 3 squads have already been wiped out, and it hasn't even been more than a few minutes. Mad Dog uses this chance to brag that camp has always been superior to Forest, but Forest has long denied that fact. He feels proud, declaring that camp soldiers are the best when it comes to assassinations and military strategy. Forrest, on the other hand, trains soldiers to handle ops missions. Mad Dog is thrilled that a single numbered mercenary is giving an entire squad of soldiers a run for their money. The woman feels looked down upon, and finds it outrageous that this bastard is glazing over bastards who are after his blood. The big guy just chuckles. The woman, however, has already made up her mind. She's going to personally execute 001. Until then, she tells her soldiers to wait. She thinks she's more than enough to defeat him. We then cut to Jin, traversing his path with utmost caution. And as soon as that bitch starts descending the stairs, the clash erupts between the two assassins. Jin somehow manages to injure her hand badly, but he himself is already pretty banged up. As she descends further, she introduces herself as Anna, a code name from Forrest. She claims she's heard a lot about Jin from the many soldiers trained in that camp. He's supposedly the best of the best among all the numbered mercenaries, but she also knows him as a traitor who betrayed his own kind. Jin doesn't give a damn and shoots. After throwing her off course, he dashes out of there. That's when the woman suddenly realizes something. The way Jin fights is exactly like the guy she dealt with during her previous mission. She proceeds cautiously, while Jin relentlessly unloads bullets one after another. Finally, it clicks in her that the reason she got busted by a mere bodyguard back then was because she was up against 001, not some random guard. She hopes Jin remembers the promise she made to come back. Now that she's been handed a golden opportunity, she won't let it slip. She promptly throws a stun grenade. Before it detonates, Jin runs as fast as he can, but still takes the blast's toll. The woman seizes the chance and unleashes a barrage of bullets. Jin quickly throws his jacket in her path to throw her off guard, then fires at her blind spot. The woman manages to dodge the shots. At that moment, my guy falls back to catch his breath after being overwhelmed. But this bitch doesn't let him rest. She throws another stun grenade. Once again, Jin takes the grenade's toll while she keeps firing round after round. He's brutally injured, multiple shots tearing into his hands, but he still manages to land some hits of his own. Then he rushes her, knocking her to the ground. She tries to recover, but Jin knocks the gun out of her hands, then slashes through her thigh with the dagger he's been carrying. He follows up with brutal cuts to her hands, making her scream in pain and lose strength in her knees. Finally subduing her, Jin demands she reveal the hostage's location. If she doesn't, he's dead serious about driving the dagger into her chest. To save her skin, she quickly claims the hostages will die if he kills her. With his family on the line, Jin spares her. She collapses to the ground like an injured dog. She warns him he'll lose eventually, no matter what. We cut to Mad Dog, who's been waiting for Jin. He was confident Jin wouldn't be beaten by some random assassin woman from Forest. Meanwhile, Jin notices his unconscious grandpa. Surrounding him are hobos from every direction. He isn't afraid of these bastards. He's more concerned about Daeon, demanding Mad Dog tell him where she is. The big guy claims she's been put somewhere else. Then he starts rambling about his personal pain that no one cares about. Ever since Jin betrayed him, everything he built has crumbled. What could be more devastating than being betrayed by the person you raised? He keeps yapping, but Jin doesn't give a flying fuck. He just wants his hostages back. Of course, Mad Dog gets annoyed that Jin isn't taking this seriously. Just because Jin asked doesn't mean he'll release them. The only reason they are here was to make Jin watch as his family gets killed right in front of him. He wants the kid to feel the worst pain possible, the same kind of pain he went through. He blames Jin for his misfortune, from living the best life to becoming a fugitive, while Jin lives comfortably. No way in hell would Mad Dog let him have that life. Just as the bastard is about to pull the trigger, gunshots echo through the area, mowing down all the soldiers around Jin. The trigger-happy shooter is none other than 002, crashing the party with his squad. Before Mad Dog can react, he's already locked as a sniper's target. 002 expresses disgust at Mad Dog's actions. To think he'd collude with Forrest and take hostages. Then he turns to Jin, disappointed that Jin spared enemies. But 004 thinks Jin did a decent job. Since our boy left survivors, 004 had a blast executing them. He especially enjoyed taking down that seasoned Forest soldier. 002, meanwhile, keeps berating Jin for letting enemies live. After all, leaving survivors can only lead to more dangerous outcomes. Despite being cornered, the bastard starts laughing like a maniac. He admits he didn't expect this outcome. But still, he's prepared for the worst. Or at least that's what he believes. He reminds Jin about his sister, who's still his hostage. If Jin really wants to save her, he has to fight all the numbered mercenaries and somehow survive. Of course, this comes as a huge shock to Jin. How the hell is he supposed to fight his own family members? The bastard, on the other hand, keeps egging him on. But 002 quickly drills a bullet into the bastard's thigh and shuts his annoying mouth. Turns out, 002's team has already taken care of people who had Daeon hostage. Mad Dog refuses to believe it, so 004 points out that there were 3 guys he personally took down, and after fighting them, he could tell they weren't seasoned Forest soldiers. The muscle-bound teammate crushes Mad Dog under his massive leg and tells Jin that his sister is in the black van parked outside. Jin can hardly believe what the hell is going on. But this is the reality, he's gotta face it. 002 further clarifies that they just happened to find Daeon where they suspected Mad Dog would be. So it was all just a coincidence that they found Jin in this situation. The other numbered mercenaries put their hands on Jin's shoulder, showing they harbor no hostility. After capturing Mad Dog, they head out, leaving Jin standing there. The next day at SW Corporation, the director gets a report about the incident with Jin and his family. By the time SW arrived, the only thing left was bloodstains. Someone had already cleaned up the bodies. As for Jin's family, his sister is fine, and aside from an internal cut in the mouth and some bruises, his grandfather is doing well too. His sister was most likely knocked unconscious, so it's unlikely she remembers anything. The grandpa had also passed out amidst the chaos. While the two are stable, Jin is in critical condition with several serious injuries. The director's assistant is sure as hell that there's more to Jin's past than just being a mercenary. He decides to dig deeper, but the director advises against it. He wants Jin to reveal the truth himself. At SW's Seoul hospital, Jin walks into the ward where Daeon and the old man are admitted. As soon as they see him, they rush to him in a frenzy, worried sick. Jin reassures them that he's fine. Then, he apologizes to his family, deeply remorseful about what happened. But Grandpa doesn't let him finish. He hugs him instantly, not wanting Jin to feel uncomfortable. No need to talk about it unless Jin feels like it. Later, Jin explains everything to his family. The recent events were because of someone who held a grudge against him, dating back to his mercenary days. The people who helped him were his comrades from back then. On a side note, Jin doesn't really elaborate on his past as mercenary in camp. He just revealed little about the time he worked with the Commander Kang. Once again, he apologizes for dragging them into his mess. Daeon is practically stunned by the lore dump, while Grandpa takes it in calmly, grateful that Jin had the courage to open up. As Jin walks down the corridor, the director calls out to him with good news that he'll be discharged today. After leaving the hospital, Jin thanks SW for the help, but the old man brushes it off, saying most of the cleanup was already done before he even got there. All he had to do was wipe the last traces. Moving on, the old man asks if Jin told his family everything. Jin confirms. Though he left out most of the details, he only admitted to being a mercenary. For now, the less they know, the better. The director is curious about the secrets Jin is still hiding. This surprises Jin. He thought the director already knew everything about his past before his mercenary days. But the director says he'd love to hear it, only if Jin is comfortable. Of course, Jin politely refuses. Cut to 002 and his team. They've been torturing Mad Dog for a while, but that hardhead refuses to talk. The only way they can figure anything out is by raiding his hideout. After all, Mad Dog led camp for years, so it's not like he'll spill just because of torture. Putting Mad Dog aside, 004 asks his senior what they're supposed to do with 001. 002 doesn't respond immediately, then one of the guys points out something crucial. When Mad Dog ordered Jin to kill them to save his family, Jin didn't move. If 001 had truly seen them as enemies, he would have attacked the moment his family was threatened. 002 decides to put Jin's case aside for now and deal with Mad Dog first. The scene then shifts to Forest HQ, where the boss gets a report that Anna and Mad Dog are missing. Even the lackeys she brought along are gone. The only explanation is that they were attacked and wiped out without a trace. The big shot orders his men to figure it out. Did Mad Dog betray them, or did someone else mess with Forest? Back with Jin's family. Before heading up to their apartment, Jin stays behind, telling his family he'll join them shortly. Once they're gone, he meets his friends 006 and 005, who showed up after hearing what happened. Jin assures them he got a little help from 002 and everything is sorted out. His friends are bewildered that out of all people, it was 002 who helped him. Sounds insane, but it's true. 006 recalls a conversation she had with 002 in her most recent encounter with him. She told him Jin had nothing to do with the deaths of other numbered mercenaries. He only incapacitated them, not killed them. But even after hearing that, 002 showed no reaction. She still has no idea what goes through his head. 006 worries about Jin's family, since their existence is now public knowledge. But Jin argues that if the mercenaries wanted to use his family as hostages, they wouldn't have helped him in the first place. He's certain they'll confront him directly instead. For now, his biggest concern is Forest. They've been popping up recently and seem obsessed with the numbered mercenaries. But that's exactly why 006 has been keeping a close eye on them. Turns out, Mad Dog has joined forces with Forest. That's the reason Forest is after the mercenaries. Now that most of the men they sent to Korea have been wiped out, they'll definitely send more. Some other day at Jin's residence, our boy is the one who prepared food for everyone. Given how appetizing the food looks, Jin's family is totally dazzled, especially since they've never seen him cook before. Jin admits he just followed some recipe videos he watched online. His sister takes the first bite and approves right away. Like literally, the food is so good she has to pause for a moment just to process this explosion of cuisine in her mouth. The food is unbelievably delicious, and even Grandpa is enjoying it too. Since Jin worked all day preparing this meal, Grandpa suggests he take a rest. But our boy insists otherwise, wanting to spend a little more time with his family. Meanwhile, Daeon is already expecting him to cook something like this very often, if not daily. because she knows she's gonna miss this taste. Jin is more than happy to cook anything she wants anytime. Just then, we cut a little back in time to when Jin had a conversation with his friends. They suggested he stay on high alert and keep an eye on Forrest's moves. 006 is sure they're eventually going to find out why they lost so many men, and they definitely won't be too happy about it. So in the present, Jin knows his life is about to get very difficult, especially with his family in tow. We then cut to Mad Dog tied up somewhere inside this obscure mansion. 002 is standing right in front of him, wanting this bastard to spill all the beans. But Mad Dog argues they're just wasting their time since he won't let a single detail slip out of his mouth. Similarly, 002 also believes the bastard is just prolonging his misery. He better spill the beans and die peacefully right away. Well, since Mad Dog knows he's going to die either way, whether he talks or not, he decides to make it hard for them too. 002 keeps egging him to just reveal one single detail he wants, promising his death will be as painful as it can get. Out of curiosity, Mad Dog considers learning what he exactly wants to know. The edgy guy finally spills his question, demanding to know who killed the numbered mercenary the day 001 ran away. Of course, Mad Dog spins that same old story, trying to make them believe that 001 betrayed the numbered mercenaries and killed everyone. Obviously, this isn't the answer 002 wants to hear, so he asks again. Once again, Mad Dog sticks to his guns, repeating the same line. First of all, Mad Dog expresses his amazement at how the numbered seem to have bonded so well, especially since they were never given the liberty to get close to each other, and everyone was just too broken for that kind of thing. Mad Dog had never cared about friendships. All he focused on was honing their battle skills and making them into perfect war machines. Eventually, he claims he doesn't know who's behind their deaths. This is all he knows, and no matter how meaningless this information may sound, though he's sure as hell it wasn't 001 who killed them, all he did was incapacitate the guys who radioed Mad Dog himself. 002 promptly inches the barrel of his gun closer, making sure his senior's death is as painful as possible. Before dying, the big guy really wants to know why everyone seems to believe in 001 so much. 002 tells him it's because they're broken, something Mad Dog himself had just said. Mad Dog's mind flashes through the few life moments he shared with his children, the numbered mercenaries. And with that, he's finally put to sleep. As scummy as he was, I still feel a little sad about his death. Right at that moment, 006 and his friends arrive. They question why they killed the big guy, since they could have extracted a lot more info from the bastard. 002 doesn't bother answering the original question. Instead, he argues why they even came here. Turns out they came because of Jin. With Forrest moving, 001 is under extreme pressure, worried about his family's safety. Forrest is definitely going to launch an investigation after losing so many soldiers, and if 001's identity as Jin is revealed, his family will be in great danger. Though 004 isn't sure why they should even care about this. That's when 005 snaps at him, pointing out that Jin could potentially die as a result. But once again, that bastard reminds her that Jin has nothing to do with them. After all, he chose to betray everyone and is now living a cozy life. Everyone falls silent in that crucial moment, until one of the numbered mercenaries finally speaks. He says it's actually a good thing that at least one of them is living a cozy life. He recalls the moment when Jin went back to save everyone, even though Mad Dog had ordered him not to. Still, Jin went against Mad Dog's will and made his own decision anyway. He knew their mission could potentially fail if they carried the injured, but he still preferred his wounded comrades over the mission. Meanwhile, the other numbered mercenaries had left the injured behind to escape, while Jin stayed and let those guys pass away peacefully, away from the chaos. If there was ever a comrade still alive, Jin would always put his life on the line to stay with them. Because of that attitude, he'd been punished multiple times by the higher-ups. His actions are clear to everyone, and it's something they shouldn't ignore. With that said, the mercenary believes Jin has every right to live a normal life with his family. Once again, silence follows, this time broken by the Big Cheese, who makes the final decision. He wants to attack the forest base Mad Dog had told them about, but instead of going overboard, he plans to avoid the major bases and go after the smaller ones. Including 004 and 005, he and the two will lead 3 teams, each moving independently. Not only Jin, but every numbered mercenary is being hunted by Forrest. So before the enemy reaches them, he wants them to reach the enemy first. No one objects. They all express their willingness for this endeavor. Not long after, Jin hears the good news directly from 002. He's told they're splitting up across different countries to destroy some of Forrest's bases. If attacks start happening here and there, Forrest will be too distracted to track down Jin. Everyone wants him to live the life he's chasing, and 002 especially wants him to live fully, so that betraying everyone feels worth it in the end. With that, the call ends, leaving Jin lost in thought for hours. Eventually, he gets back to his usual exercise. Just as he's catching his breath, his sister shows up. She's here to have a little chat, and to express her gratitude to his comrades who saved her. She asks Jin to pass on her thanks to them. Since she was unconscious during the kidnapping, she doesn't remember much beyond someone entering their house. By the time she regained consciousness, her hands, legs, and mouth were tied, and her eyes were blindfolded. But not long after, there was noise outside, and someone untied her. While still blindfolded, that person assured her he'd take her back to her brother. The voice was cold but not intimidating at all. They didn't remove her blindfold so she couldn't see their faces, but throughout the entire way back, they treated her carefully. When they guided her to the car, their gestures felt kind, not hostile. While driving, they made sure she didn't lose her balance, even adjusting their movements to be gentle. To her, this was clear evidence they were Jin's closest friends, and she's deeply glad for it. Jin is at a loss for words after hearing this, but eventually admits with a smile that he considers them his family. At her insistence, he also promises to thank them on her behalf. We then cut to some big shot from Forrest, who gets the terrible news. 3 of Forrest's bases have been hit. Each base was attacked on the same day, at the same time. Coincidentally, they were remote bases, not the major ones. After processing the information, the big shot is certain this isn't a coincidence. When he demands to know who attacked, the lackey reports that the numbered mercenaries are under suspicion. He adds that Mad Dog was supposed to attack them, but instead he was the one who got taken down. These recent hits are clearly a warning from the numbered mercenaries about siding with Mad Dog. By now the big shot is sure his men, along with Anna and Mad Dog, were all taken out by the numbered. For now, he advises his lackey to practice caution, and not go after them just yet. In the following days, we see Jin walking to school. Some girls suddenly approach him and start asking for his number, but Jin politely declines since he doesn't feel comfortable sharing personal info with people he doesn't know. As the girls swarm him, Yeona is watching all this from a distance. His friends are also there, getting all jealous over how this guy is pulling all the bitches. Even Yeona can sense the burning jealousy coming off Jaehyung, but the guy throws the shade back at her, asking if she doesn't feel bothered seeing Jin surrounded by girls. Of course, the girl feels embarrassed at what they're implying and feigns ignorance, questioning them back why she would even be bothered, but her friends know all too well, and they insist she drop the act. Whenever Jin isn't around in the cafe or their hideout, her mood is always a little down. With Jin around, she's energetic and upbeat. The girl feels totally spazzy, embarrassment painting her face. They keep pressing her, wondering if she's acting oblivious on purpose, or if she really never realized it herself. Eventually, the girl gets mad, twirls on her heel, and storms off. By now, one thing is for sure, the girl is just too shy for this kind of thing. In class, Yona's mind is still clouded by what just happened earlier. In her contemplative moment, she sneaks a look at Jin, and when our boy glances back, she gets flustered again and quickly turns her head away. In the following scene, we see Seokju and Jin doing drills in the SW training area. Meanwhile, Yona is sitting in the office with her cousin Jie. She asks her senior about her relationship situation, wondering if things are going well with her fiancé. Seems like Jie isn't in the mood to talk about it, so Yona doesn't push. Jie also knows she's just here killing time while waiting for Jin, but Yona flat out denies it, saying she's only here to meet her cousin. But the big girl knows that's a blatant lie. Anyway, she quizzes Yeona if she's enjoying living a life without stressing about companies. Yep, you can tell our girl likes this kind of life a lot, and Jie is glad she's doing well. Speaking of normal life, the senior throws another question, asking if Yona has confessed to Jin yet. That catches the girl off guard, leaving her not knowing how to react. Jie reminds this gullible girl that Jin is a very popular guy, so it wouldn't be surprising if girls keep approaching him. In fact, most of the female staff at SW have a crush on Jin. And let's not forget about Sophia, who came not too long ago. She's also interested in Jin. That's right. The daughter of the head of the Beret family wants to snatch Jin all for herself. And if Jie's being honest, there are probably a bunch more out there who want to be with him. It's a nightmare situation for Yona, and she feels utterly petrified the moment she thinks about it. Jie also recalls Jin once saying he doesn't have the right to like someone else, which clearly suggests Jin might already have someone in mind. So, in a way, Jie is glad Yona hasn't confessed yet, since rejection seems obvious. Though, she's not entirely sure if she's interpreting Jin's words right. Still, it wouldn't be surprising if it were true. He's so young, and yet, there's already so much going on with this guy. Yona leaves the office with a devastated look. A while later, she runs into Jin and Seokju. Right now, the only thing running through her mind is why Jin hasn't told them anything about dating someone. Seokju snaps her out of her daze, while she keeps staring at Jin, leaving him confused about what's going on. Back at the hideout, the gaming session is in full swing, but Yona is messing up so bad that Jaehyung can't stop yelling at her. Her mind's too occupied to focus on anything. Out of curiosity, Jin asks her the reason behind her sulking mood, but she just says she's fine. Once again, Jaehyung is losing his absolute mind. When he was yelling at her, she pretended not to hear, but when Jin spoke, she responded right away. Seokju chimes in and decides to head back since she doesn't look well. For obvious reasons, he tasks Jin with taking her home. A while later, the two are walking together. The girl apologizes for making him leave early, even though they rarely get to hang out and play. But Jin doesn't mind. Yona, meanwhile, is still wrestling with her thoughts, wondering if she should pry into his personal life. Eventually, she musters up the courage to ask if he's seeing someone. At first, Jin doesn't understand what she means, but when she asks more directly, he answers with a simple no, he isn't seeing anyone. Of course, that little assurance is all it takes to lift her mood instantly. She's so happy she decides to treat them to some triangle kimbap and cup noodles. Meanwhile, someone is keeping an eye on Jin's every move. And it's 002, along with her friends. They learn that Yona is the granddaughter of SW's president. And SW? It's South Korea's largest corporation, and they've recently entered the military industry too. Looks like these guys are seriously jealous of our boy. Bro's living way too good of a life for them to stomach. The scene then transitions to a place I can't read the name of since it's in Korean. Outside stands Dushik Cha's henchman, while inside, Cha is staring at a photo of an old man, most likely his grandfather, who hated his grandson for living a gangster life. Right then, his sister shows up. Seeing him, she is sure he must have also come here to commemorate their grandfather's death anniversary. The gangster agrees, but he's curious why Hyunsoo hasn't shown up. To that, the girl reveals Hyunsoo is busy with work, so he couldn't come today. Though honestly, he's not the type to come even if he wasn't busy. After paying his respects to the old man, Cha is on his way. As he steps outside, his henchmen rush to cover him with an umbrella. On the way, Cha's mind drifts back to a particular memory, where his grandfather yelled at him for stealing a motorbike. Since the shop belonged to his grandfather, he was punished by being forced to work there without pay. Then, in some other memory, he embarrassed his grandfather by beating the crap out of school kids. In the present, when they finally arrive at their apartments, they spot Jin's grandfather gathering trash and cleaning the streets even though it's raining cats and dogs. After parking, Cha walks over to the old man and suggests he should wait until the rain stops. But the old man argues that if he rests just because it's raining, the trash will just pile up. Eventually, Cha throws the umbrella aside and starts helping him. At first, the old man is shocked, but then he feels thankful for Cha's help. As they work, they catch up. The old man asks where Cha has been all this time. The gangster claims he went back to his hometown because he had something to take care of. Right at that moment, the old man suddenly collapses. Cha immediately orders his men to bring the car, and they rush him to the hospital. A while later, Jin comes to visit his grandfather too. As Jin is catching up with him, Cha arrives and explains that the old man hurt his back, but the doctors say he'll be fine after a few days' rest. Still, Grandpa is worried about Dayan, thinking she might be stressing over him. After a little small talk, Jin leaves the room and finds Cha outside the ward to thank him. He's grateful that Cha and his henchmen always look out for his grandfather. Of course, both gangsters downplay their help. As their conversation progresses, Cha suddenly reminisces about his past self again. Jin always makes him think about his younger days. Their lives feel strangely similar. Naturally, it doesn't make sense to his henchmen, or even to us, how Cha's life could be remotely close to Jin's. Cha clarifies he isn't talking about appearances. He's talking about the fact that, just like Jin, he also had a grandfather, while Jin didn't until now. After that, they decide to head downstairs and grab some food together. Jin's more than happy to tag along. He is even willing to pay this time. But Cha doesn't get how a high schooler is going to cover the bill for two grown men. Seems like the gangster forgot our boy works at SW as a bodyguard, and their salary package is pretty damn handsome. As soon as his lackey reminds him of this little fact, Cha doesn't even feel the slightest shame, and makes it clear he's ordering beef rib soup. But their eating plans go straight down the drain. The henchmen just got word that Hyunsoo showed up on their turf, a piece of news that seriously concerns Cha. Cutting to the guy in question, he's out here acting all high and mighty, bossing around Cha's men like they're his lapdogs. Then Cha arrives, and as soon as he sits down, Hyunsoo starts complaining about the staff. But Cha isn't here for that bullshit. He wants him to cut the crap and get to the point. Turns out Hyunsoo is here for cash. He claims he wants to start a new business. The funny part is that this isn't the first time he's pulled this trick to swindle money from Cha. This time, he swears he won't fail, and that he'll finally establish a successful business. Of course, Cha politely turns him down, and Hyunsoo immediately tries to gaslight him. He even drags their deceased grandfather into the mix, saying the old man always bailed Cha out whenever he caused a mess. Still, Cha sticks to his guns, reminding him that's exactly why he lent him money before. Despite all that, Cha is still generous enough to offer him some pocket money, just because Hyunsoo came after so long. But he makes it clear that he can't spare a single penny for some half-baked business plan. Of course, Hyunsoo pushes harder, pointing out that Cha already runs successful businesses, so why is sparing some money an issue? The gangster just sighs, not thrilled to point out that his businesses aren't exactly printing cash lately, and on top of that, he's got staff to take care of. That's the breaking point. Hyunsoo finally snaps, furious that Cha supports his lackeys but won't help his own brother. He points out those same lackeys already have multiple business ventures thriving, all thanks to Cha. Since the gangster doesn't want this to get ugly, he asks Hyunsoo to leave at once. It's here we learn that Cha isn't actually the blood-related grandson Hyunsoo is. This fact makes Cha drift back into another memory, the time his grandfather paid him his very first wage. Back then, he couldn't understand why the old man gave him the full amount, even though he still owed for the stolen bike. But the truth was, the old man wasn't the type to exploit kids. For him, not paying a boy who worked hard would have been shameful. The old man wanted him to feel the taste of hard-earned money. Back to the present, it's clear Cha is applying that same principle to his brother. Work hard, earn big, that's all there is to it. So for now, he only offers pocket money, nothing more. Enraged, Hyun-soo storms out without taking a single cent. On his way out, he remembers how their grandfather took in this orphan bastard and turned him into the successful man he is today. And yet Cha dares act all high and mighty. Pushing past staff in anger, Hyun-soo eventually comes across Jin. He confronts the high schooler, questioning why he's even here. When Jin doesn't respond, Hyun-soo lashes out with that sharp tongue of his, then goes as far as to try and hit our boy. Lucky for him, Cha's henchman intercepts and grabs his hand. Otherwise, the consequences would have been severe. The henchman warns him to leave without causing a scene. But of course, this cocky bastard doesn't like being bossed around, even though in reality, he should be grateful someone just saved his sorry ass from getting wrecked. Right then, Cha also shows up, questioning the kid about his visit. Jin reminds him about the agreement they had to eat outside. A while later, we see Cha back at his turf, thinking about setting up a small fried chicken shop for his brother. His henchman warns him that Hyun-soo will just run it into the ground. If that dude was the hardworking type, he would have achieved something in his life already. Suddenly Cha's phone rings, and it's Hyun-soo's sister, apologizing on behalf of her brother. Cha doesn't really get why she's apologizing. The girl isn't happy that Cha always supports Hyun-soo with money, yet the guy keeps begging every damn time, with zero conscience whatsoever. She says he's been acting weird lately. He borrowed a lot more money from her than usual, then asked for even more, even though he still hasn't paid the last one back. Rumor has it he's been hitting up others too, which means he's neck deep in some shady shit. She feels ashamed to say this, but asks Cha to help him one last time. Cutting to the man in question, Hyun-soo is desperately thinking of anyone he can ask for a loan. Looking at his phone, he sees that Cha sent him 1 million won pocket money. But Hyun-soo wants way more than that. Suddenly he gets a call he really doesn't want to answer. As if on cue, the guys calling him are now standing right in front of him. They're pissed that he ignored their calls all day. Before he can spit out an excuse, they order him to follow them as the boss wants to meet him. Eventually, we cut to the big cheese, casually practicing golf inside his house. Meanwhile, Hyun-soo is trembling like a scared puppy. As you might have guessed, Hyun-soo owes this man money, and he wants it back now. Before things get ugly, the poor bastard tries to explain that he went to get money from his brother in Seoul. Hearing Cha's name, the big cheese goes on high alert, as if he already knows him. The scene shifts back to the past. Cha had just gotten the shocking news that he'd be inheriting the motorbike shop after the old man's retirement. The old man was certain Hyun-soo wouldn't be able to handle the shop. He believed the rascal would just sell it off and gamble away the money. It pained him to talk down on his own grandson, but facts were facts. That dude was way too deep in street crimes, gambling, chasing women. All of it was just fun to him. Though the old man made it clear to Cha that he won't get the shop for free either. He had to keep running it and keep supporting Hyun-soo and Yurim financially. As for the old man, he already had enough saved for his retirement. Right then, Cha's phone rings, snapping him out of his old memories. It's Hyun-soo, and he's being forced to call and somehow lure Cha in. So Hyun-soo bluffs that he's holding a soft opening for his new business tomorrow, and wants his brother to come. As for the money, he claims he borrowed it from someone else to establish this business. He makes Cha believe he's finally turned into a responsible man, ready to live a decent life. Cha doesn't suspect a thing. He's just glad for his brother, promising he'll definitely attend and won't be late. After the call, we cut to Hyun-soo again. The big shot is pleased he made the call. Now that Cha is coming, he promises to forget the 5 grand Hyun-soo owes. And if Hyun-soo manages to stab his brother, the big shot is even willing to forget the million he borrowed, plus the gambling debt. From that point onward, the boss will handle everything. All Hyun-soo has to do is stab Cha. Of course, the bastard is ready to go along with it, convinced it's Cha's own fault for pushing him this far. Cha already has beef with this guy, and since Hyun-soo hates Cha too, he came to this bastard for money. So technically, in Hyun-soo's twisted mind, it's Cha's fault he borrowed money from this man. Not to mention, he can never forget that Cha is the one who inherited Grandpa's business, the business that was supposed to be his. We then cut back to our gangster, planning to go alone to his brother's business inauguration. Suddenly, his henchman recalls that Cha just went to the bank to withdraw money. He doesn't understand why Cha still wants to give his brother cash, but Cha explains that this money is for his brother. Since Hyun-soo has now become a decent man, it's only right to pay him back what's his. Eventually, Cha gets into his car and sets off. It's nighttime already when Hyun-soo greets Cha with a wide smile. Cha notices his brother's beaten-up face and asks about it. Hyun-soo brushes it off, dragging him straight towards the shop. Even before stepping inside, Cha already feels proud of his brother. But when he enters, he sees the place unusually packed, and it's all men filling the tables. Naturally, Cha gets suspicious. Hyun-soo assures him they're just his buddies from the joint. Still, Cha can't ignore the shady stares these guys keep throwing his way. And then, shit takes its dark turn when ultimately, Cha gets stabbed by his own brother. The worst part is that Hyun-soo doesn't even feel guilty. Cha hurls the bastard away like a rag doll. Then, enter the mastermind himself, the boss behind this brotherly betrayal. Oh, by the way, his name is Seokbai, a name Cha instantly remembers as soon as he sees that filthy mug. We then cut to Cha's henchman, who calls Yurim, Hyun-soo's sister. The henchman also wants to send some flowers for the shop, so he asks the girl to reveal her brother's new shop address, especially since Cha isn't answering his phone. Of course, the girl doesn't have a clue about this shop business, and when the henchman hears this, he's shocked out of his mind. It doesn't take him long to realize Cha has walked straight into his own demise. He quickly rallies all his men and decides to head out to rescue his boss. By a twist of fate, Jin just so happens to visit today with his sister's food in tow. He only came here to deliver the meal his sister prepared for them. Once again, the scene takes us into the past for better context. It was the first time Cha had seen Seokbai, and his grandpa was handing over some money to that man. Once those guys left, Cha questioned his old man about what business they had here. The old man revealed that he had taken a loan from this man to cover Hyunsu's accident. The original amount wasn't much, but the interest this bastard was charging made it impossible to pay. So, Cha decided to visit the guy and ask him to drop the interest. Turns out this bastard was running a shady business where he intentionally picked fights and then demanded settlement money. And this bastard was also involved in Hyunsu's case. Despite Cha's pleading, the bastard coldly declined his request. If he started forgiving interests, his whole business model would collapse. Plus, he needed hard cash to settle in this area since he was still the new guy around. Seokbae only agreed to drop the interest if Cha himself worked for him. And as you'd expect, this is how a gangster was born. Cha became a lapdog for that bastard, stuck doing every dirty job imaginable. Because of this, his grandpa began to loathe him, and the rift only grew as Cha kept serving under that man. The inevitable day came when the old man was hospitalized. He fell into a coma, and the doctors had no answers on when he'd wake up. Turns out, he couldn't repay the money he borrowed, so his store was seized, and he collapsed from the shock. Of course, this made no sense to Cha, since the only reason he'd been working for that bastard was to have his grandpa's debt pardoned. The real shocker came when he learned his grandpa hadn't borrowed any new money. It was the old debt, the one he originally took from Seokbai, meaning that bastard never pardoned the debt at all. The money Cha sent his grandpa, the old man never used either, thinking it was Cha's hard-earned blood money. Instead, he worked in factories and did manual labor just to repay the debt himself. He wanted to clear the debt on his own, and hoped Cha would accept him back once it was done. That's precisely why the old man never had the courage to face Cha all this time. It wasn't because he hated Cha for working with that filthy man. He was ashamed that he couldn't pay back the money, and his son had to pay him. That was Cha's breaking point. He literally slaughtered all of Seokbai's men. He was a hound thirsty for that man's blood. That day he beat the shit out of Seokbai, but made the crucial mistake of sparing him. And now, in the present, that mistake has come back to haunt him. It's been 10 years since that incident, and that bastard finally wants to settle the score. He still hasn't forgotten that pain, and it haunts him to this day. Cha finds it ridiculous that Seokbai used his little brother for revenge. It's laughable that this pile of filth used Hyunsu to do what he himself couldn't. This jab stings the bastard's ego, and one of his goons lunges to strike. But being the Chad he is, Cha delivers a devastating punch right to the guy. He follows up by smacking the bastard hard onto the floor. Of course, Seokbae is fuming, while our gangster doesn't miss the chance to throw another verbal jab. That jab makes the bastard's patience run thin, and he promptly orders his men to finish the job. All his dogs surround Cha and rush at him. Cha ducks to avoid the first strike, then follows up with a crushing punch. With one guy down, another gets knocked out with just a single kick. Meanwhile, the scummy brother looks like a terrified lamb waiting for slaughter. He knew Cha was the best in his field, but he never realized he was this good. Bro keeps hammering one bastard after another, treating them like punching bags. After watching him wipe out a whole pack, the others can only stand frozen in fear. Cha may have taken down a bunch of guys without breaking a sweat, but he's hitting his limit, thanks to his injured intestines. The cowardly boss yells at his cowardly men to do their fucking job. With no choice, the pack of fools rush toward their doom. The first one takes a brutal shoulder smash, while another lands a strike on Cha from behind. When that bastard tries swinging his stick a second time, Cha obliterates his face with a single punch. Then the next guy charges, only to be flattened with another punch. But it's clear Cha can't hold out forever. The numbers are just too overwhelming. Though fear not, reinforcements are on the way. His henchman is bringing the whole crew to rescue him. Cutting back to Cha, he's lost a lot of blood but still managed to wipe out an insane number of bastards. His brother is praying for his life. If not for that stab, Cha would have already ended him. Even Seokbai is forced to acknowledge the insane skill Cha just displayed. But in the end, numbers beat skill, and that bastard is banking solely on this advantage. Cha also admits he's reaching his limit, just like the last time when he spared Seokbai. This twisted piece of filth then decides to play dirty. He calls his brother and offers him the dagger to stab his guts again. Of course, this demand clearly stuns the scummy brother on the spot, insisting that stabbing once was the part of the deal. So it's not fair that he's being forced to stab again. With no choice, he decides not to back down. But before that happens, Jin arrives, carrying his sister's food. Seeing this scrawny dude walk in with a parcel in hand, the goons start questioning each other like idiots. Who the hell ordered food? Meanwhile, Cha instantly recognizes that this isn't your average delivery boy, but Jin insists he's just here to drop off some side dishes. I'm literally laughing my ass off because the boss actually wants to grill the bastard who ordered food in a messy situation like this. Meanwhile, Jin sizes up the scene. First thing he notices is that Cha is badly wounded, while the gang leader orders his lackeys to eliminate the delivery boy. The strongest of the bunch steps forward to take Jin down, but my guy activates his ultra instincts and smacks the bastard so hard across the face that no one even realizes what the fuck just happened. They're all gawking at the scene like morons. Before continuing, Jin calmly sets the food down on the counter. The bastards lose patience and lunge at him. Jin ducks back and starts throwing kicks and punches, dropping 2 guys at once. He follows up by striking another fool. One idiot rushes in with a dagger, only to get his eyes practically popped out of his skull. My guy keeps crushing these bastards like he's crunching numbers on an abacus. The leader can only watch in horror. Meanwhile, Cha sits back and enjoys the show, because Jin isn't some disposable delivery rider like they think. And the way Jin's crushing these clowns just proves Cha's point. Let's not forget the cowardly brother, who's best at stabbing people from behind. Even he's literally shaking in his boots, watching this badass delivery driver tear his crew apart. And then, suddenly, he notices something familiar about Jin's stance. He's that same high schooler he ran into back at the club. Right on cue, Cha's men crash the party, only to find their bloodied boss smirking. They decide to rush him to the hospital, but Cha insists on cleaning up the mess first. In minutes, the entire place is swarming with Cha's angry men, all glaring down their lone target. The bastard knows he's royally fucked. Lucky for him, Cha ignores him for now and walks straight toward his cowardly brother, who's trembling down to his bones. The guy starts throwing out apologies, swearing he'll be a good man again. But Cha assures him straight up he doesn't hold him responsible for any of this. In fact, he believes it's his fault for not letting Hyunsu know who he truly is. If his brother had known the real Cha, he wouldn't have pulled this shit. With a single punch to his face, Cha knocks him to the ground. Hyunsu, now certain he's about to go through hell, tries to wiggle out of it by bringing up their grandpa. Cha replies that the divine punishment he's about to hand down is because he's thinking of their old man. With that, he goes wild, beating the living crap out of his own brother. The whole room falls silent, leaving only Hyunsu's screams echoing throughout. After nearly beating him to death, Cha stops before leaving him with a warning. If he ever hears Hyunsu gambling or taking loans again, he's as good as dead. With Hyunsu dealt with, Cha turns to his nemesis, who's sweating buckets. Cha's aura is so heavy, he doesn't even bother himself. He orders his men to make sure the bastard's useless enough not to pull any more stupid shit. But in response, the bastard does the dumbest thing possible. He rushes at Cha with a dagger. Cha's henchman slaps the fuck out of him, dropping him to the floor, and then starts pummeling him with kicks like he's some cheap piñata. As Cha leaves the cafe, he spots Jin waiting outside. In this panel, Jin literally looks like the pinnacle of tall. When Cha asks him why he's here, the boy meekly says he came to deliver the dishes. His sister told him to bring them as quickly as possible, a little gift for Cha for helping their grandpa. This cute gesture puts a smile on the gangster's bloody face. Then Cha notices the bike Jin arrived on. It's the same bike he once gave him for free, and seeing it in mint condition tells him Jin takes care of the beast. Though Jin doesn't intend to keep it forever, he plans to return it. But Cha insists he hold on to it. He's too old for flashy bikes anyway. In fact, he never even rode a bike back in his prime. This makes Jin wonder if maybe the bike is stolen. Turns out his assumption isn't completely wrong. It was stolen, but Cha didn't steal it. He bought it. It just reminded him of the old days, so he grabbed it for the hell of it. The henchman then decide it's time to get to the hospital. Before leaving, Cha thanks Jin for saving his ass, and takes the food with him. On the drive, his henchmen argue that Hyunsu shouldn't be let off so easily. That bastard nearly got Cha killed, but Cha remembers the old man, the first person who ever truly mattered in his life. Despite being a troublemaker, his grandpa believed in him, trusted that he'd change someday. That's why the old man gave him the chance to live like a normal human. And to this day, Cha hasn't forgotten that moment. The old man's words still echo in his head. That's why he also wants to believe in Hyunsu, giving him a chance to fix his life before it's too late. In the following days, the scene shifts to where the numbered mercenaries are. Today 018 is meeting a female client who wants his services. He's supposed to guard her until she leaves the country. Though the woman isn't sure one person is enough, 018 confidently says he can handle it. He even questions if she's doubting his abilities. She replies no, before reaching into her coat and shooting him on the spot. The scene then cuts to a forest official, someone we've seen before. Turns out the woman who just executed 018 is Alice, a member of Forest. But this isn't an official mission. She's acting on her own after learning about the recent tragic events. Harsh restrictions might work on others, but they can't restrain her so easily. Still, the big boss wants her back immediately. The lackey argues that they can't reach her, nor do they know her whereabouts. Then we cut back to 018, who's still alive but in severe pain. He collapses to the ground, gasping for air. We then cut back a little in time, where 018 had just gotten shot but still managed to hold his ground. The woman was bitch-slapping him with nothing but words while he tried to hide with his injuries. Back to the present. The boy isn't vibing with the fact that the woman already knew he was a number. Suddenly, someone shows up, but it's not the enemy this time. It's his comrade. The big guy is shocked to see his friend in this condition and demands to know what happened. Of course, 018 tells him about his encounter and a little about that woman. The big guy helps him up so they can get out of there. But it seems too late now. They've likely walked straight into a trap. A barrage of bullets rips through the gate, all aimed at the two boys. That bitch is going completely bonkers with her finger on the trigger. And when a storm of bullets isn't enough, she throws in a stun grenade, then charges in to finish off the blinded targets. Unfortunately for her, both boys are no longer in her line of sight. One of them surprises her, charging from behind with a damn table held up as a shield. With just one heavy strike, the woman gets knocked out like a toddler, giving the big guy a chance to take his own shot. But his vision still hasn't recovered from the stun grenade. He can't see shit. That gives the woman another chance to rain down yet another hail of bullets. The boys quickly fall back and she stops shooting too. She gets to her feet and cautiously moves through the apartment, trying to spot her targets. This time, she becomes the prey. 001 presses the barrel of his gun right against her skull. But as soon as the trigger's about to pull, she moves with lightning speed and somehow outmaneuvers him. She falls back, then scrambles up to cover again. 002 stays on guard. Before engaging, he signals his friend to retreat and get treatment first. The two of them promptly leave. The woman, meanwhile, is utterly pissed for not killing even a single numbered guy. Still, she's glad she got to meet 002, the current leader of the numbered mercenaries. The guy questions her identity, but with how proud she sounds, he realizes she's from Forest. In fact, 002 has heard of her, praised as the greatest assassin in Forest. Seeing her here only means one thing. The war between the numbered mercenaries and Forest has begun. The woman blames him for all this mess, the direct consequences of their actions. But 002 shuts her off because she's just talking shit. It was Forest who teamed up with Mad Dog and started hunting them. Forest even lent him soldiers. This piece of news shocks the woman, to think that Forest actually helped Mad Dog. On the other hand, 002 argues that what he and his team did was just a warning not to mess with them. But clearly that warning fell short. The woman refuses to believe a single word out of his mouth, while 002 is sure she'll find out the truth soon enough. With that, he walks away, wanting her to learn the truth first. A few days later, Alice finally returns to Forest HQ and reports to the big boss. The first thing she asks is if they really helped Mad Dog attack the numbered guys, which ended with Anna and others losing their lives. The old man stays silent, which is all the confirmation she needs that what 002 told her was true. She hates that Forest sacrificed their own members just to mess with the numbered mercenaries. Finally, the old man breaks the silence, tells her this matter doesn't concern her. Her only job is to follow orders, nothing else. He warns her that if she disobeys again and acts on her own, he won't overlook it next time. With that, he dismisses her, ordering her to wait for further instructions. Once he's alone, he asks his lackey if they have any missions to assign her. The guy suggests keeping her on standby as punishment, but the senior insists that keeping her idle is a waste of potential. He wants her put on a mission immediately. Days later, we cut to SW Corp. Everyone's hyped, celebrating the fact that new members are joining their ranks, which means Jin will finally lose his newbie title. Jin looks confused. He doesn't get what they're talking about. His friend explained that a new security personnel has been hired. Still, Jin doesn't get why he's the only one labeled the newbie, when Seokju himself looks pretty young. This is when Seokju takes his time to gloat about being one of the OGs here. Meanwhile, the senior guard is busy conducting intros and explaining the ropes to the new recruits. And these recruits aren't just random rookies, they're seasoned veterans. Still, they'll have to go through a few months of testing before earning the veteran title they deserve. Among the recruits is none other than that bitch from Forest who ambushed the numbered mercenaries. Of course, all the guys in the room start drooling at the sight of a pretty face, but her presence here is no coincidence. To make sense of it, we cut to the past, when she had talks with the director. He wanted her to infiltrate SW and stay on standby until further orders. He built her an airtight persona, so SW won't suspect a thing. Back in the present, GA's senior guard looks a little stressed because the rest of the crew keeps insisting on throwing a welcome party for the newcomers. Even though they were told these recruits aren't your typical newbies, the guys keep pushing for it. Under the pressure, Yona's senior guard finally agrees to hold a welcome ceremony and orders everyone to gather in the training hall. Jin, however, doesn't get the point of this welcome ceremony. Hearing that, everyone stares at him like he's Diddy asking for baby oil. They explain that it's about welcoming their juniors with open arms, showing them what SW's spirit is really like after throwing a few punches together. But in reality, these guys just want an excuse to rough up the newbies and feel superior about themselves. Turns out, Jin's into it too. He actually likes these kinds of rituals for occasions like this. Seems like our boy clearly misunderstood their intentions. Once everyone gathers in the training hall, the seniors kick things off with some drills. First up is a stamina test, but one of the senior guards objects, arguing that they should skip the basics and go straight to the main event. After all, these newbies are supposed to be veterans. Basic tests don't suit them. Meanwhile, Alice, yeah, that bitch, has her eyes locked on our duo Jin and Seokju. From what she's heard, SW is one of the best teams in the whole country, so seeing such young guards makes her doubt if the rumors are even true. A senior guard steps forward and challenges the newcomers to spar. One of them volunteers. As they step into the arena, the senior lays out the rules. No striking sensitive areas, and no going overboard. The bodyguard looks smug, but you can know that the more smug you are, the more chances that you are about to get humbled. He lunges first, throwing a barrage of punches. The newbie blocks them all with ease, then counters with a punch of his own. It doesn't do much damage, and the veteran quickly slams the rookie to the ground, going in for the finishing blow. Since the outcome's already clear, the senior orders the fight to stop. The veteran soldier stands tall, roaring in victory and hyping up his peers with confidence. Even Alice is a little surprised by the display of strength. Next up, she volunteers. Not wanting to draw too much attention with her skills, she deliberately picks who she thinks is the weakest fighter. But in reality, she's just challenged the final boss of the bunch. As they both gear up, she tries to blend in, but everyone looks at her with concerned expressions, like they're worried she's about to beat the hell out of Jin. So, she decides to take it easy and not hurt him. The match finally begins. Alice dashes in first and throws a punch. Jin blocks it effortlessly, then retaliates with double the force. The strength behind it shocks her, making her wonder where the hell this kid gets that kind of power. Jin presses forward, knocking her to the ground and trying to pin her down. She resists and maneuvers her way out of his grip. By now she's certain this kid has serious close combat experience. They clash again, and Alice strikes first, but Jin blocks, grabs her hand, and twists it. Overwhelmed, she retaliates with an elbow strike. Jin doesn't budge, but she charges at him again, only to nearly eat a lightning-fast uppercut. Now she's 100% sure that this kid is the real deal. They take a breather, giving the spectators time to freak out over the intense exchange. Before things escalate further, the senior calls the fight off. Jin casually walks back, leaving Alice with way too much on her mind. She admits to herself that his combat skills are easily on par with Forrest's top agents, even if his bodyguard experience is lacking. Right then, the two goddesses grace the scene with their presence, Yona and Jie. Jie immediately realizes this is just another welcome party. After watching the fight, she and her guard are impressed that someone could actually go toe-to-toe with Jin. Alice, on the other hand, sizes up the both goddesses carefully. She's already thinking about collecting more info on SW's personnel. Later, Alice formally meets Jin, introducing herself under a fake name, Rubia Cristal. She extends her hand, and Jin shakes it, introducing himself as well. She wastes no time before instantly bombarding him with intrusive questions about his skills and experience. Jin satisfies her curiosity that he has done half a year of on-field practice. Alice is bewildered to hear this. To think that this kid is already doing field work without even being officially designated a bodyguard, it's just insane. And to make things worse for her, Jin's buddies drop the bomb that he's just a high schooler. That night, Jin and Yona walk together, while Alice secretly tails them. Yona shows him the new YouTube channel Yongchan made. Our boy, on the other hand, can't shake the feeling someone's following them. Sure enough, Alice is hiding around the corner, spying on them. Not only does Jin have insane combat skills, but sharp senses too. Suddenly, Alice's phone rings, and the caller demands an update on her mission. She reports that she has successfully infiltrated SW and asks for her next orders. But instead, she's told to stay on standby, much to her annoyance. Later that day, Jin gets shocking news about an attack. 006 reports that his injuries are bad, and if they'd arrived any later, he would have been dead. The culprit's name is Alice, Forrest's best assassin. But word is, she's so skilled that she's hard to control. Apparently, Forrest keeps dirt on her just to keep her leashed. They even release an official statement saying the attack wasn't planned by them. Regardless of the situation, what really worries Jin, though, is that one of his own was attacked, and he is sure that 002 definitely won't let that slide. And Jin's hunch isn't far off. From what 006 has learned, the others are already hyped to retaliate against Forrest. But 002's stance is very firm. He believes that rushing in recklessly will only backfire. Not to mention, the numbered mercenaries have split into small groups, making them vulnerable. They need to be cautious before picking fights. With a final warning for Jin to stay vigilant, 006 wraps things up. After the phone call, Jin heads out to pick up his sister from the bus terminal. As he walks, he recalls the time when he collapsed mid-training in camp. The only one who showed up was 018, offering him an energy bar to get him back on his feet. Right then, his sister arrives and spots him across the crossing. She rushes forward to meet him, but some Gen Z idiot on a bike is too busy scrolling his phone while riding. Daeon sees the reckless driver and knows she's screwed. No way she can dodge in time. Jin knows he can't move fast enough to save her either. But luckily, that stalker bitch shows up and yanks Daeon away at the last second. Though maybe I shouldn't call her a bitch this time. She actually did something good enough to appear good in our books. Seeing a foreigner, Daeon quickly straightens up and thanks the pretty lady. She then notices Jin walking her way. Of course, our boy's still a little shaken after that close call, so he thanks her. Alice, however, doesn't get why he feels the need to thank her. Jin clears up the reason behind his gesture. Daeon's his sister. Naturally, that little fact clearly startles the woman. A while later, they grab drinks from their usual go-to convenience store. Daeon finds out this woman is actually Jin's junior from SW. Jin questions why she's hanging around here, and Alice casually informs him that she lives nearby, warning him not to be too surprised if they cross paths again. As the siblings sip their drinks, Sophia notices how ordinary Jin looks now, completely opposite of how he appeared in that sparring session. Meanwhile, 004 and the big brute are walking down the same street. 004 looks pissed that they're doing nothing against Forrest. Word is Forrest planted an agent in this area, so running into her here wouldn't be a coincidence. And as if on cue, they spot Jin and his sister from a distance. The big guy points out the third person with them, Alice. 004 makes him confirm it twice, and when the big guy does, 004's mind is going haywire. Why the hell is Jin sitting with this woman? Not long after, they report back, claiming Jin has betrayed them again. 001, hearing this, tells them not to do anything stupid until he arrives. He specifically forbids them from approaching Jin. But as soon as the musclehead relays this to his friend, that said friend 004 is already gone. And for the brute's absolute nightmare, he knows where exactly his friend is heading. Soon after, Jin gets a call from 004. He gets out of his house to meet him at an abandoned construction site, only for that bastard to immediately attack with a dagger. Jin barely avoids getting his throat slit, dodging wild swings left and right, until he manages to land a solid uppercut. Finally fed up, 004 pulls a Glock and aims to end him for good. He bluntly accuses Jin of betraying them again, leaving our boy confused. Jin insists he doesn't know what the hell he's talking about, but the shithead thinks he's faking ignorance. To him, there's no point talking with a liar and traitor. Before he can pull the trigger, his big friend ambushes him, knocking him down and whispering to chill, because 002 is already on his way. He will take care of the matter. Reluctantly, 004 backs off. Jin stands there clueless, demanding answers. The big guy dodges and walks away with his buddy. A while later, Jin calls 005 to explain everything that just happened. After hearing everything, she feels disappointed, but not surprised. She knows 004 is annoying and probably just venting his frustration. But Jin thinks it's deeper than that. He recalls that 004 kept accusing him of betrayal for unknown reasons. Hearing this, 005 decides to dig further into the matter. After the call, Jin's mind drifts back to the past, to the time 004 beat him up for not being manly enough. That arrogant bastard kept taunting him to fight back. Jin tried, only to get knocked out again. He didn't have the skills to match him back then. But still, Jin stood up again. And 004 clearly liked that this kid had guts. Now in the present, the same 004 can't stomach the thought of betrayal. That's when the big guy smacks sense into him. They overlooked one big detail. When they saw Alice with Jin, his sister was there too. No way in the hell he would casually introduce a forest assassin to his little sister. 004 then assumes Alice must have been hiding her identity just to approach Jin, and it's the only explanation that makes sense. Not long after, they spot Alice on CCTV, walking straight into their turf. Turns out she's visiting the abandoned building where Anna lost her life. Bullet marks are everywhere. By tracing them, she pieces together how the fight went down, how someone tore through Anna's soldiers with scary precision. After assessing the situation, she can only ask herself one question: who the hell could fight like that? But mid-analysis, her instincts scream that something sus is going on. She notices curtains over some drums. Pulling them back, she finds a hidden camera. Moments later, a barrage of bullets rain down. She narrowly avoids them and draws her own Glock, firing back. 004 lauds her sharp instincts, but warns her that he's no one-trick pony either. He doesn't give her a single chance to shoot properly. By now, she realizes she's up against multiple mercenaries, and she knows they're here for revenge. 004 doesn't even bother hiding it. He confirms it straight to her face. Just as he goes dangerously close to her, she grabs his gun and tries to shoot her own, but 004 quickly knocks the gun out of her hands. The woman responds with a kick, but he blocks it instantly. Then she tries to slash him with a sneaky dagger of her own, but the guy reacts with cat-like reflexes and dodges it. Furthermore, he somehow manages to land a nasty cut on her with his own dagger without her even realizing it. For some reason, the woman realizes the guy she's fighting is 004. She's heard there was a skilled number who was crazy about knife battles. This also explains why he intentionally came closer just so he could fight her with knives. Well, 004 doesn't deny it. Bro is seriously itching to push her to the limits just to evaluate Forrest's best agent. With that, their exchange of blows continues. But before they can duke it out, the woman plays dirty. She had a spare gun all along, and now she's holding 004's life hostage with it. She believes only idiots use knives in the era of firearms. She starts firing bullets while he keeps throwing knives at her to throw off her aim. By now, she's sure the other numbered mercenaries must also be nearby. She's got to get the hell out of here before it's too late. With that, she makes her retreat. After the battle, 004 feels stupid for losing to a woman. Right at that moment, 002 arrives, not thrilled to hear that his friend lost to her, Of course, the arrogant bastard tries to wiggle his way out of his senior's scrutiny with just an apology. But turns out, 002 isn't bothered at all by his loss, which is quite surprising. Normally, he would have disciplined 004 to death, not this time. A while later, 002 shows Jin a photo of that forest mercenary on the list. Naturally, our boy's eyes pop out of his sockets when he realizes it's the same woman who's currently in SW. Now it makes sense to him why 004 was grilling him so hard. Jin tries to clarify that she has nothing to do with him. Well, 002 already understands this much. If Jin really had any ties with her, he wouldn't have introduced her to his sister so casually, though he's still curious to know how Jin even came across her. Well, as we already know, she's working in SW right now. 002 finds it alarming. To think she passed SW's background checks only shows that Forrest did a damn good job slipping her in. Then there's another thing Jin doesn't get. Why did she even approach him specifically? If her motive was to kill him, she wouldn't need to approach him in such an inconvenient way. 002 agrees with that, and before leaving, he warns Jin not to involve himself in this mess. After all, his sister has already been exposed to the enemy. If Jin gets dragged in and Alice learns about his true identity, then his family will be in grave danger. For now, all Jin needs to do is figure out how much she knows about him. As for the rest, 002 assures him they'll handle it. The following day, we cut to Alice, thinking about her recent encounter with the numbered mercenaries, earning an earful from her team leader for dozing off mid-duty. At the same time, Jin is also thinking about the same issue. If Forrest really wanted him dead, they wouldn't bother with such a cumbersome process. They could assassinate him easily once they knew his identity. Also, Alice infiltrating SW makes no sense since she could just as easily take his family hostage. This only leaves him wondering, what's her real reason for being here? A while back, right after Alice's clash with 004, she had contacted her seniors asking to return, but her superiors denied her request. They had invested a lot in her infiltration, and Forrest would suffer a huge loss if she simply pulled out. Right now, she has no fucking clue what the hell they even want from her. To lift her mood, she reaches out to Jin on a good note, reminding him of the promise he made to visit the supermarket with her. Jin remembers that too, so they walk side by side down the street. As they walk, she suddenly spots 002 standing in the distance, looking calm and unbothered. Now that even 002 has decided to show himself, it clearly means she's been fully exposed. To deal with it, she insists Jin go ahead since she can't accompany him any longer. With that, she walks straight toward 002. Upon reaching him, she assures him the kid standing there has nothing to do with her, so they shouldn't drag him into the mess. Of course, 002 probes her to explain her relationship with him. The girl insists he's just an associate from the workplace she infiltrated, just a SW trainee. Seems like 002 has confirmed what he wanted, which was whether she knows Jin's true identity. Next, he tells her to follow him somewhere more private. Once inside an abandoned building, the woman asks the reason behind this meetup. If he wanted to kill her, he could have done it without exposing himself. Turns out, 002 has the same question, wondering why she is even here. The woman claims she's merely infiltrating to gather intel on SW. Now that she's already been exposed, she doesn't see the need to hide her intentions anymore. 002 understands her perspective. He simply turns around and proceeds to leave. Well, the woman is flabbergasted that he's just walking away like this. 02 also suggests she do the same, telling her to leave before he actually feels like killing her. A while later, 002 reassures Jin that Alice's infiltration of SW has nothing to do with him. She doesn't know he's 001, which means Jin doesn't need to worry for now. Alice wouldn't even imagine Jin is a numbered mercenary while he's working at SW. After the phone call, 002 heads off, parting ways with his two goofy teammates. Sometime later, 006 also learns about everything that's been going on with Alice. The Korean Keanu Reeves is flabbergasted to hear all this. Anyway, the only question in his mind is, what's Jin gonna do about that bitch? Jin reveals that she didn't show up for training today. 006 guesses she likely withdrew from SW since she's already been exposed. There are rumors that Alice is hard to control, but Forrest still wants her for her skills. So they're forcing her to do their dirty work because they probably found her weakness. Later that night, Jin takes a casual late-night walk, wondering what her weakness might be. His best guess is that she's got a family too. With the speak of the devil, Alice crosses paths with him. This time, the woman is dressed head to toe in black, riding her Hayabusa. Seeing Jin, she's surprised but also grateful, because now she can personally tell him she's leaving. Something personal came up so she can't stay any longer. She was just about to leave, but running into Jin gave her the chance to say farewell on a good note. Before she leaves, Jin throws her a question if she has a family. Surprised at first, the woman admits she does, mentioning her younger brother, who's around the same age as Jin. Whenever she sees Jin, she's reminded of him. Before putting her helmet back on, she insists he continue with his bodyguard career because he's got real talent for it. With that, she zooms away on her superbike for good. The next day at SW, after training, Jin notices Major Kang standing in the distance. Of course, Jin is overjoyed to see his senior, and as expected, they start catching up. Kang reveals that the platoon still remembers him and shows great concern for him. Hearing this, Jin promises to visit them soon. Taking control of the conversation, Jin asks if Kang is perhaps here to meet Jae, but turns out the senior is only here to see his junior, not his ex-fiancée. He's heard that the village chief is sick, and he doesn't think it's a simple illness. His days may already be numbered. He hopes Jin will visit the old man too. Of course, Jin was already planning to, and Kang predicted as much. That's why he's brought along a spare plane ticket for him. After boarding, they zoom through the skies. Inside the plane, Kang recalls the time when the chief had helped Jin a lot in reaching his home. Back then, Kang never truly understood why the old man would help Jin. After all, that old man was quite selfish at that time. Kang is curious to know what kind of relationship Jin really had with him. The boy simply responds that the chief saved his life back then, and doesn't say more. To have better context, we cut to the past. Jin resting in some unknown place. His entire body is aching from severe wounds. The chief's voice advises him not to move around too much, or else his injuries will reopen. The man finally shows up carrying medicine in his hands. Jin instinctively reaches for the nearby scissors and gets ready to fight. As he takes his stance, his muscles stiffen and his wounds start bleeding again. The old man doesn't feel threatened at all, acting as if he's invincible. He reminds the boy that if he had wanted to kill him, he would have already done it. When Jin had been floating in the river, badly injured, it was he who had pulled him out. So he suggests Jin stop acting dumb and just rest until his wounds are healed. After getting patched up, Jin steps outside the hut, only to notice mercenaries everywhere in the area. That's when a tan-skinned girl approaches him, happy that he's alive. After all, Jin had been on the brink of death when her grandpa brought him here. Jin doesn't bother responding, which makes the girl wonder if he's lost the ability to speak. Then two guys approach her, warning her to stay away from this kid because he's an outsider. Once he heals, they say, he'll be kicked out for good. But the girl argues there's nothing to fear from an injured kid. The man, however, insists those injuries are exactly the problem. If he'd hurt himself while playing, fine, but that's clearly not the case. Still, the girl doesn't appreciate his over-the-top suspicion and drags him away so Jin won't feel uncomfortable. A while later, the old man returns and tells Jin that the girl was the one who cared for him through the night. As for why the others seem unfriendly, it's because this is a closed village. People here are naturally wary of outsiders. Although the place doesn't feel welcoming at all, the old man assures him that nobody will hurt him unless he does something stupid. Seeing everyone armed, Jin assumes this is a military base. But the old man takes the liberty to correct him. Turns out he himself isn't a local either. He stayed here for a while to treat those wounded in battle, but as time passed, more people gathered, forming a small settlement. There are also people like the girl, Evelyn, who had no home and found shelter here. Long story short, this is a mercenary village. The people here make their living by taking mercenary jobs. The old man suggests Jin stay until his injuries fully recover, and so, Jin remains in this strange settlement. As Jin rests one day in his room, he hears unpleasant noises outside. Turns out the entire village is under attack, and those bastards aren't hesitating to kill people left and right. One of the lackeys reports to his fat boss that most of the village's manpower is absent, just like the intel said. This only makes the fat fuck happier, and he orders his lackey to drag everyone out and kill them as an example. Further, he orders the place blown up with explosives. That's the only way they can satisfy their revenge. As villagers are being apprehended, Jin remains in his room until Evelyn rushes in, ordering him to run. The looters have arrived, and there isn't even time to explain what's going on. But Jin wonders why she isn't leaving. The girl tells him those bastards captured her mother. Right then, a few looters barge into the hut, only to find Evelyn standing there trembling. Before they can lay their hands on her, Jin ambushes them and knocks the fuck out of both bastards, leaving the girl utterly speechless. Soon after, the big shots of the village, the one who were away at the time, get word that looters are attacking. Hearing the news, they decided to return back to the village all at once. Back at the village, Jin collects ammunition from the corpses and retrieves a gun too. The girl, meanwhile, is still processing how this kid is fighting like a grown adult. Now it makes sense to her why everyone kept warning her to stay cautious around him. Jin snaps her out of her thoughts, telling her to follow him so they can get out of this place. But the girl insists he save her mother and the villagers as well. She knows it's too much to ask a stranger, but he's the only hope they've got. Jin asks if this is supposed to be an official request for his services. After all, this is a mercenary village. The girl doesn't have money to pay him, but she's sure the adults will once they return. Jin clarifies he doesn't need money as payment. What he's about to do can be considered repayment for what she did for him, caring for him while he was half dead. And so, Jin begins wreaking havoc, mowing down bastards left and right as if they were training dummies, clearing one side of the village. On the other side, the looters have gathered all the villagers, forcing them to their knees. The fat boss is ready to resume the slaughter once his team finishes searching the eastern part and drags everyone out. But it looks like his plan is about to fall apart, because Jin has already cleared all enemies in the east. Now the only thing left is to deal with these bastards holding the villagers hostage. From the shadows, Jin assesses the situation and strategizes. Once ready, he makes his move. 2 soldiers patrol the area, searching for survivors. They come across an unsuspecting kid, drag him out of a quiet corner, and shove him in with the other captives. As we know, this was Jin's plan to get as close as possible to the fat boss. With his target in sight, Jin makes his move. He slits the throat of the first man in front of him, then dashes toward the boss. The goons open fire, but Jin takes the bastard down with just a knife and manages to press the blade against the fat fuck's throat. The other armed soldiers halt, seeing their master in such a precarious situation. The boss raises his voice and orders them to drop their weapons. With no choice, the bastards lower their guns. The boss commends Jin for his precision and skills. The only reason this bastard still dares to speak confidently is because if Jin kills him, the villagers will die too. So he makes Jin an offer. Stop this foolishness and work under him. With Jin's power, he believes he can shape him further and harness the true potential of his abilities. Jin glances around, noticing all the armed men. He's clearly at a disadvantage. The pause makes the boss believe Jin is actually considering his shitty offer. But little does he know, my guy was just counting these bastards. Jin whips out a Glock he had been hiding and kills all the nearby soldiers with precise shots. One man manages to return fire, a bullet grazing Jin's cheek, but Jin takes him down along with everyone else surrounding the villagers. The boss didn't see this coming. He ends up taking a bullet just like the rest of his crew. With the boss dead, Jin orders the villagers to get up and grab weapons. There are looters who escaped, and they need to hunt them down. Meanwhile, the main party of mercenaries arrives at the village, only to be met with an unexpected sight. Shitloads of dead bodies litter the ground. Some villagers approach, and the leader demands to know what the hell happened. He'd heard looters attacked the village. The villagers explain it wasn't just some looters, the boss himself came with 40 men, but they assure him everything is over. The leader is flabbergasted to hear the boss showed up personally. That's why he warns his men to prepare for another ambush. Then comes the shocker. One villager reveals that, including the boss, every single one of them has been dealt with. Of course, this doesn't make sense to the leader, so he orders confirmation. That's when the villager points toward Jin, explaining that it was that kid who killed the boss along with most of his men. The villagers only managed to take down about 10 themselves. The kid wiped out the entire squad, plus the leader. Soon after, the old man approaches Jin and thanks him for what he did. But Jin thinks gratitude is unnecessary after all. The old man helped him first. The old man finally introduces himself. His name is Lucas, and he's considered the village head simply because this village formed around him. He then asks the kid's name in return, but since Jin has no memory of his past, he doesn't know. As he watches Evelyn's mother embrace her daughter dearly, he suddenly recalls the horrific plane crash. His own mother had adored him the same way before the crash. "You parents love you, Jin," she said. From that point, Jin begins piecing back fragments of his memory and remembers his name. He gives his name to the old man, who thanks the kid back for his contribution. And there you have it, boys. The backstory of Jin finally revealed. As the flashback ends, Jin and Major Kang arrive at the village. Of course, it doesn't take long for the villagers to recognize him. Evelyn is there too, and the girl immediately throws herself into his arms upon seeing him. She eagerly starts catching up, asking the reason for his visit. But we already know the reason. So, she quickly escorts him toward the village head's room, certain he'll feel better once he sees Jin. Lately, the old man hasn't been doing well. He can barely move and is almost blind. Finally, they enter the room, and the girl cheerfully reminds the chief that Jin is here. "Bro, doesn't it feel like this old man has aged way too much, given it's only been a few years since that incident?" As usual, since Jin isn't the talkative type, it's the old man carrying the whole conversation. The old man reveals that he had been sick for a long time, but now his body has weakened to the point it can't endure anymore. The girl decides to leave the room to give the two of them space to talk. The old man asks Jin whether he ever got to meet his family, and if reuniting with them brought him any joy. Jin confirms it, saying he's currently living with his family. He's got a grandfather and a youngster, and both treat him really well. And as for his real name, it's Yu-Ijin. The old man is glad to hear he's doing well, but he has one last request he wants Jin to fulfill. He asks Jin to never come back. It's his final request. Jin acknowledges the old man's wish and promptly begins to leave. But before he steps out of the room, the old man expresses his joy at seeing Jin one last time. "I'm happy I got to see you one last time, Yu-Ijin." Those were his final words before Jin left. As they echo in his head, Kang snaps him out of his thoughts. Jin assures his senior he's fine and decides to head back. Just then, some other familiar faces show up and immediately start scolding him for coming here. They tell him this is a place he has no business visiting. They don't want him back, since he was the one who abandoned them first. At first, Jin acted like one of them, but once he recovered and regained his memories, he left without looking back. Nobody appreciates a traitor like that, so one guy outright tells him to get the hell out. The word traitor really sticks with Jin. He's been hearing it a lot lately. Evelyn snaps at the guy for his crude words, but Jin just assures them he's already leaving and walks off to his car. The girl runs after him, and when he turns, she's standing there. He bids her farewell and heads to his car. Once he's gone, the girl starts berating that crude guy for being harsh unnecessarily. In her eyes, they should be happy to see him, not bitter. Well, turns out the big guy actually was happy to see him. In fact, they all were. After all, every single one of them is indebted to Jin for saving the village back then. The reason they acted cold was because they don't want him to stay attached to this place. They're glad he has a family now and is living a normal life. And once again, we flash back to Jin's past. The old man had just finished unwrapping all the bandages from Jin's battered body. Now that he was healed, the old man expected him to leave. But Jin admitted he had nowhere to go. So, the old man suggested he stay here for a while, on one condition. If Jin ever found a place he could truly call home, he would have to leave immediately. A few days later, Jin expressed his desire to work as a mercenary, something the old man strongly opposed. Jin argued there was no reason to stop him since he was more skilled than most adults around. But the old man stayed persistent, though for the first time he seriously began to wonder what kind of life Jin had been living before. Back in the present, Jin wakes up in his room. He gets a call from his lieutenant, who delivers devastating news. The village head has passed away right after they left. Jin goes speechless, giving this classic expressionless face. Even Kang notices the boy's silence and can tell that he isn't all right. Suddenly, his sister arrives, inviting him to eat together now that he's awake. She notices his worried face but doesn't question it, just smiles and drags him to the table. It's packed with food, and the three of them enjoy the meal together, eventually wiping out everything. When Jin starts clearing the plates, Daeon quickly takes over, while the old man suggests Jin join him for a walk. As they stroll outside, the old man asks his grandson if he's really doing okay, because lately, he looks exhausted. He already looked worn out when he returned from his visit to that old place, and now he seems even worse. Even Daeon is worried. The old man guesses maybe the person Jin went to see has something to do with his mood. Jin reveals that person was someone who once saved his life. Before he returned home, that person took care of him, nursed him, and eventually urged him to go back to his family once he regained his memories. He went to visit because the man was ill, and now he's passed away. Hearing this, the old man actually feels relieved. In fact, he's glad because Jin's sorrow proves just how well that person must have treated him. The considerate grandfather even offers Jin his shoulder if he feels like crying. But Jin just stands there like a mannequin, until suddenly a tear slides down his cheek. Even he didn't realize he was crying until Grandpa pointed it out. The old man hugs him tightly as Jin finally lets some of his heavy heart out. Later, Jin learns that the village head left him a message. "Thank you for letting me be a father again, which I had once lost." Damn, that one really hits. Even I want to cry for that old man. We then fast forward a few days and cut to hungry Yona suggesting to her friends that they grab something to eat. Youngchan says he already ordered some street food. It'll arrive by the time they get back to the hideout. He's got cup noodles and snacks, but no proper food yet. As they're walking, Hyokjin suddenly notices a familiar face. It's his brother Ju Hyuk-jung, and his face is completely beaten up. The guy tries to walk past without explaining, but Hyokjin stops him. The others are confused, until Jae-hung suggests the clueless bunch to walk ahead. Hyokjin will join them later. Turns out that beaten-up guy is Hyokjin's brother, which explains why they look so alike. His brother goes to a different school, Jaesong Public High. Since Hyokjin's parents are always overseas, he's the one who takes care of his little brother the most. We then finally arrive at their destination. Inside, Seokju unpacks the snacks while Jae-hong is busy yelling as usual, grilling Jin to play properly. Suddenly, Hyokjin's phone rings, and it's a call from the university hospital. Just the mention of hospital is enough to give Hyokjin an idea of what may have happened, so he picks up his bag and heads out before his brother gets into more trouble. At the hospital, his brother lies in the ward, his limbs covered in bandages, literally looking like a mummy. Naturally, Hyokjin is visibly unsettled. The hospital staff tells him that his left ankle is broken, he has 3 fractured ribs, and bruises everywhere. He also sustained a brutal head injury, but thankfully there are no signs of internal bleeding. Hyokjin is seriously questioning what led his brother into this condition. The doctor reveals that he was brought in by emergency, and the kind of injuries he sustained clearly shows that he was assaulted. Suddenly his brother's broken phone rings, though it's password protected. Hyokjin knows his brother pretty well and uses the birthday as the password, which actually works. There's this guy, Chanil, texting, and he seems to be involved in the assault case. He then starts calling on the phone, and Hyokjin picks it up. The first thing that bastard does is start cussing for not answering calls. Hyokjin asks the guy if he's responsible for his brother's injuries. Of course, the caller isn't sure who he's talking to, so Hyokjin introduces himself. The caller admits that he isn't responsible for putting his brother in the hospital. Actually, he was the one who called the emergency services. Turns out Hyukjung is a fighter, and he got beaten up during a fight. And as for this guy, he's his manager. Of course, nothing is making sense to Hyokjin, but the caller promises to explain everything if he's willing to meet. Later, Hyokjin arrives in this shady alley where he finds a bunch of shady dudes hanging around. Upon approaching the area, he loudly questions which one of them is the bastard named Chanil. The guy in question speaks up, introducing himself. Our guy cuts through the crap and demands this bastard to spill all the details. Chanil refuses to respond unless Hyokjin partakes in the match that's just about to start. He really wants Hyokjin to accept the fight, because his brother has already caused a lot of trouble by losing a recent match. Hyokjin is done taking shit, and slams the bastard with a punch, then demands once again for him to spill the juicy details. But we all know this bastard isn't answering shit because he's standing on his turf, and promptly calls his goons to mess this blondie up. The bastard is already taking great pleasure in the fact that this blondie is about to join his brother in the hospital soon enough. Meanwhile, Hyokjin clearly knows he's at a disadvantage with so many people to deal with. But worry not, our reinforcements have arrived too. It's Jae-hong, pissed that the blondie wasn't picking up calls. And he isn't alone. Seokju and Jin are with him. Jae-hong then scoffs, assuming these bastards are likely the ones who hospitalized Hyukjung. Seeing our boys there, Chanil believes these 4 scrawny kids can't do shit against his guys. Even Jae-hong feels worried that they're about to punch way over their weight. This is when Chanil suggests broadcasting the battle that's about to unfold. As he said before, they hold their fighting matches here, while the big shots bet their money. Those rich peeps even sponsor the fighters they like. As for Hyukjin's brother, the bastard reveals that he was a decent fighter, so he placed a bet on him. It all started about a month ago, when Hyukjung beat a guy to a pulp. Chanil saw the potential in this kid and decided to recruit him as a fighter instead. If Hyukjung had won 10 matches and come out on top, Chanil had promised not to touch Hyukjung's friend ever again. Before starting the fight, he orders his goons to set up the cameras and all that shit. He also orders the fighters to get ready to crush these nobodies. Naturally, Jae-hong feels annoyed that they're intentionally looking down on them, making them look inferior. But worry not, my guy steps forward, puts a mask over his face, and starts beating the fuck out of the bastards. One after another, he's knocking them out like bitches, leaving the leader of the goons to stare in disbelief. Jin, on the other hand, continues to wipe the floor with these guys, then knocks the living daylight out of another dude with just a single punch. As if that wasn't enough, Seokju also joins this one-sided battle, not wanting to feel left out. Jin then grabs the camera they used to record, and before any of the other guys can react, he crushes it. Before the goon leader can mourn the loss of his expensive camera, Hyokjin punches the crap out of the bastard, then follows up with a punch in the gut, leaving him staggering backward and whining in pain. The bastard swears he won't let anyone leave so easily, but Hyokjin already knows who will be leaving and who won't. All of those bastards run toward Jin and Seokju to take their share of the beating, and both boys work hard to fulfill their requests. And in just the nick of time, everyone is down for the count. Poor Jae-hong is also totally bloodied and battered because he joined the fight too, as he was the only one feeling left out. Chanil over there is coughing out blood while still spewing threats. He admits that Hyokjin has some strong guys, but he makes it clear they've messed with the wrong people. He laughs maniacally through his broken teeth, confident that the organization behind the sponsorships of these fights is gonna screw everyone hard. And don't laugh when you find out who that huge organization is. It's Cha and his fellow gang members. The poor gangsters are feeling very down after realizing there'll be no broadcast for them to watch today. And just as they're mourning this sudden broadcast cutoff, Cha gets a phone call from Jin, and we all know why he called this time. After their short exchange, Cha agrees to take care of the matter, so there's nothing to worry about. After the phone call, he turns to his fellow fatty gangster, questioning if those fights involve students. The fatty proudly confirms that they did use some students in the beginning, and there are still some student fighters who can fight on par with adults. This is when Cha reminds them that they seem to have messed with the wrong high schooler, which is why the broadcast went down. When the fatty insists on knowing who it is, Cha responds with a grim face that it's Jin, the same boy they perceive as a monster. Upon hearing this, the other two gangsters shout in utter disbelief and rush off to help their men who ran that broadcast before it's too late. We then cut back to the university hospital where Hyokjin is meeting his brother again. The big bro assures his injured junior that everything has been resolved now, so he has nothing to fear anymore. Naturally, the junior reminds his brother that Chanil isn't the main problem. But we already know that the main problem has also been dealt with, so Hyokjin assures his brother of that too. Back then, all Jin did was make a phone call, and everything was taken care of. Even Hyokjin was flabbergasted by it. In the present, the big bro questions him why he didn't tell him any of this. Well, it's kind of embarrassing to go running to your older brother just because you were in trouble. And even now, the junior feels a little embarrassed while thanking his brother. Suddenly, Hyokjin remembers that the only reason Junior got hospitalized was because he stood up for his friends against bullies, so where the hell are they now? Turns out Hyukjung never informed his friends. Not to mention, his friends aren't as courageous as his brother's friends. Speaking of which, Hyukjung's friends arrive in the ward, much to his shock. The two guys look timid and worried about their hospitalized friend, complaining why he didn't bother telling them anything about his condition. As the friends are catching up, Hyokjin walks out, feeling no need to be a third wheel and letting them reunite. Meanwhile, his own friends are waiting outside. Seeing them, Hyokjin isn't sure how he should thank them. Noticing his sulking mood, Jae-hung asks if his brother isn't doing well. Haeokjin finally manages the courage to thank his friends for what they did today. We then cut to the base of the numbered mercenaries, where they're all having a joint meeting. They're strategizing how to infiltrate certain forest camps, but suddenly hear a commotion outside. They quickly equip themselves and prepare for the worst. 018 checks the surveillance camera and notices a woman's figure approaching. Turns out it's 003, much to everyone's shock. She walks in, while 004 is flabbergasted to see her alive. This woman clearly has an ironic, funny personality, because the first thing she does is slap the hell out of 004 for assuming she was dead, all while maintaining her nonchalance like it's just a joke. Anyway, she's really grateful to see everyone again. Then the next thing she does is plant a sleek smooch right on 002's lips, leaving everyone shocked again. The woman is throwing shocks left and right. She supposedly really missed 002, or at least that's what she claims. She also notes that he hasn't changed a bit. Meanwhile, the musclehead in the background still can't wrap her head around how she's alive. The woman admits she thought she was going to die too. The others ask why she didn't show up all these years. She reveals that after being attacked by 001, she opened her eyes in a hospital. Once she recovered from her injuries, she was caged in some place she didn't even recognize, but managed to escape. The place was likely a military base, and those guys knew about the existence of numbered mercenaries. They kept trying to make her talk, squeezing out whatever information they could. The entire ordeal was so unpleasant she'd rather not even talk about it now. Then she flips the conversation and asks where all the other numbered mercenaries are. 018 reveals the grim truth. Those who went after 001 didn't survive, besides her. At first she seems shocked, but then admits she expected as much. She should have given them better instructions. 018 further reveals how everything changed after 001's betrayal. The camp lost all confidence and trust in the numbered mercenaries, so they separated everyone and assigned different missions. With time, all the numbered mercenaries disappeared. 002 then asks her when she escaped, but she stays silent, forcing him to repeat the question. Finally, she reveals it's been 3 years. And as for why she didn't contact them all these years, she didn't want to return to the numbered mercenaries. If she went back to the camp, she'd have to follow orders again, orders that ignored free will. If she hadn't heard that the camp had disbanded, she would never have come looking for them. Still, they want to learn why she decided to show up now? Turns out, she's here to recruit everyone out, much to their shock. She wants to create a PMC, and claims she's backed by someone powerful who will sponsor them. Given their skills, dominating the field shouldn't be hard. But 002 coldly orders her to get the fuck out. As far as he's concerned, she's a traitor. Doesn't matter what her reasons were. Fact is, she abandoned the numbered mercenaries. If she had come a year earlier, they would have killed her for betrayal. Lucky her, that's no longer the case. The others try reasoning with 002 to cut her some slack, but the girl admits he has every right to be angry. It's true she abandoned them and never came back. Still, she reminds them the offer is on the table. If they want to settle down somewhere safe without wandering around, they can contact her. With that, she proceeds to leave, only to be stopped by the leader, who has a question. When she chased 001, how did the numbers under her command die? She claims 001 slaughtered them one by one with his prowess. Well, that's the trigger. 002 finally pieces it all together. He quickly pulls out his Glock and shoots at her, convinced now that she's the one who killed them. The woman retaliates with her own gun. Once she takes cover, she signals her accomplices to infiltrate. The soldiers outside unload their guns, while the numbered mercenaries do their best to take cover from the deadly rain of bullets. She then signals her men to stop shooting, all the while whining that 002 trusts our boy too much. She once again insists it's 001 who betrayed them, claiming she could never bear to kill her own comrades. Nonetheless, she reminds them the offer is still real. The only reason her people opened fire was because they saw her under attack. Before leaving, she expresses her desire to be with everyone, and she sounds genuinely sincere. Her words remind 002 of an incident from the past where she pulled the same stunt on the opposing side. She offered them surrender, claiming she'd accept them as allies. But once the enemy surrendered, she slaughtered them in cold blood, without a hint of guilt or shame. She was so nonchalant about killing them, truly believing it was fine. By now, even 004 is convinced she's the real traitor. They remember too many people falling for her sweet talk, only to end up dead. So they're not going to fall for her words either. Well, the woman clearly expected this much resistance, knowing exactly who she's dealing with. She still promises her offer is legit, the only reason she came here. But turns out, the bitch was indeed playing them. She discreetly signals her men to blow up the entire place, and the bastards start loading RPGs. 018, watching the feed, promptly reports the threat. 002 gives his final signal, and as soon as the big guy presses the button, a massive blast erupts right outside the building, right where those soldiers were preparing to unleash hell. As the dust and smoke settle, 003 notices all her men reduced to minced meat, much to her horror. She quickly rallies the rest of the survivors to infiltrate at once. The two guys step forward, throw a stun grenade inside, and enter right after it detonates. 003 also accompanies her men and cautiously traverses the place, but there's no one around. Suddenly, she notices a secret gateway leading underground. One of her soldiers suggests following them from behind, but the girl insists otherwise. If they rush in like this, the losses will be astronomical. She reiterates that retreating is the only option they have right now. We then cut to Jin, doing his regular exercise until he's interrupted by a phone call. It's 002, informing him that 003 is alive. Jin is surprised because everyone had assumed that all those who chased after him had died, or at least they had thought so until she suddenly reappeared. And now it's a rock-solid fact that she's the one who killed the numbered mercenaries who went after Jin. Of course, this leaves our boy in utter disbelief, wondering why she would do this. The only answer 002 can give is that she's very unpredictable. Now that he thinks about it, everyone in camp was unpredictable. This causes Jin to flash back to the past. As soon as he incapacitates one of his friends, the friend urges him to run away as far as possible. Jin continues walking until he comes across 003, who doesn't want him to escape even though she knows this place is a hellhole. She knows very well that the rule is to kill traitors, but since it was 001 they were talking about, she believed he might get away with just severe punishment. The psycho bitch continued to gaslight him, just like she did with her other victims. And the moment Jin peeked out of his hiding spot, she opened a barrage of bullets. Jin was severely injured and instantly took cover behind a tree, returning fire. She believed he should simply die, since he had betrayed them. Not to mention, the comrades who trusted him and followed him had all been led to their deaths, while Jin got to live. But Jin believed they hadn't died. He had only incapacitated them enough so they couldn't follow him. Hearing this shocked the girl because she realized she was screwed. She had finished them off herself. She found it quite fascinating that he made it this far without killing a single person. She reminisced a little about old times, and then gave him the green light to run away if he was so desperate to abandon them. I feel the only reason she let him go was so nobody would know she killed those guys. Now everyone's going to think Jin betrayed them and killed his comrades along the way. In the present, we find ourselves at SW's training facility. There, Jin is punching the hell out of the sandbag in front of him, his mind echoing with the fact that 003 killed all those guys. After exhausting himself, he finally stops. Seokju approaches him, asking if he's alright, since it's very unusual for him to be this aggressive. Jin suddenly looks up, seeing everyone staring at him. The guys tense up under the brutal glare he's giving off. The senior then orders everyone to gather as there's something important he wants to convey. For the president's overseas schedule, besides Team 1, SW has decided to dispatch additional people from other teams as well. SW made this decision to strengthen security, given the recent ominous events. That's all he has to announce. The team leader will explain the rest. We then cut to a big shot, the mastermind behind Forrest. As usual, he looks confident. He recalls the recent failures of the past few days, but he's glad he'll make up for everything with this next opportunity. Seems like he is going to take down SW's director. We then cut to Forrest's base, where we meet the director. He looks displeased after learning that an external group will join them in SW's director's assassination mission. His henchman Jackal doesn't like what's happening. For him to move with an unknown team he doesn't even know feels strange. Even the Big Cheese doesn't like the idea that their boss don't fully trust them. Anyhow, the Big Cheese also assigns Alice along with Jackal for this escort mission, but the lackey doesn't think it's necessary to pull her off probation and bring her back. After all, she's hard to control. The old man suggests issuing her a clear warning. If she screws up this time, her sibling will be killed. Just then, a woman barges into the room, and it's 003 sent by Forest Mastermind, and she is here to have a direct dialogue with the Forest leader. Fast forward a few moments, and she's finished explaining everything to the director. She expresses her desire to join this assassination mission, but the director's lackey doesn't believe she brings anything to the table besides her looks. The woman responds with a jab, frustrating him further. Meanwhile, the old man takes note of how composed and fearless she appears. Literally, she hasn't flinched once the entire time. Still, the old man puts his reluctance on the table. He can't work with a group they haven't verified. So, he makes it clear that they'll take the lead in everything, and she must have no objections. Of course, the woman has none. The only thing important to her is the mission's success. With that, she ends the meeting, and the next agenda is to meet at the designated location. The infuriated lackey already hates this woman, and demands she at least give her name. He'll be leading this mission, so it's imperative that she introduces herself. The woman compliments his name, then introduces herself as Quinn. We then cut to Jin's house, where he finishes telling his sister about the overseas business trip he'll be tagging along on. He'll be going with the SW president on a business trip. Daeyeon feels happy to hear this, because tagging along with the SW president clearly shows how highly SW thinks of him. But Jin clarifies that he's only tagging along to observe. There's already a main team assigned to the president's security. Still, their grandpa is really proud of his grandson. If Jin weren't competent, or if he were troublesome, they wouldn't have bothered taking him along. Back in Jin's room, it's a sharp 9 p.m., the time he expects 006's call. On the call, Korean Keanu Reeves reveals to Jin that 003 had prepared thoroughly for that ambush. 002's group sustained quite a lot of equipment losses, but thankfully, no one was injured or killed. Right now, 002 and his group have gone completely underground, to the point that even they can't approach them. Since 003 knows a lot about the current situation, 002's team won't be returning to the old hideout. As for their new hideout, Keanu Reeves assures Jin that he's digging into it. That bitch came and disappeared again, leaving no trace of herself. 002 may act like a robot, but he is still human, and he's very uneasy right now. His dead lover, whom he thought was gone, has returned from the grave, and with the shocking realization that she was the traitor who killed the others. She also wanted to kill 002 and the rest. That's the only reason she went to them. In the background, 005 is annoyed at that crazy bitch who wouldn't hesitate to drill a hole while keeping that pooky smile on her face. Anyhow, Keanu Reeves warns Jin to be cautious on his overseas trip. Just in case, he wants him to cover his face when moving around, since his face is well known in the areas where he worked as a mercenary. The scene then cuts to Forrest's soldiers preparing for the mission, and Alice is there too, loading her guns. Jackal addresses the woman and insists she follow orders this time instead of doing as she pleases. The woman remains silent, causing the short-tempered Jackal to exert his authority and grab her by the shirt. She stays nonchalant, Glock perfectly placed under his throat. The guy finally uses the threat, reminding her that her disobedience will result in her sibling's death this time. With his threat made clear, he twirls arrogantly. She then asks him about their target, but the bastard refuses to disclose the information until the time arrives. Finally, 003 shows up with her two men. The bastard for some reason looks quite happy to see her. When asked if he received the data she sent, the man confirms he has, revealing that he's already burned the target's location and whereabouts into his mind. Alice meanwhile sizes this unknown woman. 003 also notices Alice and assumes she must be the highly skilled forest assassin she's heard about. Jackal confirms this, though with a very unpleasant expression. We then cut back to their target, of course, SW's director. The old man apologizes to Jin for not having him around while moving around, even though he brought him all the way to this country. Of course, Jin doesn't mind. He understands the other team members were already doing their job diligently, so his presence was unnecessary. The old man then expresses his gratitude to his secretary, whose name is Go, for escorting him. Go doesn't mind. While the old man's schedule has ended, Go's job won't end until the president is back home safe. Speaking of which, the old man doesn't really like traveling, but he has to, as it's the only way to survive in the business world. Anyhow, he begins catching up with Jin in his spare time. The old man asks the boy if he's close to Yona, and Jin affirms it without hesitation. The cunning director then follows up with another question, wondering if Yona has a boyfriend. Jin processes the question and replies that he isn't aware of it, even if she is dating someone. All the while, forest soldiers are setting up zip lines to infiltrate the building SW's director is residing in. Soon enough, they get into the building one by one, while some guys infiltrate the building pretending to be staff. Jackal and the other two girls have already hijacked the surveillance room, which makes the job much easier for them. Meanwhile, Jackal is thinking of dealing with the director himself, because he doesn't want to hand over all the credit to someone like Alice. Internally, Alice also doesn't want to engage with SW soldiers since she trained with them. It would leave a bad taste in her mouth if she did. Meanwhile, the entire staff has been put to sleep, and masked soldiers begin taking over the hotel. As they near the director's room, Jin blocks their path and starts smashing the hell out of the attackers. After snatching the gun from the guy he knocked out, Bro goes haywire on the other soldiers with the gun in hand, putting them to sleep once and for all. The director and his manager Go are hiding behind sofas. Go is absolutely astonished at how Jin took down two people barehanded and then used that opportunity to shoot down the rest who were in disarray. Regardless of skill, what Jin is displaying is beyond comprehension. Not to mention, moments earlier Jin quickly realized the gas coming through the vents. If they had waited even a second, they would have been knocked unconscious by the gas. After grabbing two masks, Jin hands them to his seniors. They put the masks on right away, and so does Jin. Go tries to contact people outside, but the landline has been cut off. This leaves them with only one option: escape on their own as soon as possible. Those guys use the vents to distribute the gas, and the hotel phones being disconnected means the place has been taken over by the enemy. Soon enough, a few guys burst through the windows, but as soon as they get in, they're taken out just as fast, all courtesy of Jin mowing down his enemies. With the attackers down, they begin to move forward. Meanwhile, Jackal is losing his mind outside, getting no response from Team Alpha and Bravo that went inside. With two forest teams already failing the mission, it's time for 003 to make her move. She rallies her soldiers and proceeds to carry out the mission. Jackal also calls out to his unit and orders them to follow him. Let's go back to Jin and the director. Thankfully, the SW bodyguards are still alive. They just got knocked out by the gas. They continue forward with Jin taking the lead at the front. But Manager Go insists on being at the front lines. Jin bluntly reminds him the cold truth. Go isn't specialized in guarding VIPs, so the right thing to do is have him at the front. As they walk forward, they finally come into a corridor. There, they instantly sense someone's presence, and Jin begins unleashing a barrage of bullets. Secretary Go meanwhile grabs the old man and runs while Jin blocks them. It's 003 and her goons shooting, while Jin takes cover and makes sure no bullet hits him. Once he notices Secretary Go and the director have escaped the corridor, he finally makes his move and starts raining down bullets in response. After holding them back, he runs to catch up with the director. They eventually reach the emergency exit and begin descending the stairs. As they descend, Jin suddenly gestures them to stop because he senses someone ascending. It's Jackal with his goons. After weighing his options, Jin signals them to go back up, and the director and his secretary promptly comply. Once they're out, Jin readies himself to face the opponents ahead. He keeps his aim steady, and as soon as those bitches come into view, he opens fire, mowing down the soldiers at the front. Luckily for Jackal, he was behind, so his ass got lucky and didn't get his ass shredded under the relentless barrage. Now that Jackal's enemy have exhausted his magazines, the bastard begins firing alongside his goons. But Jin quickly moves upward and catches up to the director and the secretary. Let's not forget the old man is elderly and doesn't have much stamina. The director apologizes for slowing them down. Taking the old man's fatigue into account, Jin changes his plan. He decides to lure the enemy away. While the director ascends further, Jin will make it look like they went through another door. Before the enemy arrives, Jin insists they move upward quietly. Naturally, they refuse to abandon Jin, but the boy reminds them this isn't the first time he's been in this kind of situation. Since wasting more time could put Jin in a dangerous position, the two men eventually decide to head up. As they ascend further, Jin keeps the enemy occupied with a barrage of bullets. He's doing his absolute best to not let Jackal and his fuckers climb any higher. Once Jin exhausts his rounds, they start their own barrage of bullets. Jin quickly slams the door shut right in front of their faces, making it look like they went that way. And as expected, the guys take the bait. After running for a while, Jin ends up in a corridor where he takes a moment to breathe. The power to the elevator has already been cut, so without stairs there's no way out. As soon as two soldiers come into view, he brutally slaughters them. The next problem comes when his magazine runs dry. While he's struggling with it, a stun grenade lands right at his feet and detonates. Jin may have covered his ears before the blast, but he still absorbed most of the impact. His vision dulls, he can't even see properly. With no choice, he charges toward the blurry silhouettes he can barely make out, and knocks one of them down. But the bastard quickly kicks Jin away and pins him under the barrel of his gun. He suddenly gets distracted by another soldier, giving Jin the perfect opportunity to strike. As Jin tries to snatch the gun, the bastard resists, so the boy headbutts him and rips the gun from his hands. Not only snatches it, but smacks him hard with it. Still, the guy manages to slam Jin in the stomach, and both jump back to gain some distance. The bastard pulls out a dagger, while Jin can barely make him out through his hazy vision. The slash comes, and Jin takes it over his hand. The bastard scoffs, believing this is the end of Jin's struggles. I doubt that's the case, but considering how battered Jin already is, the outcome is unpredictable. The bastard lunges at his unarmed opponent, swinging again and injuring Jin further. But the poor guy doesn't falter. After dodging one strike, he grabs the bastard's hand and drives the blade right into his thigh. With the bastard on his knees, Jin tries to slit his throat. The dude reacts fast and slips away. Grabbing the gun off the ground, he opens fire. Jin dodges some shots, but a few tear into his body. Under the relentless barrage, Jin has no choice but to run, slipping into the corridor. The bastard gives chase, but his legs collapse under him. His thigh is shredded and bleeding out, and the pain is astronomical. Jin is exhausted, his hand injured, yet he pushes toward the exit to reach the stairs. As soon as he opens the gate, he spots a guard, and another one right behind him. That second one is Alice. Jin takes out the guard in front with his dagger. Now the only one left to deal with is Alice. The woman stares into his eyes, then surrenders, intentionally giving Jin the chance to escape. Damn, my respect for her just shot through the roof. She really can't bring herself to target someone she personally knows. Upstairs, the secretary is still holding his own against 003's men. The girl commends the old man for lasting this long against her forces. Meanwhile, the director is down on the ground from exhaustion. The secretary finds himself in trouble with the chairman's stamina gone, making further movement impossible. Suddenly, a stun grenade rolls his way, and he bolts toward his senior, shielding both himself and the director. And with that, they're checkmated. The woman orders her men to get rid of the secretary, but before they can, Jin leaps in and drops the bastard on the spot. As soon as he kills him, the woman spins on her heel and points her gun at Jin. Jin bolts as fast as he can while she rains bullets down on him. He whirls around in a full 180 and closes the distance instantly. With a knife in hand, he tries to stab her, but she blocks it with her own blade. They stare into each other's eyes like two lovers about to kiss. Thankfully, the woman fails to recognize him as 001 and kicks him away. Pressing her gun into his stomach, she fires, but Jin sidesteps the bullets. He retaliates with his dagger, lodging it in her gun. She grabs it by the nozzle, trying to smash his face with it, but Jin blocks with his wrist and cuts her with his knife. She staggers back, but Jin closes the gap instantly. The bitch realizes he's deliberately not giving her the distance needed to fire. The injured bastard from earlier is somehow still alive and aims at Jin. The woman smirks, thinking victory is hers, only for Secretary Go to shoot that bastard dead. She realizes things just got tricky. These guys have recovered enough to shoot again. Immediately, she retreats for cover while the secretary keeps up a barrage of gunfire. With no choice, she locks her sights on the director and prepares to shoot. But before she can, Jin throws his dagger, forcing her aim off course. The bullets ricochet wildly. For now, she runs instead of engaging further. Looks like Jin has figured out this bitch is 003, and I have a feeling she's realized who he is too. Once she's gone, Jin finally catches his breath. The director asks if he's alright, and Jin affirms it, as if the blood loss and injuries all over his body aren't obvious. Seeing Jin so battered and bruised, the old man can't help but express his gratitude. Jin downplays it with his old-fashioned line, that he's just doing his job. The following day, we cut to SW Hospital with Jin admitted. Secretary Go meets him and assures him that he's already informed his family that he'll be back home in a few days. Since the hospital confirmed there are no critical injuries, Jin will recover soon. The boy expresses his gratitude, a gesture that doesn't really make sense to the secretary. Providing medical care is just the bare minimum of their duty. The secretary reflects on Jin's skills. After witnessing them firsthand, he now has no doubt why sources claimed Jin is top of the top in the mercenary world. He'd thought it was an exaggeration, but the secretary now knows otherwise. The director then asks Jin if he isn't curious about the recent incident, but my guy replies that curiosity isn't his job, a classic response the director was expecting. The old man reveals SW is aggressively expanding into the defense industry, and honestly, stepping into that field is dangerous. It's tied directly to a nation's power and interests, making it far more complicated than other industries. This is why SW's growth has earned so many enemies. The old man is certain that what happened with Jie, Yuna, and this recent attack are connected. Jin, however, doesn't feel he needs to know these details. The only thing he has to do is his job. Yet again, the kid's blunt response doesn't fail to surprise the director. We then cut to Jackal, who is being treated at another hospital. His muscles twitch as he sleeps. He suddenly jolts awake, remembering Jin, the bastard who handed him his ass. Now he wants revenge, just so he doesn't feel so pathetic about himself. Once Jin gets back home, he receives a phone call from 006 and explains the entire situation, including how he suspects he saw 003, though Keanu Reeves doubts he can be 100% certain since she was wearing a gas mask. Jin insists her voice and movements match the 003 he remembers. Keanu Reeves decides to look into it further because she's gotten very dangerous for everyone. He also reveals another piece of news. Forrest is using Alice. They've apparently taken her family hostage and are using that against her. There was always friction between them, but now it's on a whole other level. Hearing this, Jin recalls his encounter with Alice, like how she surprisingly let him go. The scene then cuts to Alice herself, shackled and brought before the big boss of Forrest. The bastard is furious at her for not completing the mission, but the woman counters by reminding him that it was Jackal the jackass who failed, not her. But the big shot insists the mission failed because of her. Alice holds her ground, making it clear that Jackal was the one who forced her out of the mission. She only followed him, since he was supposedly in charge. The boss claims Jackal said the opposite. Back and forth they go until the boss declares her guilty of not playing her role properly. He glares at her with a threatening look, reminding her she made a huge mistake by ignoring his last warning. To make an example out of her, he's going to publicly execute her in front of all Forest members. More than herself, the woman worries for her sibling, and it seems the bastard has already decided what he'll do with them. Leaving her behind, he meets Jackal and other soldiers. The boss gives the goon a mission to dispose of her quietly, an order that makes Jackal smirk from ear to ear. When he steps up to her, Alice seethes with fury. The bastard savors every second, seeing her life in his hands. She accuses him of failing the mission and pinning everything on her, but Mr. Jackass won't even entertain the thought. By now, Alice is certain he planned to throw her under the bus all along. He orders his men to set up cameras, wanting to record an example of what happens to those who disobey. Alice knows what's coming. Quietly, she dislocates her wrist to slip out of the cuffs. Once the camera is ready, the man puts a gun to her head. Before he can pull the trigger, she breaks free, flings the gun away, and seizes it. She fires, but the bastard dodges, only for her to slam him onto the table. Using him as a meat shield, she dispatches the other two soldiers and presses the barrel against his head. The bastard tries to wiggle his way out with scummy threats, reminding her that if he dies, her sibling dies too. The threats shake her and she falters. Within moments, more soldiers rush inside the room. The bastard regains ground after snatching the gun away. With her sibling's life at stake, Alice doesn't have the courage to act, and surrenders herself voluntarily. The bastard laughs maniacally after literally escaping a lion's jaws. With a sinister smile, he taunts that her sibling won't survive this world. Now he's going to kill her too, then move on to her sibling. Before he can finish, a barrage of bullets rips through the area, mowing down every soldier in sight, including the bastard about to kill her. Alice watches in horror as the bodies hit the floor. Turns out, the numbered mercenaries are here to save her. 002 steps forward, and without giving her any context, he demands to know 003's whereabouts, shocking her to the core. She doesn't understand what he's getting at, but the guy wants her to drop the act. since he already has intel that 003 worked with Forrest in the recent ambush against SW's chairman. Alice doesn't even know the mission was for SW's chairman. Thinking back, it dawns on her that the extra who joined them later was 003, disguised as Quinn. 004 doesn't get what this Quinn person has to do with 003. Alice clarifies she doesn't know 003 personally, nor was anyone in the mission with this name. But there was an external group working alongside Forrest, and one woman in that group went by Quinn. 002 doesn't even need to think hard. He gets what's going on. Meanwhile, Jackal is somehow still alive, disgusted at Alice for siding with these guys. Alice grabs him by the head, demanding to know where her brother really is. Of course, the bastard stays silent, earning himself a solid smack across the face. He groans but keeps his cocky attitude, refusing to talk unless she saves his life. 004 ends his life with a single bullet. Alice is at a loss for words, shaken because her brother's life was on the line. But it turns out there's nothing to worry about because Team Bravo, which includes 006 and others, has already secured their target. And that target is Alice's brother. 018 gets word of the successful mission and asks Alice if her brother is a blonde boy in his late teens, in a wheelchair. She confirms with a head nod, then turns to 002, demanding to know his agenda. She wants to know why they rescued her brother. For a moment, she even misunderstands their intentions, thinking they'll use him as a hostage just like Forrest did. 002 tosses her a flip phone, telling her she'll receive a call soon. On that call, she'll arrange an appointment to take her brother back herself. Of course, she wasn't expecting this at all, but the team doesn't bother explaining and proceeds to leave. 018 pauses to confront her, assuring her he holds no grudge for what she did to him before. As they leave, 004 is clearly unhappy about this. Earlier, he strongly opposed saving Alice, but 006 reminded him that she helped Jin. Even then, 004 refused to budge. 006 then reminded him of the core rules the numbered mercenaries live by, and they still apply, even now. The first rule is death will be granted for betrayal. The second is to always repay a debt. A comrade's revenge is their revenge, and a comrade's debt is their debt too. Still, 004 argued, insisting 001 is no longer their comrade. But when 002 revealed Alice had been with them, everyone was shocked, and they must rescue her to get a lead on that betrayer bitch. Cutting back, Alice finally reunites with her crippled brother. She hugs him tightly, breaking into tears. Keanu Reeves and 005 are also there, promptly reporting to Jin about the mission's success. Afterwards, Jin calls 002 directly and expresses his gratitude, but the leader downplays it, saying he only acted to find traces of her. The scene cuts to the director of Forest Camp receiving grim news. They've lost track of Alice's brother, and Alice herself is missing. The big boss orders all Forest operations halted, including extra missions. A lackey warns they'll suffer huge losses, but the boss reminds him of the danger. The only leash they had on Alice was her brother. With that leash gone, and their failure to execute her, she'll be a noose around Forrest's neck unless she's dealt with. He wants to wait patiently for an opening, even if it takes months, for the perfect chance to strike. Suddenly, a soldier barges in with worse news. Everyone at Area 4's base has been found dead. Worse yet, Alice's signature was scrawled on the wall beside the corpses. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the old man orders the highest bounty placed on her head. After dismissing his men, he takes a phone call from his boss, who's furious about SW's mission failing. If Camp had handled it, this wouldn't have happened. After expressing disappointment, the boss cuts the call, ready to turn to his guest, and that guest is 003. She agrees with the boss that Camp was special. After all, it had numbered mercenaries. This gives the boss a chance to jab at her, reminding her she's a number 2, and she was part of that mission which they brutally failed. The woman admits her defeat, acknowledging she underestimated SW and lacked solid intel on their fighters. Still, she believes if she'd had at least one more numbered mercenary, she wouldn't have lost. Speaking of numbered mercs, the boss asks about her recruitment progress. She replies it's ongoing, hoping for the day when all the numbered mercenaries come together. The scene then cuts to Jin cruising down the highway on his Hayabusa. He's on his way to meet the other numbers. 004's patience wears thin waiting, but his buddy reminds him there are still 10 minutes left. And with the speak of the devil, Keanu Reeves, 032 and 005 arrive. Turns out it was 006 who had called everyone together here, and he was ordered by Jin to do so, meaning even he doesn't know the reason behind this sudden reunion. But one thing's for sure. If 001 is making the effort to gather everyone in one place, it likely means the mission ahead is going to be quite difficult. Right now, though, no one has a clue what that might be. Seems like the wait is finally over, because Jin has arrived, and Bro is carrying a ton of fried chicken and sodas. Of course, 004 is pissed, demanding what the hell is going on and what Jin is even carrying. Our boy bluntly says it's chicken he's holding, which only confuses 004 even more. Jin then casually adds that this country's chicken is famous for being delicious, so he thought it'd be great if they all ate it together. Silence fills the room as everyone processes the absurdity of Jin's words. They're hoping he didn't just gather them here to throw a chicken party. But Jin doesn't hesitate before confirming their worst fears, leaving them all staring in utter shock. Naturally, 004 is the first to lose his temper, and Bro literally tries to attack Jin with his knife, while his big buddy struggles to hold him back. Their bickering continues, and I hope they're enjoying themselves, because we're now transitioning to SW Corporation. In Jie's office, we meet her younger sister, who is requesting her senior sister to lend her a bodyguard. Her name, by the way, is Kim Yokyong, and she runs another subsidiary of the SW Group, known as SA Security. Jie doesn't quite understand the request, since Yokyong already has the delegation she came with today, but the woman says she's lost faith in them. She recalls a recent unpleasant incident where she was pushed around in an elevator, rolled off and fell, while her guards did nothing to support or help her, standing there like statues. She could have let that slide as a minor incident, but then there was more. Not long ago, a fire broke out in the building, yet her bodyguards weren't even available to evacuate her immediately. She asked her superiors to change her personal guards, and they fulfilled her request without objection. But similar incidents kept happening despite the replacements. Jie can't understand why the bodyguards failed to assist her multiple times, especially since SA's security team ranks in Korea's top 20. This is when Yokyong drops the bombshell that her guards aren't exactly there to protect her, they're only keeping an eye on her. She's not 100% sure, but still, she requests Jie to lend her one of her own bodyguards for at least a month. Once replaced, she'll analyze her experience and figure out whether she's overreacting or if her suspicion is actually correct. Eventually, Jie decides to lend her one of her guards by tomorrow morning. The next day, a tense Yokyong stands in front of her new bodyguard. That's right, it's Jin. The reason she looks a little uneasy is because her team leader is disappointed at her for recruiting someone new without permission. The woman apologizes, insisting that Jie herself assigned this guard and allowed it. He won't get in anyone's way and will simply remain by her side. Since SW is already vouching for his identity, she believes there shouldn't be a problem. Eventually, the team leader gives up. Still, the woman isn't sure if Jin is really enough, considering how young he looks. Not long ago, she even complained to Jie for sending a young trainee instead of a veteran. But Jie reassured her that this guy is a big bang in a small pack, so she'd better stop underestimating him. Besides, SA's security team would never tolerate SW openly sending one of their own to handle her protection, as it might come across as condescending. So instead, they cover it up by presenting Jin as just a trainee here to gain experience. In the present, the girl kind of approves of Jin internally. She also can't exactly overlook how handsome he is. With that, she proceeds to leave, and Jin promptly follows like the duty-bound man he is. We then cut back a little, to when Jie briefed Jin about his next job and the situation surrounding her younger sister. Then, at SA's building, a meeting is underway in one of the VIP rooms, carried out by Yokyong. Outside, guards are taking a break to relax and stretch themselves, while Jin remains on duty. The other guards can't help but notice how diligently Jin is doing his job and insist he take a little rest. But Jin simply replies that he's fine. After the meeting ends, he reunites with his client in the car, who looks exhausted. When she asks him the same thing, he again says he's fine. She then brings up how highly Jie thinks of him. It's actually Yokyong's first time seeing her older sister acknowledge someone this much. Jin says she's being too generous, but the girl insists her sister isn't that kind of person. She then starts asking some personal questions too, like whether he must be popular with girls and whatnot. But Jin bluntly denies with short no's. She even asks if he's dating someone, and again his answer is the same. Eventually, she gives up questioning him. Since her official schedule is done for the day, she offers to drop him off at SW so he can go home. But Jin gives his classic no, insisting he'll only leave once she's safely home. The girl tries reasoning with him, saying she's meeting a friend and it'll get late. Even so, Jin wants to stick around until her last event. A while later, they arrive at a fancy hotel, where in one of the rooms she meets a man, likely her boyfriend. They hug tightly after so long apart. The door is closed for privacy, leaving Jin no choice but to stand outside. He immediately notes the time to keep track of things. Inside, as they sit down to catch up, the woman suddenly faints after only one drink. As expected, this bastard is shady. He is the one who spiked her drink. He'd been tasked with this by someone with malicious intent, who promised to pay off his massive debt of 6 billion won if he followed instructions. The bastard doesn't feel the slightest remorse, thinking that losing a girlfriend is better than paying 6 billion won in debt. Right on time, Jin barges into the room unannounced, shocking the bastard. His eyes dart toward the unconscious woman on the couch, realizing she's been knocked out cold. It's only 11 p.m., barely an hour ever since she went inside, and yet she's already passed out, which makes no sense. Not to mention, the smell of alcohol on her breath is too faint to have that heavy effect. Jin grabs the glass of alcohol to inspect it, while her boyfriend starts berating him. Even the other escort guards insist Jin step back, saying this man is the director's boyfriend. Jin doesn't argue with these bastards. Instead, he holds out the glass of alcohol to the boyfriend, telling him to drink it.